All people elf pick up the super dream treasure chest at the beginning 101-150. Chapter 101 Lugia's visit, Sharona's question mark, the return of the nightmare god. At the same time that Lin Jing's eyes fell on the big screen, 4 figures appeared in front of the nightmare god, within sight. Lin Jing looked through the porthole. Leading the front is the beast elf known as the sea god, Lugia. And behind it, there are 3 figures of different colors. Flaming, golden, ice blue. It is the 3 god birds. Fire bird, lightning bird, frozen bird. Lin Jing's gaze swept across, only to feel that invisible pressure was spreading. In the sea of stars, in front of the nightmare god, 4 beasts and elves stopped. If they were seen by others, they would be shocked and unable to speak to themselves. Divine beasts and elves will not show up easily. It is almost impossible for them to appear at the same time as they are now. However, one of the participants in the incident, Lin Jing's expression remained calm. In a whisper, the hatch opened, and Lin Jing called for Doran Baruto to return to the nightmare god first. Then, he set his eyes on the 4 visiting spirit beasts. When he saw the leader Lugia, he had already guessed the identity of the other party, and he had already noticed their intentions. Without a doubt. Now the visiting Lugia and the 3 god birds, it is in their mythical beast group that they have the real power of rules and the existence of authority. That is, in its ethnic group. The strongest. Now. I haven't waited for a few divine beasts to speak. Lin Jing used the built-in device of the nightmare god to let the sound spread in the Xinghai through special means, and said, "Several, I already know your intentions. If you have any questions, I can answer them. It's too troublesome to communicate outside. If you don't mind, you can come to my spaceship to communicate." Lin Jing's voice entered the ears of the 4 beast spirits. In their eyes, unexpected colors appeared invariably. Because the emotions of the human beings in front of them are too calm. As divine beasts and elves, occasionally, they will also appear in the world, which will cause shocks from countless people. By comparison, Lin Jing's reaction was terrifyingly flat. At the rear, the 3 divine birds glanced at each other, and finally looked at Lugia at the front. Although they are all elves with authority, in terms of rank, the sea god Lugia is undoubtedly the leader, the 3 divine birds, and can even be regarded as the subordinate of sea god Lugia, obeying its orders. Lugia's eyes narrowed. Then, it didn't hesitate, and entered the nightmare god from the hatch first. At the rear, the 3 divine birds followed closely. 4 mythical beasts and elves entered the nightmare god. As the hatch closed, Lin Jing said, "Everyone, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. As long as I know, I will tell you." At this moment, Lugia's voice sounded first. Its voice was calm, and he said, "Human, I sense the breath of the 3 divine birds in your body. But their aura has become very strange. Can you tell me what happened to you, the same family of the 3 divine birds, what happened?" "Of course you can." Lin Jing pondered, organized the language, and then said slowly, "A while ago, when I was traveling and exploring in the Sea of Stars, I discovered a relatively strange planet. I call it, Dark Planet." Dark Planet. Lugia and Sanchenia had different expressions in their eyes. Lin Jing continued, "The Dark Planet is filled with dark power, and from time to time there are torrents of dark power gathering together. The elves there are infected by the power of darkness, and their rationality and emotions are suppressed to the lowest point. Only with the instinct to fight, if there is a slight discord, a fight will happen directly. What I have met is the lightning bird and the flame bird." Lin Jing said seriously, "They have all been infected by the power of darkness and lost their rationality and emotions. In order to compete for the power of darkness, they fought even more. I also joined their battles for some reasons, and maybe it's because of this that I got their breath on me." Lugia and Sanchin Bird thought deeply. After hearing that Lin Jing had joined the battle, Frozen Bird's eyes narrowed slightly, but then calmed down. They did not question what Lin Jing said, join the fight. The perception ability of the beast elves is amazing, especially the perception of the elves of the same level. Lugia and even the three divine birds can be faintly sensed in Lin Jing, not inferior to their breath. In their view, the human beings in front of them are obviously not ordinary. Lin Jing's voice did not stop, and continued, "In that dark planet, the only ones I came into contact with were the dark lightning bird and the dark flame bird. Because of the aftermath of the battle, it finally attracted the arrival of the god of space, Palkia. But when I first arrived on the dark planet, I found one dark Lugia." Lin Jing's eyes fell on Lugia. "At that time, the dark Lugia happened to leave the dark planet, so I didn't encounter it. In my guess, since two of the three divine birds can appear on the dark planet, then it is very likely that there is also a dark frozen bird on the dark planet." Having said that, Lin Jing paused for a while, then continued, "That's all I know." A thought flashed in Lugia's eyes. Its peaceful voice sounded again, "Human, how much do you know about the power of darkness in your mouth?" Hearing this, Lin Jing pondered. The power of darkness should be a special power unique to the dark world. As for the rest, I don't know much. As his voice fell inside the nightmare god, it fell into a brief silence. The gazes of several divine beasts and elves met. Finally, Lugia seemed to have made a decision and said, "Human, what should I call you?" "My name is Lin Jing." "Lin Jing." Lugia looked directly at him. "We want to ask you one thing. You said, 'I hope you can take us to the dark planet you call it.'" Without waiting for Lin Jing to answer, Lugia continued, "I once traveled in your human world, looking for help. I need to pay. If you're willing to take us to the dark planet, I'll send it to you after confirming what you've said." It seemed that he took a moment in the void, and a strange flute in the shape of a conch fell into his hand. "This is the token of our family. Blow it when you need it, and I will personally come to help you." Lin Jing's eyes fell on the conch in his hand. The treasure chest system comes into play and the introduction emerges. Ocarina of Lugia, a token of the Lugia clan. Lugia is an elf who attaches great importance to commitment. When it is blown in times of crisis, Lugia will feel it and come to help you. Glancing over, Lin Jing raised his brows slightly and said without hesitation, "I am willing to help you." At the same time, he said to himself in his heart, the treasure chest of the three darkness birds is really important in its follow-up value. For Lin Jing, even if Lugia does not offer a reward, he will agree. After all, the place where the beast lives is likely to become its treasure. The close contact with Lugia and the three divine birds is even more likely to gain a lot. And now, this Lugia ocarina was just a surprise. Seeing Lin Jing's agreement, Lu Qia replied peacefully, "Then I'll trouble you, Lin Jing." Then, it turned its gaze to the shadow of Lin Jing. "Lin Jing, there seems to be a little guy hidden in your shadow. Do you want me to help you find it out?" Lin Jing's shadow fluctuated slightly. Facing the strongest Lugia who holds the power, the elf suspected of Machado in the shadow obviously couldn't hide and was directly detected. Hearing this, Lin Jing thought for a moment, then smiled, "No need. It doesn't look like it wants to show up yet, so let's just let it hide inside." Masha, who was able to send the rainbow feather, obviously had no ill will towards him, so Lin Jing decided to give Masha more face, so he didn't rush to find it out. This Machado obviously wanted to follow Lin Jing, so Lin Jing didn't want to scare it. There was an phantom beast elf following him. Maybe at some point, there would be unexpected gains. "Lugia, I can take you to the dark planet now." Lin Jing whispered softly, and then said, "You can just wait here." After speaking, Lin Jing walked towards the cockpit. Soon, the star map of the dark planet was called up again, and the nightmare god moved quickly along the route. Compared with the past, the nightmare god's more amazing speed greatly reduces the time Lin Jing spends on sailing, which is much more convenient. For Lugia and the three god birds, staying in the human spaceship obviously made them quite uncomfortable. Therefore, After the spacecraft started, Lugia and Sanchenia left the cabin, followed the outside of the Nightmare God, and moved forward together. Inside the spaceship. Through the porthole, Lin Jing looked at the four beast spirits who were following him. He couldn't help shaking his head slightly and sighed in his heart. At this moment, the Nightmare God should be one of the safest spaceships in the vast sea of stars. Well, the strongest among the four respective clans, the divine beast spirits who hold the authority will accompany them to protect. The thought flashed, and Lin Jing's eyes fell on the side of the spaceship. There. A treasure chest that shines brightly. That is the place where a few divine beasts and elves stopped just now. Without hesitation, Lin Jing chose to pick it up. You successfully picked up the Sacred Beast Elf Treasure Chest, Flaming Bird. From the treasure chest of the Flaming Bird. How much will you gain when you arrive at the Dark Planet? Thoughts flashed in his heart. Lin Jing did not hesitate and chose to open the treasure chest directly. A stream of light swept out of the interface, and information emerged. You have acquired Qualification Transformation, Baptism of Fire. Open black lens bracket. You have acquired the skill, Overheating Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have obtained Jet Flame Fragment X13 Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You got Hot Air Fragment X7 Close black lens bracket. Lin Jing's eyes swept away, and he was directly fixed on the first reward. A reward for the transformation of qualifications. There is no such kind of reward in the treasure chest of the Dark Flame Bird. From this point of view, only the treasure chest of divine beasts above a certain level can get the rewards of aptitude transformation. The reason why this flame bird treasure chest is available is because its source is the strongest among the flame birds, and the authority controls it. Lin Jing's eyes fell on other rewards. Overheating is a very powerful fire-type skill. It can be called an existence like a trump card. It is a terrifying blow that completely erupts with all of its own power. The negative effect is that the special attack ability is greatly reduced within a certain period of time, but the full power is erupted, which means that this is a skill of the trump card. The fragments of the jet flame and hot air skills will undoubtedly enhance the power of the fire-breathing dragon's skills again. It can be said that the treasure chest of the flame bird is simple but practical, involving two aspects of aptitude and immediate combat power. The treasure chest rewards of the two gods of time and space were used together on the body of Libite Blue Shark, which produced a wonderful chemical reaction, making Libite Blue Shark's aptitude to the Overlord level. I don't know, after the baptism of flames, whether the fire-breathing dragon can go a step further and transform his aptitude into an Overlord. If you still can't. Lin Jing glanced at his shadow indistinctly. He now has a certain connection with King Feng. The sacred fire of Ho-Oh is called the flame that never goes out. Because Lugia and the three divine birds were nearby, Lin Jing never used the rewards directly and temporarily stored them. In the Nightmare God, everything is business as usual. Rotom began to teach Doran Baruto, and several other elves came out to move freely. Since the replacement of the new Nightmare God, the wide space inside will undoubtedly make the elves feel more comfortable when sailing in the Sea of Stars. All the way. Four mythical beast spirits follow the Nightmare God, sailing towards the Dark Planet. Time passes. On the star map, the Nightmare God, the distance from the Dark Planet, is rapidly shrinking. Just then, the elf picture book he carried on his body vibrated. Lin Jing took a look and raised his brows slightly. Only see. Zyrna's chat box popped up, and at this moment, the champion trainer sent a text message directly. QQ. 3 question marks in a row. I haven't waited for Lin Jing to reply. The communication invitation popped up. It was Hyrna. Lin Jing connected the communication with some doubts. The communication was connected, and Sharona's face appeared above. Now, this champion trainer of the Shanao Starfield has an uncontrollable turbulence on her calm face. Her voice sounded, even a little urgent, and she said, Lin Jing trainer, what are you doing? I'm on an interstellar voyage. Forest Road. Sharona didn't answer, just sent a picture. This is a photo that appears to have been taken at a distance, with only blurry graphics visible. But in the middle of the picture, it is a spacecraft with a length of several kilometers. And around the ship, there are several figures, flying staggered. This scene, Lin Jing was quite familiar. Because this is the Nightmare God on the voyage, and Lugia and the three god birds following the Nightmare God. This time, Lin Jing fully reacted. What did Sharona's first three question marks mean? Before Lin Jing could speak, Zyrna's voice sounded first. This is taken by the secret detection instrument deployed by the Alliance in the star field. After the identification of special personnel, it was found that the spaceship in the screen is the most beautiful in the Shanao star field. After the top-level standard spacecraft, the news was completely confidential and sent to me. Quote. Having said that, she shook her head. Lin Jing, do you have any special ability to attract divine beasts and spirits? I have tried to overestimate you as much as I can, but find that I still underestimate you. Being able to escort Lugia and the three divine birds, looking at the entire Shanao star field, and even other major star fields, you are the only one. Fortunately, the route you are currently on is relatively remote. It has also been confirmed that no other spacecraft has passed by except you and your Nightmare God. Otherwise, I am afraid that the interstellar network will now explode. Even Sharona is inevitably shaking in her tone. After all, this scene is really shocking. Sharona's first reaction when she first received this picture and recognized that it was the Nightmare God provided by the Alliance. Listen to Sharona's voice. Lin Jing blinked, coughed lightly, and said, maybe. I am indeed more attractive to divine beasts and elves. Then, he explained, for some reason, Lugia and Sansheniao came to me for help. Help? Sharona's expression became serious. When it comes to divine beasts and elves, it is not surprising how much attention is paid to them. Just then, Lugia's voice suddenly sounded in Lin Jing's heart. Lin Jing, there are two powerful auras that are rapidly approaching here. The target seems to be your spaceship. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Qian Zhao, he looked at Sharona in the video and said quickly, we'll talk later, it seems that something happened. After he finished speaking, he chose to hang up the communication, gave an order, and then moved towards the front of the spacecraft. Go. The Nightmare God stopped. Aside, Lugia and the three god birds were waiting in earnest, with serious expressions, and they stared straight ahead. Right now, at the front end of the Nightmare God, some distance away, there is a black hole, quietly forming. In the black hole, two figures walked out of it side by side. It was Darkrai and Cresselia. Nightmare God and Sweet Dream God. At the moment of leaving the black hole, Darkrai looked forward and looked at the location of the Nightmare God. Its bright emerald green pupils flickered, and it was suddenly fixed on Lugia and the three divine birds. From Darkrai's point of view, these four guys with amazing breath surrounded the Nightmare God in the center, and it seemed that there was a sense of being held hostage. At the moment of seeing this scene, there was almost no hesitation. Darkrai's aura spewed up, and above his head, there was a crown looming. Cresselia, the god of beautiful dreams, followed Darkrai's side. During this period of time, the god of dreams and the god of nightmare have walked together, and it has also learned something about Lin Jing. Now, at the moment when Darkrai's momentum erupted, Cresselia immediately reacted to the current situation. Its stance is undoubtedly firmly on Darkrai's side, and now there is a serious meaning on the beautiful face, and the momentum erupts at the same time. Dream God. Nightmare God. Lugia and the three divine birds became vigilant when they sensed a powerful aura approaching, and just now, as soon as they met, the two elves on the opposite side exploded with momentum, which immediately touched the alarm string in their hearts. At this moment, with Lugia as the head, the four mythical beasts and elves came together in unison, and their momentum erupted. In the sea of stars. The momentum is surging, and the collision is crashing. Dream God, Cresselia. Nightmare God, Darkrai. Poseidon, Lugia. 3 god birds, flaming birds, lightning birds, and frozen birds. Under the collision of the terrifying momentum, the meteorites and interstellar garbage floating in the sea of stars were completely annihilated. In this area of Shanghai, there are only 6 divine beast spirits and the nightmare god. War. It seems to be on the verge of fire. Hull. Chapter 102 The idea of the beautiful dream god, Sakaji's champion large needle bee, finally. Amidst the turbulent momentum, Darkrai's eyes showed a hint of coldness, energy surged, and he was ready to attack directly. Aside, Cresselia was also ready for battle. The god of dreams is an elf with a very gentle personality, but when faced with a battle, it will also temporarily hide that gentleness, and has a strong temperament. At the other end, electricity energy, fire energy, and even ice energy are already madly gathering here. Right at this time, Lin Jing stepped to the front of the spaceship. Under the super perception, he clearly sensed the energies of the various elements surging outside the spaceship, and now, looking out through the porthole, Lin Jing glanced at Darkrai. Darklay, have you returned? It was too late to be pleasantly surprised, and sensing the terrifying momentum ready to go, Lin Jing immediately realized the current situation. He did not hesitate at all, under the influence of superpower, his voice. With the blessing of superpowers, it spreads rapidly. Lugia and the 3 divine birds originally came to look for Lin Jing's help, and naturally they would not block his superpower. The nightmare god and the beautiful dream god are even more unaware of Lin Jing's superpower. At this moment, his voice resounded in the hearts of the 6 elves at the same time. Wait a minute, it's all my own. My own person. Darkrai's turbulent aura stopped slightly, and after his eyes swept over Lugia and the 3 divine birds, he took the initiative to restrain his breath. For Lin Jingji's words, it is naturally absolute trust. Beside. Seeing this, Maimeng Shen also regained his momentum. Lugia and Sanshin Bird looked at each other, and their vigilance remained unabated. Because the 2 figures that appeared made them feel a great threat. However, seeing that under Lin Jing's words, the nightmare god and the beautiful dream god actively restrained their momentum, Lugia first took the initiative to restrain their momentum, and then after a gesture, the 3 divine birds also suppressed their amazing momentum. The scene calmed down for a while. At this moment, realizing that Lugia and the 3 divine birds were not enemies, Darkrai's brilliance disappeared in a flash. Next moment, it entered the nightmare god and appeared beside Lin Jing. Cresselia smiled, a brilliant brilliance flashed, and she also entered the nightmare god. Darklay. Lin Jing looked at Darkrai, with a flash of joy, and then continued. Darklay, Cresselia, let me introduce to you, this is Lugia and the 3 divine birds. They came to me for help. Help? Aside, Cresselia, the god of beautiful dreams, asked curiously. Lin Jing nodded slightly. Darklay and I, on a special planet, once met the 3 divine birds of the same race that were infected by the power of darkness, so Lugia and the others came to me, hoping I could take them with me to that special planet. So it is. The dream god nodded. Lin Jing's eyes flashed with a hint of anticipation, and then he pointed out, Darklay, have you succeeded? Facing Lin Jing's question, Darkrai nodded slightly. Aside. Cresselia, the god of beautiful dreams, said, Darklay's trip went very smoothly, but thanks to the treasure you gave him, otherwise, the situation would have been much more troublesome. What Lin Jing asked was naturally about the authority of the nightmare god. Darkrai and Cresselia left, but it was precisely to gain the authority of the nightmare god. After seeing Darkrai's safe return, his heart was more than half relieved, so he asked this question immediately. Treasure. His brows were slightly raised, and Lin Jing immediately realized that the treasure in Cresselia's mouth was naturally the evil face slate. As an attribute slate that has a certain connection with Arceus, Lin Jing believes that in Darkrai's hands, it can play a greater role. Looking at it now, his guess is obviously not wrong. After confirming the things that had been on his mind for a long time, Lin Jing heaved a sigh of relief. Subsequently, he looked outside the nightmare god, and had been paying close attention to Lugia and the three divine birds, and said, Lugia, these two are the nightmare god Darkrai and the beautiful dream god Cresselia, they are all good friends of mine. Good friend. Hearing this, Lugia's eyes became solemn. Outside the nightmare god, he looked at the nightmare god and the nightmare god, and a peaceful voice sounded, just now, what an offense. Heard. God of Dreams shook his head and said, it's our rashness. We have a very good relationship with Lin Jing. When we just returned and saw this situation, I was a little nervous, but it was a turmoil for nothing. Compared to Darkrai, who is somewhat socially fearful, Cresselia, the god of beautiful dreams, is undoubtedly the talker between the two. Aside. Darkrai nodded slightly. Then, it didn't hesitate, turned into a brilliance, and has already escaped into Lin Jing's Pokeball. This scene was clearly seen by Lugia and the three god birds of the nightmare god. The three divine birds looked at each other and saw the vibration in their eyes. As divine beast spirits, their perceptions are extremely keen. Just now, between Darkrai and the god of dreams, they clearly sense the different parts of their auras. That is the special breath brought by the control of authority. There is no doubt that the nightmare god and the beautiful dream god in front of them are the most powerful beings in their respective ethnic groups, and they hold the authority of nightmares and dreams. They are just friends of the human being in front of them, and now, the nightmare god among them has actually entered the Pokeball. Darkrai, is it the elf of this human being? Lugia and the three divine birds are both elves who have appeared in front of humans many times, and are familiar with the human world. Now that I saw this scene, I immediately made all kinds of guesses in my heart and looked at Lin Jing. Even more shocked. Lin Jing was keenly aware of this change, but he didn't care. His eyes swept across the gods and beasts in the queue, and then he said, Darkrai and Cresselia return, it seems. Our trip will be smoother. After speaking, Lin Jing introduced the current situation in detail to the god of dreams, and said, Cresselia, do you want to go with us? Cresselia didn't hesitate, nodded happily and said, of course. It looked at the forest scene and said softly, after I just came to this world, I have been chasing after it because I realize the existence of the true meaning of beautiful dreams. Now that I have successfully grasped the true meaning of beautiful dreams, and Darkrai has also grasped the true meaning of nightmares, I have no goals. It's quite interesting to hear Darkrai mention some of the things that happened to him with you during these hours. Lin Jing. If you don't mind, I want to stay for a while and follow you to get familiar with the world. Do you like it? Cresselia's voice was gentle, and it was like a refreshing spring, very pleasant to the ears. Lin Jing nodded again and again, of course. As far as Lin Jing is concerned, the beast spirit is willing to accompany him, and he is naturally a gentle existence like the god of dreams. Cresselia smiled softly. After a brief turmoil, everything was calm. The nightmare god followed the route on the star map and continued to move forward. Because thinking of the news from Sharona, Lin Jing and Lugia communicated. They were still accompanying the nightmare god, but they consciously covered their bodies. The nightmare god sails. After a brief introduction to the situation in the spacecraft, on the interstellar network, I found some video materials for Maimong to get acquainted with. Lin Jing came to the side and sent a communication request. After a while, the screen flashed, and Sharona's face appeared. Lin Jing. At the moment of appearance, Sharona's voice sounded, "What happened? How is the situation where you are now?" There was seriousness in her tone. There were 4 divine beasts and elves beside him, and they encountered some situations, and even hung up the communication. The seriousness of this kind of thing can be imagined. However, in order to avoid some bad effects caused by sending out the communication again, Sharona did not take the initiative to contact Lin Jing. A little accident, it's all right now. Hearing Lin Jing's answer, and seeing Lin Jing's thoughts that he didn't explain in detail, Sharona didn't ask any further questions, but instead said, "Lugia and the 3 divine birds. What did they want from you?" As soon as the words fell, Sharona continued. Lin Jing, consider whether you can tell me. There's nothing to hide. Lin Jing shook his head, and then he briefly recounted the incident about the 3 Divine Bird clan being infected by the power of darkness. That's why they came to me. Right now, I'm taking them to that dark planet. Sharona nodded lightly and said with some emotion, I didn't expect that there is such a planet in the Shanao star territory. The Sea of Stars is vast, and what we human trainers have set foot on is only a very small part. Having said that, she looked at Lin Jing seriously. Lin Jing, it involves the beasts and spirits. You must be very careful, everything is based on your own safety. You have amazing potential, and you have a good chance. As long as you take a steady step, you will be able to become the top trainer. You must pay attention to safety and don't act rashly. There was a hint of concern in her tone. Lin Jing was keenly aware of this, his heart warmed, and he smiled slightly. Don't worry, I'm sure. Before Darkrai returned, he also had hidden cards one by one. And now, the Nightmare God and the Beautiful Dream God have returned together, and his safety has been guaranteed to the greatest extent. Sharona nodded. She was just about to say something when the communication bell rang in the conference room she was in. Sharona gestured towards Lin Jing's head and connected to another communication. After a few reconciliations, Sharona's expression became serious, and then hung up the communication. What's wrong? Lin Jing asked. Zyrna looked at Lin Jing in the communication screen. Lin Jing, you are in our alliance against the Rockets, how can you hide it? Also played a very important role. This information is correct, but it is not very important. She pondered. After our Shanao Alliance's combat detachment, led by a number of Heavenly King level trainers, went to the Guandu Star region, according to our interrogation and the Rocket Team information that the Guandu Alliance has always mastered, we are in at the same time. They attacked Team Rocket's dozens of large hidden bases and nearly 100 small bases at the same time. The results are good. But I just received the information that the combat detachment led by the Dragon King of the Guandu Star region encountered a powerful enemy when they attacked a large base. The other party sent a large stinger bee, which showed quite strong strength, and finally successfully left. According to Du's description, that giant stinger should already have champion-level strength. Champion-level hornet. Lin Jing moved in his heart. Zyrna continued. The giant stinger itself is a very short-lived elf. If you can cultivate it to the championship level, that mysterious person must be a real high-level person in the Rockets. And the Guandu Alliance has also sent other information. Lin Jing, you may not know that the Dragon King, Du, is quite amazing, and is a trainer with special abilities. His perception is also very keen. According to his description, the mysterious man gave him a faint sense of familiarity, and it is very likely that he has seen him, and more than once. After analysis, the Guandu Alliance has come to a terrible conclusion. In the Kanto Alliance, there may be a spy of the Rockets hidden, and he already has a certain position in the Alliance. But, speaking of this, Zyrna seemed to think of something, and thoughtfully said, at least it should not be the Heavenly King level trainers, nor the trainers participating in this mission, because under this operation, the Rockets really there was considerable damage, proving that the raid was a success and the Rockets didn't know it. Lin Jing frowned slightly. Being able to leave peacefully after the battle with Hadu, there is also a giant stingerbee with a championship-level strength. In Lin Jing's eyes, the identity of the other party is naturally ready to be revealed. Sakagi. Boss of Team Rocket, Sakagi. However, looking at it now, Sakagi's hiding is quite successful. No one has discovered his true identity, and no one thought that a gym owner would be the final boss of the evil underground forces. The thoughts flowed in his heart. Lin Jing said in his heart, Zylona, maybe, I can provide some information. You said. Sharona immediately paid attention. When I was in contact with Mewtwo, I talked to it about the Rockets. It seems, the real boss of Team Rocket, the founder, has a big stinger bee. There are not enough sources of information, Cheomung is here to collect. Sharona obviously won't go to Cheomung to confirm this kind of thing, because it is very likely to destroy the relationship between Shanao Alliance and Cheomung, and Sharona herself also trusts Lin Jing very much. You mean, the mysterious person who fought with Du is the hidden boss of Team Rocket? Team Rocket's hidden boss, dormant in the Kanto Alliance. Lin Jing nodded slightly. The most dangerous place is the safest place, and it's not impossible. Then, he continued, since there are no rocket spies among the personnel involved in this combat mission, and Guandu's analysis suggests that there may be spies in the Alliance, is it possible that the rocket spy is that a character who has a higher status in the League but usually does not participate in core discussions? Sharona nodded in agreement. Lin Jing pondered and continued, I have a simpler proposal. Super Dream. Lin Jing's expression became serious. Cheomung is an elves created by Team Rocket. Team Rocket wants to control Cheomung to achieve their goals. They did succeed in the beginning, but in the end, Mewtwo left there. Team Rocket never imagined that Mewtwo would join the Alliance, and Mewtwo would most likely have seen the real body of Team Rocket's hidden boss. Perhaps, the Guandu Alliance can provide a batch of photos of possible spy candidates based on the current situation, so that Mewtwo can identify it. Sharona nodded again and again. Lin Jing's words undoubtedly opened up many new ideas for her. However, as Lin Jing's last words fell, her eyes focused on Lin Jing again. Lin Jing, then I have to ask you. Huh? Lin Jing looked at her suspiciously. Sharona shook her head and said, Super Dream has reached an alliance with us, and also left the special communication device we provided for it, but we basically can't contact it. If you want to let it do everything you said, look at the entire Shanghai, I'm afraid. It's only possible for you to do it. We will contact Chaomeng in your name, and then you will communicate with Chaomeng. Lin Jing, do you think it's okay? I'm fine. Forest Sight's head rode. Although Mewtwo's performance in front of him is more complicated, the affinity of the treasure box system cannot be faked. His relationship with Chaomeng has reached a certain point. Okay, I'm going to contact the Guandu Alliance, and at the same time contact Chaomeng in your name. Communication hangs up. Lin Jing put away the elf picture book and looked forward. If Sakaji's identity is revealed, then the rockets may usher in a bigger sweep. His eyes were calm. As the level of his contact gradually increased, he began to have contact with the rockets and the galaxy, and, because of his position and many other issues, stood on the opposite side. It can be expected that in the near future, information about him will completely enter the line of sight of Team Galaxy and Team Rocket. At that time, he will inevitably become a thorn in each other's eyes. However, Lin Jing had no fear. Growing up all the way, he is no longer the trainer who just entered the elf exam with Leloris and Little Fire Dragon. He has enough strength to face any storm, face any danger. The nightmare is sailing. Time lapse. At this moment, following the nightmare god, 4 mysterious beast spirits with hidden shapes appeared at the same time. At the same time, Darkrai left from the Pokeball, and Cresselia also looked in front of the Sea of Stars. There is an inky black planet. Dark planet. It seems that there are almost 10,000 comments and votes. If you have votes, cast it tilde. Chapter 103 The treasure chest of mythical beasts is harvested. Lugia vs Dark Lugia, the planet collapses into the abyss. At first glance, the jet black on the surface of the dark planet seems to be more intense. At this moment, Lugia looked at the dark planet, squinted slightly, nodded and said, "This is it." Lin Jing. It looked back at the forest scene in the spacecraft, and with the powerful perception ability, it had already determined some information. Now, at the moment when the eyes are sent over, on the side of Lin Jing, in the faint ripples, the ocarina of Lugia slowly emerges. "Thank you for bringing us here. If you need help in the future, you can use it to contact me." Lin Jing held the flute of Lugia in the shape of a conch. His eyes wandered, looking at Lugia, and said, Lugia, do you still need help? Darkly and Cresselia, too, can help you. No need. Lugia shook her head. After all, it's a matter of our own race, so let's solve it ourselves. At this moment, Rocky Adam turned first, and with the wings flapping, he gliding toward the dark planet. Rear. The three divine birds followed closely. At this moment, as faint ripples flickered, Darkrai's figure appeared beside Lin Jing. Its hoarse voice sounded in Lin Jing's heart. Lin Jing. In your shadow. Darkrai had a very strong strength. After he truly understood the true meaning of nightmares and mastered the authority of nightmares, he didn't know how much he had improved. The first time he returned, he had noticed the little guy hidden in the shadow. However, it did not perceive the maliciousness of the other party, and felt that it was possible that Lin Jing did it on his own initiative, so it did not clarify the first time, but only now asked. Just leave it alone. Lin Jing said to himself in his heart, that little guy is not malicious, just let it hide for now. Darkrai nodded slightly, and looked at the dark planet at the same time. The figures of four divine beasts soared away in the sea of stars. Just when it was a certain distance from the dark planet, Lugia opened her mouth slightly, and a wonderful sound came out from its mouth. With the blessing of energy, it spread towards the dark planet. At the same time, the three divine birds also made different chirping sounds together. The tweet spread and spread into the dark planet. Just about a dozen minutes later. From the dark interest, there are several figures, leaving the atmosphere and climbing into the universe. Dark lightning bird. Dark flame bird. And dark freeze bird. After Lin Jing left, with the powerful recovery ability of the beast spirit, the injuries of lightning bird and fire bird had obviously recovered. Now, when it came before, the dark frozen bird, which had never appeared before, also appeared directly. Now, under the call that seems to come from the blood, they have been touched to come here. However, under the erosion of the power of darkness, their reason and emotions have reached freezing point. After the dark planet left, after seeing the same clan who called them, the blood in the eyes flashed, and the first time, the three dark birds attacked. The target is directed at the three god birds. Three god birds fight. Within this sea of stars, the beast spirits officially issued a collision. Three god birds vs dark three god birds. It was the dark lightning bird who was the first to do it. The dark lightning bird is surrounded by black thunder that keeps surging, and it is also the existence with the most violent temper. The moment it saw the lightning bird, black thunder surging all over its body, starting from it, black thunder swarmed out and attacked away. The lightning bird responded quickly, and the thunder struck at the same time. In this sea of stars, among the terrifying collisions of thunder and lightning, this sea of stars seems to be illuminated by the dazzling brilliance. At the same time, the other three divine birds also collided together. Aftermath. At the beginning of the battle, the defensive mask of the Nightmare God has been raised. At the same time, darkness and Cresselia's eyes flashed with brilliance, and the power from the God of Dreams and God of Nightmare surged. Around the God of Nightmare, a layer of smoke and a layer of glare rose at the same time, surrounding protection. On the Nightmare God. Outside. Around the dark planet, because of the collision of the beasts and spirits, the aftermath was turbulent, and the power was terrifying. However, inside the Nightmare God, it was extremely stable. Lin Jing's eyes fell on Lugia. All the three divine birds started, but Lugia remained in place. Dark Lugia, haven't you returned here yet? So Lugia didn't shoot. Inside the Star Sea, the battle continues. As Lin Jing's thoughts flickered, his eyes fell on the beautiful dream god beside him, and his heart moved slightly. At this moment, he said, Cresselia, can I ask you one thing? The god of dreams is a rather gentle elf. After hearing Lin Jing's voice, Cresselia's eyes turned around. Looking at Lin Jing, he said softly. What's the matter? I want to ask you to help me teach this little fellow. As he opened his mouth slightly, Lin Jing touched the poke ball around his waist. Brilliant flashes. The figure of the fairy elf appeared. The moment it appeared, the attention of the beautiful dream god was concentrated, and the soft voice sounded, and there was an accident inside, this little guy. Come on, Cresselia, you should feel it. Lin Jing's voice was calm. I don't know if Darkrai told you that I have a relatively special ability, that is, I can gain some power from the breath left by divine beasts like you, so as to strengthen it. My own spirit. Fairy elves have experienced growth in that way. It can be said that it is equivalent to obtaining your inheritance, and you should be the most suitable teacher for it. After the fairy elf was first released, there was still some doubts, but when it heard Lin Jing's voice, its eyes lit up slightly, and it looked at the god of beautiful dreams. After a soft cry, the fairy elf got closer to the god of dreams, lowered her head slightly, and took the initiative to rub the legs of the god of dreams quite boldly. It turns out that the power of this little guy is obtained like this. With a soft whisper, the god of dreams looked down at the fairy, with a smile in his eyes. It's really a cute little guy. I heard that Darkrai is also teaching a friend of yours. Since that's the case, this little guy, leave it to me. The power on it is quite strange, and I will teach it to master it. Heard. Lin Jing opened his mouth and said, Fairy elf, thank you, the god of dreams. The fairy elf let out a sweet cry. Inside the nightmare god, the atmosphere is quite harmonious. In the outside world, within the Xinghai, in the fierce confrontation, the outcome has gradually emerged. The first to lose was the dark flame bird. Under a collision between the flame bird and the dark flame bird, the dark flame bird was completely defeated, lost consciousness, was caught by the flame bird with its claws, and was successfully captured. The dark three divine birds, under the erosion of the power of darkness, completely abandoned reason and emotion and pursued pure power. Compared with the ordinary three divine birds, their combat power must be better than that of the ordinary three divine birds. But, at this moment, what they are facing is the strongest among the three divine birds, the three elves who hold the power of authority. The erosion of the power of darkness has indeed improved their combat power, but compared with the power of authority, it is not worth mentioning. Because, apart from the terrifying power of authority itself, the power of authority that belongs to the three divine birds is the power that best suits them. The defeat of the dark flame bird is just the beginning. Next, in the terrifying collisions, the dark lightning bird and the dark freezing bird lost one after another. Under the power of Lugia, special runes like seals rose up around their bodies, and were then caught by the three gods with their claws and carried under them. And in the nightmare god, the forest scenery that has been fighting all the time can be said to be quite rewarding. Through the understanding of the treasure box system, Lin Jing can already determine another rule. That is, on the battlefield of elves, the probability of generating treasure chests is very high. This may be because the elves will unreservedly explode their power in battle. Now, during the battle, while watching the battle, he was also choosing to pick it up, and multiple system prompts sounded in his ears. You successfully picked up the Sacred Beast Elf Treasure Chest, Dark Freeze Bird. You successfully picked up the Sacred Beast Elf Treasure Chest, Lightning Bird. You successfully picked up the Sacred Beast Elf Treasure Chest, Frozen Bird. Your relationship with Lugia has reached a certain level, and you can obtain Affinity Treasure Chest, Lugia. You witnessed a battle of beasts and spirits, and obtained the Battle Box, 3 Divine Birds. After becoming a trainer, you have an amazing experience that others can't imagine, so you got the Legendary Trainer's Treasure Box. One by one, the treasure chests were set out, giving Lin Jing a rather amazing harvest. Although, the value of the treasure chest of the Dark 3 Divine Birds is lower, but it can also bring a lot of improvement to the elves. Now, the 3 Divine Birds grabbed the Dark 3 Divine Birds that had been restricted by the seal, and Lugia's figure soared and came to the vicinity of the Nightmare God. Its peaceful voice resounded in Lin Jing's heart. It seems that the Dark Lugia you mentioned has not returned yet. Lin Jing, thank you for bringing us here. Now, After we're ready to leave, if you need help in the future, feel free to contact me through Dizzy. Lin Jing nodded lightly. He looked at the dark three divine birds in a sealed state, hesitated, and said, Lugia, We'll take them back first and see if we can remove the power of darkness and bring them back to their senses. After all, this is also the same clan of the three divine birds. Hearing this, Lin Jing thought thoughtfully. The power of darkness comes from the dark world, and on the dark planet, there seems to be a place bordering and connecting with the dark world. Perhaps, you can explore the dark planet. I see. Lugia nodded slightly. Headed by it, after nodding to Lin Jing and even the Nightmare God, he immediately turned around and prepared to leave. Just the moment he turned around, Lugia seemed to sense something, and her eyes suddenly looked towards the other end of the dark planet. At the same time, for flowers, Darkrai and Cresselia also sensed it and looked from afar. Sancheniao's response was a little slower. At the same time, in Lin Jingxin's heart, Darkrai's voice had already sounded. Lin Jing. That Dark Lugia has returned. Dark Lugia. Some time ago, after Lin Jing first arrived on the dark planet, he saw Dark Lugia who left the dark planet. Darkrai naturally had a certain impression of its aura. And now, perhaps because of Lugia's strange calling, perhaps because all the three dark birds on the dark planet were defeated, this Dark Lugia finally turned back. Lin Jing's line of sight looked into the depths of the Xinghai. Just a moment. In the depths of the Xinghai, a black streamer rapidly approached at an unimaginably terrifying speed. Dark Lugia. Its appearance is almost exactly the same as Lugia, except that the whole body is dyed jet black, and the eyes are even more bloody. As the black streamer walked forward, there was a harsh whistling sound in the mouth of Dark Lugia. At this moment, Lugia next to the Nightmare God moved. When its body swept out, it turned into a white streamer. In this sea of stars, it was particularly dazzling. Centered on the dark planet. On the one hand, it is Dark Lugia who has returned from the depths of the star sea. On the one hand, it was Lugia who struck from the Nightmare God. The black streamer and the white streamer, centered on the dark planet, were rapidly approaching. Just after getting closer to a certain point, at this moment, Lugia and Dark Lugia moved at the same time. When Lugia's wings fluttered, unimaginable terrifying energies converged, forming a terrifying cyclone. In the blink of an eye, it has evolved into a terrifying storm of nearly 10,000 meters. Starting with it attacked brazenly. 0.0. Wherever the cyclone passed, everything melted away, and cracks appeared in the already gray cosmic star sea. Cyclone attack. Lugia's magical beast exclusive skills. Dark Lugia, not to mention too much, under almost the same action, the same skills are activated. Cyclone forward. In this vast galaxy, in the center, they collided abruptly. At this moment, as the expressions of the three divine birds changed slightly, energy surged, forming barriers in front of them. At this moment, in the Nightmare God, the expressions of the beautiful Dream God and the Nightmare God both became serious, and as the power surged, the barrier surrounding the Nightmare God was directly strengthened. Cyclone attack vs Cyclone attack. Lugia vs Dark Lugia. At the moment when the two mighty cyclones that swept through Luck collided with each other, the amazing energy contained in them exploded. This moment. In the aftermath, everything visible in the Xinghai in this area melted in an instant when it was hit by the aftermath. The barrier around the three divine birds and the Nightmare God fluctuated violently, showing the terrifying aftermath. Lin Jing's eyes have been tightly focused on the battlefield. At this moment, when the aftermath broke out, a shock flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly froze in one of the directions. That's where the dark planet is. Because of the direction of Dark Lugia's return, the dark planet has become the center point of the collision between the two Lugias, which is near the cyclone attack. Now, under the rippling waves, in Lin Jing's eyes, the space around the dark planet trembled violently, and space cracks like abyss emerged. The dark planet, the unstable planet in Palkia's mouth, seemed to finally endure. Can't stop, began to melt, collapse. The aftermath has not stopped. Lugia and Dark Lugia attacked at the same time when the cyclone attack just slammed together. Bright white brilliance and black brilliance shone in the sea of stars, approaching quickly. Divine Bird Slam vs Divine Bird Slam. Next moment. The two streams of light with boundless power collided with each other. This is not just a collision between the bodies, but also a collision of energy. Therefore, at the moment when the two Lugias touch, there are visible and terrifying ripples that ripple out from the inside. It contains unimaginable terrifying power and invades the surroundings. Dark Planet. Become the first place. Under the gaze of Lin Jing, this dark planet that had already begun to collapse and melt, was hit more violently in this aftermath. In a short period of time, the dark planet collapsed and melted, and only half of it remained. The area is still disappearing. As the planet melted, a black hole emerged at the original location of the dark planet, and in a short period of time, it expanded rapidly, swallowing everything around it, and accelerating the collapse of the dark planet. What a terrifying and shocking scene. Compared to the battle between the three divine birds and the dark three divine birds, Lugia's combat level is undoubtedly far superior to them, and the combat power is unimaginable. In a very short time, the dark planet has changed. Half of it is the rest of the planet that is still collapsing and melting. The other half. It is like an abyss, a deep and unusual black hole. Wide. Chapter 104 The Forbidden Land of Xinghai created by the Battle of Gods, the Infinite Black Hole, the Fusion of Treasure Chests. What a shocking scene. In The Nightmare God, Lin Jing watched this scene from a distance, and a shock inevitably flashed in his eyes. Compared with the three divine birds, the battle level between Lugia has opened a huge gap. Under the outbreak of their combat power, they have already reached the terrifying combat power of destroying the planet. Lin Jing believed that if it weren't for the defense of Darkrai and Cresselia, even with the defensive capabilities of the Nightmare God, I'm afraid it wouldn't be able to last too long in such a terrifying aftermath. Of course. The Nightmare God is equipped with a space transition system. When facing a crisis of this level, you can choose to evacuate. In the Sea of Stars. The collision of the two Lugias continues. At this moment, the blood in Dark Lugia's eyes became more and more intense, and a dazzling black rainbow light swept up around his body, turning into armor covering his body. Compared with the Dark Three Divine Birds, Dark Lugia is a higher level existence, and its control over the power of darkness is even more amazing. On the other side, Lugia's eyes flashed with brilliance, and a strange power as vast as the sea rose up. Above Lugia's head, among the faint brilliance, there was a crown that quietly emerged. The power of rules. This is the authority and power of the sea god alone. Now, a sharp color flashed across Lugia's eyes, the wings fluttered, and with it as the center, the energy surged and gathered crazily. Poseidon Lugia. At this moment, within the dim star sea, the area where sea god Lugia was located was gathered by the extremely rich energy, spreading rapidly, within the star sea, forming a terrifying energy tide. The tide of energy is pale blue, whizzing away towards the Dark Lugia. Dark Lugia is fearless, and the blood in the eyes flashes. With it as the center, the power of darkness spreads out, scrolls in the sea of stars, and spreads rapidly. In the blink of an eye, that area has turned into a black storm. The storm swept across the sea of stars, and the power was terrifying. One side. It is a tide of energy constructed with Lugia's authority. One side. It is a dark storm that evolved from the power of darkness. The power of both sides has been fully demonstrated, and there is no 090 reservation. In an instant. Tides and storms, fighting together. Under the terrifying collision, the Xinghai was shattered the first time the power burst out. Centered on the junction of the tidal storm, deep space cracks appeared in the Xinghai, and the space had become shattered. And under the agitation of the aftermath, the dark planet that was melting was completely swallowed up by the black hole. During the swallowing, the black hole was spreading rapidly. The first time the collision occurred, the god of dreams and god of nightmare looked at each other. Then, the two did not hesitate, and the defensive power has been improved again. The dark storm and the tide of energy swept through, and the aftermath spread, but instead merged together, transforming into a terrifying storm that descended in the sea of stars. The storm tide swept in, and wherever it passed, everything melted away, and it didn't exist at all. Around the nightmare god, all kinds of brilliance are flowing, like a lonely boat in the huge waves, hanging alone in the same place. At this moment, the mighty power of the divine beast spirit was completely revealed. At this moment, Lin Jing has a deeper understanding of the combat power of the beast spirits in the interstellar era. Once, after seeing Cheomeng destroying Team Rocket's spaceship with a single blow, Lin Jing felt that the combat power of the beast spirit was extremely terrifying. But looking at it now, at that time, what Cheomeng showed was probably not its full strength. The storm is sweeping, and the aftermath is surging. Under the terrifying aftermath, not only the dark planet, but also several nearby unmanned planets were also affected. Under the influence of the energy storm, changes took place. The aftermath caused by the collision of the two divine beast spirits lasted for several hours before the center became slightly stable, the storm subsided, and the situation inside could be observed. Lin Jing's eyes looked into the past from a distance. Only see. At this moment, the battle between Lugia and Dark Lugia has stopped. Now, Dark Lugia has lost consciousness, and is suspended in the sea of stars under the control of Lugia's power. After these two elves had a terrifying collision, in the end, Lugia, who held the power and power, won. Lin Jing's eyes shifted, looking towards the vicinity of the two Lugias. At this moment, the environment in this area has undergone amazing changes. The planet shattered and melted, replaced by a huge black hole in the sea of stars. Inside the black hole, there is a terrifying suction force that sucks everything around it. Today, Lin Jing's eyes were filled with waves, and he finally fixed his gaze on one of them. There. It seems to be the center of the collision between Lugia and Dark Lugia just now. At this moment, there are two treasure chests that shine brightly, quietly hanging in the sea of stars. When the mind moved slightly, the system prompt sounded. You successfully picked up the Sacred Beast Elf Treasure Chest, Lugia. You successfully picked up the Sacred Beast Elf Treasure Chest, Dark Lugia. 2 treasure chests to pick up. Lin Jingchang exhaled. The unreserved terrifying collision of Lugia and Dark Lugia has scattered countless powers related to them. Perhaps because of this, the treasure chests of the two elves have successfully appeared. Remote. Lugia spread her wings and approached the nightmare god. Rear. Dark Lugia has lost consciousness, and under the control of power, he accompanies him all the way. Lin Jing. After arriving not far in front of the nightmare god, Lugia's peaceful voice sounded. Lin Jing, the purpose of our trip has been achieved. Now, we are going to find a way to help them get rid of the influence of the power of darkness. See you next time. Goodbye. Lin Jing answered seriously. He owns the ocarina of Lugia left by Lugia, and obviously there will be a chance to meet Lugia, the god of the sea. Lugia nodded slightly, looked through the porthole, and gestured to the god of beautiful dreams and the god of nightmares inside, then its body turned around and led it in front. The 3 divine birds followed behind. As the streamer passed by, the silhouettes of Lugia and the 3 divine birds escaped. Lin Jing retracted his gaze and looked around the nightmare god. At this moment, Darkrai and Cresselia were still maintaining their defenses while the power surged. Although the impact of the collision between the energy tide and the dark storm has been reduced a little, it is still continuing. In this area, in addition to the black hole full of terrifying suction, there are even more turbulent energy flows, with amazing power. It can be expected that, for a long time to come, this area will become one of the forbidden places in the Shinao Star territory. Ordinary starships come here, and they will inevitably suffer disaster. As the thoughts in his mind flipped, Lin Jing took out the elf picture book, and through the communication system, edited a text message for Sharona, explaining the situation here, and the danger. Now, Lin Jing is the investigator of the Shanao Alliance. Since it encountered such a dangerous place, it is natural to remind the Alliance to prevent the Shanao Alliance from suffering unnecessary losses. After doing this, Lin Jing's eyes fell on Darkrai and Cresselia, and a smile appeared on his face. In terms of relationship, Darkrai is undoubtedly the beast elf with the deepest relationship with him. And because of Darkrai's influence, Cresselia's relationship with him is also quite good. Suffice to say, Darkrai and Cresselia are both worthy of the title of own people. Darkrai, Cresselia, let's go too. Next, I will continue my journey. His eyes fell on the god of dreams. Cresselia, in the human world, there are countless interesting things, and there are many kinds of delicious food. Next, you have the opportunity to try it. Cresselia's eyes lit up slightly. The nightmare god shuttles through this interstellar forbidden area. When the turbulent energy flowed in, it was easily blocked and dissolved by the double-layer barrier constructed by the god of beautiful dreams and the god of nightmare. Finally, after leaving this dangerous area completely, the power transmission of the god of dreams and god of nightmare was terminated, and the smoke screen barrier and the glare barrier disappeared. The nightmare god passed the star map, turned its direction, moved forward at full speed, and quickly left here. Guandu Star Territory. The headquarters of the Guandu Alliance, located on a small survivable planet in the middle of the star field. In the headquarters, there are many buildings. Now, in one of the buildings, a staff member is busy. Photos flickered on the screen, and personal information appeared above. When it comes to Team Rocket's hidden boss, the Guandu Alliance attaches great importance to it. When Sharona put forward Lin Jing's proposal, the Guandu Alliance immediately began to act. Now, in the Alliance, the information of the trainers who are not low in position, but who are less involved in the core council, has been collected here, and they are ready to wait until the collection is completed and transfer it to the Shanao Alliance, which is responsible for communicating with Cheomong. Shanao Star Territory. On an unknown planet. The time and space storm is sweeping. The leader of the Galaxy team, Kyrie, was browsing the files in front of him. At this moment, the communication sound rang, and Kyrie connected the communication. Inside, the voice faintly came out. Boss, not long ago, we detected a terrifying energy shock in a certain area in the Shanao Star Territory. Then, after a preliminary analysis, according to such a terrifying energy level analysis, it is most likely the result of the battle between the beasts and elves. However, the current environment in that area has become quite complicated, with energy turbulence inside, and we are not able to get close to it yet to obtain more detailed information. Divine Beast Spirit. Kyrie has always been Gujing's unwavering face. There is a faint wave, his voice is still calm, he said solemnly, send my order and immediately explore that area. I want to get an accurate result in the shortest possible time. No casualties. Shanao Alliance Headquarters. At this moment, Sharona sat in the office, looking at the text messages on the communicator. Hyrna frowned and fell silent for a while, not knowing what to say. That was naturally the message sent by Lin Jing. It briefly described the battle between Lugia and Dark Lugia, which led to a place in the Sea of Stars becoming a forbidden area. It is best for Hyrna to inform him, so that there will be no accident for the trainers of the Alliance. Lin Jing. Sharona whispered, then stretched out her hand, ready to press the button on the table to call her assistant. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Sharona paused and said, come in. It was Hyrna's assistant who came in. At this moment, she pushed in the door, and then quickly said, Your Excellency Champion, we have just received the news that in the Shanao Star Territory. When she said this, she saw Sharona raised her hand and stopped. What you said should be that a rather amazing energy storm broke out in an area of the star field. The assistant was stunned for a moment, then nodded. I already know. Sharona said. I already understand the whole story. Now, in the name of the Shanao Alliance, an announcement is issued. In the star field, a new forbidden area has appeared, and it is extremely dangerous inside. Please don't approach it. Forbidden. The assistant's expression became serious, as it should be. The star field is vast, and within the star field, there are already some areas with a very high risk index, which are called forbidden areas. And now, in the Shanao star territory, a new forbidden area appeared. The assistant turned to leave. Sharona stepped to the window and looked out the window. Lin Jing. She whispered to herself, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'm afraid no one would believe it. Such an astonishing encounter not so long after setting foot on the Trainer Road. Thinking of this, Sharona's eyes flashed, and a trace of interest was born. Being able to come into contact with so many divine beasts and spirits, you must have something unique about you. I don't know, what is your current strength? The nightmare is sailing in the interstellar space. At this moment, the huge battlefield is divided into 4 areas. One of the areas is Darkrai and Gengar. Although Darkrai is taciturn, he is definitely a competent teacher for Gengar. After returning, he continued to teach Gengar. And on the other side, it is Cresselia and the fairy elf. The dream god is undoubtedly a very responsible elf. If he promised Lin Jing, he would not regret it. At this moment, the fairy elf stood obediently and listened carefully to Cresselia's explanation. At the same time, in another corner of the battlefield, 2 figures with an amazing size gap are also in class. Rotom and Doran Baruto. Rotom was integrated into the Elf Pokédex, and now there are lines of information displayed above, and he teaches seriously. Doran Baruto's huge body leaned on the ground, but he was quite serious, but the blank expression that appeared from time to time made people doubt whether he understood or not. And the last area is the venue for other elves. All elves were released. Shinado, Fire-Breathing Dragon, Bite-Land Shark, Bangira, Tyrannosaurus, Kabiman, Fossil Pterosaur. Unconsciously, the number of elves in Lin Jing has also increased greatly. Now, Lin Jing stood at one end, his eyes swept across the battle area, and he withdrew his gaze. His expression became a little more serious, and when his mind moved slightly, the treasure chest interface appeared. At the moment of emergence, all kinds of brilliance echo each other, and treasure chests with different colors appear. Lin Jing's eyes swept away. In the treasure chest interface, it is even a bit crowded at first glance, with 8 treasure chests arranged in it. There is no doubt that this is the first time that Lin Jing has accumulated so many treasure chests after acquiring the treasure chest system. The value of the treasure chest of the 3 god birds of darkness is really in the follow-up impact. To be precise, because of the arrival of Lugia and the 3 divine birds, I got a total of 9 treasure chests. After all, the treasure chest of the flame bird has already been opened first. Thoughts flipped. At this moment, perhaps because Lin Jing opened the treasure chest system interface, a prompt message appeared at the top of the interface. It is detected that the host's current treasure box has a treasure box with a high degree of fit, and the treasure box fusion function can be turned on. Open black lens bracket yes, no enable close black lens bracket. Treasure chest fusion. Lin Jing raised his brows slightly and immediately checked. More detailed information came to mind. Treasure chest fusion. In various treasure chests, there may be treasure chests of the same type with a high degree of fit. This kind of treasure chest can be merged. After fusion, the reward value obtained from 5.4 will undergo metamorphosis, resulting in the effect of 1 + 1 and GT, 2. There is no doubt that whether or not to choose the fusion treasure chest is to make a choice in terms of the number of rewards and the quality of rewards. In a flash of thoughts in his mind, Lin Jing did not hesitate and chose to merge. From Lin Jing's point of view, he has grown to where he is now, and the qualifications of many main elves have reached the quasi-overlord level. In this case, the number of rewards is not so important anymore. Quality is what matters. Currently fusionable treasure chest. Divine Beast Elf treasure chest. Frozen Bird, Dark Frozen Bird. Currently fusion treasure chest. Divine Beast Elf treasure chest. Lugia, Dark Lugia. Can these two treasure chests be merged? The value of the Frozen Bird's treasure chest is lower. After all, its strength itself is not a great existence in the beast spirit, and now I don't have an ice spirit, so I can't make it work immediately. I just don't know what can be obtained in Lugia's treasure chest. The thoughts turned. Lin Jing thought silently. The Lugia treasure box and the Frozen Bird treasure box began to merge at the same time. At this moment, in the treasure chest interface, 4 treasure chests rose up, 2 by 2, and began to merge. After a few seconds, the treasure chest fusion is complete. Instead, there are 2 treasure chests that bloom with incomparable brilliance. The brilliance of one of the treasure chests even reached a point of dazzling. Lin Jingcheng exhaled, looked at the treasure chests on the interface, and said to himself, "Open first." Legendary Trainer Chest. Legendary Trainer Chest. This is a special treasure chest based on Lin Jing's personal experience. He has not become a trainer for a long time, but his experience has been quite amazing. The contact with each and every animal and elves has brought crises, dangers, and even opportunities. If it is passed down, it is obviously enough to be named as a legend by future generations. Following Lin Jing's silent recitation. On the interface, a treasure chest floated high in the sky, and under the reflection of brilliant colors, the legendary trainer's treasure chest. On. Chapter 105 Legendary Trainer Treasure Chest. When the treasure chest was opened, as the streamer swept out of the room, lines of information appeared. Open black lens bracket. You got a special title, Legendary Trainer Close black lens bracket. You have obtained Physical Enhancement X1. You have obtained Ability Transformation X1. You have obtained the Fruit of Life X1. You got the Ancient Ruins Map X1. You got the Legendary Trainer Costume X1. Lin Jing's eyes swept away. More detailed information about each reward comes to mind. Battlefield of the 3 God Birds. Physical Strengthening, Ability Strengthening. Needless to say, this is a reward obtained in other treasure chests, and it is a comprehensive improvement of Lin Jing's own ability. His eyes were first fixed on the first reward. Special title, Legendary Trainer. Introduction. You, who have experienced many legends, have gained a certain influence because of this, and you have a higher chance of discovering some magical places and triggering some strange things. This reward. Lin Jing's eyes swept away, and there was a thought in his eyes. This reward is equivalent to increasing the probability of me encountering opportunities. Map of Ancient Ruins. Introduction. A map of ancient ruins in the Fangyuan Star region, which can be explored through the map. As the mind moved slightly, the map fell into his hands. This is a parchment-like map. Drawn on the top, is the scene of Fangyuan Star territory. 26. Open black lens bracket. Legendary Trainer Costume Close black lens bracket. Introduction. A special costume that can only be worn with the title of a legendary trainer. Defense ability +10, Special Defense ability +10, Agility +3, Anti-fall ability +3, each attribute resistance +3. As a legendary trainer you have a different kind of temperament, which may arouse the curiosity of some elves. My dear, this costume reward is the most powerful costume I've gotten so far. In his heart, Lin Jing looked at the last reward that he had not checked. Open black lens bracket. Fruit of Life Close black lens bracket. Its lifespan by 20 to 30 years depending on its own absorption. Fruit of Life. Lin Jing frowned slightly. In the interstellar era, the individual strength of elves has improved, and the technology of human beings has improved. Because of this, the average lifespan of trainers has also increased significantly. And in the vast star sea, among the various resources contained, there are not only resources that greatly improve the elves, but also have an effect on the trainers themselves. improve your physique, improve your special abilities, and even increase your lifespan. Of course, this kind of resource is very precious, and only trainers whose personal strength has reached a certain level can have the opportunity to obtain it. The lifespan of 20 or 30 years will increase. If this lifespan fruit is placed in the outside world, I am afraid it will be able to sell for a sky-high price. Lin Jing sighed in his heart. However, he naturally had no idea of selling it. He is not short of money, and, in terms of real value, the value of the fruit of life cannot be measured by money at all. As his mind moved slightly, Lin Jing put on the legendary trainer costume. The faint brilliance passed by, and he clearly felt that the warm current rose from his body, and his body became more sensitive. Other rewards may be related to the rewards in other treasure chests, so Lin Jing did not use it directly except wearing the legendary trainer costume. In a flash, he opened a new treasure chest. Battle Chest 3 Divine Birds. The treasure chest is open. You have obtained the special battlefield key, 3 Divine Birds. In this treasure chest, there is only this reward. As Lin Jingganian's thoughts moved slightly, the brilliance in front of him flickered, and finally gathered into a special key the size of a palm. Lin Jing's eyes were fixed on the top. Open black lens bracket 3 God Birds Battlefield Key Close black lens bracket. Introduction. This is a magical key, which can reproduce the battlefield between the 3 divine birds and the 3 divine birds of darkness. The 3 divine birds in the battlefield have a part of their strength, and your elves can enter it to sharpen them. Recreate the battlefield of the 3 god birds. Lin Jing gave birth to the color of thinking. It seems that the 3 divine birds in the battlefield are not the strongest, but only have a part of their strength. But that's the beast spirit after all. There are not many opportunities to have divine beast spirits as sparring partners, and since the key to the battlefield is in my control, it means the battle can be ended at any time without any worries. This reward should have great value to mine. As the number of treasure chests he acquired gradually increased, he also began to gradually harvest some extremely special rewards. As the thoughts turned over, the next treasure chest was already opened. Lightning Bird Treasure Chest. The Lightning Bird treasure chest is surrounded by layers of turbulent thunder, and now, when the treasure chest is opened, the gathering of thunder has formed a system prompt. You have acquired qualification transformation, lightning baptism. You have acquired the skill, thunder. Open black lens bracket. You have obtained 100,000 volt fragments x16 close black lens bracket. You have acquired the skill, electromagnetic cannon. The treasure chest of the lightning bird is similar to that of the flame bird. After the rewards flashed above, Lin Jing seemed to remember something and looked aside. There. Rotom is seriously teaching Doran Baruto. His heart moved slightly. You know, Rotom, it is the skill of electricity plus ghost attribute. Would you like to strengthen a wave of Rotom? Rotom himself is quite a learned elf, and Lin Jing's Rotom has no idea of fighting since he came to his side. After pondering, Lin Jing temporarily suppressed this idea in his heart, and chose to wait a while to ask Rotom's opinion. For Lin Jing, strengthening Rotom was also feasible. After all, on many occasions, when he left the nightmare, it was Rotom who stayed to watch the house. Although the nightmare god itself is equipped with various systems to ensure safety, if Rotom can have a stronger combat power, it can undoubtedly cope with some accidents. Then, Lin Jing opened the next treasure chest. Lugia's Affinity Chest. As the brilliance circulates, information emerges. You have gained special influence, Lugia's Trust. You have obtained a special time-sensitive buff, the power of the sea god. Lugia's Trust. After you helped Lugia, Lugia gave birth to trust in you and developed a certain affection. Lugia, who is more familiar with the human world, knows the truth of helping each other when you need it. When you help, play the flute of Lugia, and Lugia will surely come. Power of the Sea God. Time-sensitive buff. You will receive a time-sensitive increase in the power of the Sea God. 2 awards. There is no doubt that it can be called a buff of the nature of the whole card. As his thoughts flowed, Lin Jing's expression became more serious. Now, on the treasure chest interface, only the last two treasure chests are left. The Frozen Bird treasure box and Lugia treasure box after fusion. At this moment, the two treasure chests opened at the same time, and the dazzling brilliance flashed out, and even layers of fireworks burst out on the interface of the treasure chest. With the opening of the treasure chest, the phantoms of Lugia and Frozen Bird appeared on the interface. That's a lot of noise. The next moment, information rises. Frozen Bird chest. You have obtained qualification transformation, the ultimate baptism of ice cold. You have acquired the skill, Absolute Zero. You have acquired the skill, Blizzard. You have acquired the skill, Freezing Light. 090 You got a special buff, Ice Attribute Affinity. Open black lens bracket You got special clothing, Cold Resistant Suit Close black lens bracket. Lines of rewards flashed by. There is no doubt that after the fusion of the treasure chest, the value of the rewards inside surged. Frozen Ultimate Baptism. Introduction. It can be used on elves that are compatible with each other. After use, the aptitude of elves will be greatly improved, and the control of ice skills will be greatly improved. Special buff. Ice Attribute Affinity. Introduction. It can be used for relative compatibility. After using it, the elves will become more compatible with the ice element. When using ice attribute skills, they will gain a 30% increase in power. Open black lens bracket Cold Resistant Suit Close black lens bracket. Introduction. The trainer's special clothing, Cold Resistance +10, can make the trainer warm like spring in any cold environment. A reward swept away. Powerful. Undoubtedly powerful. It can be said that if Lin Jing has an ice elf, then through this treasure box, that elf can instantly transform into an existence with both potential and combat power. Ice Elf. Looking back from above, Lin Jing's expression showed a contemplative look. There are a lot of ice-type elves that are worth cultivating. Now that you have everything obtained in the Frozen Bird treasure chest, you should also consider finding and capturing an ice-type elves. Elf. Laplace, Alola's six-tailed, nine-tailed, Defang Sea Lion, Ice Elf, Ice God Pillar Reggae, the strongest dragon, Huram. Cough cough cough. Taking back the thoughts that went further and further, Lin Jing's expression became more solemn, and he looked at the interface of the treasure chest system. At this moment, only the reward of the last treasure chest has not been checked. At the same time, that is also the treasure chest with the highest value in Lin Jing's view. Lugia Treasure Chest. Chapter 105 Lightning Baptism of Lower Rotom. Gaze over, and then freeze. You have gained Super Power Increase X1. You have obtained Qualification Transformation, Sigurd's Crown. You have acquired the skill, Supernatural Power. You have acquired the skill, Seeking Rain. You have obtained the Divine Beast Skill Fragment, Cyclone Attack X3. You have obtained a special influence, the Blessing of the Sea God. The number of rewards is not much. However, Lin Jing would not underestimate its value. The choice of the Sea God's Crown. Open black lens bracket Super Power Increase Close black lens bracket. Introduction. Sea God Lugia is also an elf with super power attributes. You have obtained the superpower left over from it, and you can improve your superpower. Special influence. Sea God's Blessing. Introduction. With the Ocarina of Lugia, your body is stained with a strong sea god breath. All the elves in the sea will have a natural affection for you. When you explore the ocean on any planet, there is a certain probability of obtaining ocean treasures. Qualification Transformation. Sigurd's Crown. Lugia are fused, the Sigurd's Crown appears and can be used on elves that are compatible with each other. The individual strength of the elves will usher in a transformation, and they will master the special, Sea God's Crown, skill. The power of each skill will be increased, and there is a certain probability of comprehending new skills. Lin Lu's Li One stumbles within, an inch is long, a mouthful of peaks and a mountain. Powerful. Deservedly powerful. It was the first time he had seen such a detailed introduction in the aptitude transformation rewards. Obviously, Dark Lugia and Lugia's treasure chests have rewards of qualification transformation. After the two merged, the quantity decreased, but the quality increased. So far, all the treasure chests harvested this time are all open. After pondering, Lin Jing called the fire-breathing dragon first. Initially, he obtained the treasure chest of the flame bird, and the rewards in it were not used. Now, the rewards are in use. Fire baptism is enabled. Skill fragment fusion. Overheating skill comprehension. The fire-breathing dragon's momentum increased. This scene. It attracted the attention of many elves around. Darkrai is used to it and understands it, but this is the first time Cresselia has seen it. It was a little curious when it heard that Lin Jing had the special ability to bless the power left by the beast spirit on his own spirit. Now, he finally felt it with his own eyes. The transformation of the fire-breathing dragon continues. Without hesitation, Lin Jing strode to one end. Rotom was suspended in midair, giving Doran Baruto a lecture in earnest. Doran Baruto stretched out his claws and scratched his stomach from time to time, looking puzzled. Rotom. After getting close, Lin Jing's voice sounded. Both Rotom and Doran Baruto looked over. Do you want to be stronger? Lin Jing said bluntly. Or, Rotom, do you have any idea of fighting? Rotom is now integrated into the picture book, and now there are characters on the picture book, showing the appearance of thinking. Then, under Lin Jing's attention, Rotom nodded. Good. Lin Jing has always made a decision and will not go back on his temper. Since Rotom himself does not resist fighting, he will let it improve. At this moment, Lightning Baptism is activated. The skills and skill fragments obtained from the Lightning Bird treasure box turned into brilliance and merged into Rotom's body. The moment Lightning Baptism was used, Rotom was automatically separated from the Elf Pokédex and suspended in midair. Around him, arcs of electric arcs lingered, and power poured into them. Lin Jing took the Elf Pokédex. Aside. Doran Baruto had a dazed look on his face. Lin Jing said softly, Duolong Baruto, when you are thoroughly familiar with this world, if you want to fight, you will have the opportunity to make this kind of improvement in the future. Doran Baruto nodded in understanding. Lin Jing retracted his gaze. For Duolong Baruto, Lin Jing believes that there is a treasure chest of the beast spirit, which must be very suitable for it. That is the only two Pluto dragons that also have the attributes of Dragon plus Ghost, Giratina. Giratina is also one of the divine beast spirits in the Shinao star territory. However, compared to Palkia and Dialga, it is much more difficult to find Giratina. Lin Jing's eyes fell on the last aptitude transformation reward. Sea God's Crown. Lin Jing believes that this is most likely the most valuable qualification transformation reward he has obtained in the treasure chest so far. The Baptism of Time from Dialga and the Baptism of Space from Palkia are also quite amazing. But the Sea God's Crown, but a Lugia who controls the power, and a Lugia who has been blessed by the power of darkness, the combination of the two is the final reward. Its effect must be amazing. Compared with other qualification transformation rewards, it is even more special. In a flash of thought, the reward is activated. In front of Lin Jing, one after another of brilliance condensed, and vaguely, a phantom of Lugia appeared, and finally, a crown made of soft brilliance appeared in front of him. It is the Sea God's Crown. At this moment, Lin Jing looked at the Sea God's Crown, and among the brilliance of the crown, streaks of brilliance swept out, either thick or thin, flying towards the whole body of the elves present. At this moment, the elves of the forest scene are all present. Looking at the brilliance that flashed out, Lin Jing instantly reacted. The Sea God's Crown is also an elves that need to be compatible with each other before it can be used. And now, it is actively identifying. Lin Jing followed the direction that Guang was swept out and looked over. Where the brilliance falls, the soft light rises. Finally, the sea god crown calmed down, and the selection was completed. Lin Jing's eyes swept away. Only see. At this moment, the body of the fire-breathing dragon and the fossilized pterosaur burst into an extremely weak light. This means that they have an extremely weak fit for the baptism of the sea god. Is it because they all have flying attributes? However, fire-breathing dragons and fossilized pterosaurs, no matter how you think about them, they are not compatible with sea god. Stronger than them is the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon. However, the brilliance is also quite limited, and it can only be regarded as better than nothing. Although the tyrannical carp dragon has the attributes of water and flight, the sea god Lugia is not a water-type elf. And, after the mega, the tyrannical carp dragon will be transformed into the attributes of water plus evil, and it will be even more incompatible with the sea god's crown. Lin Jing's eyes fell on the next target. That is Fairy Elf. At this moment, the fairy elf is curiously watching the brilliance around the body. In front of it, Cresselia also looked at this scene curiously. Good guy. You little guy can really join in the fun everywhere. Obviously you have evolved from Arjubu, and you can still have a certain degree of fit with the sea god's crown. The thoughts in Lin Jing's heart flickered, and it was finally frozen. That was the last brilliance of the sea god's crown. At the same time, it is also the most intense brilliance. As Lin Jing's eyes fixed, he and a pair of eyes met. That is Shinado. At this moment, under the choice of the sea god's crown, Shinade Duo's whole body burst into a rather impressive brilliance. This proves that, among all the elves in Lin Jing, Shinado is the one that fits the sea god's crown the most. Is it because of superpower attributes? Lugia, itself is an elf with superpower plus flying attributes. Shinado's superpower has been developed to a very high level, so it is more suitable for it. Beautiful Dream God is also an elf of the super energy system, but it seems that the sea god's crown does not choose it at all. Could it be because the god of dreams has already mastered the authority and power of 5.4, the sea god's crown can't improve it? Lin Jing's thoughts turned sharply in his heart. Ahead. Facing Lin Jing's gaze, Shinado smiled sweetly. Lin Jing fell on it. As his first elf, there is no need to say much about the relationship between Lin Jing and Shinado. Moreover, for a long time, Shinado was also Lin Jing's well-deserved number one main force. However, in the recent period of time, the successive transformations of Lu Shark and Bangira have caught up. And now, when Shinade Duo was the most suitable elf for the sea god's crown, he no longer needed to think about it and made a decision directly. At this moment, with a slight movement in his mind, the sea god's crown rose into the sky and approached Shinado. Shinado looked at this scene. Under the meeting of eyes, the gorgeous-looking sea god's crown fell from the top and was worn on Shinado's head. Next moment, the superpower full of gorgeous atmosphere surged, and Shinado's white dress danced, and began to transform. Chapter 106 Lightning Bird Form, the incomparably powerful Super Queen, the decision of the beautiful Dream God. The sea god's crown was worn on Shinado's head, and the Super Queen, who had an extraordinary bearing, at this moment, added a luxurious atmosphere. An azure blue shimmer rose and enveloped Shinado's body. Shinado's eyes narrowed slightly. After confirming that the transformation was successful, Lin Jing retracted his gaze. His gaze fell on another reward in Lugia's treasure chest. The exclusive skills of the beast. Cyclone Attack Fragment. Cyclone Attack is a flying skill. Therefore, it obviously couldn't be learned by Shinado like the sea god's crown. After a brief pause in the introduction of the Cyclone Attack, Lin Jing's eyes fell on the Fire-Breathing Dragon. Fire-Breathing Dragon is the attribute of fire plus flight. Lin Jing now has the Super Evolution Stone Y, the Super Fire-Breathing Dragon Y after Mega, which also has the attributes of fire plus flight. With the support of the Fire-Breathing Dragon itself, the Cyclone Attack can undoubtedly explode after being mastered by the Fire-Breathing Dragon. More power. After confirming the idea, Lin Jing did not hesitate. and immediately use the reward. At this moment, the flame baptism is still going on, and the flame vortex is surging. Now, the skill fragments of the cyclone attack are merged into the middle, and the turbulent vortex has become more and more turbulent, and there are a series of shocking airflow stirrings, which have evolved into a small area of flame storms, which are integrated into the whole body of the fire-breathing dragon. Middle. Seemingly aware of his own improvement, the fire-breathing dragon with his eyes closed, opened his mouth slightly at this moment, and the dragon's sound was already sounding. At the same time, perhaps the integration of the cyclone attack skill fragments made the fire-breathing dragon have a perfect chain reaction. At this moment, the fireball slate that has been carried on the fire-breathing dragon is reproduced. After the two fusions with the fire-breathing dragon, the fireball slate has shrunk a lot. Now, the fireball slate is tightly attached to the belly of the fire-breathing dragon again, and as the fireworks flicker, the flame storm becomes even more turbulent. Lin Jing looked at this scene. He withdrew his gaze, his expression was slightly solemn, and he took out a fruit from the treasure chest. Fruit of life. This is a turquoise fruit with a lot of vitality inside. Just by holding it in his hand, Lin Jing can feel the refreshing aroma coming from it. Without hesitation, Lin Jing swallowed it in a few mouthfuls. Then, he began to use them one by one in the treasure chest to obtain the rewards related to himself. Super power increase. Physical strengthening. Ability transformation. During the use of each reward, the purple brilliance surged around the body, and then the power of the dragon, the malicious perception, also turned into two brilliance of different colors, surrounding the whole body, surging, constantly enhance. Lin Jing clearly felt that warm currents were surging in his body, and his body was constantly strengthening. During the strengthening, Lin Jing suddenly had an idea in his heart. After the era of interstellar elves, elves with sufficient strength can maintain their existence in the universe by consuming their own energy, so as to realize the strength of their physical bodies roaming the galaxy. Beautiful move. Then, with the continuous strengthening of his physique and the continuous improvement of his special abilities, will he be able to be in the sea of stars without the help of any elves or special equipment? As his thoughts flipped, the strength of the transformation continued to increase, and Lin Jing suppressed the distracting thoughts in his heart and realized it quietly. Remote. Cresselia looked in the direction of the forest scenery. For the enhancement of the treasure chest system, it cannot see it, but after the enhancement, each special ability will operate on its own, and the various colors of brilliance will bloom, but it is clearly seen in its eyes. Like the change of the fire-breathing dragon just now, it is also aware of it. Its gaze stayed on Lin Jing for a moment, then looked at Darkrai, and said, Lin Jing is really a very mysterious human being. No wonder he was even able to give you that slate. Darkrai is instructing Gengar. At this moment, under its guidance, Gengar's expression was serious, and in the surging power, a black hole appeared ahead. Dark black hole. This is Darkrai's exclusive skill. After being mastered by Gengar, under Darkrai's personal teaching, the effect that Gengar can play is continuously improved. Hearing Cresselia's voice, Darkrai was silent for a while, and suddenly said, Cresselia, do you want to stay? Stay. Dream God was stunned for a moment. Didn't I already stay? Darkrai didn't respond. The brilliance in the beautiful Dream God's eyes flashed, and then he seemed to think of something, and his eyes turned to look at the end of the battlefield. There, the backpack that Lin Jing usually carries is placed. And at this moment, the backpack was placed on the table, and beside it, there was a Pokeball, which was not put into the backpack. It was an ordinary red and white ball. It is the Pokeball that carries the nightmare god Darkrai. Dream God's eyes swept away, and then said, Darkrai, what do you mean? Darkrai had already looked back and continued to teach Gengar, but did not respond. Cresselia shook her head helplessly, then she didn't know what to think, smiled softly, and continued to teach fairies. Nightmare God, sailing in the sea of stars. In the cabin, Lin Jing, and his elves, are constantly improving. Just then, as if feeling something, the movements of the God of Dreams and God of Nightmare stopped slightly at the same time. But then, they didn't make much movement and continued their actions. And at this moment, behind the forest scene surrounded by three-color brilliance, in the shadows that appeared under the lights in the cabin, a small head quietly stuck out. Its eyes were fixed on Lin Jing. It appears to be made of gray smoky shadows, and it wears a helmet with two curved horns on its head. It's Machado. Lin Jing had already guessed his identity, but it seemed that he still maintained his stubbornness and never showed up for Machado. And now, under Lin Jing's acquiescence, both the Nightmare God and the Beautiful Dream God ignored it. This little guy seemed to finally be unable to hold back and appeared quietly. Shanao Star Territory. At this moment, in front of a huge space wormhole that communicated with the Hejong Star Territory, a small figure left the wormhole, and with a flash of brilliance, it moved forward in the interstellar space. Its stature is small, and now after taking a deep breath, its eyes brightened. What a strong combat atmosphere, tilde. This is the Shanao Star Territory. The little guy rolled his body in midair, followed a direction, turned into a streamer, and quickly swept out. I don't know, what kind of elves and what kind of trainers can I meet here? Its figure quickly messaged, leaving only the muttering voice on the spot. Nightmare God. Time lapse. At this moment, Lin Jing suddenly opened his eyes as the three-color brilliance circulated around him. The moment he opened his eyes, the purple brilliance flashed in his eyes, and when the superpower was activated, Lin Jing's figure rose from the ground and walked in the air. Superpower. After the superpower has been improved again, he can already use his own power to climb into the sky by controlling the superpower. Of course. After all, human beings are not suitable creatures to log into the sky by themselves, so the consumption is quite huge, and Lin Jing can't travel long distances through it. However, for Lin Jing, these are enough. With this means, many times, his choices will become more abundant. After the strengthening, Lin Jing felt that his body and mind had reached the peak, and he was full of energy. His eyes swept away. The transformation of the fire-breathing dragon and Shanado is still going on. It was Rotom, who had stopped at this moment. However, it seems to be a little uncomfortable, and now there are arcs flashing out from time to time around its body, swaying in midair under the gaze of Doran Baruto. Rotom! Lin Jing shouted. Rotom heard the sound and flew over in midair staggeringly. Lin Jing raised his brows slightly and said softly, Rotom, how are you feeling? In front of. Rotom kept shaking, and finally calmed down a bit. At this moment, under the gaze of Lin Jing, a dazzling electric light suddenly shone from Rotom's body. At this moment, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. I saw that Rotom's whole body seemed to be covered with a coat made of electric light while the electric light was shining. That's a lightning bird. The arc coat has evolved. Although this lightning bird is only about the height of a person, it is far from the real lightning bird, but at least it is not as small as Rotom's figure. With a slight movement in his heart, his wisdom eye ability was activated. Information emerges. Rotom, lightning bird form. Level LV40. Introduction. Rotom. It looks like a soul that operates on electricity, a very weird Pokemon. Naturally intelligent, but likes to play tricks and needs to be handled with care. After a special upgrade, this Rotom has a new fighting form. Attribute, electric, ghost. Characteristics, floating, static. Qualification, champion. Currently mastered skills, fright, shadow clone, electric shock, strange light, charge, electric ball, electromagnetic wave, misfortune comes alone, 100,000 volts, thunder, electromagnetic cannon. Lin Jing's eyes swept over and blinked. In front of you. The first time Rotom used it, he was obviously not very proficient. The transformed lightning bird continued to vibrate, and finally the arc dissipated and returned to Rotom's normal form. However, after all this, it is obviously completely skilled, its body is stable, and the arcs lingering around it have completely disappeared. I didn't expect that after using lightning baptism, Rotom would have a special fighting form. Lin Jing's mind flashed. Rotom is also one of the very special elves in the elf world. It can be integrated into various electrical appliances to achieve various morphological changes. Something like heating Rotom, spinning Rotom, freezing Rotom, etc. The shape change is also one of its characteristics. Perhaps it is for this reason that after being baptized by lightning, it is equivalent to obtaining the power and breath of the lightning bird, so it can build a battle that looks like the lightning bird through the energy of the electric system. Form. Enough is enough. No matter what the combat strength is, I think that as Rotom continues to grow, the combat capability of this combat form will continue to improve. Leaving Rotom to look after the house is enough to solve most things. With the enhancement of superpower, Lin Jing's perception became more acute. Just then, he seemed to have a feeling, his eyes turned abruptly, and he looked in the direction where Shinado was. At this moment, Shinado's whole body has been wrapped by superpower, and the rich superpower has built a cocoon, surrounding it in the middle. And at this moment, break the cocoon into a butterfly. The cocoon constructed of superpower suddenly exploded, and the superpower in it scattered into a beautiful brilliance of azure purple, splashing everywhere. The Super Queen, Shinado, is here again. At a glance, Shinae was wearing the sea god's crown, looking gorgeous. Now, it first glanced at Lin Jing, and then, as the purple brilliance flickered in its eyes, the sea god's crown released a dazzling light, and layers of ripple swayed. At this moment, there seemed to be a layer of blue tulle attached to Shinado's white dress, which was hazy and dreamy. Its breath is rising. At the same time, in the surging superpower, Shinado's eyes were completely dyed purple, and his thoughts were agitated. Lin Jing himself possessed superpower, and he clearly felt that in this state, Shinado's superpower had been increased again, and his power was constantly improving. Have you comprehended an explosive new skill? Lin Jing's thoughts changed in his heart. Shinae Duo has the same mind with him, and now, Shinae Duo is showing his progress to his master after being promoted. The brilliance in the eyes flashed, and the ability was activated. Information lingers. Shinado Flash Poseidon's Crown. Level LV 57. Introduction. The Super Queen has the ability to predict the future. When protecting the trainer, the strongest power will be exerted. This Shinado has been transformed and improved again and again, far surpassing its peers. Wearing the crown of the Shanghai God, it possesses unimaginable and terrifying abilities. Attribute: Super, Fairy. Feature: Copy, Telepathy. Qualification: Overlord. Currently mastered skills: Charming Voice, Cry, Shadow Clone, Mind Power, Mist Field, Strange Light, Black Eyes, Shadow Ball, Spiritual Power, Spirit Break, Pseudo Hypnosis, Drain Kiss, Teleportation, Illusion Ray, Spirit Blade, Magical Shine, Coquetry, Moon Power, Healing Wish, Draining Kiss, Life Drop, Wish, Super Barrier. Defensive Swap, Instant Amnesia, Dream Eating, Healing Fluctuations, Sea God Crown, Super Power Burst. Lin Jing's eyes swept over and he let out a sigh of relief. Overlord level. Itachi combined the two treasures of Luoxipan and Li Maluokipan, Haishu Shoujunyi Chao Shin Lover Ji Hai Che Duo's counselor Shen Ji Yi Xian, who brushed the Comet Sleep Ability Evaluation in the first line, and accounted for one. Overlord level qualification. So far. In Lin Jing's hands, Bite Lu Shark fiercely, and Shinado's aptitudes have all reached the Overlord level. His gaze moved down, and he looked at the two latest skills that Shinado had mastered. Sea God's Crown passive ability. Shinado, who wears the Shanghai God's Crown, has the breath of a king, and any elves will be affected to varying degrees when they fight against it. Of suppression. With the blessing of the Sea God's Crown, Shinado's mastery of skills has been greatly increased, and the power of all skills has increased by 20%. Shinado, who wears the sea god's crown, may usher in the attention of some unknown elves. Super Power Burst Active Skill. After the mastery of superpower has reached a certain level, Shinado has comprehended the Super Power Burst skill. In the state of Super Power Burst, the power of superpower skills is increased by 20%. After the duration of the outbreak is over, Shinado will enter a state of superpower death, and the power of superpower skills will be reduced by 20%. Note: Super Burst is a growth skill, which can increase the duration, specific effects and reduce negative effects with Shinado's understanding. Sea God's Crown. Super Burst. 2 new skills have been added. Among them, the Sea God's Crown is a pure amplification ability, and the suppression effect it brings to Shinado, as well as the specific power increase, is undoubtedly quite amazing. The Superpower Explosion is a trump card style skill. Under the explosion, the strength surges. Although it has negative effects, the characteristics of growth make up for this and make its value surge. All in all, both of these abilities are well-deserved and powerful. In the Mega State, with the resonance of my superpower, plus the increase of the Sea God Crown and Superpower Explosion, what kind of strength will Shinado achieve? Lin Jing was a little unimaginable. Maybe. Only when he really encounters a powerful enemy, can Shinado truly show his style. Lin Jing's eyes, the light of wisdom eyes dissipated. It seemed that he noticed that Lin Jing had finished checking, the brilliance in Shinado's eyes dissipated, and the light blue veil covering his body also disappeared. The Sea God's Crown, still worn on the head, radiates a faint brilliance. Lin Jing and Shinado glanced at each other. Neither of them, Nuos, nor the elf spoke, but they had already communicated with each other. Looking back, Lin Jing let out a sigh of relief. After embarking on the journey completely, because of the existence of the treasure chest system, his growth rate has increased sharply. It's getting closer and closer to the superpower competition recommended by the master of the Ali Pavilion. As a Heavenly King level trainer, the competition organized by Wusong was invited by the master of the gymnasium. There must be many powerful elves to participate in it. Quote, I just don't know if there is an opponent among them that can make Shinado break out with all his strength and fight happily. Academy Cup. Star Contest. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Not far away. Cresselia stepped closer. Its soft voice has a hint of admiration in its tone. Lin Jing, your Shinado is really unexpected. With the ability of the beautiful dream god, it is natural to see the horror of Shinado. Lin Jing looked at it, nodded slightly, and said softly, Cresselia, thank you for your serious teaching of fairies. It's okay. The god of dreams shook his head, his eyes swept across Lin Jing, and suddenly he said, Lin Jing, do you trainers carry elves through pokeballs? Lin Jing nodded. Yes. The Pokeball is one of the best inventions of mankind. It has a built-in space for the Pokemon to rest and makes the trainer's journey more convenient. Can you give me a Pokeball and show me its construction? There was a hint of curiosity in Mai Meng's tone. Lin Jing had no doubt that he had it, and stepped into the space backpack on one side, and took out a number of Pokeballs from it. In addition to the red and white ordinary Pokeballs, there are also overweight balls, flying wing balls, super balls, etc. He saw that the god of dreams understood the idea, so he prepared to introduce it seriously. These Pokeballs were all obtained from the rewards of the treasure chest system and kept by his side. The god of dreams stepped over. Then, under the gaze of Lin Jing, the god of dreams swept across the Pokeballs, and finally looked at the most common red and white ball. It took a step forward and the probe touched the Pokeball. As it moves, the Pokeball is fired. The brilliance flashed, and the Pokeball fell to the ground. Ding! With a slight noise, the Pokeball completely calmed down and stagnated on the ground. Lin Jing blinked the dog. Chapter 107 Blockbuster Nightmare God, Overlord Fire-Breathing Dragon, Elves with Different Minds. He leaned over slightly and held the Pokeball that had completely calmed down on the ground in his hand. Just then, the system prompt sounded in his ear. It is detected that the host has captured an exceptionally powerful elf, and you have obtained a special trainer treasure chest. Hearing the system prompt sound in his ear, and looking at the pokeball in his hand, Lin Jing completely reacted. What just happened? Cresselia, the god of beautiful dreams, a mythical beast elf, took the initiative to enter his elf ball. This was completely beyond Lin Jing's expectations. Although the god of dreams was going to travel with the god of nightmare, Lin Jing still had no idea of conquering the god of dreams. After all, how can the beast spirit be so easy to conquer? At the beginning of subduing Darkrai, Lin Jing also considered it from Darkrai's corner. In order to avoid some trouble, he let it enter the Pokeball. By comparison, the god of beautiful dreams, Cresselia, who controls the power, is the top elves in the vast interstellar space, and it does not need the cover of the Pokeball at all. As the waves in his heart rose, Lin Jing moved slightly in his heart. Ordinary red and white Pokeballs naturally cannot limit the actions of the Dream God, but the Dream God Cresselia took the initiative to enter the Pokeball, which can already show its current attitude. Just when Lin Jing was thinking, in his hand, the Pokeball brilliance flashed, and the figure of the god of dreams appeared beside him. Its eyes looked at the Pokeball, and there was a hint of surprise in its eyes. So the space inside is like this. After its voice fell, Lin Jing hesitated for a while, looked at the god of dreams, hesitated and said, Cresselia. The dream god is a very understanding elf. It saw Lin Jing's doubts at a glance and said, Lin Jing, Darkrai asked me if you want to stay. I thought about it and decided to stay. Everything is unfamiliar to me in this sea of stars. At present, the most familiar ones are you and Darkrai. Speaking of which, Cresselia's voice stopped, but the meaning was self-evident. As elves who came from the Shiqui area, Cresselia and Darkrai were compatriots, who were very familiar with each other. Therefore, Darkrai's invitation also touched it. Decision. It's because of Darkrai. Lin Jing turned his eyes to one end. There. Darkrai seems to have never heard of it, and is instructing Gengar to control the power. However, with the perception ability of the beast spirit, it naturally and clearly heard the conversation between Lin Jing and Cresselia. Darkrai, it's up to you if you don't make a move, it's amazing when you make a move. At this moment, Lin Jing suddenly said a word. You are already a mature elf, it's time to learn to help the trainer catch the elf. Obviously, Darkrai is already quite mature, and he directly brought back a beautiful dream god to Lin Jing. As the thoughts in his heart turned, a smile appeared on the corner of Lin Jing's mouth, and he said in his heart, Thank you, Darkrai. Just then, beside her, Cresselia noticed something and turned her eyes. Lin Jing 090 followed closely and looked over. Their eyes were focused on the fire-breathing dragon. At this moment, the transformation of the fire-breathing dragon is coming to an end. At a glance, its size has increased again. Above the dragon's tail, the red-gold color of the constantly burning flames looks particularly conspicuous. And what's striking is, in front of the fire-breathing dragon, a little bit below the neck, there is a small slate embedded in it, perfectly integrated with the fire-breathing dragon. That's Fireball Slate. Counting this time, the fire-breathing dragon has already absorbed the power contained in the Fireball Slate for the third time. And after this absorption, the Fireball Slate no longer fell as before, but completed the initial fusion with the fire-breathing dragon, and was completely embedded in it. Now, under the perception of superpower, the fire-breathing dragon's momentum is exuberant to the extreme. With the activation of the Eye Wisdom ability, detailed information emerged. Fire-breathing dragon, unknown. Level LV 57. Introduction. It is said that the more the fire-breathing dragon has experienced hard fighting, the higher the temperature of its flame will be. Attribute: fire, flying. Characteristics: fierce fire, power of the sun. Qualification: overlord. Currently mastered skills: grab, scream, spark, primal power, jet flame, dragon claw, dragon breath, flame fang, split, smoke screen, hot air, flame vortex, melting. Rock storm, burnout, flare charge, overheat, cyclone attack, modified, fireball slate. Lin Jing's eyes swept over. Overlord level. With the baptism of flames from the flame bird alone, it is obvious that the fire-breathing dragon cannot break through to the limit of the Overlord level. But, while the baptism of flames was functioning, the fireball slates merged and comprehended the cyclone attack, allowing the fire-breathing dragon to successfully break through the last layer of boundaries and obtain the Overlord level qualification. I thought I needed the flame of Ho-Oh to go further. While talking to himself, a ray of brilliance flashed in Lin Jing's eyes. The third elf with Overlord level qualifications. This represents an unimaginable horror potential. As his eyes wandered, Lin Jing's eyes fell on the last two skills mastered by the fire-breathing dragon. Cyclone attack. Fireball slate. What is more special is that in the information viewed by the Wisdom Eye skill, these two skills are blooming with a special red-golden brilliance. Moreover, in the past, the exclusive skills of divine beasts learned through skill fragments were all pseudo-skills. But now, next to the skills of the cyclone attack, there is a really unique change logo displayed. As thoughts flicker, information emerges. Cyclone attack modified. After Dark Lugia and Lugia's treasure chests merged, the cyclone attack mastered by the two changed wonderfully. After being comprehended by the fire-breathing dragon, there was a strong fire breath into them. It changed again. Fire breath. Does it mean that it was brought by the fusion fireball slate? Lin Jing frowned slightly. The level of Lugia and Dark Lugia is extremely high. But the fireball slate that is in contact with the god of creation, Arceus, contains secrets that are undoubtedly even more amazing. I don't know. What kind of move is this altered cyclone attack? It can be estimated that the power must be quite amazing. Fireball slate passive ability. After the initial fusion with the fireball slate, the fire-breathing dragon and the fireball slate are more compatible, and the fire-related skills will receive a special boost from the fireball slate, and the power will increase by 30%. The fireball slate will gradually merge with the fire-breathing dragon, bringing a subtle improvement to the fire-breathing dragon. Is such an ability? Squinting his eyes slightly, Lin Jing's eyes fell on the top. Behind the name of the fire-breathing dragon, there is a huge word, unknown. This is because the fusion of the fire-breathing dragon and the fireball slate has not been completely completed, and the ability of the eye cannot identify its current state. Lin Jingchang exhaled. The fireball slate brought the fire-breathing dragon undoubtedly a beneficial improvement, so he was not too worried. Fire-breathing dragon, familiarize yourself with your ascension. After leaving a sentence, Lin Jing retracted his gaze. Cresselia returned to the fairy elf and taught the little guy seriously. On the battlefield, every elves are working hard. Lin Jing didn't hesitate, and immediately chose to open the latest treasure chest obtained because of the actions of the beautiful dream god. Special trainer chest. The brilliance passed by. You got the advanced ball X1. Open black lens bracket. You got super ball X3 close black lens bracket. You got a healing ball X1. You got the ultimate ball X1. You got a treasure map X1. You have obtained a special power, the power of Viking. You have obtained a badge upgrade, Reinforcement Master. Rewards appear above. Lin Jing's eyes swept away, and he said to himself, it's a little different from the special trainer's treasure chest obtained because of Darkrai. But the value is also quite amazing. Advanced Ball and Super Ball. Needless to say, the Healing Ball is a special Pokeball that can heal Pokemon injuries on its own. Lin Jing glanced over, took them out, put them in the space backpack, and fixed his eyes on the fourth reward. Ultimate Ball. Lin Jing is quite familiar with the elf world. The moment he saw the name, he already thought of its function. This is one of the very special Pokeballs, and it has a very special effect. Its function is to capture the ultimate alien beast. The ultimate beast unique to the Alola Star region. In the Alola Star field, there is a special ultimate hole, and elves come from the ultimate hole and are called the ultimate alien beast. The Alola starfield is quite complicated. Apart from the patron saint that already exists in the starfield, if according to the information in the original work, there are many legendary elves from the universe, leaving behind the mysterious Z-power. The individual strength of the ultimate alien beasts is quite extraordinary. Among the many extreme alien beasts, many of them have a race value as high as 570, which is quite worth cultivating. When you go to the Alola star field in the future, you can try it out. Thoughts flashed. Lin Jing thought of more. Now, I have also received multiple rewards related to other star regions. For example, the map located in the fire-breathing dragon valley of the Guandu star region, such as the ruins of the Fengyuan star region. It seems that my plan should not be limited to the Shanao star territory. The improvement of the Nightmare God has greatly reduced the time I spend on the road, but the time is quite abundant. Perhaps, after the Academy Cup is over, it's a good time. Thoughts turn around. Lin Jing's eyes fell on the other rewards. Open black lens bracket treasure map close black lens bracket. Introduction, a treasure map that hides unknown treasures. The top gives you certain hints. When you approach the treasure location, it will issue a hint. Open black lens bracket power of Viking close black lens bracket. Introduction, a trainer with the power of Vibrant, who can keenly read the thoughts of elves, and can heal elves, CGFE. Upgrade the badge of the Master of Reigning. Introduction, after using this reward, your Conqueror badge will be upgraded, and the success probability of capturing the elves will increase by 5%. A reward swept away. Above the treasure map is a rather complicated route map, which seems a little confusing. Put it away. Lin Jing upgrades the badge, and then activates the power of Vibrant. The power of Viking. The special ability possessed by Team Rocket Boss, the boss of Sakagi. The giant stinger was originally a very short-lived insect-type elves, and it was precisely because Sakagi possessed the power of Vibrant, and now. In the light of brilliance, Lin Jing has quickly mastered the power of Vibrant. His heart moved slightly, and he looked at the elves in the battlefield. And under the cultivation of resources, can his giant stinger reach an extremely terrifying level? First set. It was Darkrai and Gengar. The power of Vivian, but it also has the special function of reading the thoughts of spirits. The moment he looked at Darkrai, Darkrai seemed to have a feeling and looked over. Looking at each other, Lin Jing silently looked away. Reading thoughts is not without the slightest restrictions. With the power of Vibrant that he has just mastered, it is obviously impossible to read Darkrai's thoughts. His eyes fell on Zheng Gui, and when Vivian's power was activated, a voice suddenly sounded in Lin Jing's heart. When will dinner be served? Mr. Darkrai is too strict. I'm hungry. I really want to cook. The Master's Energy Cube, why haven't I taken it out? Lin Jing. Good guy, even if he evolves into a Gengar, his greedy personality hasn't changed in the slightest. He turned his eyes and turned to the side of the Lu Shark. At this moment, Bite Lu Shark stayed in the corner, closing his eyes and resting. Get stronger, I want to get stronger. I'm going to become stronger than that senior, and then beat him. Lin Jing frowned slightly. Without a doubt. In the idea of biting the land shark, what it wants to defeat is naturally Sharona's biting land shark. Lin Jing looked at Rotom and Doran Baruto on the side. When his eyes were fixed on Doran Baruto, a childish voice sounded in Lin Jing's heart. Who am I? Where am I? What is it talking about? Oh, I'm Doran Baruto. I'm in class. It seems like. Where is it from? Lin Jing was silent. Doran Baruto has survived for a long time and has never been in contact with the outside world, so his character and mind are extraordinarily young, but it is precisely because it has survived for a long time that its absorption of knowledge and information is undoubtedly quite slow. Thinking of this, Lin Jing felt a little fortunate. Fortunately, I gave Doran Baruto to Rotom. If I teach it myself, I don't know how much headache it will be. His eyes moved. When it landed on Bagheera, a strong fighting spirit came one after another. Bagheera was belligerent, and under the influence of the power of darkness, it was obviously a well-deserved reckless man. When it landed on the Kirby beast, bursts of drowsiness came. Falling on the fossilized pterosaur, Lin Jing found that the fossilized pterosaur was looking at the fire-breathing dragon, thinking that he must work hard to improve, and strive to defeat it one day. The fossilized pterosaur was captured by Lin Jing in the ruins of the ancient star. At that time, it was defeated by the fire-breathing dragon, which obviously made it impressive. The fire-breathing dragon is trying to get acquainted with the transformed self, and all he wants is to become stronger. The thought conveyed by the tyrannical carp dragon was a burst of anger, as if angering the air. The fairy elf is quite peculiar. It listens to Cresselia's experience with a serious face, and is really studying hard in its heart, but after studying, there are always some confusions in its mind from time to time. Idea. Sister Cressella is so gentle, I want to learn from her too. Master's embrace is so warm. It's a pity that he doesn't hold me much after evolution. The master is so handsome. Lin Jing decisively retracted his gaze. He saw the last elf he hadn't looked at. Shinado. After the transformation is completed, it is also familiar with itself, and now the faint purple brilliance flashes all over its body, controlling superpower. At the moment of looking at it, while the power of Vibrant was in play, Shinado's thoughts sounded in Lin Jing's heart. Get stronger. I have to become stronger so that I can protect my master. The elves that the master encounters are getting stronger and stronger, I have to work hard. While the thoughts were perceived by Lin Jing, the superpower surrounding Shinado became more and more agitated. Lin Jing was slightly stagnant. Just then, Shinado seemed to sense something and looked at Lin Jing. Its perception is already very keen, not to mention having telepathy with Lin Jing, keenly aware of the investigation of the power of Vibrant. Lin Jing and Shinado looked at each other. After realizing what happened, Shinado's face turned slightly ruddy, and turned around quickly. Lin Jing looked at its back. At this moment, the introduction of Shinado in the elf Pokédex suddenly sounded. Shinado is an elf who can sacrifice his life to protect the trainer. There are not a few elves who have the idea of becoming stronger, only the reason of Shinado is the most special. As the warmth in his heart flowed, Lin Jing stopped using the power of Vibrant. Through the perception of Vivian's power, Lin Jing has a deeper understanding of his elves. However, he wasn't going to use this ability very often. Elves are all intelligent creatures, and they also have their own thoughts. After confirming the role of the power of Vibrant, Lin Jing is not going to spy on them. This is a bottom line. The healing power of the power of Vivian is also quite good. In this way, I can also act as a healer in the wild without an elf center in the future. Lin Jing retracted his gaze. Thinking of the broken thoughts in Zheng Gui's thoughts just now, Lin Jing smiled slightly and went to the kitchen area of the spacecraft. After preparing everyone's energy cubes and using the machines on the spaceship to create a wealth of elf delicacies, Lin Jing used a cart to bring them directly back to the battlefield. It's time for dinner. The voice sounded on the battlefield. As soon as it fell, Zheng Gui was the first to react and quickly approached. Other elves also approached. At Lin Jing's suggestion, Cresselia also tried elf food and praised it. Lin Jing sat in the middle, and while tasting the food, he looked at the elves around him. At this moment, he felt a strong sense of satisfaction in his heart. For a trainer in the interstellar era, the happiest thing may not be the moment when the battle is won, nor when the elves grow up, but in the lonely star sea, with the company of elves beside him, let him not lonely again. The nightmare god is sailing in the sea of stars. After a period of voyage, the nightmare god arrived at a new destination. Mercury. It is also the location of the steel gym and the water vessel gym. P.S. The transition chapters are the most troublesome, but after the fierce battle, it must be calmer. PS2. Fairy Elf. The readers are as handsome as the masters. PS3. Thank you for your support. Chapter 108 Terrifying Cyclone Attack, Super Boss Cordola, Dragon God Swoops. Mercury planet is an ocean planet, and most of the entire planet is water. In the city, there are even rivers. On the water star, there is a water vein gym, and its owner is Dongwa, who is proficient in steel elves. It is worth mentioning that Dongwa is the father of the owner of the rock pavilion, Piao Tai. The water vessel gym also needs to pass other assessments before it can be challenged. However, after Lin Jing arrived and confirmed his information through the Elf Pokédex, Lin Jing was exempted from the assessment, and under the leadership of the staff, he went directly to the water vessel gym. The water vessel gym is a large open-air battle venue built on a mine. Now, around the gym, there are many spectators watching the battle. On the field, Dongwa was fighting with another challenging trainer. Lin Jing sat down and waited quietly. Soon, on the ring, the battle came to an end. Dongwa, the owner of the water vessel gym, jumped on the podium and landed directly on the ground, walking towards Lin Jing. See. Lin Jing got up from his seat. After getting closer, Dongwa's hearty voice came out. Trainer Lin Jing, I heard Piao Tai mention you before. He got closer and said, Piao Tai said, your Bangira has left a very deep impression on it, and I will not keep your gym challenge. Heard. Lin Jing was stunned. Dongwa and Piao Tai have a father-son relationship. Obviously, after he challenged the rock-type gym, Piao Tai and Dongwa had exchanges, and the owner of Dongwa knew his existence, so he directly exempted him from the challenge before the gym. For other assessments, bring him directly. In many gyms, other assessments before setting up gym challenges are also to avoid trainers with insufficient strength from coming to challenge. Looking at Dongwa who was walking in front of him, Lin Jing said, Dongwa owner, hello. Dongwa looked at the forest scene. Do you want to start now? Lin Jing raised his brows slightly. Master Dongwa, you just finished the battle, don't you need a rest? No, no. Dongwa waved his hands again and again, looked at Lin Jing, and his eyes flashed with anticipation. I was looking forward to your arrival after I got the news from Piao Tai. The battle just now was just a warm-up, and it's just right now. Quote. In that case, let's start now. Lin Jing's expression became serious. The two of them did not hesitate, and at this moment, they returned to the battlefield and stood on the battle podium. Around the venue, in the auditorium, seeing that the next battle is about to start in such a short period of time, some excited voices sounded. Master Dongwa, come on. Defeat this new challenger. The last challenger was too weak to know how the new one was. It has been a long time since the elf exam, and Lin Jing has not had any news circulating in the world recently, but no one in the gym recognizes his identity. Now, on the battlefield, the referee in the gym stepped forward, his eyes swept over Dongwa and Lin Jing, and a voice sounded. The rules of the battle adopt the general rules of the gym challenge. The two sides have a 1v1 battle. There are 3 available sprites. During the battle, you can change the sprites at will. If all 3 sprites on either side are defeated, the battle is over. Now, please send elves from both sides. The referee's voice fell and he stepped back. Dongwa stood on the command line, his eyes fell on Lin Jing, and he said, my steel elf is stronger than Piao Tai's rock elf. Lin Jing trainer, you have to be careful. At this moment, he held the Pokeball above, the brilliance flashed, and a figure appeared in front of him. At the same time, in front of Lin Jing, the light passed by, and the elves appeared at the same time. At a glance, I saw that in front of Dongwa, a huge body was hovering, and the skin seemed to be made of steel, flashing all colors. Big Steel Snake. It is the evolution of the Big Rock Snake, the Big Steel Snake. After evolving from the Big Rock Snake to the Big Steel Snake, it changed from the attributes of rock and ground to the attributes of steel plus ground, and its defensive ability became even more amazing. Now, after the Big Steel Snake appeared, it seemed to have noticed something, and looked at the opposite side sharply. The size of the Big Steel Snake is already quite large. Dongwa is a steel trainer, and its big steel snake has been trained very well, and its size is much larger than that of its peers. And the figure that appeared on the other side of the battlefield is a figure that is no less than the existence of the big steel snake in terms of body size. The moment it appeared, the audience was full of astonished voices. This is a fire-breathing dragon. How big is the fire-breathing dragon? It's not easy to be provoked at first sight. The fire-breathing dragon restrains the big steel snake. This battle looks wonderful. What's the origin of this trainer? He actually owns a fire-breathing dragon like this. Amidst the surprised and amazed discussions, Long Yin sounded. In front of Lin Jing is the fire-breathing dragon. Today, the flames on its dragon tail are burning vigorously, and a strong fighting intent has emerged in its eyes. Not long ago, it just completed its transformation, and while its own strength has increased, it has made its aptitude reach the overlord level. Now, in the gym challenge, Lin Jing chose to release it on the stage, also to let the fire-breathing dragon get familiar with his surge in combat power as soon as possible. This fire-breathing dragon. Dongwa's eyes fell on the fire-breathing dragon, and his expression became serious. He heard Piao Tai mention Lin Jing's Bangira. And now, the power of this fire-breathing dragon, judging from his eyesight, is probably not inferior to the Bangira in the mouth of Piao Tai. Young people today are really not to be underestimated. Aside. The referee saw that the two elves had already appeared, and the voice sounded while the arms were raised. Fire-breathing dragon vs big steel snake. Gym challenge. Start. The arm swings down. The moment his voice fell, Dongwa's command tone sounded at the same time. Big steel snake, use the cannon. At the same time, Lin Jing's command voice also came. Fire-breathing dragon, mega evolves, then uses lava storm. At this moment, the brilliance of the big steel snake's body lit up, and the rays of light focused in front of him, converging into a ball of light. Cannon, cannon. Ready. On the other side, the super wrist guard on Lin Jing's wrist is revealed, and between the keystone and the super evolution stone, the super fire-breathing dragon has appeared. The fire energy that pervades the fire-breathing dragon's body is even more amazing. The big steel snake's light cannon turned into a brilliance in midair, hitting the fire-breathing dragon. In the fire-breathing dragon's expression, pain flashed by, and then it was covered by a strong fighting intent. Due to its attributes, the damage caused by steel-based skills to the fire-breathing dragon would have been severely reduced, not to mention that, with the continuous increase in body size, the fire-breathing dragon's defensive ability was also increasing continuously. Now, that flash of pain has instead become its help. In the form of super fire-breathing dragon Y, its fire attribute is even stronger. Now it is suspended in midair. Come. At this moment, on the arena, a gust of wind blew up, and a firestorm descended. The lava storm formed extremely fast, and in an instant, it completely covered the entire battlefield, and the positions of the fire-breathing dragon and the big steel snake were covered. This is. Dongwa's expression changed slightly, and some bad premonitions arose in his heart. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Big steel snake, use harden, be careful of the opponent's attack." The lava storm is a wide-ranging attack, but as an exclusive skill from the beasts of Sidoran, combined with the amazing fire attributes of the fire-breathing dragon, and the blessing of the fireball slate, the power can also be called terrifying. And the big steel snake is the elf of weak fire. When the lava storm came and the flames attacked, the big steel snake inevitably gave birth to the color of pain. Now, Dongwa's order came, and its whole body brilliance flashed, hardened and displayed. And at the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, under the superpower perception, the lava storm never affected Lin Jing's line of sight. His eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, through superpower, only a command sound that the fire-breathing dragon could hear was transmitted to its ears. Fire-breathing dragon. Cyclone attack. Cyclone attack. The terrifying skills from sea god Lugia have undergone a rather peculiar fusion and have undergone great changes. Lin Jing has long wanted to experiment with the power of this skill, and now, facing the well-defended steel elves, it is undoubtedly a good choice. At this moment, the dragon roar of the fire-breathing dragon suddenly sounded. Roar. Long yin reverberated in the field, and a very special energy was attached to the dragon wings of the fire-breathing dragon, and then the dragon wings spread. Taking it as the center, when the dragon wings are moving, the airflow in front of them fluctuates, forming a vortex. Lin Jing's super perception fell on the whirlpool. Cyclone attack. I saw that at this moment, on the cyclone vortex that was constantly gathering and brewing, there was even a strong fire attribute energy attached to it. In the blink of an eye, the vortex turned into red gold, and then brazenly strike. So, is this the cyclone attack after the change? In addition to its original utility, the integration of the fireball slate allows this skill to have a fire attribute attack, thus enhancing its power in an all-round way. A thought flashed in Lin Jing's mind. Wherever the cyclone vortex passed, everything was swallowed up, and the fire attribute energy permeated in the lava storm seemed to be turned into a fire, and it was integrated into it, enhancing the power of the cyclone attack. Start with the fire-breathing dragon. End with the big steel snake. In a short period of time, the flame cyclone, which already possessed terrifying power, bombarded the big steel snake brazenly. At the moment when the big steel snake was bombarded, the cyclone vortex exploded, and the terrifying energy contained in it was turbulent. Like waves attacked the body of the big steel snake. The big steel snake made a painful roar. Donggua's expression changed slightly. Under Lin Jing's super perception, it supported for a few seconds, and then with a dull sound, its huge body smashed to the ground. The dragon's wings of the fire-breathing dragon were suspended in midair. At the same time, on the battlefield, the pervading lava storm was partially swallowed up by the cyclone attack, but now the fire-breathing dragon is no longer maintained, and the lava storm dissipates quickly. The situation in the battlefield is reflected in the eyes of every audience. There was an uproar. What happened? Big steel snake, it was defeated so easily. The defensive ability of the big steel snake is quite amazing. Even if it is weak, it shouldn't be so fast. Friends, I seem to have found the information about this trainer. He is the champion of this year's ELF exam. What? This year's trainer? Within the venue, the fire-breathing dragon hung calmly in the air. Front. The body of the big steel snake fell to the ground, and it was no longer interesting. The referee's voice sounded. The big steel snake loses its fighting consciousness, and the fire-breathing dragon wins. Donggua's eyes focused on the fire-breathing dragon, his eyes serious. I didn't expect your fire-breathing dragon to have such a powerful attack power. He knows his big steel snake quite well and can be directly defeated in such a short period of time. But ask for flowers. Next, it won't be so easy for you. Donggua retracted the big steel snake and held another Pokeball at the same time. It can only be proved that the strength of the fire-breathing dragon is very terrifying, and the attack power is amazing. To his surprise, Lin Jing also chose to take back the fire-breathing dragon at this time, preparing to replace the elves. In a flash of thought, a huge figure appeared in front of Donggua. It is covered with sturdy armor all over and looks amazing. Boss Cordola. After the debut, Boss Kodora and Donggua looked at the opposite side at the same time. As the winner of the first battle, Lin Jing had the advantage of being a backup when changing the elves. However, he has already made a decision. After testing the power of the cyclone attack, the goal has been achieved, and Lin Jing chose to send other elves to continue the battle. It can be said that the power of the cyclone attack is worthy of the word terrifying, and it has completed an almost instant kill attack on the big steel snake, which undoubtedly makes Lin Jing quite satisfied. Now, under everyone's attention, the Pokeball brilliance flashed. A figure larger than a fire-breathing dragon appeared in place. Quasi-God, bite loose shark fiercely. There was an uproar in the audience. Dongguo's eyes fell on Li biting Lu shark, and he was also slightly condensed. The aura of this fiercely biting land shark is also quite powerful. Fire-breathing dragon, Bangira, biting land shark. Lin Jing, did you really just become a trainer this year? What terrifying growth rate is this? In Dongguo's shocking thoughts, the referee's voice resounded. Lin Jing's expression was calm, and he said softly, "Bite Lu shark fiercely, the dragon god swoops." With the sound of the dragon's roar, the air spit from the back of the fierce bite land shark and rushed into the sky. Aiming at Boss Cordola, the body of Li bite land shark suddenly fell and swooped. The other end. Dongguo was shocked, but the command voice was not slow at all, and he shouted softly, "Boss Cordola, super evolution," and then use the destruction of death light. Boss Cordola super evolution. 0. Super Boss Cordora. Covered by the light of evolution, Boss Cordora's body was covered with layers of steel armor that seemed to be made of the strongest steel. Its properties also changed from steel plus rock to pure steel properties. Facing the fiercely biting land shark that was swooping down from the sky above the sky, and its body was far larger than its size, Boss Cordora opened his mouth slightly, and the energy full of destructive aura gathered. Next moment, the light of destruction and death came out from the mouth of Super Boss Cordola, and the light full of destruction swept into the sky. However, at this moment, Dongguo's expression changed slightly. Because he found that in the face of Boss Cordora's attack, Lin Jing and even the fierce bite of the land shark did not respond, as if he was preparing to resist. Then, in his expression, a shocking color suddenly appeared. Looking around, I saw the fierce biting Lu shark swooping down above the sky, with a faint brilliance all over his body. Destruction and death strike with a bang. But at the moment when it came into contact with the fierce bite land shark, the destruction of death light quickly melted, and it did not cause any damage to the fierce bite land shark at all. What level of defense is this? Dongguo's knowledge is not bad, but at this moment, he was completely shocked. If the performance of the fire-breathing dragon made him think that the fire-breathing dragon was extremely powerful, then now the performance of biting the land shark is completely beyond his cognition. It is naturally the armor of time and space that defends against the destruction of death light. The power from time and space will completely devour and dissolve the destructive light of death. At the same time as the destruction of the death light melted, the swooping land shark brought a strong sonic boom and slammed into Boss Cordora's body. Dragon-type skills have a certain attenuation to the damage of Boss Cordola. After the super evolution, Boss Cordora's defensive ability is even more amazing. But at this moment, what it is facing is a quasi-god biting the land shark whose strength, speed, and size have all crushed it. With the effect of its own speed and power, combined with the inertia of the huge body, the power of the dragon god's dive is completely unimaginable. During the collision, Boss Cordora's body fell towards the ground almost without the ability to resist. At the moment of the impact, Lin Jing's command sounded again. Bite the land shark, dragon claw, take it. Throw it out. At the same time when Boss Cordola was directly hit, he fiercely bit Lu shark's body. Because of the strong inertia, he was still rushing forward at a low altitude. Its dragon claws flashed with brilliance, and it suddenly grabbed the horn on the head of Boss Cordora below. With one grip, the air behind the bite land shark spit out, changing from a diving state to a standing state. Under the terrifying power burst, Boss Cordora's body spun on the ground, and with the dragon biting the land shark, as soon as the claws loosened, its body fell uncontrollably towards the opposite end of the battlefield. Boss Cordora's body is already quite large. But beside the strong bite land shark, it is like a toy. Under the powerful force, Boss Cordora's body rose from the ground and smashed away. Boom! Its body fell violently outside the opposing battlefield. Under the impact, the ground shattered, its body trembled twice, and then there was no movement. As the faint brilliance rose, the steel armor covering Boss Cordora's body receded. After suffering an extremely terrifying attack, it was severely damaged and could no longer maintain mega status. Aside. The referee hesitated for a while, swallowed his saliva, looked at Boscordola for confirmation, and said, Boscordola lost her fighting ability, and Bite Land Shark wins. The endless power swooped down, but it was only a short moment. Now. In the entire battlefield, audience members looked at the Boscordora on the ground. While looking at the field, the powerful biting land sharks all became quiet. In the whole venue, like a dead silence, it fell into a strange silence. Chapter 109 The Invincible Biting Blue Shark, a communication from the King of Kona. After a brief silence, a loud noise rang out. Is it really just a rookie who just became a trainer this year? It's too terrifying, the oppression of this quasi-god biting the land shark is too terrifying. It's unimaginable to be able to directly defeat the owner of the Winter Melon Pavilion Boscordola with a crushing momentum. Friends, I just found more detailed information on the internet. Lin Jing is indeed the champion of this year's ELF exam, and in the ELF exam, he also showed a tendency to be crushed. The most important thing is, he used it at the time. The main elf is not this one that bites the land shark fiercely. Quote. What a terrifying rate of growth. Vibration continued. That can be called a brilliant victory, which has attracted the shock of countless people. On the podium. Dongwa protruded out of the Pokeball, and in a flash of light, Boscodora returned to the Pokeball. Dongwa's gaze stopped for a moment on Libite Lu Shark, and then he said to the referee on the side of the battlefield, I admit defeat. Master Dongwa, are you sure? Dong, 093, Gua nodded lightly and said, with the strength shown by Lin Jing's trainer, he is already qualified enough to obtain a mine badge. After he finished speaking, his eyes focused on Libite Lu Shark again. If it is said, the result of the fire-breathing dragon's battle makes him feel that he can still fight. Then, after the fierce bite land shark swooped down with endless might, there was no need to continue this battle. The referee nodded, and the voice resounded throughout the audience under the blessing of the amplifier. The owner of Dongwa Pavilion admits defeat. The winner of this round of gymnasium challenge is Lin Jing trainer. At this moment, the referee stepped in the direction of Lin Jing. After Lin Jing fell from the podium, the referee took out the box he was carrying and handed it to Lin Jing. Lin Jing trainer, this is the mine badge. Lin Jing took it and opened the box. Inside, the mine badge bloomed with a faint brilliance. Putting away the mine badge, Lin Jing looked forward. Dongwa has stepped closer. The voices of the surrounding audience were noisy, there was a lot of discussion, and they were still immersed in the battle just now. Lin Jing trainer. Dongwa's eyes fell on Lin Jing, a hint of amazement flashed in his eyes, he shook his head and sighed, You. The most talented trainer I have seen in recent years. With the strength shown by your fierce bite of Lu Shark, I am afraid that most of the museum owners will not be your opponents. Lin Jing's expression was calm, and he said, the owner of Dongwa Pavilion is too famous. You are being humble. Dongwa shook his head, and continued, I take the liberty to ask, how many badges have you obtained from Shanao now? 6. Lin Jing replied. Which other gymnasiums did you not challenge? Hearing this, Lin Jingdao said, Nohara Stars Water Element Gym and Binhai Stars Electric Element Gym have yet to challenge. Are these two gymnasiums? There was a look of thought on Dongwa's face, and he said softly, if you want to come to Jixian Pavilion, you shouldn't be able to beat you at all, but with your strength as a trainer of Lin Jing, I am afraid that it is very likely that Dianji will show his true strength. Strength. Quote. Lin Jing frowned slightly. He naturally knew something about these two names. Ji Xian is the owner of the Nohara Hoshinohara Gym, also known as the Water System Gym. On the other hand, Dianji is the owner of the Binhai Xing Binhai Gym, and he is good at it is the electricity elves. In front of you. Dongwa said with some emotion in his tone, Denji Guy always complains about the challenger's strength. I don't know how he will react when he meets you. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Through the information in the original work, he also has a certain understanding of Shanhao's electricity department master, Dianji. Without a doubt, this is a pretty powerful trainer. And Denji itself is preparing to challenge the four heavenly kings. To have such an idea shows his strength. Nodding slightly, Lin Jing said, I'm also looking forward to fighting him. After a few simple exchanges, Lin Jing left the gym. After riding the fire-breathing dragon and returning to the Nightmare God, the Nightmare God boarded the sky and was ready to leave the Water Pulse City. His eyes fell on the star map. Challenged all the way, so far, he has won 6 gym badges. Now, Yi Yuanxing and Bin Haixing swept away on the star map. Lin Jing set the destination of the next stop on No Yuanxing. With the memory of the previous life as the support, and together with Donghua, who is the master of the gym, they all praised DNC so much. In Lin Jing's view, DNC is very likely to be one of the 8 core gym owners in Shanhao Star Territory. The most powerful one. Therefore, Lin Jing put it at the end. After the star map navigation was activated, the Nightmare God completely left Mercury and climbed into the Sea of Stars. Lin Jing's thoughts turned sharply in his heart. After you have collected all 8 gym badges, you can start preparing for the superpower competition and the Academy Cup. Hopefully, I can meet enough surprise opponents. Thoughts flickered. At this moment, the elf picture book trembled slightly. In the throbbing, the communication invitation popped up. Is an unknown communication number. Lin Jing frowned slightly. His communication number was newly established after the Academy obtained the Elf Pokédex, and very few people knew about it. After pondering, Lin Jing chose to connect the communication. As the screen flickered, a figure appeared on the spot, and a cold voice sounded. Lin Jing Trainer, hello, I'm the Heavenly King Trainer in Guandu Star Region, Kona. Kona. The figure in the video screen, with red hair and eyes, is wearing a work uniform, and there is a faint breath of strangers. It is the Ice King of the Guandu Star Region, Kona. Lin Jing is undoubtedly quite familiar with her. When Lin Jing looked at Kena also looked at Lin Jing through the video screen. This was the first time she had seen Lin Jing's face, and now looking at that young face, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Kona King, Lin Jing responded, and then said, I didn't know you were looking for me. It was Sharona who gave me your contact information. Kona responded. She conveyed the relevant plan to me, and now our Guandu alliance has been prepared. I sent you a communication to confirm whether you have time now. If possible, we in the Shanhao alliance will send a communication to Cheomeng in your name now, and let you and Cheomeng communicate through the broadcast. Communicate directly. Quote. Kona's tone was serious, telling all this. At the same time as she spoke, a strange color flashed in her eyes. Sharona left her Lin Jing's communication number, and the introduction was the investigator in the Shanhao Alliance who is in charge of direct communication with Mewtwo is an existence that you can absolutely trust. Before dialing the communication, she had no idea that what she saw would be such a young face. The position of the investigator is very important. In the major alliances, the investigators are all held by absolute elites. Not to mention, it involves the responsibility of communicating with the beasts and spirits. Now, at the same time as she spoke, doubts arose in her heart. When did such a young investigator appear in the Shanhao Star Territory? Hearing Kona's narration, Lin Jing nodded slightly and said, I have time now, we can start directly. Good. Kona is also quite decisive, and said bluntly, Lin Jing Trainer, 5.4 I will send you the list of suspicious persons. You need to pay attention, this list must not be leaked. I understand. Lin Jing's expression became more serious. Such a list must contain many people in the Kanto Alliance. If you know that you are listed as a suspicious person, you still don't know what the result will be. Kona never said much. At this moment, the communication was going on, and at the same time, The elf Pokédex gave a reminder that the other party had already started sending documents. During the process of sending the file, Kona said calmly, "In order to avoid causing Chaos Meng's displeasure, after broadcasting you and Chao Meng to the same communication channel, we will not conduct any monitoring, everything can only rely on Lin Jing trainer. You have come to communicate. Hope you can get a good result." Lin Jing nodded slightly. The file has been sent. At this moment, on the communication interface, Kona's face disappeared, replaced by the words, "Rebroadcast connection." Chapter 110. The latest information on the Galaxy team. In the vast sea of stars, a figure is constantly traveling. It is Super Dream. Just then, its body froze, and its eyes narrowed slightly. With a slight frown, it stretched out its hand and held it in the void. A small communication device about the size of a palm fell into his hand. Super Dream is coming. The broadcast connection continued. Lin Jing imported the files in the elf Pokédex into the computer of the Nightmare God, and then checked them one by one. The Guandu Alliance has obviously conducted a fairly detailed screening, and this one has a large list of hundreds of people. These include gym owners, some people who have been out on missions for a long time, and even some individuals who belong to the hidden forces under the Alliance flag. Through the method proposed by Lin Jing, after a certain range of exclusions, the power of the Alliance cannot be underestimated. Lin Jing's eyes swept over, but he saw a lot of familiar figures in it, all of which were characters that appeared in the original work. Finally, Lin Jing's eyes were fixed on a piece of personal information. On the left, the photo is attached. In the photo, it is a black suit with a short head. Open black lens bracket Sakagi close black lens bracket. Identity: the owner of the Joban Gym, the dean of the Joban Spirit Academy, the owner of several large enterprises in the Guandu Star region, etc. This is a luxurious resume. As the master of the 8 most important gyms in the Guandu Star region, the owner of the Vibrant Gym is already quite good, not to mention that he has also established the Vibrant Spirit Academy, and he has also made a name for himself in the Academy Cup. Sakagi himself controls several large companies. His identity is too glamorous. I am afraid few people can think that he will be the biggest underground force in the Guandu Star region, the hidden boss of Team Rocket. The TV version of the original elf work is also different from the special edition. According to some of the information, there are even several gym owners in the Guandu Star region who are also hidden personnel of Team Rocket. I just don't know. What is the situation in the Guandu Star region? In a flash of thought, Lin Jing temporarily suppressed these things in his heart. Now, what he has to do is to completely expose Sakagi's identity. Just then, on the elf Pokédex, the handwriting in the broadcast connection changed quietly. The connection is successful. Lin Jing's eyes immediately looked over. At this moment, Cheomeng's figure appeared, and behind it was the vast galaxy. Human. Chao Meng's voice sounded. You took the initiative to find me, what's the matter? Heard. Lin Jing's expression became more serious, and he said, it's not because of personal matters, but because the Guandu Alliance needs your help to confirm some things, and specially asked me to contact you. Oh. Super Dream's eyes fluctuated. Lin Jing's expression was serious, and he continued, this matter involves the rockets. He wanted to continue speaking, but at this moment, Lin Jing's heart moved slightly and turned to say, Cheomeng, are you still in the Guandu Star territory, or have you returned to the Shanao Star territory? As far as Lin Jing knew, some time ago, the round of blows against the rockets had come to an end, and Cheomeng had disappeared again. Hearing Lin Jing's question, Cheomeng was silent for a moment, and then said, I am now in the Shanao Star territory. Just right. Hearing this, Lin Jing's expression became more serious, and he continued, Super Dream, you should be able to perceive my position. Some things are inconvenient to communicate in the communication, can you come in person? Looking at the serious expression of Lin Jing in the communication device in his hand, Chao Meng was silent for a while, then nodded and said, "Okay." Guandu Star Territory. In a certain office, Kona's arms were crossed in front of him, leaning to one side. Beside. It's a busy worker. Now. Someone's surprised voice sounded. The communication is connected, Chow Meng, and has started to communicate with the investigator of the Shanao Alliance. Heard. Kona's expression turned solemn, and he straightened up. Just then. The staff member who just made a sound snorted, and the voice was full of surprises. Strange, the communication was hung up, and it was the communication that the investigator voluntarily hung up. What? Kona strode closer, and his thoughts flashed in his heart. In her opinion, if Cheomung doesn't cooperate, then all the preparations of the Guandu Alliance will be in vain. Just then. The communication machine she carried with her was beeping. Kona looked up, frowned slightly, a look of thought appeared, and then gradually showed it. She opened her mouth and said, "This matter is handed over to the investigator of the Shanao Alliance, and we don't need to worry about it." On the communication machine. It was the text message sent by Lin Jing. Just a short sentence. "I have got in touch with Cheomung and will meet and communicate directly." Putting down the communication machine, Kana's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he said to himself in his heart, "Shanao's Lin Jing inspector. What is the origin? Nightmare God." After Lin Jing hung up the communication, he waited quietly. His communication with Chow Meng will inevitably involve some secrets. Although according to Kona's words, the Guandu Alliance will not risk offending Chow Meng to monitor communications, but Lin Jing still maintains the most basic vigilance. Besides, there is another, quite important reason. It is a rare opportunity to communicate with Chow Meng, and because of business, of course Lin Jing has to try it, whether he can let Chow Meng come in person. To know. After he came to the interstellar era, he has seen Chow Meng 3 times in total. 2 of them gave birth to the treasure chest of the beast and the elf. On the hurried side of the Elf Alliance, it also earned an affinity treasure chest. In Lin Jing's view, Cheomung is not inferior to the god of nightmares. Sometimes, if you want to get treasure chests, you have to take the initiative. Now, the nightmare god was moored in the sea of stars and waited quietly. Ask for flowers. Lin Jing believed that it would obviously not take too long to find him at a super dream speed. Time lapse. Shanao Star Territory. On a remote, sparsely populated planet. In the mountains, stands a large base. This large base is constructed by hollowing out the peaks of the mountain, and the surface is still mountains, which is perfectly concealed. Inside the mountain, there are various buildings full of technology. In one of the corridors, there is a capital G icon. This is exactly a secret base of the Galaxy team in the Shanao Star region. At this moment, in the deepest part of the base is a large office. A figure hurried over. After knocking on the door, he pushed open the door and entered the office. A figure leaned on the back of the chair, closing his eyes and resting. It is the boss of the Galaxy team, Kyrie. "What's the matter?" Chiri calmly said. "Boss. 0. The subordinates of the Galaxy team who came here said seriously, the fierce biting land shark you asked us to investigate has some clues." Oh. Hearing this, Kyrie opened his eyes. The subordinate stepped forward and handed a photo. This is a photo obtained by the Intelligence Collection Department in the Interstellar Network not long ago. Although this stinging land shark has not undergone mega evolution, according to the comparative analysis with the video, it is very likely to be destroyed. The fiercely biting land shark from that team. Oh. Akaji looked at his hands. On the photo in his hand, it is a battlefield. Now. On the battlefield, the huge figure that fiercely bites the land shark stands proudly, and at the far end, it is Boss Cordola who has lost his fighting consciousness. The photographer seems to be sitting in the auditorium. Where is the source of the photo? Have you confirmed the information on the owner of this stinging land shark? Hearing this, the subordinate replied, according to the comparative analysis, it has been determined that the location of the background in this photo should be the water vessel gym. The owner of this biting land shark should be doing a gym challenge. Gym challenge. A hint of confusion appeared on Kyrie's expression. He pondered and finally said, "Determine his exact identity as soon as possible." "Yes." The subordinate responded earnestly and turned to leave. Kyrie leaned back in the chair, the confusion on his face was still unresolved. A trainer who is still doing gym challenges. Isn't it an alliance fighter? Within the sea of stars. Nightmare God. On the battlefield. Just then. Darkrai and Cresselia sensed at the same time, with serious expressions in their eyes, and looked towards the far side of the sea of stars. See. Lin Jing seemed to have realized something and looked over. Everywhere in sight. In the void, a figure shuttled down, toward the Nightmare God, and quickly approached. Super Dream is coming. Wide. Chapter 111 Sakaji's identity revealed, an important meeting between the king and the champion. In Lin Jing and Shinado, there is a super energy aura similar to Cheomung, and it can easily find the existence of Lin Jing. Now. As the ripples around Chao Meng flickered, he had entered the Nightmare God. Its eyes looked at the Nightmare God and the beautiful Dream God. Two divine beast spirits with power. Compared to the first encounter, the Nightmare God's combat power has undoubtedly surged. However, long before Mewtwo arrived, Lin Jing explained the situation to Darkrai and Cresselia. Although the God of Dreams and God of Nightmare were a little wary, they did not act too much. Then, Cheomung's eyes turned around and fixed on Lin Jing's body. Its eyes narrowed slightly, as if it noticed something, and said, "Human, what are you trying to tell me?" Lin Jing's expression became serious. There is also a projector in the opposing battlefield inside the Nightmare God, and now, the projector is slowly lighting up. Lin Jing opened his mouth and said, "After the last round of battles, Team Rocket has indeed been hit quite hard. But the real hidden boss of Team Rocket is very likely to be lurking in the league. Super Dream, I came to you, just want to ask you, after being originally created by the Rockets, have you ever been in contact with the real boss of the Rockets?" Wen Yan. A strange color flashed in Chao Meng's eyes. 26. The memory originally created by the Rockets is undoubtedly the last thing it wants to recall. After a moment of silence, Chao Meng slowly said, "After I was created, I have had more contact with another human being. But I don't know if he is the rocket boss you said." Lin Jing frowned slightly. Beside. Projector turned on, and Lin Jing said, "That's fine." The Kanto League provided a list of possible spies for the Rockets in the league. Mewtwo, you just need to identify it and see if there is any existence that has ever been in contact with the Rockets. Chao Meng nodded slightly. Aside. The projection machine projected on the screen, and a piece of personal information appeared. Chao Meng's eyes narrowed slightly and looked over. At the same time, Lin Jing turned on the recording equipment of the Elf Pokédex and started recording. This is two-handed preparation. If Chao Meng can really confirm Sakaji's identity, then with Sakaji's status, only the fact that Chao Meng personally confirms can really convince the Guandu Alliance, and video recording is essential. If Chao Meng can't be sure, then this video will naturally not be passed on at the same time, and Lin Jing will only inform them of the news. Even if the Guandu Alliance didn't believe it at the first time, it would definitely have some thoughts in their hearts, and sooner or later the other party would have flaws. A piece of personal information flickered. Just after turning over dozens of pages, a sharp color flashed in Chao Meng's eyes, and he said, "Stop." On the screen, the picture freezes. It's Sakaji's personal information. Now, the video records all this in real time, and Chao Meng's thick voice sounded, "It's this person. It was he who approached me and gave me instructions after I was originally created." Hearing this, Lin Jing breathed a sigh of relief. It is undoubtedly the best result that Chao Meng can identify Sakaji's identity. Chao Meng retracted his gaze and looked at Lin Jing, his eyes narrowed slightly. Human, do you know his identity? He is the owner of the Vibana gym in the Gwandu Star region. He stopped the video and then said, wait a minute, I need to spread the news. Chow Meng, thank you for your cooperation. A word fell. Lin Jing edited a text message with the video just now and sent it to Sharona. As the investigator of the Shanao starfield, he is naturally responsible for Sharona. And Sakaji's identity is not ordinary. In each starfield, there are a family gymnasium, but there are only 8 gymnasiums, which are recognized by all trainers and have the most noble status. As the owner of the vibrant gym, Sakagi has other identities, and this kind of news can only be passed on by Hyerna, which is the most appropriate. What surprised Lin Jing was, just tens of seconds after the message was sent, he received a video invitation from Sharona. To be precise, an invitation to an encrypted video group. Flicking his brows slightly, Lin Jing turned around and walked a little further, and chose to join. Video loads. Next moment. The entire video is divided into 4 areas, one of which is occupied by the forest scene, and faces appear in the other areas. Next to Lin Jing is the champion trainer of Shanao Starfield, Zyrna. And in the 2 areas below, they are, the Ice King of the Gwandu Star region, Kona, and the Dragon King of the Gwandu Star region, Cross. Seeing this, Lin Jing's expression became serious. Because, as long as you see the figures of these 2 people, you can understand how seriously the Gwandu Alliance attaches great importance to this matter. Today, there are no champion trainers in the Gwandu area, and everything is dominated by the 4 heavenly kings. Of which, the Ghost King, Kikuko, is already old and will not interfere too much in the affairs of the Alliance. The Fighting King, Zyba, prefers to travel and practice, and usually does not manage Alliance matters easily. In the Gwandu Alliance, it is Kenna and Du who call the shots. The relationship between these 2 people is undoubtedly quite delicate. It is rumored that the reason why Du has not been on the championship position is precisely because of Kona. As we all know, Ice and Dragon, too long they. Thoughts in the mind. In the video, Sharona's voice sounded. 2. I think you have all checked the information sent by Lin Jing. Although Mewtwo doesn't know if the rockets who touch it are hidden bosses, but within the rockets, there are enough qualifications to contact Mewtwo, who was just created, and his status can be seen in general. The identity of this Vibana mansion owner in the Kanto area will never be clean, and it is very likely that he is the boss of Team Rocket. Kona nodded slightly. She lowered her voice a little, shook her head and said, I didn't expect that a high-ranking pavilion owner would actually have contact with Team Rocket. As for the Alliance, there will be immediate action. As soon as she finished speaking, she said, Du, what's your suggestion? After the video was connected, Du seemed to be thinking about something. Now, he heard the inquiry and said calmly, I compared Sakagi with the mysterious person I met in my mind. Although he is pretending, but now that he has a target, I can basically be sure. The mysterious person I met is Sakagi. If that's the case, then what are you waiting for? There was a flash of suffocation in Kona's eyes. In the Alliance, the existence of such a person cannot be tolerated. After speaking, she looked at Lin Jing in the video and said, Inspector Lin Jing, thank you for your help to our Gwandu Alliance this time. Lin Jing shook his head slightly and said, people from the same alliance, although the scores are in different regions, they should help each other. In the future, maybe I, and even our Shanao Alliance, also need Kanto's help. Lin Jing is right. Sharona answered, we should have helped each other. Kona, do we need the help of our Shanao Alliance for the next move? Heard. Dukai 093 was suspicious. The side, Kona shook his head and said, let the Rocket's big boss take the position of the pavilion owner. This is a joke in itself. We Gwandu Alliance will correct this mistake. Although she did not expressly refuse, she meant has been expressed. After all. In contrast, this is considered a family affair, in the Guandu Star region. In this case, the Shanao Alliance intervenes, which will undoubtedly make the Guandu Alliance humiliating. Sharona nodded clearly and didn't say much. Kona is also quite resolute, and now, after confirming some information from Cheomung, she no longer hesitates. After saying goodbye, she directly quit the communication group. Then, Du also chose to leave. In the communication group, only Lin Jing and Sharona were left. After pondering, Lin Jing said, "Sharona, I'm sending you the news because I want you. See you sooner or later." Sharona obviously understood what Lin Jing meant, and interrupted, "Lin Jing, you are already the investigator of our Shanao Alliance. You are in a high position, and you must get to know the kings of other regions." Sharona's tone was calm. "With the talent and strength you have shown, you will definitely be one of the top trainers of our Shanao in the future. The star field is vast. In the future, you will inevitably go to other star fields, get to know them, and have contact with them, which can avoid a lot of trouble." Speaking of this, Sharona gave a slight pause and smiled. Whether it's Ken or Du, they are both extraordinary trainers. There aren't many opportunities to make both of them care at the same time and have a relationship. Having said that, she looked at Lin Jing in the video screen. "In the future, if there is an opportunity to communicate with the kings and even champions in other regions, I will also call you. After all, Lin Jing, you will definitely be one of the facades of our gods in the future." Chapter 112 Highness Kindness. Lin Jing blinked, then nodded and said, "I understand." What he thought was naturally this kind of thing, and Sharona communicated with the other party, which could attract the attention of Guandu. Hyerna clearly understood what he meant, but at the same time, Hyerna also considered him and invited him to join the communication group, which was equivalent to accumulating contacts for him. As Hyerna said, there are not many opportunities for Kona and Du to accept love at the same time. Lin Jing didn't say much on this topic, and instead said, as the big boss of the rockets, he was able to hide in the Guandu Alliance for many years as the owner of the museum. This Sakagi is definitely not a good person. I don't know if there are other people in the Guandu Alliance. This action by the Guandu Alliance may not be easy. Sharona was thoughtful and nodded in agreement. Immediately after, she looked at Lin Jing and suddenly asked, "Lin Jing, how many badges have you obtained?" Lin Jing looked at her suspiciously and replied, 6, what's wrong? Get 8 badges as soon as possible. Now, our alliance with the Guandu Alliance has come to an end. You can also announce your first-class medal. Your certification in the alliance should still be a junior trainer. As a junior trainer, I got in touch with the beast elf Cheomung, and helped the alliance complete the big plan. It's too conspicuous, and it will inevitably attract some people's attention. You get the 8 badges as soon as possible, and after you get the senior trainer rating, I will instruct you to upgrade your rating to an elite trainer. Lin Jing blinked his eyes. Good guy, the inside story, right? With a joke in his heart, Lin Jing nodded, I see. Sharona, obviously for his sake, Mushu is in the forest, and the wind will destroy it. As a junior trainer, connecting with the divine beast will inevitably attract a lot of coveted. In contrast, elite-level trainers are much more appropriate. Although the current Lin Jing is completely fearless, such a move can avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. And Sharona considers him everywhere, and he naturally appreciates it. Seeing that Lin Jing understood what she meant, Sharona said no more, and after saying goodbye, the communication was disconnected. His eyes narrowed slightly. Kona and Du are both amazing trainers. But Sakagi, it should not be underestimated. With Sakagi's scheming, if there are really other rocket spies in the alliance, then the Kandu Alliance's actions against him may not be successful. But even so, Sakagi loses his identity on the bright side, and the rockets will be greatly damaged because of this. I'm afraid they have to dormant for a while. As the thoughts flowed in his heart, Lin Jing put away the elf picture book and turned around. The moment he turned around, Lin Jing saw that Chao Meng was staring at him. To be precise, he was staring at his own shadow. Now, as he turned around, the brilliance in Chao Meng's eyes flashed, and he suddenly reached out to Lin Jing. At this moment, the expressions of the God of Dreams and God of Nightmare changed slightly, and they were about to make a move immediately. But in an instant, CGFE, they seemed to sense something and stopped. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Everything was only in an instant. After Chao Meng reached out his hand, he grabbed it in the void. At this moment, in Lin Jing's shadow, a figure was forcefully pulled out under the limitation of superpower, and then fell to the ground. Human. After Chao Meng had done all this, he had already turned around, and the voice sounded, "This guy, lurking in your shadow. Take it as your reward for contacting the trainers in Shanao to help me." Its back is facing Lin Jing, and after doing all this, it seems to be ready to leave, which is quite light. Lin Jing blinked. He looked at the figure on the ground who was still unable to move under the limit of superpower, hesitated and said, "Super Dream, that. I know its existence." Chao Meng's movement was slightly stunned. Lin Jing's voice continued to sound, "I acquiesce to this little guy, hiding in my shadow." At this moment, Chao Meng never turned around, and when the brilliance flickered slightly, its figure turned into ripples and completely disappeared directly on the Nightmare God. At this moment, Lin Jing blinked innocently. Sighed. A smile appeared on Cresselia's face, and she couldn't help laughing, saying, "Lin Jing, is this powerful guy your friend too?" It seems a little cute." Hearing Mei Mengshen's lovely comments, Lin Jingzhen couldn't hold back a little, and said with a smile, "It's called Chao Meng, and when we first met, it was a bit tortuous. But, now, it should count as my friend." Although Chao Meng has always acted like a stranger, but after getting the communication from Lin Jing, it is indeed willing to come in person, and judging from its small act of oolong, it is obviously also in Lin Jing's heart. Jing is a special existence. After speaking, Lin Jing's eyes fell on the direction Chao Meng left. There. A treasure chest is slowly condensing. Obviously, the cute Chao Meng, worthy of the name of the lucky star, once again generated a treasure chest because of it. When the mind moved slightly, the system prompt sounded. "You have successfully picked up the Sacred Beast Elf Treasure Chest, Super Dream." Super Dream is still reliable. A word of emotion in my heart. Lin Jing looked to one end. There. It was indeed Marshadow. Big man, of the God of Dreams and God of Nightmare. There is a weak, pitiful and helpless attitude. As Lin Jing's gaze came over, Marshadow's figure flashed, and he wanted to escape into Lin Jing's shadow again. Lin Jing said slightly, "Darkly." A brilliance flashed in the Nightmare God's eyes. The Marshadow, who swept towards the shadow, seemed to have hit a wall and slowly slid down from above. "Mashadow, don't hide." Lin Jing's voice sounded. "I didn't plan to bring you out directly, but since Chao Meng accidentally drove you out of the shadow, let's have a good chat. You've been with me for a while, and you should know that I won't hurt you." Marshadow hesitated, then nodded. Why did you find me?" Lin Jing asked first. "Front." Mashadu hesitated for a while, and then, some clear voices echoed in Lin Jing's heart. "I didn't find you. When I was traveling in the spiritual world, I accidentally encountered the door to the spiritual world that is connected to the real world. That feather chose you, so I will follow you." Feathers. Rainbow feather. Lin Jing took it directly from his backpack. He looked at Marciado and raised his brows slightly, as this feather selected me. Marcia nodded. Heard. Lin Jing was thoughtful. For a long time, he thought that it was Marshado who chose it and gave it the rainbow feather. But now, it's obviously not the same. This is King Ho's feather, and it must have some magical functions. So, King Ho chose me. Why did you choose me? Growth speed, spirit strength, or is it because I know a lot of beast spirits? All kinds of thoughts flashed. When it comes to King Ho, Lin Jing's doubts are obviously not something that Marshado can solve. He looked at Marciado and asked in a deep voice, I heard that the trainer who has obtained the rainbow feather will have the opportunity to become the rainbow hero. And you, Marciado, according to legend, you are the elf who guides the rainbow hero to Ho Wong. Machado, since Rainbow Feather chose me, why didn't you take me to see King Ho? Hear Lin Jing's words. There was a hint of grievance on Machado's expression. Its crisp voice sounded again. I do want to guide you to meet Ho-Oh. However, Ho-Oh is in another star field, and after you got its feathers, you went directly to the spiritual world. Wait until you come back from the spirit world. Marciado did not continue to speak, but just looked at the god of dreams and god of nightmare beside him. Lin Jing reacted in an instant. You know, not long after he returned to the spiritual world, he saw Lugia and the three divine birds. Then, the dream god and the nightmare god are back. After that, I even witnessed a battle between mythical beasts in the Sea of Stars. As a phantom beast elf, Machado also possesses quite good fighting ability. If it is an ordinary trainer, it may begin its mission shortly after returning to the spiritual world. But it happened to encounter Lin Jing, so it encountered a group of beings that it couldn't afford to provoke at all. In this case, Machado was completely frightened, and chose to hide in Lin Jing's shadow directly. After all, escape is shameful, but useful. After thinking about all this, Lin Jing looked at Machado and shook his head slightly. The current Machado is indeed pitiful, weak, and helpless. Chapter 113 Chao Meng's Concern. The Galaxy team is in action, Sakaji's plan. After sighing in his heart, Lin Jing looked at Machado and said in a deep voice, in this case, Machado, you should follow me first. I'm in the Shanao Star territory, and I still have a lot of things to deal with. After I'm in the Guandu Star territory, you will guide me and take me to meet King Feng. He has always planned first and then acted. He already has the next plan in his heart and will not change it easily. Marcia was hesitant for a moment. However, after his eyes glanced at the god of dreams and god of nightmare on one side, Marciado no longer hesitated and nodded again and again. You go back. Since you like to hide in my shadow, then let's stay in the shadow. Hearing Lin Jing's voice, Machado was relieved, and quickly turned into a brilliance and swept into the shadows. Lin Jing walked to the side, his mind moved slightly, and the treasure chest interface had already appeared. Above, the treasure chest is in full bloom. Perhaps it is because of the particularity of its artificial manufacture, or because of other reasons. For Lin Jing, Cheomeng is a big lucky star, and it is completely a treasure chest making machine. Every time he comes, he can leave a treasure chest for Lin Jing. Now, as the mind moved slightly, above the treasure chest, the phantom of Cheomeng flashed by and suddenly opened. The brilliance flashes. Lines of information appear. Open black lens bracket. You have gained super power increase close black lens bracket. You have acquired the skill, spiritual field. You have acquired the skill, meditation. You have obtained a special influence, Mewtwo's attention. You have obtained the divine beast skill fragment, spiritual break. You got a special item, super mirror. Lin Jing's eyes fell on the top. The superpower increase, needless to say, can make Lin Jing's superpower go a step further. Mental field is a field skill. The effect is that the elves on the field will not be affected by the preemptive attack, and the power of superpower skills will be increased. Meditation, on the other hand, is a self-enhancing ability, which is used to improve one's own special attack and special defense. It can be said that these two skills can make Shanado's combat power even more terrifying, and they are both skills that are extremely suitable for Shanado. The third shard of spiritual breaking, get it? It's getting closer and closer to the day when the real collection is complete and the day when you go to the fake and stay in the real world. Lin Jing was quite looking forward to it, the true power of spiritual breaking. As his thoughts flashed, he looked at the last two rewards. Open black lens bracket super dreams care close black lens bracket. Introduction. After fleeing under the control of Team Rocket, the only object Mewtwo cares about is dream. And now, because of the many contacts with you, your frankness and various performances, Mewtwo has also left a deep impression on Mewtwo, and you have become one of its more concerned objects. When you encounter danger, Mewtwo, there is a certain probability that they will come to help you. Lin Jing blinked. Although Mewtwo's performance has been the same, the affinity is steadily improving. Tilda. What's this called? Tsunere, isn't it? Thinking of this, Lin Jing smiled and said to himself, it seems that the evaluation of the beautiful dream is not wrong. From a certain point of view, Chao Meng is indeed a bit cute. He looked at the last reward. Super Mirror. Introduction, a special mirror that can be used by humans, elves, to sharpen their superpowers. Does it actually work like this? After pondering, Lin Jing did not hesitate to use his superpower to increase himself, and at the same time let Shinado understand and learn the newly acquired skills. Soon, Lin Jing reached his goal. On Nohara Star, there is Nohara Gym, whose owner is Ji Xian, who is good at water elves. As Donghua said, Lin Jing's strength has officially surpassed the level of a gym owner. Although Gengar has no chance recently, he has never changed. But it has Nightmare God Darkrai as a teacher. Under Darkrai's serious teaching, its control of energy and the power of its skills are constantly improving, and it can be said that it is growing steadily. After obtaining the Wetland badge from the Noyuan Gym, the number of Lin Jing's badges has officially reached 8. Because of Sharona, he intentionally increased his speed and never stopped at Nohara Star too much. The Nightmare God climbed into the Sea of Stars and headed for the next goal. Marina Star. Shanao Star Territory. Inside a Galaxy team base. At this moment, Kairi, the leader of the Galaxy team, looked at the document placed in front of him, and said solemnly, have you completely confirmed his identity? Boss, it's completely confirmed. The subordinate standing in front of him looked serious, with a faint hint of subtle color, and replied, according to our investigation, the owner of the fiercely biting land shark is named Lin Jing. He just became a trainer this year, and he is still the champion of this year's elf exam. This year. Kairi's eyes narrowed slightly. That's right. The subordinate nodded, with a vibrating tone in his tone. That's why he is constantly challenging the gym to get badges. According to the latest news we got, he has already challenged the Noyuan Gymnasium. According to the information we got, among the 8 main gymnasiums in the Shanao Star Field, he has only the Binhai Gymnasium that has not been challenged. As Binhai Star's Binhai Road Museum. It seems that it is another talented trainer emerging from the Shanao Alliance. Kairi's eyes squinted slightly, and his voice was still calm, but there was a hint of coldness. Let our team be completely destroyed, this revenge must be avenged, otherwise. Everyone thinks that our Galaxy team is a small character who is easy to bully. At that time, how will we accomplish our great cause? Send my order. Let Zhengxing take people there. Yes. A harmony sounded. Guandu Star Territory. At this moment, within the Sea of Stars, a spaceship that had never had the slightest sign was in a silent state. In the spaceship hall, a figure was sitting on the sofa, holding red wine in his hand, tasting it quietly. In front of him, there is a big screen. On the big screen, it seems that something is being broadcast in real time. Inside the screen. It is Jobin Star, Jobin Gym. At this moment, Jobin Gym has been besieged by one after another figure. It is the trainer of the Guandu Alliance. Just then, behind the spaceship, a voice sounded. Boss. Following her voice, on the sofa in front, the figure looked back. It's Sakagi. At this moment, Sakagi couldn't see joy or anger on his face, and said calmly, everything has been arranged. It's arranged. People from the Guandu Alliance would never have imagined that the boss had already considered the exposure of his identity a long time ago, and he had also made a lot of preparations. Yike na, cross, hum. There was disdain in her voice. Sakaji's expression was calm, and he said softly, Kona and Do are not something you can discuss. Hearing this, the subordinate's expression changed slightly. Sakagi got up from the sofa, stepped towards the porthole, looked at the sea of stars outside, and the voice rang out. In the Gwandu League, it is now dominated by Kona and Do. In terms of scheming, it's not something they are good at, because with their strength, they don't need scheming at all. You have to know that Kona and Do are the top trainers in the major star regions today, and they are well-deserved powerhouses. They respect our opponents and respect ourselves. His tone was calm and there was no turbulence. But listening to the subordinate's ears, he couldn't help but feel terrified, and quickly said, "Boss, I understand." Sakagi shook the wine glass in his hand. In the entire Gwandu alliance, there is no one with the deepest scheming than the old guy Juzi. However, she is not too involved in the alliance, otherwise I want to get out, and it will be more troublesome. The boss's magic trick, even if the King Juzi makes a move, it will not have any impact. The subordinate complimented. Heard. Sakagi's eyes turned and fell on her. Do you think we won? There was coldness in his voice. The promise is good. Nearly dozens of bases were destroyed. Even my identity was exposed, and I had to give up everything on the bright side. Do you think we won? This is a fiasco, a real fiasco. As my identity is exposed, the Gwandu Alliance's attack on our rockets will escalate to a more severe level. Pass on my order. During the recent period of time, the rockets have entered a state of dormancy as a whole. Stop all actions, and don't give the Gwandu Alliance a chance to go further. Day 7E. The subordinate bowed his head cautiously. Contact Apollo and Athena, I have something to do. I need their cooperation to leave the city. Yes. Subordinate responded again, and then whispered, Boss, you're going. Go to Fangyuan Star Territory. A strange light flashed in Sakagi's eyes. Kai Yansong of the Lava Team has already contacted me many times. Although the alliances of various star regions do not affect each other, they also contribute to each other and help each other. The rockets suffered such a loss. Let's get some interest back from the Fangyuan alliance first. Shaking the red wine in his hand, Sakagi looked at Shinheiyu. The spacecraft escaped from stealth and left quickly. Chapter 114 Sakagi's Wanted Order, Galaxy Team's Ambush, Terrorist Counterattack, Normal Chapter. To explain, because the website has new regulations, the number of words in chapters cannot exceed 3,000 words, so I asked the author to modify the previous chapters, so there will be repeated subscriptions. The author is also very sorry, but there is really no way. After all, I'm just a small author. Next, there may be chapters modified due to bans. Please pay attention to the chapter number. If there is an update of the chapter number before chapter 114, it is a modification. Don't click on it, so as not to subscribe repeatedly. Sorry, the author has revised it all afternoon, and there is really no way. Hey. Nightmare God. The Nightmare God set off towards the Marina Star. On the spaceship, the elves moved freely. Lin Jing was standing on one side, his eyes were slightly closed at this moment, and in front of him, there was a mirror of superpower blooming with azure purple brilliance. He is honing his superpower through this mirror. After a period of time, fine sweat poured out of his forehead, and Lin Jing slowly opened his eyes. It worked well. With this superpower mirror, the speed of superpower improvement of Shinado and I will be more obvious. Putting the mirror down, Lin Jing took out the elf picture book. 26 functions in the wizard book, and Lin Jing also uses it to check some news and know the latest situation of the major star fields. When I just lifted the sprite book, above, a pop-up window information appeared. Shocked, the identity of the owner of the vibrant gym in the Gwandu Star region is doubtful, and the Gwandu Alliance has issued a wanted order. Close black lens bracket. Raising his brows slightly, Lin Jing immediately clicked in. Content. Exactly about Sakagi. The Gwandu Alliance has officially issued a wanted order against Sakagi. Any trainer who provides information about Sakagi or assists in the arrest can get huge rewards from the Alliance. Wanted order. It seems that the Kanto Alliance's plan to capture Sakagi failed. Lin Jing muttered to himself, but he didn't feel any surprise. Compared to getting the news, in order to avoid accidents, the Kanto Alliance, which acted quickly, Sakagi, may have made preparations for this situation a long time ago. In this case, the probability of success will be lower. However, after all, the purpose of the alliance has been achieved. The rockets have been hit hard, and all their identities on the surface will be useless, which will inevitably have a great impact on the rockets. It can only be said that the alliance has won, but not completely. Looking back, Lin Jing checked other news. In his attention, he also saw news about the superpower contest. Sponsored by the Superpower King Wusong of the Shanao Alliance, the superpower competition exclusively for superpower elves is getting closer and closer to the start day. The superpower system is gorgeous, and every superpower competition will also attract the attention of countless people. Browsing the information. The Nightmare God arrived at Marina Star and entered it. After the replacement of the new Nightmare God, because of its model, the site that can be parked is more remote. Now, after the Nightmare God landed, the elves returned to the Pokeball, the hatch opened, and Lin Jing stepped down along the mechanical stairs extending to the ground. Just when he took a few steps, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. At the same time, in my heart, Darkrai's hoarse voice sounded. Lin Jing. Lin Jing nodded indifferently, his eyes seemed to swept around inadvertently. After leaving the ship, his malicious perception ability naturally activated. At this moment, he sensed extremely strong malice. With Darkrai's reminder, Lin Jing reacted immediately. Someone is watching me. Heart. Cresselia's soft voice sounded. Lin Jing, do you need me to help? No need for now. Lin Jing replied in his heart. Unless it is necessary, neither of Cresselia and Darkrai should take action. In my heart, the response of the two divine beast spirits sounded. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. God of Dreams and God of Nightmare are undoubtedly his strongest trump cards, and he will not let them be easily shot unless absolutely necessary. What has not been revealed is the trump card, and can play the biggest role when it is most needed. Who is after me? Now. As the thoughts flickered, a hidden light flashed in Lin Jing's eyes, and his super senses were already activated. After increasing it again and again, Lin Jing's superpower has reached a terrifying level. In this case, he is not afraid of being noticed by others. Superpower spreads. At this moment, the entire spaceship parked and the surrounding environment came to mind, and Lin Jing detected his target accurately during the exploration. It was a figure dressed in the same clothes, and at this time, it was hidden outside the spaceship's berth. On their clothes, there is the same G icon. Under the super perception, there are at least hundreds of Galaxy Team members, standing in place. Galaxy Team. Team Galaxy, why are you looking for me? Could it be that, the last time you encountered the Galaxy Team, what information was leaked out? As the thoughts flashed, Lin Jing's expression was calm. After confirming who the enemy was, he became more calm. For a trainer who has personally experienced the battlefield of the beast, there are very few scenes that can cause his waves. Now, without hesitation, Lin Jing stepped off the Nightmare God. He walked towards the exit of the spaceship's berth, but could not see anything unusual. All the way. The large spaceship's berth is relatively remote. After walking out of the exit of the spaceship's berth, Lin Jing's steps paused slightly. Just then, under the super perception, a breath suddenly burst out. Those were the members of the Galaxy Team lurking at both ends. At this moment, they released their own spirits. Go. Execute the mission. Do a good job of intercepting, don't let him run away. A loud shout sounded, and at the same time, Lin Jing's brows were slightly raised, and his palm had already touched the Pokeball. He is ready. Now, In an instant, one's own superpower is activated to build a superpower barrier to protect oneself, and at the same time, the silhouettes of elves have appeared. Shinado. Gengar. Bite the land shark fiercely. Bagheera. Charizard. Fairy elf. At the same time when the 6 main elves appeared, Lin Jing's command sound had already sounded. Fire-breathing dragon. Lava storm. Bite the land shark. Use time to roar. Bagheera. The wave of evil. Gengar. Use the shadow ball. Fairy elf. Free to attack, ready to heal everyone at any time. Xanaduo. Mega evolves. 097 uses the spiritual field, and then uses the spirit to strengthen the mind. In all directions, at least hundreds of elves attacked from the ground and from the sky at the same time. In the information obtained by the Galaxy team, it is obvious that a certain estimate of Lin Jing's strength has been made, so sufficient personnel have been dispatched. And at this moment, between the resonance of the keystone and the super evolution stone, dazzling brilliance shines all over the body, and the super queen in a black dress reappears. On its head, a light blue seagod's crown emerged, and faintly, a light blue tulle shrouded the whole body. With Shinado as the center, super power suddenly spread out. Spiritual venue. At the same time, the dazzling purple brilliance in the eyes flashed, and the spirit was strong, and it was launched. When Shinado's momentum erupted, it was just the beginning. At this moment, the fire-breathing dragon spread its wings, climbed into the air, and the lava storm came. At the same time, the huge body of the fierce bite land shark stood on the spot, the momentum spurted, the dragon's mouth opened, and the armor of time and space attached to the body flashed. Time roared, activated. This is a terrifying skill obtained from Dialga, and its power is unimaginable. The blood in Bagheera's eyes flashed, and with it as the center, the terrifying fluctuations constructed by the evil energy spread. Zhang Gui's serious color flashed, and the shadow balls gathered. In the blink of an eye, it had reached 1/3 of its size, and then suddenly bombarded out. In an instant, the exit of the entire spaceship was shrouded in the brilliance of various skills, and the terrifying power spread out from it. Boom, boom, boom. The Galaxy team ambushed here encountered a terrifying counterattack they never imagined. Chapter 115 The Battle of Crushing, the Galaxy team Zhengxing, Lin Jing's plan. The flames roared, the lava storm rolled up, the dragon roar of the fire-breathing dragon resounded throughout the audience, and the terrifying power was displayed without reservation. Amidst the jet-black turbulence, the turbulence of evil spreads. At the other end, when the power of time cooperates with the burst of dragon energy, the shock wave created by the roar of time rushes violently. When the strength of the elves breaks through a certain limit, the number is no longer a threat to them. Without a doubt. Today, the elves of Lin Jing have reached this level. There is no doubt that the Galaxy team attaches great importance to him, and sent an action detachment of hundreds of people, but they could not predict how terrifying the growth rate of Lin Jing was, nor what kind of strength Lin Jing had reached. At this moment, when the main elves burst out at the same time, the power swept away, and during the burst of energy, it was like withering, and the elves of the Galaxy team were directly killed in an instant, and they completely lost their ability to fight. There are also people in the Galaxy team who understand that Lin Jing is the leader and want to attack Lin Jing. However, at this moment, on the side of Lin Jing, there is the existence of Shinado. In the spiritual field, Shinado's skill power was already increased. After the increase of the Seagod's crown, the superpowers built an incomparably amazing barrier around Shinado and Lin Jing. A series of skills bombarded, hitting the barrier, only a faint ripple rippled, completely unable to break the defense of the super barrier. Lin Jing's super power spreads. Under the super perception, he first determined the first target. That's a cross bat. The forked bat's momentum is quite good, and now in the first round of the Lin Jing elf's offensive, it has not been defeated, but is looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Obviously, it is the elf of the strong trainer in the Galaxy team. At the moment when the perception was confirmed, Lin Jing's eyes flashed with brilliance, and at this moment, he resonated with Super Shinado. Under the resonance, Super Shinado's momentum has risen again. Looking at the imposing cross-shaped bat, in front of Shinado, super power is brewing, and then spiritual breakthrough, brazenly launched. Today, Spirit Breaker has obtained 3 skill fragments, making this divine beast from Cheomung more powerful. Coupled with the amazing superpower of Shinado, the spirit smashed through the sky, and hit the cross-shaped bat brazenly. The cross-shaped bat is already restrained by the superpower attribute, not to mention, the opponent it faces is Lin Jing. With the full support, he performed a mental break, which is almost the strongest blow of Shinado's current stage. With one blow, the superpower exploded, and the body of the cross-shaped bat fell from the sky. Bite the land shark and roar. Fire-breathing dragon roar. Bangira roars. Gengar is smiling. Each elves, unreservedly, exerted their full strength, and the difference in number could not have any effect on them at all. In the aftermath of the terrifying skills, with the assistance of the fairy elf, and the resonance of Lin Jing and Shinado, they specifically looked for the stronger ones to snipe. The situation of this battle was completely reversed, and it showed a crushing effect. Trend. At the very beginning, the Galaxy team was still stubbornly resisting. But as the elves lost consciousness, many members of the Galaxy team died as a result of the collision of skills. The Galaxy team gradually showed a collapse. The trend of defeat. Until this moment, they fully realized what kind of opponent they had found. This year's rookie trainer. How is that possible? While scolding the intelligence department in his heart, in the midst of the defeat, some people chose to flee and retreat. Of which there is even a leader who directly shouted, "Retreat, quickly retreat." In this moment, the remaining members of the Galaxy team immediately wanted to choose to evacuate. However, since he wanted to be unfavorable to him, Lin Jing naturally wouldn't let it go. He waved his hand and said solemnly, "Pursue." The speed of biting land sharks and fire-breathing dragons is extremely fast, and their bodies glide up and start their pursuit. On the other side, the blood in Bangira's eyes became more and more intense with the battle, and his right leg was raised high, and he stepped down suddenly. Earthquake. Boom, boom, boom. In the deafening roar, the ground shattered and opened, slowing down the retreat of the Galaxy team. At the same time, under the blessing of superpower, Lin Jing's voice spread out and reverberated throughout the area. "Surrender, and I can spare you." His tone was cold. If it was before, he might choose to kill them all and leave none. But now, as the investigator of the Shinao Alliance, it is a better choice to capture the opponent and obtain information about the Galaxy team from the opponent than to destroy them all. And Lin Jing also wanted to know how he got into Team Galaxy's sight. Now that the Galaxy team has noticed him and wants to do something, then Lin Jing will start to actively find a way to weaken and even destroy the Galaxy team. Lin Jing's voice echoed. In the face of the terrifying pressure brought by several elves, some Galaxy team members completely let go of their resistance, stayed where they were, raised their hands high, and did not dare to resist. At the same time, there are also many people who choose to continue to retreat and flee. Naturally, Lin Jing would not let go. With the terrifying speed of biting land sharks, obviously no one can really leave this area. During the super perception turn, Lin Jing's eyes suddenly fixed on a figure. It is the owner of the crossbat. He was dressed in the costume of the Galaxy team, and his blue hair was quite strange, and now he has released a flying elf. Just now. It was the retreat order he issued. This is prepare to evacuate. Zhengxing. In the Galaxy team, there are several cadres. Because of the memory of the previous life, Lin Jing knew something, and now he recognized his identity at a glance. Zhengxing. According to the information in the original work, Zhengxing does not know Qiri's true plan, but his own point of view is an extreme plan, and it is definitely not a solution to the problem. Perhaps, this is a breakthrough for the Galaxy team. Lin Jing and Shanae Duo were still in a state of resonance, but now, when his thoughts moved slightly, his thoughts surged out and swept away towards Zhengxing. As a cadre of the Galaxy team, Zhengxing is obviously very personable. The moment he reacted, he immediately directed the flying elves by his side to prepare to counterattack. However, what they are facing is Shinado in the strongest state. The turbulent thought power is completely unstoppable. The thought power surrounds Zhengxing and directly controls him. At the same time, under the pursuit of the fire-breathing dragon and the fierce bite land shark, the members of the Galaxy team who chose to escape died one after another. The entire battlefield gradually calmed down. Lin Jing exited the resonance state. However, through spiritual communication, Shinado's mind power spreads, and will control the members of the Galaxy team who choose to surrender. In the interstellar era, trainers also have methods to improve their physical strength and so on. But, without the protection of elves at all, when facing elves like Shinado, they will not have the slightest ability to resist. The fire-breathing dragon is back. Lin Jing jumped and came to the back of the fire-breathing dragon. The line of sight swept away, and now, in this Galaxy team, there are about a dozen people who chose to surrender. At this moment, they are squatting on the ground. Lin Jing glanced around, took out the elf picture book, and sent a message to a special communication number. It is the communication number of the branch of the Sea Star Spirit Alliance. Binhai Xing, as one of the main stars of the Shanao star field, the branch of the Elf Alliance is not small. After Lin Jing became a search officer, he obtained their secret contact information. As a search officer, he could use the power of the Alliance for his own use when needed. After the communication is over, Lin Jing's eyes swept over, and finally Nuo Zhao settled on Zhen Xing's body. His gaze was slightly lowered, and he said, "Zhengxing, Galaxy Team Cadre." Zhen Xing's expression changed slightly. In Lin Jing's mind, Shinado did not restrict him from speaking. At this moment, Zhen Xing's expression changed slightly. "You know my identity. Sure enough, you are not the rookie trainer mentioned in the information at all." Lin Jing raised his brows slightly. He didn't say much on this topic, but said calmly, "I have a certain understanding of your Galaxy team." "Zhengxing. Do you know the real purpose of the leader of your Galaxy team, Kairi?" The voice fell. Zhen Xing's expression suddenly changed. Not long after the communication came out. From the sky, several vehicles of Alliance action are coming quickly. After arriving at the spaceship's berth, a figure stepped out first. He has blonde hair that stands out. It is the owner of Binhai Xing Binhai Road Museum, Dianji. It is a bit of a collapse to let the website's mentality be true. The author will adjust the state today, and let's make more giants first. Alas, indiscriminate disaster. I also say sorry to the book friends who have repeatedly subscribed. Chapter 116 Investigators Detached Status, Espionage Plan, Super Shinado. In each star field, the general rule is to reach the qualification of an elite-level trainer, and after passing the assessment, you are eligible to apply to become a gym owner. However, taking Shanao Star region as an example, in the Xinghai, only the gyms on the 8 main stars are the most important, and their gym badges are recognized by all competitions. So, the masters of these 8 gymnasiums also have a high status, and they are also one of the leading figures in the alliances on their respective master stars. Now, after receiving the news from Lin Jing, the Spirit Alliance branch of Binhai Star led a team to come. It was Dianji. At this moment, the moment Dianji left the vehicle, his eyes swept around, and his eyes narrowed subconsciously. At a glance, outside the spaceship's anchorage, there is a devastated and ruined appearance. The entire area has experienced the destruction in the eyes. Rear. The figures of allied trainers streamed in. Denji's gaze shifted, and finally settled on the only figure standing there. It is Lin Jing. At this time, Lin Jing was using the elf picture book to communicate with others. Beside him, Shinato's eyes flashed with brilliance, and with superpower, he controlled the surrendering Galaxy team members to avoid accidents. Dianji strode closer. As he approached, he clearly heard the information from the elf Pokédex. Lin Jing, are you sure? This is an extremely risky act. There was a solemn look on Denji's expression. Because this voice is exactly the champion of Shinao Star territory, Zyrna. Hearing Zyrna's reply, Lin Jing said calmly, although this operation is very bold, if it is successful, then the reward 097 will be very amazing. Even if it fails, in essence, there is no major loss for us. Besides, since I can capture him once, he will not be a threat to me. In the communication screen, Sharona stopped arguing, nodded and said, since that's the case, I trust your judgment. I will secretly instruct you to go on and use your decision as a hidden thread. Lin Jing nodded slightly. Then, communication was hung up. He looked up at the visitor. The moment Dianji hung up the communication, his expression became serious. Now, as Lin Jing raised his head, when he saw Lin Jing's young face, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he said, Lin Jing investigator. I am the head of the Binhai Road Museum. After receiving your message, I led a team to come to support. The investigators of the Shinao Starfield are directly under the champion's command and are directly responsible for the champion trainer. Their status in the entire Shinao Starfield is very detached. Master of Electricity. Lin Jing raised his brows slightly. He didn't expect to see the target of his trip here. He pondered. Team Galaxy launched a surprise attack on me, but the battle is over. Second Master of Electricity, let people count the results of the battle, and then bring them back to the Alliance branch for interrogation. With a flicker of coldness in his eyes, Lin Jing said, I need to know, Galaxy team. Why did they attack me? From Lin Jing's point of view, his contact with the Galaxy team was nothing more than the destruction of its scientific research team on the barren planet. But that time, no one escaped. He wanted to figure it all out. Okay. Electric Times responded. Afterwards, Lin Jing stretched out his hand and pointed to a figure. This person's identity is a bit special, so he should be held in solitary confinement, and don't let too many people come into contact with him. I have communicated with Miss Sharona, and soon, someone will come to take him away. That figure is naturally the cadre of the Galaxy team, Zhengxing. Following Lin Jing's words, Zhengxing looked at him with complicated eyes. Before the arrival of the Alliance trainer, Lin Jing and Zhengxing had a brief exchange. There is an exchange about the real plan of the leader of the Galaxy team, Chiri. Lin Jing holds the information in the original work. Zhengxing is not someone who can touch such extremes. In Lin Jing's view, this is a breakthrough. He revealed Chiri's real plan, and in Zhengxing's heart, a seed would undoubtedly be planted, and then he communicated with Hyrna to get Hyrna's support for his plan. Lin Jing's plan is simpler. After knowing Chiri's true plan, Zhengxing would be suspicious of Chiri even if he didn't believe it. There is no impermeable wall in the world. With the Galaxy team's research on the distortion of time and space, Zhengxing will soon be determined. What Jing said is not necessary. He, who also did not agree with the extreme plan, had something in common with the Alliance. What Lin Jing has to do is to let him go back and become a secret son buried in the Galaxy team. If everything goes well, then the value of Zhengxing to the Alliance will increase dramatically, and it can transmit secret information about the Galaxy team. And if it doesn't go well, Lin Jing didn't care either. For him, Zhengxing is not a threat. Even if he returns, the most information about his true strength is revealed. Knowing his true strength, the Galaxy team will be more afraid and will not shoot him easily. This is the deterrence brought by absolute strength. And the communication with Zhengxing, and even what Zyrna is going to do next, will be videotaped. In addition, Lin Jing himself has a certain understanding of the Galaxy team. If the information passed back is wrong, then Lin Jing doesn't mind. Video sent to Galaxy. The old man of the Galaxy team, CGFE, Dachiri, is a person who has no feelings at all. If you let him know that there is a possibility of betrayal by Zhengxing, then thoughts flow in the mind. One sighed. Dianji nodded, then continued. Inspector Lin Jing, is there anything else that needs to be dealt with? Lin Jing pondered, his eyes fixed on Dianji. Second Master of Electricity, there is indeed one more thing, but it is my personal matter. Please speak. Denji's expression was solemn. Facing the Galaxy team's surprise attack, the trainer who was able to destroy the opponent by himself was naturally quite good. Denji would not despise him because of his young face, but paid more attention to him. My purpose in coming to Binhai Star is to challenge Binhai Taoist Hall. Lin Jing said softly. Second Master of Electricity, after the follow-up of this matter is completed, I hope you can fight me. Challenge, Jim. A look of astonishment appeared on Denji's expression. The efficiency of the alliance is still quite good. The battlefield was quickly cleaned up, and the prisoners of the Galaxy team were also sent to special departments for interrogation. According to Lin Jing, Zhengxing was sent to a separate prison by a separate vehicle to avoid meeting others. At the same time, Lin Jing put away Shinado, boarded the same vehicle as Denji, and returned directly to the Binhai gym. Denji was shocked by the information that an investigator like Lin Jing would challenge the gymnasium, but naturally he would not refuse. Time passes. Soon, the two had returned to the Binhai gym. The appearance of the Binhai Road Museum is more gorgeous, and it is the appearance of a large-scale battle hall. Usually, there will also be some gym challenges that are open to the public. However, involving Lin Jing, the Shinao investigator, Dianji chose a private venue for the battlefield. Now, on the battlefield, Dianji and Lin Jing are separated from each other. At this moment, Denji's expression became more serious. He shook his head and sighed. I didn't expect that Inspector Lin Jing has not yet obtained the 8th badge. But, since I'm the gatekeeper, I won't hold back at all. Lin Jing's expression became more serious, and he said, I also want to see the true strength of the powerhouse owner. Dianji smiled slightly. The battle rules, just adopt the general gym challenge rules. Inspector Lin Jing, if there is no problem, release your elf. At the same time, Denji is already holding on to the elf ball. At the other end, Lin Jing reached out and grabbed the Pokeball that he was most familiar with. At this moment, on both ends of the battlefield, two brilliance flashed, and the elves appeared. In front of Dianji, stood a golden figure. It was covered with spikes and looked extremely sharp. Thunder Elf. One of Ibrahimovich's evolutions. When the Wisdom Eye skill was activated, its information was already in sight. Open black lens bracket Thunder Spirit close black lens bracket. Level LV60. Qualification Quasi-Championship. Whether it's aptitude or level, it's quite good. No wonder Dianji wants to challenge the king-level trainer. I don't know what the difference in combat power between him and the Heavenly King is. Lin Jing's thoughts flashed in his heart. On the other side, Denji also looked in front of Lin Jing. In front of Lin Jing, wearing the sea god's crown, a figure in a white dress appeared. It's Shinado. Is this Shinado? Denji's eyes narrowed slightly, and when he went to the spaceship dock, he saw Shinado who was controlling Team Rocket's prisoners. With a solemn expression on his face, he said solemnly, the battle begins. At this moment, Lin Jing lifted his sleeves, and the keystone bloomed. With the tacit understanding of Lin Jing and Shinado, the super evolution was completed in an instant. Super Shinado is here. Chapter 117 Super vs Thunder, Flash Electric Warcraft, the 8th badge. The black dress was propped up, and the sea god's crown shone brightly, and the light blue tulle covered the top, adding a sense of mystery to Super Shinado. Shinado. This is Lin Jing's first elf since he came to the age of the Galaxy Elf. During the 8th badge gym challenge, Lin Jing chose to send Shinado to fight. This Also a memorial. At the other end, Denji looked at the sea god crown worn by Shinado. His eyes became more and more cautious. In the vast Qinghai, there are various resources that can enhance the strength of elves. Dianji will not underestimate Lin Jing's strength at all, but pay more attention to it. At this moment, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he had already thought about the battle plan in his heart, said solemnly. Thunder Spirit. Attack with volts. At this moment, a sharp color flashed across the Thunder Elf's eyes, and around him, in an instant, an electric arc surged, turned into thunder, and surrounded the Thunder Elf's body. The thunderous roar continued. Wrapped in terrifying power, the Thunder Elf seemed to have transformed into a group of rushing thunder, at an unimaginable speed, at the other end of the battlefield, rushing straight towards Shinado. In the face of super spirits, choosing close combat is undoubtedly the best choice. Thunder howls. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, he did not communicate through telepathy, but opened his mouth slightly. Shinado, are you ready? Responding to Lin Jing, Shinado nodded slightly. Facing the mighty Thunder Elf surrounded by thunder, Lin Jing no longer hesitated, and suddenly said, Shinado, super power burst, dodge the opponent's attack, and then use the spiritual blade. Invisible turbulence. The dazzling superpower suddenly erupted around Shinado. At the same time, Lin Jing's eyes flashed with brilliance, entering a state of resonance, providing blessings to Shinado. In the turbulent superpower, the terrifying power spreads. On one side, is Shinado surrounded by layers of superpower. On the one hand, it is the Thunder Elf who rushed forward with the thunder. Just as the Thunder Elf was about to approach, Shinado's whole body flashed with brilliance and suddenly disappeared from the spot. Teleport. Denji is undoubtedly a very experienced trainer. When he saw Shinado disappear, he immediately shouted, Thunder Spirit, discharge. Discharge is a range attack, attacking all enemies near you. Between the roaring sounds, the thunder surged, and the arc spread to all directions. The figure of Shinado is appearing behind the Thunder Elf. However, I once learned the experience from the owner of the Lee Pavilion, and at the same time as showing up, the super energy barrier has been formed. The arc bombarded the barrier, causing waves of ripples, but in the end, it was completely unable to break through the defense. The Seagod's crown, combined with the double boost of superpower burst, made Shinado's superpower reach an extremely terrifying level. The Thunder Elf's attack was blocked, and Shinado would not hold back at all. Now, between the two elves, Shinado's arms were raised, superpowers converged, and a sharp blade formed by the condensed thought force took shape. Thunder Elf, Thunder Teeth. The electric command sound came out. The Thunder Elf opened his mouth, and among the thunder and lightning in his mouth, sharp fangs constructed of thunder took shape, and they bit down towards Shinado. This blow. Also blocked by the super barrier. And at the same time, the spiritual blade in Shinado's hand strikes forward, hitting the Thunder Elf brazenly. At the moment of the hit, the superpower contained in it exploded, and the aftermath was agitated, and the body of the Thunder Elf suddenly flew upside down. Its body trembled slightly on the ground, and there was no movement. So strong attacking power, so strong defensive ability. As expected of the investigator. Although Dianji had already guessed about Lin Jing's strength because of Lin Jing's identity, he was still shocked. Without hesitation, he took the Thunder Elf back into the room. Another elf ball flashed with brilliance, and the second elf appeared. That is a yellow and black elf. At the moment of its debut, Lin Jing had already recognized its identity. Electric elf, electric shock monster. The stature of this electric monster is bigger than that of the same clan, and the hair color on the body is darker than that of the same clan. To be precise, this is a flash electric monster. When the Smart Eye is activated, information emerges. Open black lens bracket electric beast, flash close black lens bracket. Level LV62. Attribute electricity. Qualification champion. Champion level elf. And it has grown to a very high level. The level and strength of elves grow, the more difficult it is. After all, not everyone has a treasure chest system like Lin Jing, which can make elves constantly transform. Such a high level means that this electric monster must have experienced quite a lot of battles. When the electric shock demon appeared, his eyes were fixed on Shinado. The elf's induction is quite sensitive. At this moment, Shinado is still in the state of superpower explosion, and the momentum displayed will undoubtedly make the electric monster feel shocked. Electric monster, thunder. The order of electricity times is sent out. At this moment, the whole body of the electric shock beast flashed with thunder, and the energy of the electric system surged, and with its roar, thunderclouds gathered in the sky over the opposing battlefield. In an instant. Boom. 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 One after another thunder suddenly fell, densely covered in the venue. The power is amazing. If an ordinary trainer or even an ordinary elf saw this scene, they would be terrified. But it is facing Lin Jing and Shinado. In the past, in the Dark Planet, after seeing the black lightning of the Dark Lightning Bird, the thunder of this power was completely unable to make any waves in the hearts of Lin Jing and Shinado. Now, in the midst of the thunder, Shinado's figure flashed again and again, and when the teleportation was activated, he avoided the thunder's attack. Dengeki and Dengeki Beast watched this scene closely. Just as Shinado's figure flashed again, when avoiding the thunder attack, Dionji's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he shouted, "Electric Warcraft, right, rush over, Thunder Fist." The tacit understanding between Dengeki Warcraft and Dionji is undoubtedly very good. At the same time as the sound rang, it has already stepped out, and when the right fist is clenched, thunder is brewing in it. Just as it jumped up, Shinado's figure appeared in the direction of its attack. Now, there is limited space for instant movement in the whereabouts of the thunderbolt in the battlefield. The observation of Dionji and the electric shock Warcraft has precisely speculated that Shinado will launch an attack next time to avoid the thunderbolt. Thunder surged above the right fist, and the electric monster jumped down from the sky, and a punch came down. Everything is only in an instant. Just as Shinado appeared, Lin Jing frowned slightly, and through telepathy, the order had already been given. At this moment, the brilliance in Shinado's eyes flashed, and the body of the electric monster and Shinado flashed. Defensive swap. Although the electric shock monster is not an elves that are good at physical defense, its defensive ability is also better than Shinado. At the same time as the defense was exchanged, the spiritual blade condensed again, Shinado's power exploded, and the blade struck forward. .00. Lightning fist that fell from the sky. The spiritual blade that strikes at the front. At this moment, the thunderbolt fist and the spiritual blade suddenly collided. At the moment of the collision, the energy surged, the roar sounded, and the aftermath was turbulent. Electric shock monster, 100,000 volts. Shinado, break the spirit. Lin Jing's telepathic command came out almost at the same time as Dionji's command sound. Within a short distance, neither of the two elves could dodge. They both chose to trust their elves and issued the purest attacking moves. Thunder roars. 100,000 volts agitated. At the same time, as the superpower spreads, the roaring sound continues. The battlefield is made of extremely strong materials collected in the interstellar space, but at this moment, the two elves are at the center, and in the aftermath, the entire battlefield has turned into a huge pothole. There was smoke and dust, and rubble splashed. This is the battle between superpower and electric power. One end of the field. Lin Jing frowned slightly. In the venue, the smoke and dust dissipated faintly, and I saw two elves, only a few meters apart at this time. At this moment, a dull sound of sipping came out. It was the body of the electric shock monster, and at this moment it fell to the ground without moving. Shinado. Win. As the energy of the two elves collided, the ground on the battlefield collapsed abruptly. So strong. Out a deep breath, took out the elf ball, and withdrew the electric shock Warcraft, and said, "Inspector Lin Jing, your strength is so strong. Perhaps You already have the combat power of a real heavenly king. This battle, there is no need to go on. The electric shock demon is my main elf. If it loses, it proves that I am not your opponent." Lin Jing's expression was calm. At the same time as the electric times admit defeat. In the ear, the system's prompt sound is constantly ringing. Detected that the host defeated the 8th gym owner. You have obtained the Elite Trainer Treasure Box. Guang. Chapter 118 The Proof of the King, The Attention of the Unknown Elves, The History of Manaphy Py. Chapter 113 has been released. Everyone can read it. There are more important foreshadowings in it, and Chapter 111 should be released tomorrow. It is detected that the host defeated the 8th gym owner, and you have obtained the Staged Achievement Treasure Box. It was detected that the host defeated the 8th gym owner, and you got a special battle chest. Lines of information appear. After Denji admits defeat, 3 treasure chests are generated in succession. With a glance, Lin Jing jumped off the podium and landed below. The other end. Denji put away the electric monster that had lost its ability to fight, and walked over. Inspector Lin Jing. In his hand, he held a special box and handed it to Lin Jing. Lin Jing took it and opened it. Inside, there is a gym badge placed impressively. That's the lighthouse badge. So far, the 8th gym badge is in hand. In front of you. Denji's eyes filled with admiration, and he said, "Lin Jing trainer, the strength of your Shinado is quite amazing. This sense of oppression, I have only encountered, 100, in the body of King Wusong." As King Wusong. Lin Jing frowned slightly. That is the superpower king of the Shino region. The owner of the library has praised him. Lin Jing replied softly, and Lin Jing's voice became more serious, and said solemnly, "Before Miss Sharona sends someone to take him away, remember not to let other people come into contact with him." Feeling the solemnity in Lin Jing's tone, Dianji nodded again and again, "I know." After a few simple exchanges, Lin Jing didn't stay too much in Binhai Taoist Hall and chose to leave. Riding the fire-breathing dragon, he returned to the docking place of the spaceship. Outside the spaceship's berth, it has been repaired by the Alliance trainers, but the traces of the battle can still be vaguely seen. Lin Jing's eyes swept away slightly, his eyes narrowed. He took out the experience map and sent a text message to the special person. Soon. Master of the Electric Museum, the member of the Galaxy team who I have stated as a more special identity. In the Elf Pokédex, a document from the Shinao Alliance was received. The name of the file is marked with Team Galaxy in a special color. As the biggest evil force in the Shinao starfield, the Shinao Alliance also regards the Galaxy team as a thorn in their side, so naturally they have also collected a lot of information related to the Galaxy team. Now that Team Galaxy knew of his existence and made a move, then Lin Jing would naturally fight back. After jumping down from the fire-breathing dragon's back and returning to the Nightmare God, the Nightmare God quickly climbed into the air with Rotom's operation. All the elves were released and moved freely. Lin Jing was on the side, checking the information about the Galaxy team sent by the Alliance. After a rough glance, he put the information away. In the information held by the Shinao Alliance, in the early years, the Shinao Alliance had noticed many secret bases of the Galaxy team and defeated them with battle. However, in recent years, the Galaxy's secret bases have become more secretive and seem to be decreasing in number. The most important thing is, the number of times the Galaxy team appeared in the public has become less, which makes it more difficult for the League to obtain their information, so the cleaning of the Galaxy team cannot help but be delayed. To this, Lin Jing has his own guess. Time and space are distorted. In recent years, there have been frequent space-time distortion areas in the Shinao star field. Kyrie, who wanted to use the power of the two gods in space and time, naturally had a clearer goal. In Lin Jing's guess, most of the power of the entire Galaxy team, I am afraid that they are all invested in this aspect, and other actions have been reduced. Closing the document, Lin Jing narrowed his eyes slightly and said in his heart, I don't know if there is a machine in the Alliance that can detect the distortion of time and space on a large scale. If it exists, the plan for the Galaxy team may be much more convenient. Next, it's up to Zhenxing to see if he will cooperate. If he cooperates. Lin Jing's eyes flashed coldly. For the enemy, he will never have the slightest mercy. Put down the elf picture book, and the treasure chest interface appears in the slightest movement of your mind. After defeating the 8th gym owner, Lin Jing got 8 badges. In any elven world, earning 8 badges is very important, which means that you have completed the challenge of the area and are eligible to participate in its highest specification competition. Therefore, the treasure chest system produced a number of rewards, but Lin Jing was not surprised. Now, when the 3 treasure chests above were flashing, Lin Jing did not hesitate to open them one by one. The brilliance is staggered, constantly swiping, and reward information emerges. Open black lens bracket special battle chest close black lens bracket. You have gained special influence, the attention of unknown elves. Open black lens bracket you got the battle costume upgrade close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket you got the skill machine, earthquake close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket elite trainer chest close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket you got the costume, elite trainer set close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket you got the advanced ball x2 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket you got super ball x5 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket you got a special item, wishing star block x1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket you got a special item, King's certificate close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket you got a special item, no melting ice close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket you got the fire breathing dragon evolution stone X close black lens bracket. Staged achievement chest. You have obtained the ability to strengthen the eyesight X1. You have obtained physical enhancement X1. You got an ancient map X1. Lines of information flashed, and Lin Jing's eyes swept across. Skill machine, Pokeball needless to say. Buff that can increase his own attributes, just like other clothing rewards. The strengthening of the physique and the strengthening of the ability of the eye are all enhancements to oneself. As the thought flashed, Lin Jing's eyes were first fixed on a few special props. Proof of the King. This is one of the special items in the elf world, and its function is to sometimes make the opponent wince when it deals damage to the opponent. The moment he looked at it, Lin Jing had already chosen the owner for it. Bite the land shark fiercely. The huge size of the fierce bite land shark is full of oppression. Facing any opponent, it will make the opponent feel fearful. With the certificate of the king, it can undoubtedly burst into a more terrifying power. Non-melting ice is an ice attribute prop. The effect is to enhance the power of ice attribute skills. However, Lin Jing doesn't yet have an ice attribute elf, so he can only make it the same as the reward obtained in the frozen bird treasure chest, temporarily sealed. Wishing star block. After his eyes fell on the top, Lin Jing raised his brows slightly. This is a relatively special item, and I am afraid it can only play a role in the Galar Star field. In the Galar Star territory, there is a special gigantic energy, and the elves there can perform special gigantic upgrades, and their bodies become extremely huge. The function of the wishing star block is that in the wild of Galar, after finding the elf lair and putting it into it, it can lead to extremely giant elves. Extremely giant. If the bite land shark is gigantic, then, how big will its size be? While thinking about it, Lin Jing checked other rewards. The ancient map is a parchment-like map, the top is a bit worn out, and the information introduction is very simple. After comparing the above situation with the information found on the interstellar network, it seems to be a piece of a planet in the Fengyuan star region. Map. Fire-breathing dragon evolution stone X, so that fire-breathing dragon has one more choice. Then, Lin Jing looked at the last reward. Special influence. The eyes of the unknown elf. Introduction. You have won consecutive battles, successfully completed the gym challenge, and obtained 8 gym badges. During this period, you have experienced many battles, defeated many opponents, and even participated in the battle with beasts and spirits, which gives you a very special aura. An elf who traveled to the Shanao Star territory, sensed this breath, became interested in you, and may come to find you. The Battle of the Divine Beasts means participating in the Battle of the Black 5.4 Dark Lightning Bird and the Dark Flame Bird. Unknown Elf. To be able to make the system appear related to its influence rewards, could it be? Is it a beast spirit? Are you demons? Because of the special aura produced by the battle, could it be? Lin Jing's eyes lit up slightly. Compared to other trainers, aside from the treasure chest system, his biggest advantage is his knowledge of the world of elves, and his knowledge of the information on divine beasts and phantom beasts. Could it be a victory Pokemon, Victini? Shanao Star Territory, in the Sea of Stars. Somewhere. At this moment, as the vortex rises, a temple swims out of it and stands in the Sea of Stars. The Temple of the Sea. At this moment, the door of the Temple of the Sea opened, and Manaphy's little head stuck out from inside, looking forward. There was an equally small figure hanging in the Sea of Stars, looking at the Temple of the Sea and Manaphy curiously. Manaphy's eyes brightened, and her voice was already sounding. Hello. Did you just come to this star field? Do you want to make friends, Tilda? Chapter 119 Manaphy Plan Get. In front of the Temple of the Sea, there was a figure as small as Manaphy. Its body color is somewhat similar to cream, and the ears form a V shape, which looks quite special. If Lin Jing was here, he would definitely be able to recognize its identity at a glance. It is exactly the victory Pokemon guessed by Lin Jing, Victory. According to legend, the trainer who conquered Victini will never fail. Its body contains endless energy, which can be passed on to other elves through physical contact. According to rumors, Victini was traveling in time and liked to watch human battles. When he saw a fighting spirit that was about to lose his strength, he would choose to help secretly. Now, Victini heard Manaphy's voice, hesitated for a moment, nodded and said, "Okay." Manaphy smiled happily. The gate of the temple was completely opened, and Victini followed behind Manaphy and walked in curiously. Between the Eudemons, there is also a sense of each other, and in a simple exchange, Manaphy knows the identity of Victini. Now, it said, "Victini, it should be the first time you have come to the Shanao Star territory. I have never seen you before." There was confidence in Manaphy's tone. As the king of the Paya world, it realizes that there are no divine beasts and elves and phantom beasts that it does not know in the Shanao Star territory today. Victini nodded slightly and said, "When I was traveling in the human world, I heard that the battle atmosphere in the Shanao Star territory was quite good, so I came here to travel. But now, I have a new goal." 26 inches O. Manaphy looked suspicious. Victini raised a look of anticipation. "When I was traveling in the Shanao Star territory, I faintly sensed a special aura. It seemed to come from a human trainer, and his victory aura was very strong. I'm just about to go looking for him right now. On the way to find him, I met you." "Is that so?" Manaphy looked thoughtful, and rolled her eyes. "A trainer with a strong aura of victory. Isn't that quite a powerful trainer?" So-called PY way is to keep making friends, and making new friends through friends is undoubtedly the fastest choice. In a short moment, Manaphy made a decision and said, "Victini, can you take me with you? I also want to meet human trainers who make you feel special." Victini hesitated. Manaphy continued, "After all, you have just arrived in the Shanao Star territory, and you are not familiar with it at all. In the human world, there are also my good friends." While talking, Manaphy patted the front of him, a picture of, "There is someone above me." "See." Victini nodded and said, "That's fine." Outside. As the whirlpool rose, the Temple of the Sea was hidden again, and in a secret way, under the confirmation of Victini, turned the direction and moved forward quickly. Nightmare is sailing through the stars. Lin Jing had already set his next goal. Celebrate the stars. The upcoming superpower competition is held there. At the same time, according to Zyrna, as the plan for the rockets came to an end, the fact that he won the first-class medal will also be officially announced, and he is preparing to be promoted to the title of elite trainer. Now, on the Nightmare God, the elves move freely. The king's certificate has been worn on the body of the fierce bite land shark. Surrounded by the power of time and space, it fits completely and will not fall at all. Just on the way. As the elf picture book trembled slightly, information came. The source of information is Zyrna. Above, there is only a simple text message. Zhengxing chooses to cooperate, the plan starts. At the same time, at the back of the message, a line of special communication numbers is attached. Have you chosen to cooperate? Lin Jing raised his brows slightly, but it was not surprising. After all, apart from the fact that Zhengxing himself does not agree with Kairi's extreme plan, after being captured by Lin Jing and handed over to the Alliance, his choices are actually very few. The communication number at the rear is the way Zhengxing and the Alliance communicate. As the Shanao investigator and the original proposer of the plan, Sharona also handed over the entire plan to Lin Jing, who will contact Zhengxing to obtain information about the Galaxy team, so as to make more detailed plans. New plan. Putting away the elf picture book, Lin Jing's eyes were deep, and he looked into the sea of stars. The Nightmare God keeps moving forward. Within the sea of stars. Today, in the hall of a secret base of the Galaxy team, members of the Galaxy team are busy. What was displayed on the computer screen in front of them was the constantly distorted time and space. Kairi stood with his hands behind his back, examining everything. Just then, not far away, when the communication machine rang, a member of the Galaxy team hurriedly connected. In just a few seconds after the communication was connected, the complexion of the Galaxy team member kept changing and quickly became serious. Communication hung up. He did not hesitate, looked at Kairi and said, "Boss." Kairi's expression was calm and he said calmly, "What happened?" "It's news from Captain Townstar." He paused for a while, then said, "There is news from Captain Townstar. They followed the order to ambush the trainer named Lin Jing, but in the end, the ambush failed." "What?" Kairi's brows wrinkled slightly. He thought for a moment and said, "Could it be that the Alliance has some information and set up an ambush?" "No." The Galaxy team member shook his head, with a hint of shock in his tone, according to what Captain Zhengxing said. That Lin Jing's combat power exceeded their expectations. Captain Zhengxing speculates that he is very likely to have the power of the king. The entire combat detachment was wiped out, and the elves of Captain Zhengxing were also severely injured. In the end, they managed to escape with great effort. Heavenly King class. For a long time, there have been waves on Kairi's calm face. Isn't he a freshman in this year's elf meeting? How can he have the combat power of the king? How is it possible? Front. The reported Galaxy members were unable to answer. Kairi's eyes became gloomy, and then he said, "Let Zhengxing return quickly. I need him to give me an explanation in person." "Yes." After that, he walked to one side and continued to connect. Kairi stayed where he was, frowning. "Lin Jing. What is your identity?" After a period of sailing, the celebration star is already in sight. This time, his goal was directly to celebrate the Star Elf Alliance. After the Nightmare God landed, Lin Jing took the elf back and left the spacecraft. Just as he left, in the spaceship's berth, there are already several figures waiting here. Now, seeing Lin Jing leave the spaceship, several figures quickly stepped forward, and the one leading the way was Hyrna's assistant. "Inspector Lin Jing." Assistant smiled slightly. "Your Excellency Champion, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Please come with us." Aside. The appearance is relatively simple, but the very luxurious vehicle inside has opened the door and waited quietly. Lin Jing's 100 brows raised slightly and walked into it. In his heart, there was a faint feeling of emotion. The last time he came to celebrate the Star Alliance, he contacted the front desk to inform him. And now. But there are people of the level of Assistant Hyrna to receive. Unconsciously, his status in the Shanao Alliance has been continuously improved. As the investigator directly responsible for the champion, it is equivalent to entering the core layer of the Shanao Alliance. The vehicle moved forward, and finally stopped before a large building in the celebration of the Star Alliance. This is an auditorium. Car door was opened by the assistant. She stuck out her hand and said, "Lin Jing trainer, please." Lin Jing stepped forward. The moment he entered the auditorium, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. At first glance, I can see that the layout in the auditorium is quite gorgeous, and camera machines are built in the 4 directions, reflecting the situation in the auditorium. All of this seems to be live broadcast. On the big screen next to it, the live broadcast screen is also displayed in real time, and there are dense barrages appearing above. This is. Above the high platform of the auditorium, a host seems to have noticed Lin Jing's arrival, and now said, "Today, our Shanao Alliance main channel suddenly started live broadcast. I want to come and all the audience have a lot of guesses. Now, the mystery can be revealed. Today, here, Miss Hyrna will personally award a first-class medal of Shanao to a trainer. Now, let's invite him to the stage." The host stood on the stage and looked in the direction of Lin Jing. After the initial accident, Lin Jing has calmed down, but now his expression is calm, and he stepped onto the high platform step by step. The video equipment was focused on him. At this moment, his face lingered in the eyes of countless ordinary people and trainers in the live broadcast room. Chapter 120 The Plan of the Lava Team, The Shaking of the Sea of Stars, and the Beasts and Elves Traveling Through the Wormhole. Fangyuan Star Field. Now. In the Sea of Stars, the 2 spacecraft completed the docking, forming a channel. As the hatches opened, several figures appeared in both spaceships. One of the figures, dressed in a black suit with a short head, is Team Rocket's boss, the boss of Sakagi. At the other end, the leading figure was dressed in a red flame-colored costume and wore glasses, and now his eyes fell on Sakagi, and his eyes flashed with brilliance. Fangyuan Star Territory, one of the underground forces, the leader of the lava team, Kai Yansong. Above the glasses, after a strange flash of light, Kai Yansong said, "Sakagi, you are finally here. I heard that the rockets have not had a good time recently. That's not something you should take care of." Sakagi responded noncommittally and turned to Kai Yansong. "It's you, your lava team, have you made progress?" "Of course." Kai Yansong's voice raised a sense of confidence. "If there is no progress, how can I invite you?" "Good." Sakagi nodded solemnly and pointedly said, "Then, let me see what step you and I can achieve together." He reached out. Kai Yansong did not hesitate, and also reached out his hand and held it together. Shanao Star Territory. Galaxy Team Base. At this moment, Kairi was sitting on an office chair. Not far in front of him, was a figure that looked a little embarrassed. Town Star. Now, Zhenxing looked serious and said solemnly, "Boss, that Lin Jing's strength is somewhat unimaginable. I suspect that he is most likely one of the forces secretly cultivated by the Shanao Alliance, and he is definitely not a rookie trainer on the surface." Akaji nodded slightly. He pondered, then said, "In this case, suspend the plan for Lin Jing first, and your attention will continue to focus on the distortion of time and space. Today, the first goal of our Galaxy team is to find out the secret of the distortion of time and space, and everything else is temporarily put down." Hearing this, Zhenxing's expression fluctuated slightly for an instant. Subsequently, his tone did not make waves, and he asked calmly, "Boss, why do we waste so much effort in studying the distortion of time and space?" "Because of the distortion of time and space, many important projects have been abandoned. Is this price really worth it?" After his words fell, Kyrie got up from his seat and walked to the side. He turned his back to Zhenxing and whispered, "Zhenxing, you just need to know that studying the secrets of the distortion of time and space will be the first step for us to complete the final plan of the Galaxy team. Everything can be dropped for the ultimate plan. When the time comes, I'll tell you what the final plan is." Final plan. Zhenxing repeated a sentence softly. Then, he nodded calmly and said, "I understand. Go ahead." Kyrie waved his hand, "Take a good rest before continuing with the mission." Zhenxing nodded, then turned around. Just after turning around, Zhenxing's expression changed slightly. Celebrate the Star Elf Alliance Station. Hall. In the Interstellar Network live broadcast room, in the main channel of Shanao Alliance, countless eyes focused on Lin Jing, and countless barrages flashed. "This is the trainer who won the first-class medal. Wait, this face looks familiar." The podium, the host said, "Next, please, Miss Zyrna, to award Lin Jing's trainer with honors." The voice fell. At the other end of the ceremony table, Sharona stepped out in a formal suit. She walked to Lin Jing's side, turned her eyes, looked at the cameras, and said calmly, "Lin Jing trainer, in the secret plan of the Shanao Alliance, played a huge role in the success of the secret plan of the Alliance, great contribution. In his actions against the Galaxy team, he single-handedly destroyed 2 Galaxy teams with a remarkable record. Because of the secrecy of its mission, there has never been a formal public award ceremony. Here today, as the champion trainer of the Shanao League, I officially confer the first-class badge of the Shanao League to Lin Jing. At the same time, the trainers of Lin Jing's trainers have been upgraded to the level of elite trainers under the Shanao Alliance." The voice fell. Sharona took the elite trainers logo from the Miss Manners and brought it to Lin Jing in person. "Lin Jing has been noticed by the Galaxy team and has been targeted. It is meaningless to conceal his identity. Therefore, although he has not named Mewtwo's achievements, Sharona has stated that he is targeting Yin River team record." This scene, through the live broadcast, was witnessed by countless people. In the live broadcast room, the speed of the bullet screen soared. "I'm so envious," Miss Sharona presented the award herself. "I said why he is a little familiar. I remembered, he is the champion of this year's ELF exam, Lin Jing." "What? Will you be the champion?" "I also remembered that I also watched his game live." No, how long has it been since he became a trainer, and he actually won a first-class medal, and he still has such a record, is there? The Alliance still has a shady secret." "A shady bastard. This is Miss Hyrna's awarding the award in person. The champion is certified by His Excellency. How can there be a shady scene?" "It's horrible, it's horrible. First-class medal. This is one of the most important merit awards of the Shanao Alliance. Those who can obtain it have all made great contributions to the Shanao Alliance. And Sharona's record has shocked countless people. As the most powerful evil force in the Shanao star field, the Galaxy team has been heard by many trainers. Single-handedly destroyed 2 Galaxy teams. This kind of record is completely unthinkable for a trainer who just participated in the ELF exam this year. And Lin Jing's newly acquired elite trainer status also attracted the attention of countless people. On the Interstellar Network, information spreads extremely fast. In a short period of time, the number of people in the live broadcast room has skyrocketed again. However, with the complete end of the public award ceremony, the live broadcast room was quickly closed under Sharona's signal. But many people already know this information. In a short period of time, the news spread farther and farther, and in the Shanao Star region, countless people knew the name of Lin Jing. Old days. After the ELF exam was over, someone set up a Lin Jing fan website on the Interstellar Network. Generally speaking, trainers who participate in the ELF exam will enter the ELF Academy, and there will be news in the future. However, for Lin Jing's fans, it is as difficult to obtain Lin Jing-related news. They can only infer from some information spread on the internet that Lin Jing has begun to challenge the gym, and has achieved some success. And today, Fan forums have exploded in numbers over an extreme period of time. Countless new posts were refreshed, and countless people were discussing it fiercely. A fan is a match for the people, sisters, first-class medals, elite trainers, who can compare in the same class. It's not just the same class. Counting 5 years ahead, I haven't heard of anyone who won the first-class medal. Woo, when will Lin Jing play? I really want to see it. Idols are too good. I said they are not the same as other coquettish bitches. News spread. The Elf Academy, and even the gym master Lin Jing once challenged, each had different emotions. Celebrate the League of Star Elves. After the live broadcast closed, the host said goodbye and left, and on the stage, only Sharona and Lin Jing were left. Now, Sharona was examining Lin Jing, as if she wanted to see him through. Being stared at by such eyes, even Lin Jing couldn't bear it and coughed softly. What's wrong? I want to see what's so special about you. Sharona's tone was relaxed, and she shook her head and said, I thought you had something to do with Chow Meng, but I didn't expect. You can actually be related to the legendary sea god, and even witnessed a battle between the gods and beasts. Until now, the aftermath there has not dissipated, and it is still one of the forbidden, obtainable places. Lin Jing blinked. Sharona still wants to say something. At this time, outside the auditorium, Zyrna's assistant quickly approached and shouted, Your Excellency Champion, it is an emergency, I just received news. She saw Lin Jing who was still by Sharona's side, and she paused. Go on. Sharona frowned slightly. Lin Jing, as an investigator, is qualified to hear any secrets of the Shanao starfield. Heard. Assistant continued. Just now, the Space Wormhole Maintenance Department discovered that in a wormhole leading to the Carlos starfield, there are extremely amazing and immeasurable creatures traveling through the wormhole. After energy detection, it's very likely to be a beast spirit from the Carlos starfield. Divine beast spirit. Sharona glanced at Lin Jing subconsciously. Ahead. The assistant took out his laptop and opened a picture. On the picture, there is a blurry figure composed of energy, which is a picture obtained by scanning the interior of the wormhole by scientific and technological forces. Lin Jing and Sharona looked at each other at the same time. Eyes stopped on this blurred picture. Looking at its figure, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said calmly, This is Yveltal. Chapter 121 The suspected attacking Yveltal, Sharona's strong opposition, champion communication. In the picture above, the body constructed from the energy is in the shape of a bird, with 3 points extending outward at the junction of its wings and tail with the body. This shape is very unique, so even if the picture is only formed by scanning energy, it is impossible to see its true body, but through the Carlos area mentioned by Assistant Hyrna, Lin Jing also made an inference for the first time. Yveltal, the mythical beast spirit in the Kalos region, the legendary aura Pokemon. Yveltal. As a champion trainer, Hyrna has extraordinary knowledge, and she herself is very keen on historical legends and myths. She has left many records in the Carlos area, and many legendary beasts and elves naturally have a certain understanding. In the Carlos area, there are 2 mythical beast spirits with far-reaching stories. The first is the legendary life Pokemon, Xerneas, who has the power of life and can bring life to all things. The second is to destroy Pokemon. Every time he wakes up from a deep sleep, he likes to destroy Yveltal. After realizing Yveltal's information, Sharona's expression changed slightly, and she said seriously, Now, have you confirmed the reason for her coming to the Shanao Star territory? Not sure yet, the assistant replied. Hearing this, Sharona's expression turned solemn, and she shouted in a deep voice, Immediately contact the Alliance's subordinate combat team, contact other Heavenly Kings currently located in the Shanao Star territory, and immediately gather near the wormhole. Yveltal is an elf full of destructive ideas. If the other party is really Yveltal 100 tall, then after arriving in the Shanao Star territory, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yes. Contact the Space Wormhole Maintenance Department and ask them to try to close the space wormhole to see if they can close the exit of the space wormhole and seal the other party in it. Yes. Having said that, Sharona groaned and continued, prepare the spaceship for me, I want to set off immediately. She looked at Lin Jing, hesitated for a moment, and said, Lin Jing, do you want to go together? Nature. Lin Jing nodded immediately. When it comes to divine beasts and elves, there may be opportunities that only he can obtain. Not to mention, now that he is the investigator of the Shanao Alliance, the Shanao Starfield is in crisis, and he is bound to do so. Okay, you go with me. In the words, Sharona has already stepped out of the auditorium. While moving forward, she continued, contact the Carlos Alliance and ask them if they know the relevant situation and whether they have information about Yveltal. Her eyes sank slightly, and Zyrna continued, Yveltal, this is the beast spirit of the Carlos Starfield. Now we are traveling through the space wormhole, and we also need the help of the Carlos Alliance. Yes. The assistant continued. Through the portable computer, at the same time as Hyrna gave the order, one order after another has been issued. The divine beast elf suspected of Yveltal is about to arrive in the Shanao Star territory. CGFE, divine beasts and elves in normal state can often communicate with each other, and many of them have excellent attitudes. But Yveltal, this divine beast spirit full of destructive psychology, brings only crisis. The moment she left the auditorium, Sharona touched the pokeball with her palm, and in a flash of brilliance, the figure of her fiercely biting Lu shark had already appeared beside her. Lin Jing, let's go. In a leap, Lin Jing and Sharona were on the back of the bite land shark at the same time. At this moment, when the speed of the fierce bite land shark broke out, it rushed towards the spaceship parked. Sharona's expression was serious. She stood here, looked at Lin Jing, shook her head slightly and said, it's really a troubled time. If it's really Yveltal, then it's going to be quite difficult to stop it. Lin Jing's expression was also quite serious. He pondered, if necessary, I will go to stop Yveltal. But I hope at that time, Sharona, you will help me clean up everyone around me. There are some secrets that I don't want others to know yet. You. Sharona looked at Lin Jing and frowned. Lin Jing. Her voice became a little more serious. You named your spaceship the Nightmare God. Your support, the powerful aura that follows you, is the Nightmare God Darkrai. The Nightmare God is quite a powerful beast spirit, but if you go to stop it, it will face Yveltal. I don't think the Nightmare God can stop it, it'll just put you in danger. Zyrna's expression became more and more serious. This is a major event involving the entire Shanao Starfield. As the champion of Shanao League, I do not agree with your dangerous behavior of sacrificing yourself. If I want to take such a risk, then as a Shanao champion, I have a duty to do so. In the extremely serious tone, there is also a hint of worry. Looking at the entire Shanao Starfield and even the entire elf world, there is no one who knows Lin Jing best than Sharona. She had long guessed about the powerful power around Lin Jing, but she never made it clear. Now, after hearing Lin Jing's thoughts, she immediately pointed out that she was not ready to agree. Just as Sharona's voice fell. Below. Sharona's fierce bite land shark growled lowly. Sharona's movements stopped. The tacit understanding between her and Lai Bite Lu Shark has reached an astonishing level, and she can naturally understand the meaning of Lai Bite Lu Shark. Looking at Lai Bite Lu Shark, he said, you said. The powerful information beside Lin Jing has disappeared. With a whisper, Sharona looked at Lin Jing and said more seriously, I will never allow your actions. Lin Jing also understood the meaning of biting Lu Shark fiercely. As his mind wandered, he wanted to understand everything. Compared to Darkrai, who was initially bitten by Lu Shark and sensed his breath, today's Darkrai has obtained the true meaning of nightmares, mastered the power and strength of nightmares, and I don't know how much transformation he has undergone. Because of this, it can completely block the perception of the fierce bite land shark and not be detected. However, looking at Sharona's serious expression, the concern in her eyes, his heart warmed, and he shook his head slightly. Sharona, I won't do anything I'm not sure about. Since I made this proposal, it means that I have the ability to complete it. Besides, have you forgotten my relationship with Chao Meng? If in a crisis, Chao Meng will not sit back and watch me have an accident. Lin Jing's tone contained an air of confidence. He dared to confront and intercept Yveltal, of course, because of the two beast spirits he followed with him. Dream God, Cresselia. Nightmare God, Darkrai. If it is the ordinary Dream God and Nightmare God, I am afraid that the two will join forces and they will not be able to stop it. But, following Lin Jing's side, there are two powerful beings who have respectively mastered the authority of the beautiful dream and the authority of the nightmare. With their terrifying power, combined with Lin Jing's other trump cards, Lin Jing is confident that as long as he wants, he can completely intercept Yveltal. After all, in addition to Mewtwo who may come to help, he also has the Ocarina of Lugia, which can call for the help of the sea god Lugia. Maybe it was the confidence in Lin Jing's tone that infected Sharona, or maybe it was his mention of Mewtwo, which touched Sharona's heart. Sharona looked directly at Lin Jing, remembering the legendary experience of the young trainer in front of her all the way. The seriousness on her face slightly weakened, and finally said, Lin Jing, I personally definitely disagree with this kind of action. Don't act rashly. After speaking, she shook her head and withdrew her eyes. Her eyes were deep, and she didn't know what she was thinking about. The speed of biting the land shark was extremely fast, and it quickly reached the docking place of the spacecraft. At this moment, all the Alliance ships are ready, and one trainer boarded the spaceship, ready to attack. The biting land shark was taken back by Sharona, and Lin Jing was by Sharona's side and boarded the spaceship together. At the moment of boarding the spaceship, Sharona took a step and took out her elf picture book from her waist. On the top of the picture book, the communication information was displayed, and at a glance, Sharona chose to connect. The video screen was switched on, and a figure appeared on the screen. Lin Jing also looked over. In the communication screen, there is a woman, wearing a pure white long coat, with a beautiful face, and her expression is serious at this time. Sharona looked at her and spoke softly. Karoni. This. It is the champion trainer of the Carlos Star Field, Karuna. Chapter 122 Champion Karuna, Communication in the Temple of the Sea, Yveltal arrives. The champion trainer of the Carlos Star Field, Karuna. Karuna herself is not only the champion of Carlos, but also a very popular star who occasionally shoots some works. Now, with the same serious expression, she replied, Hyarna. Karuna and Sharona are naturally familiar. After answering one sentence, Karuna said quickly, I already know the relevant information. After a short investigation, the specific reason why Yveltal went to the Shanao Star territory is still uncertain. After surveying, it has a clear target. After waking up, it points directly at a space wormhole connected to the Shanao Star field. As if. Kalunai paused slightly, frowning slightly. It seems that there is something in the Shanao Star territory that attracts it. After waking up, are you going to go directly to the Shanao Star region? There was a thoughtful look on Sharona's expression. The video communication, Karuna continued. When Yveltal is involved, our Carlos Alliance also has a great responsibility and will cooperate with the Shanao Alliance throughout the whole process. I will set off immediately and rush to the Shanao Star territory through other space wormholes. At the same time, Beautiful Face showed a firm color. We will try to send someone to find the trace of Xerneas. Xerneas is a very kind elf. If we can contact it, it should help. We're here to help. Xerneas. Another mythical beast spirit in the Kalos region. As a life Pokemon, it is the opposite of Yveltal. Why, Yveltal? Dear, Xerneas. Sharona nodded again and again. Karuna, thank you. That's what we're supposed to do. Expression showed annoyance. We already have the responsibility of supervising Yveltal, this time. It is also a negligence in our work. The two champion trainers looked at each other and said no more. Communication was hung up. One side. Lin Jing, who listened to the conversation between the two, showed a thoughtful expression. Yveltal, what attracted you to? This seems to be information that did not appear in the original work. However, in the interstellar era, it is completely different from the world in the original work. Could it be that there is something beneficial to Yveltal in the Shanao star field, so after waking up from a deep sleep, it immediately came to Shanao star territory? The thoughts flowed in Lin Jing's mind. As early as a long time ago, he had already realized that some of the information in the original work in his memory can only be used for reference and cannot be regarded as an accurate answer. Now, the arrival of Yveltal is obviously exactly the same. As the Alliance trainers entered the cabin, the spaceships climbed into the sky, sailed into the sea of stars, and headed for the location of the space wormhole. At the same time, in the Shanao star territory and the main star, all trainers from the Alliance left in spaceships. The champion, the king, is about to gather. Celebration Star left, led in the front-end spaceship. After Sharona boarded the ship, she was completely busy, and now they are constantly communicating with each other. In contrast, Lin Jing was much more relaxed. Now, he is standing on the side of the porthole, looking at the sea of stars outside, and whispering, Yveltal. His eyes were deep, and he whispered in his heart, Darkley, Cresselia, this time. It seems that you need your help. After a while, the gentle and pleasant voice of the God of Dreams resounded in Lin Jing's heart. Small thing. Yveltal, the beast spirits of other stars. I'm still curious as to how strong it is. The Dream God and the Nightmare God have been staying in the Pokeball, following Lin Jing's side. The conversation between him and Sharona has been heard since then, and the root cause of the matter has been understood. Compared with the beautiful Dream God, Darkrai just gave a soft, and fell silent again. However, Lin Jing knew that with his relationship with Darkrai, everything was just silent. He looked in front of him, then glanced at the space backpack, his eyes gradually sharpened. The fleet of spaceships is driving, quickly approaching the space wormhole. Inside the Star Sea, in the temple of the sea that was hiding, Manaphy and Victini were communicating. Just then, Victini's V-shaped ears moved and whispered, Manaphy, the trainer I was looking for has changed positions. His breath began to move. Oh. Hearing this, Manaphy smiled indifferently. Trainers, you're always on the go, so it's normal to change positions. We'll just follow. Victini nodded again and again. The Temple of the Sea was hidden, turned the direction, and moved closer according to the latest direction that Victini sensed. After walking for a distance, Manaphy's expression changed slightly, and she looked at Victini. Victini, did you feel it? Victini nodded seriously. The perception ability of the Eudemons is quite amazing. Now, it looked towards the direction of the Sea Temple, blinked, and said softly, it seems that there is a big guy who is approaching the Shanao star territory. The trainer I was looking for. The target seems to be there. Galaxy Team Base. Boss, we got news that the trainers of the Shanao Alliance have assembled. According to information obtained by intelligence services, they are all heading towards the same destination. Assemble. Kyrie's eyes narrowed slightly, then shook his head and said, continue to obtain information, don't interfere. The trainers of the Alliance have assembled on a large scale, and if we participate, it is very likely that we will become the target of public criticism. The research on space-time distortion has been fully developed. At this stage, it is not suitable for a head-on conflict with the Shanao Alliance. Yes. Subordinates responded. Kyrie pondered, and then said, however, there should be no less exploration, at least to determine as soon as possible, what is the purpose of the assembly of the Shanao Alliance. Time lapse. In Shanao Star Territory. In the barren Star Sea, a huge swirling portal stands here. For flowers. Space wormhole. It is one of the space wormholes that is connected to the Carlos star field. At this moment, outside the space wormhole, a certain distance away, the spaceships of the Alliance have arrived. Now, under everyone's attention, the vortex above the space wormhole swayed, and the swirl swayed, and the vortex stopped rotating. This is the transformation of the space wormhole by human technology, which closes this section of the entrance of the space wormhole. The swirling portal fell silent. Outside, in the spaceship at the forefront, Sharona was communicating quickly. How long will it take for the reinforcements from Karuna and Carlos to arrive? Miss Karuna came through another space wormhole and is about to arrive at the scene. Are all departments ready? It's ready. After some exchange, Sharona breathed a sigh of relief, and looked deeply at the space wormhole that had been closed, with a worried look in her expression. The champion trainer is already the strongest among human trainers. 0.00. But, in the face of the beast spirit, there is still a gap. In the temporary combat command room on this spaceship, apart from Sharona, there is only Lin Jing. Seeing the worry between Sharona's brows, Lin Jing said softly, "Sharona, don't worry. Things are far from the worst." Sharona nodded slightly. The sight of the two people, through the porthole, looked in the direction of the closed space wormhole. Inside the wormhole, a huge figure is rushing through. It has a black and red body and looks a bit like a bird. It is perfectly hidden in the already dark wormhole. The violent aura circulated all over the body. It is the beast elf from the Carlos star field, Yveltal. Now, there is a hint of destruction in its eyes, and it hides a hint of desire. On the way forward, as if feeling something, Yveltal looked towards the front. There. It is the exit of the space wormhole. However, at this moment, it has been closed. As the violent aura surged, Yveltal's eyes flashed a trace of blood and suddenly opened. At this moment, in the gathering of terrifying energies full of destructive aura, infuriating bombs condensed in front of him. Infuriating bomb. Yveltal's ability to increase comprehension. The energy is surging, and the infuriating bomb expands rapidly, hundreds of meters, kilometers, 10,000 meters, and it is still increasing. The brilliance of energy gathering illuminates the wormhole. Next moment, infuriating bombs of immeasurable size swept out, heading for the exit of the space wormhole, and bombarded away. God, star territory. At this moment, the exit of the originally peaceful space wormhole fluctuated slightly. Then, in the drastic changes in the expressions of the Alliance trainers, the space wormhole was suddenly blasted open by the closed exit, a mutation occurred in the star sea, huge energy leaked out, and the aftermath was turbulent, the entire space wormhole, and even the surrounding area. The space began to collapse. Wide. Chapter 123 Space Collapse, War between Humans and Divine Beasts, Crisis, a Spectacle of the Universe. At this moment, there was almost no hesitation, and the spaceships of the Alliance quickly retreated to the rear. After arriving here, in order to avoid accidents, they kept a safe distance within a certain range, so they avoided being hit by the aftermath at the first time, and quickly evacuated. At first glance, the collapse of the space wormhole is just the beginning. The location of the space wormhole is a place where space is not so stable. Now, as the exit was blasted open by an immeasurable terrorist attack, the energy contained in it burst out and the power of the upper space wormhole spread. At this moment, it was like melting. With the exit of the space wormhole as the center, pieces of space collapsed and flipped. Wherever he goes, everything is swallowed up. In the already dim star sea, after the space collapsed, it turned into pure black, and there was a turbulent flow above. That is a space turbulence. Initially, the spread was slow. But, during the collapse of space, there seems to be an intensifying trend. With the expansion of the area, the speed is also increasing. The scene, 100 inches, looks more and more terrifying, and it is constantly approaching the Alliance spaceships that are evacuating backwards. On the spaceship, Sharona's expression changed slightly. She narrowed her eyes slightly and said suddenly, "It's not the way to go on like this." She made a decision immediately, pressed one of the communication buttons at this moment, and shouted, "Come with me, cooperate with the defense facilities in the spaceship, and try to prevent the spread of space collapse." At this moment, at one end of the temporary combat command room, a secret hatch opened. Sharona looked at Lin Jing, and then said solemnly, "Don't act rashly, everything is premised on ensuring your own safety." Subsequently, the elf ball in her hand flashed with brilliance, and the figure of fiercely biting Lu Shark was already in the sea of stars. As the main elf of a champion-level trainer, he used to be able to detect the fierce biting land shark reaching prey. His strength is undoubtedly beyond the limit, and he can roam freely in the star sea. Sharona stepped from the hatch and landed on the back of the bite land shark. As the energy of the bite land shark turns around, on her back, through the energy, a special environmental barrier is formed, allowing her to step on its back and survive in the sea of stars. At the same time, in the continuously retreating spacecraft, several figures appeared. Pudi with a spoon in his hand. A sun elf surrounded by a mysterious atmosphere. A strange but imposing magic wall puppet. It is the main elf from Shanao Star Territory, the Super Power King, and Wu Song. At the other end, there are flaming monkeys and duck-billed flame beasts with flames all over their bodies, leaving the spaceship and setting foot in the sea of stars. Fire King, Day. Today, among the 4 heavenly kings of the Shanao Starfield, only Wu Song and Day are in the Shanao Starfield, and they have all arrived at the first time. At the same time, on other spaceships, there are also elves in the Xinghai. That is the quasi-celestial king who set off together in the Shanao Alliance. It is also equivalent to the reserve power of the Shanao Alliance. Sharona stepped on the back of Lai Bite Lu Shark. At this moment, her palm touched the elf ball, and 2 figures appeared on Lai Bite Lu Shark's back and beside her. Minos. Lucario. This is the other main elves of Hyarna. Bite the land shark through the special barrier built by energy, and the speech is not disturbed. At this moment, Sharona opened her mouth slightly, and the order was transmitted to every spaceship through the communication equipment. A spaceship belonging to the Shanao Alliance, on the way to retreat, the position of the spaceship is exchanged, forming a special formation. At the same time, on the spaceships, the energy surges and spreads rapidly. In front of and outside the spaceship, energy is projected, and a light wall constructed of energy is intercepted within the star sea, preventing the spread of space collapse. At the moment when the energy light wall was formed, Sharona's voice sounded in all the spaceships. Transmit energy and maintain the wall of light defense. As her voice fell, the elf figures that only set foot in the sea of stars, in this moment of power surge, all kinds of energies surged up, dispelling the power of their attacks, turning into pure lines of energy. Influx * Faith I. The originally transparent light wall, in a short period of time, increased in thickness and hardness, and contained various energies, reflecting the colorful brilliance. The entire wall of light, in the shape of a ring, surrounds the collapse of the space. Lin Jing stood in the combat command room and saw this scene through the porthole, his eyes narrowed slightly. Without a doubt, this is the war between human trainers and divine beast spirits. Soon after the light wall was formed, the space collapse is spreading. As the terrifying power of the space collapsed, the annular wall of light violently agitated, and the energy was rapidly consumed. A top-level elf from the Shanao Alliance burst out with its own energy, cooperated with the spaceship, and worked hard to maintain the existence of the wall of light. Finally, after a short stalemate, the wall of light dissipated most of it, but the aftermath of the collapse of the space finally ended. The entire area is surrounded by a wall of light, the space inside has been shattered and turned into pure black, and the space is turbulent, annihilating everything. Without a doubt. At this moment, here, it can already be called one of the new forbidden places in the Shanao Star region. Sharona breathed a sigh of relief. But she hadn't waited for her to think about it. At this moment, in the middle area of the collapsed space, extremely terrifying energy spread. Through the machine on the spaceship and the telephoto props that I carry, a figure lingers in the eyes of the Alliance trainers. That is. From the turbulent flow of space, a figure slowly swims out. The spatial turbulence that can annihilate everything hit it, but it did not cause any waves, but at the moment of contact, the spatial turbulence melted directly. The mythical beast spirit from the Carlos region. Yveltal. The collapse of the space wormhole and the outbreak of terrifying power have not prevented it from going to the Shanao star territory. Now, it has officially set foot in this star sea that it has never reached. At this moment, Yveltal's aura of destruction spread all over his body. His eyes seemed to swept around inadvertently, towards the wall of light that blocked everything, and even noticed the Alliance spaceships. Yveltal, every time he wakes up, he wants to destroy all the gods and beasts around him. At this moment, as the energy of destruction in front of it gathers, dark energy keeps gathering, and then, as it opened its mouth slightly, a shock wave that was enough to penetrate the star sea surged out and swept toward the wall of light. Deathwing. Yveltal's divine beast exclusive skill. After the collapse of space, everything in this area has been swallowed and annihilated, and now this shock wave containing the dark energy of destruction has no obstacles, sweeping towards the defensive light wall formed by the trainers of the Shanao Alliance. In an instant, the shock wave has already crossed the sea of stars and bombarded the wall of light. Increase your defenses. Sharona's soft drink resounded in every spaceship. The defensive energy of the wall of light has been increased again. But, as a divine beast spirit that brings death, Yveltal's power is very special. Now, the energy contained in Deathwing bombarded the wall of light in 5.4. The energy of the defensive wall of light seemed to undergo a very strange transformation after contact. The surge of energy almost stopped, and it condensed in the sea of stars. The energy that Yveltal masters has the special effect of ending the life of all things and turning them into stone. The energy level in the defensive light wall built by the Shanao Alliance is far from being comparable to the power of Yveltal. Now, under the impact of Deathwing, the energy movement in the defensive light wall was completely stagnant, and the light that bloomed dimmed. This ring-shaped light wall originally constructed of energy was completely petrified in the Xinghai, and turned into a circle around the Xinghai. The super-large stone wall, from a distance, looks like a spectacle of the universe standing in the sea of stars. As the energy petrified, the elves and spaceships in the back could no longer send energy to it. And Yveltal's attack has not stopped. At this moment, the blood in its eyes turned, and when the wings of death were launched, it moved towards the place where the Shanao Alliance spaceships gathered most, and the dark energy surged, and continued to attack. Chapter 124 The Union of Dreams and Nightmares, Victini's Shock, Manaphi's Wrath. The shock wave full of destructive energy swept across the galaxy, and at this moment, Sharona's eyes sank, and she shouted in a deep voice, "All strength." Before she could finish her words, at this moment, a voice resounded in her heart. "Let me come." This voice came from Lin Jing's voice transmission through superpower. Sharona turned her head abruptly and looked at the spaceship behind her. Only see. Inside the cabin door, Lin Jing's body was surrounded by a barrier constructed of superpowers, and he stepped out. The moment he stepped out, the elf ball brilliance flashed, and a huge figure appeared at the lower end of him. Doran Baruto. Compared with other elves, although Duolong Baruto is not proficient in combat, he has swam in the Sea of Stars many times and is familiar with the actions in the Sea of Stars. And, under Rotom's continuous teaching, Doran Baruto also gained a certain understanding of the world. The moment he stepped on Duolong Baruto, 2 rays of brilliance swept out from Lin Jing's space backpack. That is. Sharona's expression changed again and again. 2 brilliance, one is black like ink, and the other is brilliant color. At the moment of swiping out, 2 beams of brilliance came to the front end of the Alliance spaceship and quickly condensed. Sharona's eyes were fixed on the top. Nightmare God, beautiful dream god. Those two rays of brilliance are Cresselia, the god of beautiful dreams, and Darkrai, the god of nightmares. Now, show up directly. For a time, the sound of vibrations continued to sound on each of the spaceships of the Alliance. 26 inches Dream and Nightmare. How did they show up? Are they here to help us? On the bite of the land shark, Zyrna's eyes turned again and looked at Lin Jing again. Lin Jing stepped on Duolong Baruto's back, and when the order was given, Duolong Baruto passed by the side of the fierce bite land shark and rushed forward. Through superpower sound transmission, his voice resounded in Lin Jing's heart again. I have witnessed the battle between the gods and beasts with my own eyes. The power of that kind of battle is unimaginable. Even the aftermath cannot be stopped. The Nightmare God and the Beautiful Dream God appeared to block. Zyrna, let the Alliance's spaceship, the trainer, evacuate immediately. Next, the combat level here is not something that human trainers can participate in. When the voice sounded, while Doran Baruto's body swayed, carrying Lin Jing, he was already approaching the Nightmare God and the Beautiful Dream God in front of him. Sharona looked at Lin Jing with complicated eyes. She thought she knew enough about Lin Jing and had a certain tolerance for Lin Jing's experience. But, when the God of Dreams and God of Nightmare appeared together, Sharona found that she still underestimated the mystery of Lin Jing. Thinking of Lin Jing's self-confidence before departure, Sharona's expression changed without hesitation, and she said through communication, Wusong, next, it's up to you, all Alliance ships will retreat immediately. Yes. In the communication machine, Wusong, the superpower king, responded, and then he said, Hyerna, what about you? And why did the God of Dreams and God of Nightmare appear, and who was the trainer who rode Doran Baruto? As a superpower king, his elf perception is extremely keen, and he is quite keenly aware of all this. Now is not the time to explain this. Execute the order. Sharona is decisive. What about you, Sharona? Heard. Sharona's eyes looked to the front, and below, Libite Blue Shark had already rushed forward when she sensed something. I can't leave yet. After leaving a sentence, the communication was directly hung up. At this moment, the superpower King Wusong no longer hesitated, took over the command position, the Alliance's spaceship, and began to quickly evacuate. At the same time, Cresselia, the god of beautiful dreams, and Darkrai, the god of nightmares, stand in the sea of stars. Lin Jing rode on Doran Baruto's back and had already come behind them. Cresselia, Darkrai, please. His voice sounded. At the same time, under the super perception, he clearly felt Sharona who was chasing after him, and his brows were slightly raised, and he didn't say much. Sharona is obviously not worried about him, and will not sit back and watch him stay here alone and face Yveltal. However, as a champion trainer, Zyrna is definitely qualified to participate in this battle. Therefore, he never stopped. Everything happened in an instant, and now, Yveltal's shock wave swept across the sea of stars, broke through the solidified wall of light, and attacked. At this moment, the god of dreams and the god of nightmare looked at each other, their power surged, and above their heads, phantom-like crowns appeared. The true meaning of nightmare. The true meaning of beautiful dreams. That, it is the symbol of the power they have mastered. At this moment, the power of the dream and the power of the nightmare were activated at the same time, converging at the front end, and in the blink of an eye, a colorful wall of light and a smoky defense were formed. At the moment of formation, under the active control of Cresselia and Darkrai, the power of the dream and the power of the nightmare, the two innately opposite powers, seem to have merged at this moment. The splendor blends with the smoke, and within the sea of stars, it expands rapidly and intercepts it in front of it. Next moment, the wings of death attacked, and the shock wave full of the destructive power of the dark breath bombarded the defense jointly created by the god of dreams and god of nightmare. At the moment of contact between the two, during the collision of energy, the incomparably terrifying aftermath surged out in all directions. Before the order was issued, the ships of the Alliance quickly evacuated. And at this moment, in the Sea of Stars near the battlefield area, the Temple of the Sea appeared as the whirlpool flickered. The moment the gate opened, Manaphy and Victini looked towards the center of the battlefield at the same time. Victini's eyes were fixed, and some excited voices suddenly sounded. "It's him. He's the trainer I'm looking for." In Victini's line of sight. At this moment, in the vast galaxy, Lin Jing is standing on the back of Dalong Baruto, with the God of Dreams and God of Nightmare in front of him, blocking Yveltal's impact. This scene left a very deep impression on Victini. It looked at the background of Lin Jing and murmured, "The victorious aura on him is even stronger." "Is it him?" Manaphy had a moment of doubts, but then reacted, "The trainer you mentioned is actually Lin Jing. I said that I feel that I am getting closer and closer to Lin Jing. It turns out that what you are looking for is him." No wonder. In Lin Jing's hand, there are still water droplets of life left by Manaphy, and he can naturally perceive Lin Jing's position. However, it cannot perceive the special victorious atmosphere, so it does not connect the trainer and the forest scene that Victini said. "You know him?" Victini responded. Immediately, his expression changed. He said bluntly, "I'm going to help him." At this moment, Victini's figure flashed, turned into brilliance, and disappeared directly from the spot. "Victini!" Manaphy cried out. Immediately afterwards, it looked towards the middle of the battlefield, and there was a hint of anger on its always kind face. "HMPH, the big guy from outside actually attacked my friend of Manaphy directly." In this moment, 100 eyes closed slightly, Manaphy's power was activated, and the invisible ripples spread. It seemed to communicate something through its own ability. At the same time, somewhere in Shinao Star territory, a figure that was walking seemed to feel something, and took a slight step. At this moment, its eyes narrowed slightly, as if hesitating. After hesitating for a moment, it abruptly turned its direction and escaped. Aftermath. Because of the collapse of the space, this place has become almost chaotic. Now, the collision between Yveltal and the God of Nightmare and the God of Nightmare has made the environment of the entire Shanghai even worse. Front end. Blocked by the God of Dreams and the God of Nightmare, the aftermath was turbulent, and after approaching this area, it shattered instantly. The aftermath of terror spreads. However, this time, with the cooperation of the God of Dreams and the God of Nightmare, Yveltal's offensive was successfully blocked. Now, Lin Jingwang looked at Sharona, and then said through a voice transmission, "The Nightmare God and the Beautiful Dream God will act as the main force of the battle, and we will cooperate on the side." Sharona's expression was serious and she nodded seriously. Lin Jing didn't hesitate, and with a light touch on his waist, several figures appeared. Shinado. Charizard. Bite the land shark fiercely. These are the three elves whose aptitude has reached the overlord level immediately. Their power level has reached a very high level, and they can already participate in this battle. In the next instant, the God of Dreams and the God of Nightmare met Yveltal and rushed forward. At the same time, Lin Jing and Sharona glanced at each other, and immediately prepared to command the elves to take action and cooperate. Just then, quietly, Lin Jing keenly sensed that there was a steady stream of power pouring into himself and the elves. This is Victini. Chapter 125. With the help of Victini, the terrifying collision in Shanghai, the god of space appears. At this moment, Lin Jing suddenly turned his head and looked behind him. Only see. A small figure, with a serious face at this time, is waiting in the Sea of Stars, approaching. As the brilliance of its whole body flashed, streaks of brilliance swept into Lin Jing himself and his elf. It's Victini. As early as after opening the treasure chest and obtaining the special influence reward about the unknown elves, Lin Jing made speculations on the identity of the unknown elves, and felt that it was most likely Victini. But he did not expect that Victini would appear at such a time, and after appearing, he immediately chose to help him. In a short moment, Victini's figure flashed, and he had come to Lin Jing's side. Lin Jing and Victini met for the first time. But he and Victini seemed to be quite compatible. After seeing Victini, there was a faint sense of tacit understanding in his heart, as if the two were already familiar with each other. Hesitation, Lin Jing said directly, "Victini, help Hyrna's elf, also increase it." Victini didn't speak, just nodded slightly. At this moment, an incomparably dazzling brilliance appeared all over Victini's body, turned into a beam of light, and projected onto all the elves present. Two fierce bite land sharks. Shinado. Charizard. Lucario. Minos. Doran Baruto. As far as. At this moment, the beautiful dream god Cresselia and the nightmare god Darkrai, who are about to collide head-on with Yveltal, have already hit the front end. Victini. Pokémon that can generate endless energy in their bodies can even give energy to other creatures, thereby improving them. With the increase of Victini, the whole team climbed with momentum. At this moment, Lin Jing's expression froze, the Keystone and the Evolution Stone resonated, and Shinado super evolved. A black-dressed Super Shinado appeared, and the Seagod's crown was in full bloom, and Lin Jing and Shinado entered a state of resonance. Then, Super Burst start. In a short moment, Shinado's dress danced, and the momentum climbed to the extreme, and the skills were displayed. Spiritual Venue. Field skills that can increase superpower skills. To know. In addition to Shinado, the super-type elves present today also have the God of Dreams. With the support of Victini's energy, Shinado's psychic power is extremely deep, and the dazzling brilliance in his eyes flashes, and in the sea of broken stars, he is dyed a deep purple. Spiritual venues spread. At the same time, Yveltal and the Dream God, the Nightmare God, are getting closer. Taking it as the center, in this dim and broken space, the power of thought spreads, breaking. Darkrai's green pupils flashed with brilliance, power surged, and the shadow ball condensed in an instant, charging towards Yveltal. A mysterious brilliance flashed in Cresselia's eyes, and in this sea of stars, the spiritual blade condensed, expanded rapidly, and slashed towards Yveltal. Yveltal's whole body was surging with destruction energy, blood flashed in his eyes, and the infuriating bullets condensed and moved forward suddenly. This is the collision between the beasts and spirits. The skills of the two sides suddenly collided. It was at this moment, Lin Jing's voice suddenly sounded, "Shoot tilde. Fire-breathing dragon, cyclone attack. Bite the land shark fiercely, and slash the air. Shinado, use the spirit to break it. Durang Baruto, use all your strength and cast the destructive light of death." At the same time, Sharona's command sound also sounded at the same time. Lucario, wave missile. Bite the land shark, the wave of the dragon. Minos, water cannon. At this moment, the power of all skills exploded. Whether it's Lin Jing's elves or Sharona's main elves, their strength has risen to a terrifying level. Although they may not be able to play a decisive role in this battle, they are already qualified to participate. Now, under the wholehearted energy provided by Victini and the massive energy support, the power of the skills has increased even more. At this moment, while the fierce bite land shark roared, the armor of time and space appeared, and the power surged, and the sub-Kong slashed forward. In this already shattered star sea, while Yukong Lai slashed forward, he absorbed the spatial turbulence, and continued to expand and grow, and his power continued to increase. With the full outburst of Super Shinado, the spiritual breakthrough brought a terrifying coercion and swept the sea of stars. The other end. The fire-breathing dragon hit the front through the alienated cyclone attack, like a fire tornado, blooming in the sea of stars. Doran Baruto is not good at fighting, but over the long years, it has quite tyrannical energy, and also has the special skill of Longevity Seed, which is blessed with power. After receiving Lin Jing's order, the energy in front of Duolong Baruto gathered, and then the destruction and death light burst out. In cooperation with the elves of Hyrna, in an instant, various skills flashed brilliantly, and brilliant colors appeared in the sea of stars, bombarding Yveltal. Boom! 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 During the collision of skills, the terrifying aftermath stirred, and the space that had stopped collapsed. In this level of collision, it continued, the space collapse continued to spread, the sea of stars shattered, and everything passed by was annihilated. At this moment, the crowns worn by the god of dreams and the god of nightmare shone, and they retreated under the collision. At the same time, Yveltal let out an angry roar as he was bombarded with skills. Its destructive energy is getting stronger and stronger, and it looks more and more crazy. The space collapsed, and the sea of stars shattered. Lin Jing looked at the rapidly spreading collapsed space, his eyes sank slightly. Without a doubt, Yveltal from the Kalos region is a very powerful mythical beast spirit. Just now, in the collision between the god of dreams, the god of nightmare, Victini, and a group of elves and Yveltal, they were not at a disadvantage. But also, it is impossible to defeat Yveltal in a short period of time. This leads to a problem. Here is the Shanao Star territory. If the battle continues and the aftermath is left to sway and cause damage to the Shanao Star territory, then the results are immeasurable. Near the space wormhole, they have been evacuated because they obtained information in advance, but if such a terrifying aftermath continues to spread, it is very likely to spread to the nearest living planet, and the consequences at that time are unimaginable. If the battle takes too long, it may cause irreparable losses to the entire Shanao Star region. One must resolve the battle as soon as possible. At the front end, the god of dreams and the god of nightmare once again met Yveltal. Rear. A group of elves cooperated with the auxiliary attack. Lin Jing has never been a hesitant person. With a slight flicker of his mind, he reached into the backpack with his palm and grasped something. Ocarina of Lugia. This is the token left by Lugia, the sea god Lugia, who plays the flute and holds the power, will officially appear. Holding the flute in the shape of a conch in his hand, at this moment, Lin Jing's movements paused slightly, as if he had sensed something. He and Shanei Duo are in a state of resonance, and while Shanei Duo has been boosted, his superpower has also been increased. Now, under the super perception, he keenly noticed that in the depths of the battlefield, in the already broken space, there was a change. At this moment, as his eyes wandered, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed. At this moment, the attack of the dream god bombarded Yveltal, and it became more and more angry. And just then, get it! In the sky above Yveltal, there seems to be a crack in the already broken space. There was a figure flashing, which seemed to turn into light, appeared from the crack, and appeared on Yveltal's side. When the arm was raised, terrifying energy gathered, and suddenly waved towards Yveltal. Hit it down. Space is shattered. It appeared too suddenly, and with the god of dreams and god of nightmare attracting most of the attention, this blow completely exceeded Yveltal's expectations. With one blow, the power exploded, and Yveltal's body, under the unimaginable terrorist attack, suddenly fell downwards, and fell all the way in this broken star sea. Dare to break into my territory and wreak havoc here, how dare you? The voice is a bit illusory, but it also contains the meaning of majesty that cannot be desecrated. With one blow, Guanghua's figure was stable, and its appearance came into sight. The god of space in the Shanao star domain. Palkia, here we come. Then. P.S. Chapter 111 is also released. Book lovers who haven't read it can read it. 500,000 words. Sprinkle flowers. By the way, ask for a monthly flower ticket evaluation ticket. Thank you for your support. Chapter 126 Bless Palkia's Dragon Power. Super Dream comes. Super Dream X. Now, Palkia stands in the broken star sea, with deep eyes, looking at Yveltal, who is constantly falling, and then stabilizes his figure. Palkia. Sharona's voice rang beside her. Palkia is coming, our pressure will be much less. Lin Jing nodded slightly. When Palkia first appeared, he had a little surprise. But immediately, he reacted. Palkia is the god of space. It is rumored that every breath it takes will stabilize the space. It has the terrifying ability to distort, smash, and regenerate space. And Palkia still has a strong sense of territory, and now, Yveltal has arrived in the Shanao star territory, and has created such a terrifying aftermath, and the space has collapsed because of it. In Palkia's view, this is a provocation and an invasion. Naturally, it could not tolerate it, and it appeared in a battle. With the appearance of Palkia, there is no need to summon the sea god Lugia. In a flash of thought, Lin Jing immediately transmitted his voice through his superpower, Cresselia, Darkrai, assist Palkia in the battle. As Palkia, who controls the authority, his combat power is undoubtedly even more terrifying. Moreover, it is not the first time that Lin Jing and Palkia have met. After the last meeting, he has gained the favor of Palkia. Now he and Palkia are naturally in the same camp. At this moment, after being hit by a sudden and terrifying blow, Yveltal also suffered some injuries and became more and more crazy. Now, he looked at Palkia coldly, opened his mouth slightly, and the energy full of silence was already there. Keep gathering. At the same time, when Palkia's right arm was raised, the meaning of the edge spread, and the shattered sea of stars was rolled. Yikong/103 Energy Gathering. At this moment, Lin Jing's heart moved slightly, and suddenly he said, Victini, increase my strength with all my strength. Victini was a little puzzled, but there was no hesitation in his movements. The dazzling brilliance shone all over his body and quickly merged into Lin Jing's physique. This time, Lin Jing clearly felt that the energy in his body seemed to be endless, and his momentum was rising. Today, Lin Jing has mastered 4 special abilities, and now, these 4 special abilities have been improved at the same time. With the help of Victini's power, Lin Jing's expression was slightly solemn, and at this moment, the brilliance of determination flashed across his eyes. Then, the power of the Imperial Dragon, activate. Target, Palkia. Palkia is a water dragon-type spirit. And Yikong/, the exclusive skill of Palkia, is exactly the skill of the dragon attribute. Now, with the support of Victini's energy, the power of the royal dragon crosses the sky in the shattered star sea and shines toward Palkia. In the brilliance of the power of the dragon, it seems that there are phantoms of dragon-type elves appearing. When he was about to come into contact with Palkia, the power of the Imperial Dragon stopped slightly. That is Palkia's own defense ability, intercepting the special energy from the outside world. However, after realizing that the source of energy and that the power of the royal dragon was harmless to him, Palkia glanced at Lin Jing from a distance, and then chose to let go of the block. At this moment, the power of the royal dragon surged into Palkia's body. Its momentum has increased again. Although Lin Jing's dragon fighting power has been improved many times, it is reasonable to say that it is not enough to increase the level of divine beast spirits like Palkia. But he has the help of Victini. Under the support of massive energy, the effectiveness of the power of the dragon is suddenly improved. At this moment, with the sharp color in Palkia's eyes, Yikong slashed and fell down suddenly. The other end. Yveltal's death wings were activated, and the shock wave full of destruction spread. At this moment, the god of beautiful dreams, the god of nightmare, and even the elves of Lin Jing and Sharona shot at the same time. Next moment. Skill bombardment, energy collision. The invisible aftermath spreads and the environment is getting worse. At a glance. At the moment of the contact between Yikong/ and Deathwing, that terrifying blow that can cut off any space, completely cut off the shock wave evolved by Deathwing. While cutting off, the power of Yikong slashing is unabated, and it continues to slash towards Yveltal. Along with it, there are attacks from the god of dreams and the god of nightmare. Yveltal immediately wanted to dodge. But, of course, the god of dreams and god of nightmare will not sit back and watch this scene. At this moment, when the crown emerged, the arms of the nightmare god raised, and the energy surged. Dark black hole skill activated. Below Yveltal, a black hole silently emerges and devours it. The black hole did not completely swallow Yveltal into the special space, but swallowed half of its body, thus forming a limiting effect. On the other end, the psychic power from Cresselia, the god of beautiful dreams, reinforced the control. Everything is in an instant. Beautiful, CGFE, dream god and the nightmare god successfully restrained Yveltal. The immediate result is that Yveltal, completely unavoidable, was hit by a series of attacks dominated by Yukon/. The energy bombarded Yveltal's body, and in the sudden explosion, the black hole and thought power that limited it were also destroyed. Yveltal's body flew out, and the destructive energy shrouded in the whole body was obviously dimmed a lot. Even if it is. When facing the common attack of Palkia, the god of dreams, the god of nightmare, and the elves who provided energy from Victini, it was also difficult to support. As for the invaders of the territory, Palkia naturally would not let go, but now Yveltal is flying backwards, its arms gather, energy surges, and it is ready to attack again. But at this time, Palkia's eyes narrowed slightly, as if sensing something, and when she stopped, she suddenly looked towards the far side and beyond the shattered star sea. After a moment, Lin Jing was also aware of the super-perception that spread to Shanghai through the energy provided by Victini. He noticed that a familiar energy body with an extremely powerful breath was rapidly approaching. That's. At the moment when his heart moved, Lin Jing's eyes turned around. Only see. A figure trekked in the Shanghai at an unimaginable speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already set foot on this broken Shanghai, and its figure flashed, quickly approaching the main battlefield. That is Mewtwo. Now, Xiao Meng's body moved forward in a parallel manner. His eyes seemed to glance at Lin Jing from a distance, and then he stared closely at Yveltal again. The relationship between Xiaomeng and Lin Jing has been steadily improving. Through the description of the treasure chest system, it has already been mentioned that if Lin Jing is in danger, then Xiaomeng is very likely to show up to help. At this moment, it naturally officially noticed the abnormality of Lin Jing's superpower, and the battle in this sea of stars, and came here in person. At this moment, its movements did not stop, its eyes narrowed slightly, and a strange light shone all over its body. This is. Sharona's eyes also fell on Xiaomeng, and now looking at the strange brilliance shrouded in it, she shocked, the light of evolution. Super dream. Can it still evolve? Her tone was full of shock. Of course. Lin Jing's eyes were calm, looking at Xiaomeng, who was shrouded in the light of evolution, and said softly, Xiaomeng, it is the beast spirit that can evolve Mega. Its real combat power is extremely terrifying. It seems to confirm everything Lin Jing said. Xiaomeng's progress has not stopped. Under the shroud of the light of evolution, its body shape changes. As the light of evolution dissipates, a new appearance emerges. Looking from a distance, Xiaomeng's stature is a little taller, and he seems to be wearing a battle armor all over his body, which looks extremely powerful. Super Dream. Has two Mega Evolution attitudes. Super Mewtwo X and Super Mewtwo Y. Among them, after evolving into Super Mewtwo X, it will become more adept at physical attack and melee combat, and has the dual attributes of superpower and fighting. After completing the Super Evolution, Mewtwo's racial value will increase from 680 to 780. This is a terrifying, completely unimaginable strength. Xiaomeng X passed, the ripples were violently agitated. That is the broken space around the body, and some can't bear its power. After evolving into Mewtwo X, its speed increased again, and in a blink of an eye, it was already approaching Yveltal. Yveltal had just been hit hard, and he had not recovered yet, but at this moment, in a flash, Xiaomeng X had come to it. Clenching your fist, waving your arm, as the terrifying energy gathers. Xiaomeng X's right fist, surrounded by endless energy, slammed into Yveltal's abdomen fiercely. Chapter 127 Dialga arrives. Yveltal's final strike, the cocoon of destruction. As a divine beast spirit in the Carlos region, Yveltal, surrounded by the destructive power of aura of destruction, is definitely not an ordinary existence even among divine beast spirits. But at this moment, the lineup of opponents it faces is really too luxurious. Mewtwo, Palkia, God of Dreams, God of Nightmare. Under such a terrifying lineup, no one can stop it. During the bombardment, superpower exploded, and Yveltal's body flipped and retreated. Super Mewtwo X flashed in a flash, as if predicting, and reappeared in the sky above Yveltal, stepping down with his right leg. Boom! Yveltal's body fell again. Palkia saw Mewtwo for the first time. However, at this moment, it also realized that this latest powerful guy seems to be in the same camp as himself. Yveltal became more and more angry after being hit one after another. At the same time as it fell, the dark energy around it surged, the power exploded, and it suddenly spread and spread. However, just this moment, the surging dark energy that destroys everything, when it spreads to a certain range, it seems that an invisible barrier takes shape, blocking it all around. Between the fluctuations, the moment the dark energy came into contact with the barrier, it seemed to have undergone a strange transformation and was rapidly dissolving. This is. Lin Jing and Sharona looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. This battle. Lin Jing was ready to use his trump card to intercept Yveltal here and repel him. But when the battle begins, everything exceeded his expectations. The successive appearances of Palkia and Mewtwo greatly reduced the difficulty of this battle. And now, it seems that a new elves have come to join the war. The dark energy was continuously dissolved, and Yveltal's bloody eyes looked at a certain place in the shattered star sea. The line of sight is focused there, in the broken star sea, amid the spread of invisible fluctuations, a brilliance rises, forming a gate. Above the gate, there seems to be a clock-like pattern. At this moment, as the door slowly opened, a cold figure stepped out step by step, with ripples. This is a figure that Lin Jing is also very familiar with. Corresponding to Palkia, the god of time, Dialga. Surrounded by the blue body, the faint brilliance flows, surrounded by the power of time, Dialga looks both elegant and majestic. The moment after stepping out, Dialga's gaze turned and suddenly looked at Palkia on the other side of the broken star sea. At this moment, Dialga's momentum surged. There was a hint of coldness in Palkia's eyes, and she did not avoid it. Lin Jing looked at this scene from a distance, his eyes suddenly condensed. The appearance of Dialga seems to have made the situation worse. After all, Dialga and Palkia have experienced too many battles, and the conflict between them is very deep. The current situation seems to be about to fight at any time. If the time and space gods fight at this time, it will have a bad impact. Without hesitation, Lin Jing immediately prepared to persuade and defend against foreign enemies. However, just before he spoke, a crisp voice sounded in the hearts of everyone present, the elves. Dialga, it's not Palkia, it's not Palkia, it's that guy. That's the sound that's. Lin Jing's eyes turned and looked back. Only see. At this moment, the familiar temple of the sea also appeared in this broken star sea. The door was open, and Manaphy stood outside the door, her small arms swaying again and again, and she shouted anxiously, Dialuka, sober up, you and Palkia are in an internal conflict, and now this is an external war. Palkia, won't the two of you fight again in the future? Unanimously to the outside world, unanimously to the outside world. It looked worried. Lin Jing frowned slightly. Dialga, did Manaphy call? I remember when I met Manaphy for the first time, its evaluation of Dialga was very fierce. It seems, Dialga is also one of Manaphy's PY objects. This relationship looks pretty good. Thoughts flashed through my mind. Maybe it was Manaphy's anxious cry that played a role. The space-time gods chose to give it a face. It was also thought that the unanimity in Manaphy's words was recognized by the space-time gods. At this moment, he snorted coldly. Palkia Adam withdrew his gaze first. Dialga's gaze also turned to Yveltal at the same time. For a while, the scene calmed down. At this moment, Yveltal's movements paused slightly. Time and space gods. Dream god, nightmare god. Mewtwo. An ultra-luxurious lineup of 5 divine beasts. Even if Yveltal was an elf who was destroyed and full of thoughts, he also felt the pressure. At this moment, as the imposing manner of the divine beast elf spread, they collided in the shattered star sea. Yveltal's momentum sank a little, and then suddenly surged. At this moment, with it as the center, the dark energy filled with the aura of destruction surging and surging, surrounded by it, with it as the center, a sphere composed of dark energy, suspended in the broken star sea. Of which an extremely terrifying aura rose. Under the superpower perception, feeling the unimaginable terrifying energy contained in it, Lin Jing's complexion changed slightly, and through the superpower, the sound was transmitted to all the elves present. Defense. Yveltal knows he can't win and is ready to fight back. Just as his voice fell, the energy sphere shrouded in Yveltal's body exploded at this moment, in this sea of stars. Palkia was not afraid at all, and the sub-Kong slashed and condensed, and took the initiative to attack. Dialga's dragon mouth opened slightly, and the roar of time started. And at the other end, the mind power of Super Mewtwo X is surging, and Spirit Break is enabled. This is the terrifying collision of 4 divine beast spirits that have definitely reached the category of first-level gods, destroying the sea of stars. For flowers. After realizing that he could not win, Yveltal chose to unleash his full power in an effort to hit his opponent hard. In the broken star sea. All in all, terror collided together. At this moment, in the rear, Manaphy's expression changed again and again, and the temple of the sea moved and brought it to the back of Lin Jing. In front of Lin Jing, the god of dreams and god of nightmare looked serious, their power surged, and the barrier rose, blocking the terrifying power created by the collision of skills. Without a doubt, this collision is more terrifying than the battle between Lugia and Dark Lugia. At the same time as the barrier of the god of dreams and god of nightmare was formed. At the front of the forest scene, another elf figure appeared as the brilliance flickered. Super Mewtwo X. It stands in the sea of stars, sticks out its arms, super power surges, and builds a barrier. When the unparalleled energy burst out, everything was annihilated, and this sea of stars collapsed in space and completely shattered. And at this moment, Point Zero. In the collision of time power, space power, dark power, and super power, everything seems to be completely shuffled. After the Alliance's spaceship was instructed, it quickly evacuated and was far away from that star field. But at this moment, when the energy sensing machines exploded, the spaceships urgently activated their defensive stances to resist the aftermath that had spread over an unknown distance and was already extremely depleted, but equally terrifying. At the same time, Chanao Star Territory, in a space wormhole. A spaceship appeared from it, and the Peugeot above the spaceship was the Carlos Alliance. In the spaceship at the forefront, the champion of Carlos, Karuna, was standing there. At this moment, she seemed to have heard something, her expression changed slightly, and she said anxiously, "Please, come with me." After speaking, the hatch opened and she stepped out. Beside the spaceship, a figure slowly emerged, and after Karuna rode on it, the figure flashed away and immediately fled. The figure was similar to a deer, with colorful horns. Another mythical beast spirit in the Carlos region. Life Pokemon, Xerneas. Starfield Battlefield. The aftermath of the energy collision continues. Under the defense of Mewtwo and Nightmare God, Lin Jing and Sharona were not affected. At this moment, he looked towards the battlefield. The entire Shanghai has been completely shattered, and even the concept of time and space no longer exists, and it has truly become chaos. In this area, everything seems to be silent. In the area near the former space wormhole, there were about a dozen unmanned planets, but at this time they have been completely annihilated and completely disappeared. Everything seemed to be silent. Lin Jing looked towards the middle of the battlefield. There. Yveltal's figure has disappeared. Instead, it is a cocoon with a special appearance suspended in chaos. Cocoon of Destruction. Wide. Chapter 128 The Dazed Karuna, the life force of Xerneas, the gods of time and space, and Mewtwo. Cocoon of Destruction. According to rumors, Yveltal will enter a special state of cocoon of destruction after exhausting all his energy and falling asleep. Obviously. In the battle just now, Yveltal chose to release all his power. Under the siege of several gods and beasts, it was already injured and released all its energy. After the last blow, it was completely unable to maintain. Entered the state of the cocoon of destruction. Lin Jing's eyes turned to all directions. At a glance, at this moment, the god of time, Dialga, the god of space, Palkia, who is standing at the forefront, has obvious scars on his body. Yveltal, also a first-level god, faced its final blow with all his strength, plus the aftermath of other skills. Even Dialga and Palkia were also consumed. By comparison, Super Dream, Beautiful Dream God, and Nightmare God were farther away from the battlefield when they collided. With their wholehearted defense, they consumed a lot, but they did not suffer any trauma. With a slight movement in his mind, Lin Jing looked at Victini and said softly, "Victini, lend me your 103 inches amount of strength." Victini was a little puzzled, but he didn't hesitate. As the brilliance around his body shone, the power continuously poured into Lin Jing's body. Lin Jing's expression was solemn. At this moment, the power of Vibrant is activated. The power of Vibrant not only has the special ability to read the thoughts of spirits, but also has the power to heal. Under the support of Victini's energy, with the forest scenery as the center, a fluorescent green healing light rose in this chaos, condensed in the sky, and turned into a rain cloud-like existence. Then, a rain of decoction came down in this chaos. The rain of healing fell on every figure, and a refreshing warm feeling came. The wounds on the body healed quickly, and the consumption was also compensated. Dialga and Palkia's turbulent aura also calmed down a bit. At this time, as if feeling something, the figures of several divine beasts and elves looked at some place in this chaotic land at the same time. At the same time, Lin Jing was also keenly aware of the fluctuations in one of the places within the super-perception that had been spreading. In the land of chaos, the seven-colored halo gate rose, and a figure rushed out of it. It was Xerneas. This beast elf from the Carlos star field is quite a kind existence, because it is an elf that is in opposition to Yveltal. In the Carlos alliance, I learned that Yveltal went to the Shanao star field. News, it also sensed. Therefore, before waiting for the Carlos alliance to find it, it found Karuna first, and together with the Carlos alliance fleet, arrived at the Shanao star territory. Now, on the back of Xerneas is a white-clothed Carlos Starfield champion, Karuna. Now, Karuna was riding on the back of Xerneas. After arriving here, she touched the elf ball around her waist, a brilliance flashed, and an elf appeared beside her. Sticky Dragon. Quasi-God Spirit. Karuna left Xerneas' body and came to the back of Nimiron. During this time, Karuna and Xerneas looked at each other. Their eyes looked at this chaotic land, and looked at the current situation on the battlefield. All of them were a little dazed. At this moment, Karuna's thoughts turned sharply, and thoughts rushed into her heart. Isn't it that only Yveltal has come to the Shanao star territory? The other elves, who are they? Are those two the gods of time and space in the Shanao star domain? This is Cresselia and Darkrai. Manaphy, Victini. That elf's imposing manner is no less than that of other divine beasts and elves. Who is it? Here, what happened? In the shock of Karuna. Beside her. Xerneas' gaze focused on the healing rain that Lin Jing used the power of victory, and with the blessing of Victini, he constructed it. Xerneas himself is a kind beast spirit, and he doesn't like fighting, not to mention, at this time, under the attention of all the beast spirits, even it feels a little depressed. After hesitating for a while, in its body, the soft brilliance appeared and merged into the rain cloud above. Xerneas, the life Pokemon, possesses true life force. Now, this power is integrated into the rain cloud, and the healing rain swayed from it is faintly mixed with a hint of gold, exuding a strong breath of life. After falling on the elves, the injury recovered in an instant, and it was even more refreshing, and it came from all over the body. At the same time, the rain that contained the power of life also fell on Lin Jing. At this moment, the prompt of the treasure chest system rises. You got a gift from Xerneas, under the influence of life force, your life expectancy plus 10 years. Good guy. Is this a gesture of goodwill? Xerneas hasn't figured out the current situation yet, but the two gods of time and space, Cheomung, and even the god of dreams and the god of nightmare are obviously putting a lot of pressure on it, so it's better to choose to show it first. As the thoughts flashed in his mind, Lin Jing looked at Sharona. Although he knew Karuna's identity, it was the first time he met the champion of the Carlos Starfield in the era of the interstellar elves, and it was undoubtedly the best choice for him to communicate with him. But, facing Lin Jing's gaze, Sharona shook her head and whispered, Lin Jing, you are most familiar with everything here. It's up to you to explain. Hearing this, Lin Jing gave her a deep look. Obviously, in Sharona's view, Lin Jing was in a real dominant position in this battle with Yveltal, and even when Sharona wanted to come, every elves who came to help the battle, I'm afraid it's all inseparable from Lin Jing. Therefore, Sharona chose to let Lin Jing lead it all. As his thoughts flowed, Lin Jing looked towards the far end and said through super power voice transmission, Miss Karunai, hello, I'm the investigator of the Shanao Alliance, Lin Jing. Karuna was still dazed and shocked. Her trainer career experience is quite rich, but she never imagined that she would see this scene today. Now, Lin Jing's voice transmission sounded, and Ka Lunai didn't hesitate. When the Pokeball touched lightly, another figure appeared beside him. Shinado. As the champion of the Carlos Star Field, the main elf of Karuna is a Shinado. Now, Shineduo is also standing on the back of Nianmylong. At this moment, the brilliance in his eyes flashes, in this special area where no sound can be transmitted. Through superpower, Shineduo has built a familiar soul that can communicate with each other. Sensing a special channel for communication. Karuna's voice resounded in Lin Jing and Sharona's heart. Sharona, Inspector Lin Jing. Now, what exactly is going on? This. Sharona didn't answer. Lin Jing said bluntly, as you can see, the matter has been resolved. Under their combined force, Yveltal exhausted all his energy, turned into a cocoon, and fell asleep. Before Lin Jing explained, Xerneas' eyes were already focused on the center on the cocoon of destruction. Now, Karuna's gaze was also looking over. Has it been resolved? Karuna let out a deep breath. She was just about to say something. However, at this moment, within the chaos, two powerful breaths that could not be predicted suddenly erupted. Dialga. Palkia. 5.4. These two divine beast spirits in the Shanao Star territory have been completely restored to their prosperous state after being treated by the healing rain that contains the power of life. They have a great conflict with each other. After defeating Yveltal, seems to be completely unable to hold back, when the momentum erupts, ready to fight directly here. And at the same time. At this moment, the third aura burst out at the same time. Mewtwo. As an artificial elf, although the gene of kindness and dreams is extracted, the original intention of making it is to make it a weapon of war. In the bones of Cheomung, it is yearning for battle. Old days. When Lin Jing saw it for the first time, it was fighting Deoxys. Mega's short fight with Yveltal for the form of Super Mewtwo X, obviously made it a little less enjoyable. Now, the explosive momentum of Dialga and Palkia has also aroused some interest in it. A look of eagerness to try. At this moment, The war seems to be about to break out. Chapter 129 Time and Space Restoration. Help from Dialga and Palkia. Chow Meng, I'm not arrogant. Not remote. Karuna and Xerneas looked at each other, and both saw the doubts in each other's eyes. One is the champion trainer of the Carlos Star Field, and the other is the beast elves of the Carlos Star Field. They are all the top existences in the vast star field. However, when they first arrived in the Shanao Star territory, everything here undoubtedly far exceeded their expectations. Didn't they shoot together not long ago and defeated Yveltal? Why now, there is a contradiction inside a picture. In this chaotic land, three auras are surging. At this moment, a crisp voice resounded in my heart. You guys stop fighting. Kindergarten crowdfunding group. 0.9 inches 4. 2 inches. 3 inches. 8. 1. 7. 6. 5. Open hollow corner bracket. Kindergarten transfer group. Close hollow corner bracket. 5. 4. 1.8 feet 4. 7 inches 0. 2.0. It was Manaphy who made the sound. It floated out of the sea temple, looked at Dialga and Palkia, who were tit for tat, and said, if you want to fight, you can't fight here, go back to you. Hit the ground. After speaking, Manaphy looked at Cheomung again, and there was a desire in his eyes. Cheomung, give me a face, don't join in the fun of them. Super Dream's eyes flashed. Because of Lin Jing, it met Manaphy and obtained a lot of information from Manaphy. Exiting from the state of Super Mewtwo X and returning to its normal form. In the land of chaos. Dialga and Palkia looked at each other. 26 feet's momentum gradually dissipated and returned to calm. Seeing that a new beast war was successfully stopped, Lin Jing also let out a sigh of relief. If Palkia and Dialga continue to fight here, it will be very difficult for everything to end. After all, Lin Jing, Dialga, and Palkia all have a certain connection. When the two fight, he will also be in a dilemma, and he can only prevent this battle from happening as much as possible. Glancing around, Lin Jing groaned, and then spoke through his superpower, Dialga, Palkia, Can I ask you one thing? Dialga and Palkia his eyes focused. Facing the majestic gazes of the two divine beast spirits, Lin Jing's expression was calm, and he said softly, can you please restore this place? The scope of this battle is too wide. This area will become a forbidden area. Can you restore this place? Let it return to the original Star Sea. Facts have proved that although it may not be as good as Manaphy, Lin Jing's proposal has been taken seriously by Dialga and Palkia. At this moment, Palkia, who had a more prominent relationship with Lin Jing, stood on the spot, with a faint radiance rising all over her body. With it as the center, the turbulence rises up and sweeps the quartet. In this chaotic area, among the turbulent waves, there are space fragments emerging one by one, and those space fragments are densely gathered together, gradually pieced together, and formed. Palkia has the power to distort, destroy, and regenerate space. At this moment, it is to regenerate space. And at the other end, a wonderful brilliance flashed across Dialga's eyes. At this moment, in the hearts of the column owner and the trainer, there was a sound like a clock turning. Tick, tick, tick. At the same time as the sound sounded, there were invisible ripples rippling in this area. That is the power of time. It is not as direct as the manifestation of the power of space, but it is very miraculous. Everything in this area has been shattered because of the collision just now, and even the time and space are completely shattered. At this moment, under the power of Dialga and Palkia, everything began to recover, and the concept of time and space returned to this area. In the space debris condensation room, the place first returned to the state of the broken star sea, and then the cracks recovered and healed, and the entire star sea reappeared and gradually returned to stability. This is the authority and power of the god of space and the god of time. The mighty power of the beast spirit is unforgettable. Just when the surrounding star sea recovered, as if feeling something, Lin Jing's eyes turned to his side. Bite the land shark fiercely. At this moment, Fiercely biting Lu Shark's body, the armor of time and space appeared, flashing loomingly. This is... Lin Jing frowned slightly. Biting Lu Shark fiercely, as a quasi-god elf, he is quite powerful. And Lin Jing's fierce bite of Lu Shark, through the treasure chest of the gods of time and space, gathered the power from the gods of time and space, so an amazing transformation took place. At this moment, it seems that because the two gods of time and space shot at the same time, Levite Lu Shark has some insight, and now the armor of time and space is flickering, and it seems to be slowly improving. And at the same time, Remote. Dialga and Palkia, who had recovered their time and space, were keenly aware of the state of the land shark biting fiercely. After sensing the power surging on Lu Shark's body, Palkia's eyes flashed with surprise, and she thought for a moment. At this moment, its arm lightly tapped in the Xinghai, and brilliance swept across the Xinghai, and finally landed on the space-time armor that bit the land shark and merged into it. A hint of the treasure chest system appears. Your bite land shark aroused Palkia's attention and curiosity. Based on the influence of your relationship with Palkia, it chose to help this little guy. Lin Jing frowned slightly. And at the other end, Dialga also felt the same way. Palkia's actions made it a little surprising, but then, as if not to be outdone, Dialga's eyes focused on the body of the fierce bite land shark. While his eyes stayed, there seemed to be a strange pattern rising above the space-time armor that fiercely bit Lu Shark. The armor of time and space shines brightly. A system prompt appears. Your bite land shark aroused Dialga's attention and curiosity. Based on the influence of your relationship with Dialga, it chose to help this little guy. Does it come from the help of the gods of time and space? Lin Jing's eyes brightened slightly. At this moment, the time-space armor of Lai Bite Lu Shark shines brightly, completely covering the huge figure of Lai Bite Lu Shark. Then, it turned into a brilliance and returned directly to the Pokeball. Just before it entered the Pokeball, Lin Jing used his eyesight ability to check its current state. Bite the land shark, sleeping and transforming. Watching the time and space gods exert their time and space power will make the armor of time and space touched. Now, with the real help from the gods of space and time, Lai Bite Lu Shark fell into a deep sleep and began to transform. Lin Jing's eyes flashed with anticipation. After the transformation is completed, Lin Jing is quite looking forward to what the strength of Lu Shark's strong bite will reach. Under the influence of the power of the space-time gods, this sea of stars gradually recovered, and gradually returned to its original appearance. However, at this moment, this piece of star sea is empty, and there is nothing in sight. The former space wormhole gate, and even the nearby unmanned planets, meteorite groups, etc., have been completely annihilated in the battle. The power of time and space is not omnipotent, and those planets that have been annihilated, Dialga and Palkia, cannot be restored. After doing all this, Dialga, Luca and Palkia looked at each other coldly, and they did not stir up any further disturbances. When the portal was generated, it had returned to its own unique area. Palkia's eyes fell on Lin Jing. It was not the first time that it communicated with Lin Jing. Its gaze stayed on Lin Jing for a moment, and then it looked at the Pokeball with the bite land shark, and it said, "Human, the one you cultivated little guy, it's quite special. Manaphy, see you next time." After leaving 2 sentences, Palkia's arm waved lightly, the space crack was torn apart, and the figure was instantly submerged in it. Cracks in space heal. Time and space gods, leave. The departure of the time and space gods also made the atmosphere much calmer. At this moment, Xerneas and Karuna had come to the vicinity at the same time as the Sea of Stars recovered. Sharona and Karuna were talking. Lin Jing's eyes swept away, and he was the first to freeze on Chao Meng's body. Super dream. Lin Jing's tone was serious, "Thank you." Compared with Palkia, it was because the space was destroyed and the territory was invaded. Dialga came only after being invited by Manaphy. "Come and join the fight. Thank me for what I do." Chao Meng's voice was as thick as ever. "I sensed that a powerful opponent was coming, so I came to fight. Unfortunately, this battle was not very enjoyable. However, this guy is much stronger. Shaking his head slightly, Cheomung's last gaze fell on the nightmare god and stayed for a moment. Afterwards, it didn't say a single extra word, and the figure flashed and disappeared in place. Lin Jing was dumbfounded and smiled slightly. Mewtwo never shows her emotions. At this time, from behind, Karuna's voice sounded. Inspector Lin Jing. Lin Jingshun looked around. S eyes contained a solemn meaning. Xerneas, I want to communicate with you privately. Chapter 130 The Orb of Life, the favor of Xerneas, the source of power that Yveltal pursues. Kalunai's tone was serious, and there was a hint of curiosity in Lin Jing's eyes. Each star field is connected by a space wormhole. As the champion of the Carlos star field, she naturally has a certain understanding of the Shanao star field. After all, although Sharona, the champion of Shanao star region, does not have a part-time star, her popularity among the star regions is not inferior to that of Karuna. However, before today, Karuna had never heard of Lin Jing's existence. Being able to stay here with Sharona on the battlefield involving divine beasts, the importance of Lin Jing, needless to say, in the brief communication with Sharona just now, the other party did not disclose any information, which made Karuna even more towards Lin Jing. Get curious. Xerneas. Lin Jing looked back. Not far away, Xerneas was standing in the galaxy, looking at him with a slightly probing gaze. Of course you can. Lin Jing nodded lightly. According to his understanding of Xerneas and his current performance, this god of life is undoubtedly a very kind existence. Nodding to the god of dreams and god of nightmare, Lin Jing wanted to thank Victini as well. But at this moment, the little guy Victini, with Manaphy, didn't know what to communicate. Xerneas, step closer. After it came to Lin Jing's side, a kind voice sounded. Hello, Lin Jing. Hello, Xerneas. Lin Jing looked at it curiously. Xerneas opened his mouth slightly. I just communicated with the champion trainer in your Shanao star territory, but the request I made, she said that it needs to be decided by you. Oh. Lin Jing raised his brows slightly and glanced at Sharona. Xerneas looked at the middle of this star sea, at this time it seemed like a dead cocoon of destruction, and said peacefully, Lin Jing, I want to bring it back to the Carlos star field, okay? Is it because of the cocoon of destruction? Hearing this, Lin Jing did not hesitate and replied directly, of course. Yveltal, a mythical beast elf full of thoughts and destruction, is undoubtedly similar to the dark flame bird and dark lightning bird for Lin Jing. And Yveltal's consumption in this battle is extremely huge, and he doesn't know how long he needs to sleep. Compared to Yveltal, who is extremely evil by nature and uncontrollable, Yveltal who is in a deep sleep at this time, befriending and opposing him, but the very kind Xerneas is naturally a better choice. After agreeing, Lin Jing pondered, and then said bluntly, Xerneas, Hyerna will give me the right to decide, I naturally agree with this matter. However, this time, it involved 2 star fields and 2 alliances. The Shanao star field paid a great price to defeat Yveltal. If it wasn't for the appearance of the space-time gods, it would have suffered even more astonishingly. Loss, so. His words were not finished yet. Aside. Immediately, it is our Carlos Alliance's dereliction of duty to let Yveltal reach the Shanao star territory and destroy it. Inspector Lin Jing, our Carlos Alliance will give the Shanao Alliance, give you, and give Hyerna a satisfactory explanation. Hearing this, Lin Jing nodded slightly and said nothing more. In his position, seeking his political affairs, as the investigator of the Shanao Alliance, Hyerna trusted and supported him so much, and his position was naturally on the side of the Shanao Alliance. Because of Yveltal, the Shanao Alliance also worked hard. In this case, although the cocoon of destruction, in Sharona's opinion, is his trophy to decide, but Lin Jing will naturally consider it for the Shanao Alliance. In front of you. Seeing that Lin Jing completely agreed, Xerneas said peacefully, Thank you, Lin Jing. At this moment, as the brilliance condensed on its colorful antlers, an orb bursting with the breath of life took shape and hung in the sea of stars. Lin Jing. Xerneas took a moment, and the orb floated in front of Lin Jing. For you, it should help a human trainer like you. Lin Jing's eyes fell on the top. The treasure chest system works and information emerges. Open black lens bracket. The power of life orb. Close black lens bracket. Introduction. Xerneas uses the power of life to condense the special orb, which can be directly absorbed by the human body, which can increase the lifespan to a certain extent, enhance the physique, and enhance the vitality of life. There will be a chain reaction of abilities, so they increase. Amazing value. There is no doubt that Xerneas, who controls the power of life, is probably the existence that countless trainers want to seek. While Lin Jing was checking, the system prompt sounded beside Lin Jing's ear. Your frankness and sincerity have aroused the appreciation of Xerneas, and the affinity with Xerneas has increased, and you have obtained affinity treasure chest Xerneas. Lin Jing's eyes lit up again. He solemnly took the life force orb, put it into the space backpack temporarily, and said seriously, "Thank you." Xerneas' expression became more serious. Lin Jing, I have one more thing to ask you. You said. Why do you have a power aura similar to Yveltal's? Huh. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Xerneas' gaze moved down, and fixed on a pokeball on Lin Jing's waist. Seeing this, Lin Jing reached out and touched the pokeball lightly. In a flash of brilliance, in this sea of stars, another elf figure appeared. Dark Bangira. At the moment of his debut, the dark power surged, forming a barrier around Bangira, allowing him to gain a foothold in the sea of stars. Xerneas' eyes focused on it tightly. That's the power. Its voice is serious. Although there is a difference in the strength of Yveltal, it has a great similarity. Lin Jing nodded thoughtfully, remembering that at the beginning of the matter, when Sharona and Karuna communicated, Karuna mentioned that Yveltal's goal seems to be very clear, and he went straight to the Shanao Star territory. In an instant, he wanted to understand a lot of things. After pondering, Lin Jing took Bangira back and said, My Bangira is on a special planet and obtains special power. That planet seems to be connected to another strange dark world, and the sources it's there, I call it the dark power. The special feature of the dark power is that while it can strengthen the elves, the rational emotions of the elves will also be affected, leaving only the instinctive idea of destroying everything. Where is that planet? Xerneas asked. The planet has been destroyed. Lin Jing shook his head. In the elves eroded by the power of darkness, there are Lugia and the 3 god birds, and they have become the dark Lugia and the 3 dark god birds. For this reason, the king of the Lugia family holds the power of authority. The god of the sea, Lugia, came in person. In the battle between Lugia and Dark Lugia, that planet was completely annihilated, and that area has also become one of the forbidden places in the Shanao Star territory. Mu Suo's pair of untidy faces, Min Yi, who grieves at the end of Yifire Zuor's ex-wife Shohan. But looking at it now, maybe. Yveltal is here, for the source of the dark power. There is a considerable attraction for it, and it may be able to enhance its power. Xerneas thought thoughtfully. Lin Jing pondered. Xerneas, with your strength, you can go to explore that area in person. Lugia and the 3 divine birds, in order to solve the erosion of the clansmen by the dark power, they should analyze the dark power, maybe. You can find them and ask. Xerneas nodded seriously. Lin Jing, I will consider your suggestion. Lin Jing smiled slightly. Xerneas is a very kind elf. After thanking him again, he stepped towards the middle of the sea of stars. Well done. During the surge of life force, a special barrier was constructed, surrounding the cocoon of destruction. Xerneas looked at Lin Jing, nodded slightly, and in the light of the light, the door of light formed, and it took the cocoon of destruction and escaped into it. Lin Jing looked around. At this moment, Sharona was communicating with Karuna. The door of the Temple of the Sea opened, and Manaphy and Victini were sitting at the door, chatting. Looking around, Lin Jing looked at the god of dreams and god of nightmare, and said warmly in his heart, "Cresselia, Darkrai, thank you. Tell us what else to say thank you." Cresselia smiled slightly, shook her head and said, "We are not Mewtwo, we are not as arrogant as it is, don't you think, Darkrai?" Darkrai, who has always been taciturn, gave a rare, Lin Jing smiled. He breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense spirit was completely relaxed, and now. His eyes swept around. After experiencing the restoration of the gods of space and time, this sea of stars has recovered, and in the eyes of others, it is an empty space, empty and empty. But, in Lin Jing's line of sight, in this empty star sea, there are treasure chests that are blooming with bright colors. Chapter 131 Great Harvest of Divine Beast Treasure Chests, Future Planning, In-Depth Communication with PY Masters. The brilliance of the treasure chests is like the stars dotted in the sea of stars. In the sight of Lin Jing, it is particularly eye-catching. A war is over. For him, now is the harvest season. The thoughts moved slightly, and at this moment, Lin Jing's eyes swept across, and the treasure chests disappeared in the Xinghai, and the system's prompts appeared. You successfully picked up the Sacred Beast Elf Treasure Chest, Yveltal. You successfully picked up the Sacred Beast Elf Treasure Chest, Xerneas. You successfully picked up the Sacred Beast Elf Treasure Chest, Super Dream. You have successfully picked up the Sacred Beast Elf Treasure Chest, Dialga. You have successfully picked up the Eudemon's Elf Treasure Chest, Manaphy. You witnessed a battle of the beasts and spirits with your own eyes and obtained the Battle of the Battle Treasure Box, Battle of the Broken Star Sea. As you personally participated in the Battle of Gods, you have gained the attention of many gods and beasts, and you have obtained Special Influence Treasure Box, Divine Beasts. The scene where you rode Doran Baruto and faced Yveltal head-on, was seen by the retreating trainers of the Shinao Alliance. Your influence increased, and you obtained the Influence Treasure Chest, Shinao Starfield. Because of your victorious aura, Victini found you. It saw you face a powerful enemy, leaving an indelible impression. You got the Affinity Treasure Chest, Victini. The power of the dragon you exerted has given Palkia a completely different feeling. Its affinity with you has increased, and you have obtained Affinity Treasure Chest, Palkia. The latest tips for picking up treasure chests in Xinghai, and the tips that flashed in the treasure chest system during the battle, emerged one by one. Even with Lin Jing's state of mind, there were constant waves in his heart at this time. 103. Amazing Harvest. This is a bountiful harvest of the treasure chest of divine beasts and spirits in the true sense. In terms of pure value, even if the treasure chest has not been opened yet, Lin Jing is quite clear that the harvest this time is even better than the Battle of Lugia and the three divine birds. After all, the battle level this time is even better than that. In the treasure box interface, the brilliance of each treasure box is interlaced, and the baby is purple and beautiful, which is extremely gorgeous. In addition to the Affinity Treasure Chest obtained from Xerneas, this time, 11 treasure chests were directly harvested, and the value of each treasure chest was quite amazing. Glancing at the treasure chest, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Super Dream is still a lucky star as always. Beautiful Dream God and Nightmare God, after choosing to enter the Pokeball, there will be no more treasure chests of beasts and spirits, only the Affinity Treasure Chest is born. It's normal to think about it. After all, entering the Pokeball means subduing, and the body is the most valuable place for the beast spirit. While thinking about it, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Perhaps, the superpower competition, you don't have to participate. After being improved again, in the superpower competition, I am afraid it will be difficult to meet an opponent that can be compared with Shinado, and the rewards provided by the superpower competition are bound to be far from the treasure chest of the Beast and the Beast. Lin Jing's thoughts flashed in his heart. In the past, when he challenged the first gym, he was invited by the alley gym and wanted to participate in the superpower competition. For him at that time, he did not want to miss any opportunity to gain something. Not CGFE, ever. Traveling alone in the interstellar space, His experience far exceeded his expectations, and with the help of the treasure chest system, he has a lot of opportunities. His growth rate has far exceeded initial expectations. Today, if he goes to participate in the superpower competition again, he will be a bit bullying. Besides, compared with the rewards of the superpower competition, in Lin Jing's view, exploring in the Xinghai, if you can meet other gods and beasts, the rewards will undoubtedly be more abundant. To know. Now, in his shadow, there is a Machado hiding. This is the guide who can lead him to Ho Wang. However, Machado was quite timid, and after witnessing the battle of Lugia next to Lin Jing, he was already frightened. In today's battle of mythical beasts, it did not dare to emerge from the beginning to the end, for fear of being noticed by some big guy. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Jing quickly made a judgment and said to himself, "The superpower competition, you can give up." Compared to the time spent in superpower competitions, it is completely possible to do things with greater rewards. Academy Cup, you can't give up. Tianguan Elf Academy, in the early days of my trainer journey, provided quite amazing help. If it wasn't for their decision, and provided the Nightmare God, which made my journey more convenient, my growth would not have been possible so fast. Also, by that time, I should also conquer new elves. The reward from the Frozen Bird treasure box has not yet been used. The Academy Cup is also a suitable event for elves to temper. It seems that for the next plan, there are some new changes. Thoughts flow in the mind. As if feeling something, Lin Jing raised his head and looked towards the front. I see. Manaphy and Victini, who were talking at the entrance of the Temple of the Sea, floated over together at this moment. Lin Jing. Before Manaphy approached, a clear voice sounded in her heart. Long time no see. Long time no see. Lin Jing agreed, and when he saw Manaphy floating in front of him, he praised, "Manaf, Dialga, you should be the one who called. Your ability to make friends is unparalleled." Hearing this, Manaphy smiled happily and said to herself, "Of course." Afterwards, it looked at Lin Jing, with a look of approval on its face. "Lin Jing, you are not bad." Lin Jing blinked. The meaning of, "I want to call you the strongest," of a certain anime character in the previous life. Suppressing the distracting thoughts in his heart, Lin Jing smiled and said, "Some time ago, I also met the king of the Lugia clan, Lugia who holds the power, and the king of the three divine birds, Manaphy, do you know them?" The Lugia clan, the king of the three god bird clan. Manaphy's eyes lit up. "I do know a Lugia, but it's not the one you mentioned. I haven't encountered the three gods yet. Lin Jing, if you have a chance, you must introduce me." "Okay." Lin Jing nodded happily. Manaphy rubbed her hands in anticipation. "Lin Jing, when I was traveling in the Sea of Stars, I met a dull guy some time ago. His name is Sidoran, and I will introduce you to him when I meet him again." Vidorian. Lin Jing frowned slightly. He remembered that after returning to the ancient temple of Sidolane through the key of time on the ancient star, it also caused some influence. He pondered. "The guy you mentioned, although he hasn't seen me yet, has something to do with me. It has been sleeping, but it seems that it is because of my influence that it wakes up." "Is that so?" Manaphy looked like she heard the gossip, and finally nodded and praised, "Lin Jing, as expected of you." One person and one elf looked at each other and smiled, quite a kind of sympathy. Victini, who floated over with Manaphy, had her V-shaped ears pricked up, listening to the conversation between Manaphy and Lin Jing. At this moment, there was a dazed feeling of who I was, where I was, and what I was going to do. Manaphy keenly sensed Victini's doubts and said crisply, "Victini, Lin Jing and I are both very good at making friends. We are exchanging experiences." "Exchange of experiences." Victini. It's getting more and more confused. Lin Jing shook his head with a smile, then his expression became more serious, and said seriously, "Thank you for your help today." When Victini met him for the first time, he was willing to go all out to help him. And It is precisely because of Victini's blessing that his dragon fighting power can have an effect on Palkia, thus obtaining Palkia's affinity treasure chest. After expressing his sincere thanks, Lin Jing said, Manaphy, Victini, how did you guys come together and come over together? We met by chance in the Sea of Stars. Replied, Victini was looking for a trainer, and after encountering it, we came together. Having said that, the admiration in Manaphy's eyes became more intense. I didn't expect that the trainer that Victini was looking for was you. Did you meet by chance? Lin Jing put a question mark on the word encounter in his heart. With Manaphy's character, the so-called chance encounter is most likely because Manaphy noticed the existence of the other party, and then drove the Temple of the Sita, recklessly, to make friends. Aside. Victini agreed. That's it. Then. Hesitation flashed across its expression, looking at Lin Jing. Lin Jing's perception was keen, and he asked, Victini, what's wrong? Under its gaze, Victini showed a hint of shyness, but then his expression became firm, and under the witness of Manaphy, he said seriously, Lin Jing. You have a special victorious vibe, you are the trainer I've been looking for. Can I follow you? Chapter 132 Conquering Victini, do you know Giratina? Sharona, I'm looking forward to it. There was a hint of longing in Victini's tone. It looked at the forest scene, and then looked at the god of dreams and Darkrai on the side. As a victory Pokemon, it is quite eager for the victorious breath. After sensing the breath of Lin Jing, it came to him in person, and saw Lin Jing stepping on Duolong Baruto, together with the Nightmare God, the beautiful Dream God, and Face Yi. A scene from Peltar. This left a deep impression on Victini's heart. And, after this battle, in Victini's perception, the victorious aura surrounding Lin Jing became more and more special, and he was more attractive to him, so after hesitating for a while, he set out of their own ideas. Lin Jing blinked. Aside, Manaphy looked at Victini, then at Lin Jing, and then as expected of you, expression appeared. Slightly stunned for a moment, Lin Jing said, of course. For him, this was undoubtedly an unexpected joy, and said quickly, Victory, you know, in our human world, you are called Victory Pokemon. The legendary trainer who conquered you will never fail. Of course I welcome you to join us. Victini's eyes lit up slightly, his V-shaped ears swayed, his eyes fell, and he looked at the elf ball on Lin Jing's waist. As in elves who like to fight very much, Victini often hides in the human world, watching their battles, and occasionally secretly shoots to help the tenacious elves. It's clear what conquest means to a trainer. Perceiving Victini's gaze, Lin Jing no longer hesitated at all. He swept through the backpack, and finally grabbed an empty Pokeball and took it out. This is a pink Pokeball, the Healing Ball. The Healing Ball can heal the injury of the elves, and when the elves inhabit the interior, they can feel the power of warmth in them. Holding the Pokeball in his hand, Lin Jing looked at Victini. At this moment, Victini did not hesitate, his body floated over, and lightly touched the Healing Ball. The brilliance flashed, and the figure of Victini disappeared in place. A soft ding sounded. In the case that the elves did not resist, the subduing seemed extremely simple. Conquer successfully. The system prompt rang in Lin Jing's ear. It is detected that the host has captured the Eudemon's Victini, and you have obtained the special trainer's treasure box. Lin Jing let out a small breath. Hands. The light of the healing ball flashed, and the figure of Victini appeared in front of him. Its gaze fell on the healing ball, and said softly, the space inside is so warm. However, Victini's eyes were fixed on Lin Jing, and he said, Lin Jing, I still prefer to stay by your side. Can I stay outside? Of course you can. Lin Jing smiled slightly, and then said, however, Victini, you are a very rare elf. You need to be hidden by my side, so as not to attract the attention of others. I know. Victini nodded, and after flying around Lin Jing for a week, he landed on Lin Jing's shoulder. After it fell, it deliberately got closer, and, sticked, with Lin Jing. Feeling the feeling of being lingered by a strong atmosphere of victory, Victini showed a satisfied color. Then, a faint brilliance swept past it, and its figure was completely transparent. In Lin Jing's sight, there was nothing on his shoulders. Victini, who has been in the human world for a long time, naturally knows how to hide himself. Lin Jing's eyes brightened slightly. Victini. Victory Pokémon. In the battle just now, Lin Jing had already learned about Victini's powerful abilities. There is no doubt that it will bring great help to Lin Jing. In the singles match against each other, Victini can't help, after all, that is cheating. But like in doubles and so on, Victini can help. Furthermore, its Victory Star feature, most likely never played, will also have an impact on other elves. Besides, compared to the battle, my next priority is to explore. During the exploration, it is inevitable to encounter various crises. With the help of Victini, everything will be smoother. Victini stayed. Manaphy flew around Lin Jing, and then said, Lin Jing, everything is over, and I'm leaving too. Next, I'm going to make new friends. Lin Jing nodded slightly. Then, his heart moved and he asked, Manaphy, do you know Giratina? Giratina, who is that? It is also one of the divine beast spirits in the Shinao Star region. Like Dialga and Palkia, it has a particularly powerful power. However, it doesn't seem to be in the Shinao Star territory, but in a world that relies on the Shinao Star territory, which seems to be a world parallel to the Shinao Star territory. Lin Jing combined his knowledge of Giratina with the background of the interstellar age. More Manaphy listened, the brighter her eyes became, and she said crisply, Lin Jing, haven't you seen it? No. Lin Jing shook his head. Although I know some information about it, I haven't seen it so far, nor have I found the population of that parallel world. Based on the information in the original work, the entrance to the world where Giratina lives, the Pillar of Spears located on the top of Tiangwan Mountain, and the Cave of the Way Home. However, urbanization has become a planet, but Tiangwan Mountain, which used to divide the entire Shinao area into two, has never heard of what it evolved into. Like the Pillar of a Spear, the Cave on the Way Home, after initially obtaining the star map of the Shinao Star territory, Lin Jing searched for it, but to no avail. Apparently, they are most likely hidden deep within the vast sea of stars. I see. Manaphy looks like she has a goal. Lin Jing, I will try my best to find Giratina. Come on. Manaphy waved her hand and said no more. I'm leaving now, wait for my good news. Victini, Lin Jing, Cresselia, Darkrai, see you next time. For flowers. It said goodbye to the surrounding friends, and fluttered back to the Temple of the Sea. As the whirlpool rose, the Temple of the Sea hid in it, and then fled away. Lin Jing looked at this scene, and there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Compared to human trainers, Manaphy, the Phantom Beast, had a much higher chance of finding the location of Giratina. If Manaphy can really find Pluto Dragon, and become friends with each other. Then, rounding up, he also met Pluto Dragon. Super Perception Spread Room. Now, in this originally empty star sea, a spacecraft has already returned. It was the spaceship of the Shinao Alliance and the Carlos Alliance. It was sent back to this place by Hyarna and Karuna. Except for Doran Baruto, who was riding under his feet, and Victini, who had hidden himself, all the other elves had returned to the Pokeball. Not long after, the two fleets hovered in the Sea of Stars. The communication between Karuna and Sharona stopped, and after taking a deep look at Lin Jing, they returned to the spaceship of the Carlos Alliance. Point 0. Sharona and Lin Jing also entered the closest Shinao Alliance spacecraft. After boarding the spaceship, Zyerna looked at Lin Jing and said, Kalyunai promised, Lin Jing, you will become an honorary trainer of the Carlos Alliance, and your status is equal to that of the Heavenly King trainer. In the future, if you go to the Carlos Star Field, with this identity, everything will be much smoother. Lin Jing blinked. The Carlos Alliance will also provide a number of fairly generous resources as compensation. When this batch of resources arrives, I will contact you to select them. After all, these resources are only available to you because of you. To be able to make Zyrna, a champion trainer, evaluate it as rich, the compensation paid by the Carlos Alliance must be very good. Lin Jing nodded slightly. After Sharona finished speaking, she was looking at him with an inexplicable gaze. Hearing Lin Jing's description of a Divine Beast War was completely different from experiencing a Divine Beast War with Lin Jing in person. The Dream God and the Nightmare God appeared one after another, the arrival of Chao Mang, the dual gods of time and space, and even Manaphy and Victini. This made Sharona's heart flutter. Now, after her eyes stayed on Lin Jing for a moment, she suddenly said, Lin Jing, I really can't see through you. Lin Jing smiled slightly, didn't say much on this topic, and instead said, Sharona. Huh. Perhaps when Li Bite Lu Shark wakes up from his slumber, that battle can be fought. Oh. Sharona's eyes narrowed slightly, and then, on her beautiful face, the corners of her mouth curved slightly, a smile appeared, and she said with a small smile. I'm looking forward to it. The Alliance spacecraft headed for the Celebration Star. Lin Jing walked to a separate lounge. With a slight movement in my mind, the treasure chest system unfolded, and the treasure chests bloomed with splendid brilliance. Looking at the top of the room, Lin Jing was the first to freeze on a treasure chest and chose to open it. Special Influence Treasure Chest, Sacred Beast Spirit, Wide. Chapter 133 The Famous Lin Jing, Master Ball, and Palkia's Expectations in the Circle of Mythical Beasts. When the treasure chest was opened, beams of brilliance swept out. You got a special buff. Spiritual Beast Spirit Breath. You have obtained a special influence, the attention of the beasts and spirits. You have obtained a special map, Unknown Guidance. 3 rewards. Lin Jing's eyes swept across. Open black lens bracket Spirit of Beasts and Spirits close black lens bracket. Introduction. You have come into contact with many beasts and spirits, and your breath has become extremely special. The probability of encountering beasts and spirits on your journey increases by 2%. Open black lens bracket The attention of the gods and beasts close black lens bracket. Introduction. You communicated with the gods and beasts and fought side by side, which left a very deep impression on them. There is also communication between the gods and beasts. Your name may be known by other gods and beasts. Special map, Unknown Guide. Introduction. The special map that leads to a certain elf is currently in a dusty state. Only under certain conditions will the map be fully opened. Other 2 rewards are all buff properties. This map, like the introduction, is completely dark and requires certain conditions to be opened. Lin Jing's gaze shifted to the first 2 rewards. 107. So, now, I am also famous in the circle of beasts and spirits. While thinking slightly, the treasure chest continued to open. Battle of the Battle Chest, Broken Star Sea. You have obtained a special battlefield key, Battle of the Broken Star Sea. Similar to the rewards of the 3 God Birds Battle Chest, but in the Sea of Stars, such rewards are not easy to use. It seems that we need to find an opportunity to thoroughly experiment with their specific effects. Influence Treasure Chest, Shanao Star Domain. You got Shanao Trainer Clothing Advanced X1. You have obtained the secret map X1 of Shanao Star Region. You get Physical Enhancement X1. Open black lens bracket Special Trainer Treasure Chest close black lens bracket. You got Master Ball X1. You got the Dark Ball X1. You have obtained a badge upgrade, Reinforcement Master. The moment the Special Trainer's treasure chest was opened, Lin Jing's eyes suddenly freeze. This is not the first time he has obtained a Special Trainer treasure chest. However, compared to the previous 2 times, the number of rewards from the Special Trainer's treasure chest this time has decreased a lot, but the value has surged. Master Ball. Lin Jing's eyes were fixed on the top for the first time. Master Ball, the top-level Pokeball, which can capture any Pokemon, including Divine Beast Pokemon. Note the Beast Spirit has its own thoughts, and the Master Ball cannot be changed, but the Master Ball has extremely special energy, which can limit the power of the Beast Spirit and make it unable to break free from the Master Ball. It cannot change its mind, but it can limit it. Although it is only like this, it has been able to play an unimaginably huge role. After all, this is a Pokeball that any elves can capture. Its value does not lie in conquest at all, but has extremely powerful strategic significance. Slowly exhaling, Lin Jing looked at another Pokeball. Dark Ball. The Pokeball is haunted by dark power. When the elves with dark power are in it, they will gradually gain a certain level of improvement. This Pokeball is very suitable for Dark Bangira. It seems that it is time to replace the Pokeball for Bangira. Just do what she thinks. Let Bangira come to the Dark Ball that is more suitable for it, and the badge upgrade of the Master is also directly activated. Then, his expression became more solemn. The Master Ball was beyond his expectations, and in his opinion, the next step was also the highlight of this harvest. Various treasure chests that are connected with the Beast Spirits and Phantom Beast Spirits. Affinity Box. At this moment, when the mind moved slightly, 3 treasure chests flew out together in the treasure chest interface, stayed in midair, and then suddenly opened. Open Black Lens Bracket Affinity Chest, Xernea's Close Black Lens Bracket. You have obtained the Fruit of Life X1. You have gained special influence, the attention of the God of Life. Open Black Lens Bracket Affinity Chest, Victini Close Black Lens Bracket. You have obtained a special blessing, Victini's Energy Engine. You got a special buff. Go forward. Open Black Lens Bracket Affinity Chest, Palkia Close Black Lens Bracket. Open Black Lens Bracket. You get special influence, Palkia's Expectation Close Black Lens Bracket. You have acquired the ability Transformation, the Power of the Dragon. With a glance, Lin Jing checked out more detailed information. Fruit of Life, a special fruit with life energy, which can increase lifespan and strengthen physique. The concern of the God of Life. You have left a deep impression on Xerneas. It will pay attention to you, perceive your life energy. When your life energy is low, it may reappear. Energy Engine of Victini. Victini has endless energy. After you get special blessings, your own special energy reserve will also be multiplied. Special buff. Forge ahead. You who have a special victorious aura on your body will sublimate your victorious aura after contacting Victini. As your elves continue to fight and win, they will be affected by the victorious aura. Opponents form a natural suppression. Palkia's Expectation. Your Power of the Dragon has brought a new experience to Palkia and opened the door to a new world for it. Although it has left, it is quietly paying attention. If you I was also surprised when you met Tang Shi and the latter Li Jin, who lived in Tangdingzi in the Tang dynasty, and thus relied on the Clam Royal Dragon and Shi Li to bless Xian Gaoyi. Transformation of Ability. Power of the Dragon. After the Power of the Dragon successfully blessed the Dragon Attribute Beast Spirit, it underwent a subtle transformation, and the increase in the Dragon Attribute Spirit was improved in an all-round way. Lin Jing glanced over and blinked slightly. Xerneas, this is the ultimate trump card. With Xerneas' attention, even if I really fall into irreparable danger, it can save me. Palkia. This. Lin Jing smiled slightly, recalling Palkia's appearance in his mind. I didn't expect that a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes was actually captured by the power of Yulong. Think about it. The giant fast dragon is full of praise for the power of the dragon, and what Palkia experienced was the power of the dragon under the full blessing of Victini. Thanks to Victini. The transformation of the power of the royal dragon, the fruit of life, the energy engine, this has made me an amazing improvement. Lin Jing looked at other treasure chests on the treasure chest interface. Finally, one of the treasure chests is the first to open. Xerneas Mythical Beast Elf Treasure Chest. The phantom of Xerneas flashed over the treasure chest, and the reward inside appeared. You have acquired a special ability, Life Force. You have acquired the skill, Healing Fluctuation. You have acquired the skill, Aromatherapy. You have acquired qualification transformation, baptism of life. You have obtained the divine beast skill fragment, earth control. Glancing around, at this moment, Lin Jing reached out his hand and lightly touched a elf ball around his waist, and a brilliance flashed, and a figure appeared at the front. Fairy elf. Because of the baptism of the beautiful dream god, the fairy elf has more superpower attributes, but its main attribute is the fairy type. Perfect fit with Xerneas. Although Shinado also has the attributes of a fairy, Lin Jing's Shinado's more strength development is in the direction of superpower, and the fairy is only an assistant. By comparison, fairy elf is undoubtedly a reward that is more in line with Xerneas' treasure chest. Moreover, this is also more in line with the positioning of fairy elves that are inclined to assist. After the fairy elf appeared, she probed forward and rubbed against Lin Jing. Lin Jing patted it. Then, the rewards are activated. The baptism of life, the exclusive skills of divine beasts, and even the two are skills in the direction of treatment, and they are integrated into the whole body of fairy spirits at the same time. In an instant, the whole body of the fairy elf bloomed with incomparably dazzling brilliance. This is a very fitting manifestation. The reward of the treasure chest system is undoubtedly equivalent to a kind of inheritance of the power of the divine beast. After the fairy elf has evolved, it still retains some of Ibrahimovich's characteristics, and it can be compatible with any attribute rewards, not to mention, the current treasure chest rewards come from Xerneas, which has the same attribute as it 5.4. Amidst the brilliance, the rich life breath surrounds the fairy elf, and it begins to transform. Lin Jing looked at the only unused reward in the Xerneas treasure chest. Life Force, extremely special power. Every time it is used, it will cause great consumption to the user. His brows were slightly raised, and he immediately chose to use it. A faint brilliance rose up all over the body and merged into the body. Just then, a system prompt appeared. Detected that the life force can be fused with the power of vibrant, yes, no. Close black lens bracket. Fengyuan star field. Inside an underground base on a planet. At this moment, Team Rocket's boss Sakagi, and Team Lava's boss Kai Yansong looked to the front. In Kai Yansong's expression, there is a sense of complacency. Sakagi, how are you? Sakagi didn't speak, but his eyes flashed with determination. Following their gazes, there was an extremely sturdy display cabinet erected in front of them. And in the display cabinet, there is a broken orb. The orb has been broken, only half of it is here, it is close to the color of vermilion, and it seems to contain an incomparably amazing energy. Chapter 134 The Power of Life, the dimensional space created by Palkia, transforms like crazy. Sakaji's eyes focused on the top of the orb. Sakaji's voice was low, and he said solemnly, can it be used to control that guy? Kai Yansong nodded slightly, and in the glasses, the appearance of the broken orb was reflected. This is only part of it, we still need to collect the complete orb. However, after obtaining a part of it, we have already mastered a certain amount of information about the remaining part, and it won't take long to collect it completely. Shanao Star Territory. Shanao Alliance Fleet. Lin Jing's eyes were fixed on the system prompt. Fusion. He pondered for a while, then nodded and confirmed, merge. At this moment, the green light circulated all over the body. That is the power of vibrant. At the same time, the bizarre life force bloomed with an incomparably dazzling aura of life, which was completely integrated with the power of vibrant. The fusion was only in a short period of time, and the power of vibrant had undergone great changes. The moment the fusion was completed, a system prompt appeared in front of him. Open black lens bracket. You have successfully mastered a new, unnamed, power close black lens bracket. Introduction. The special ability constructed through the fusion of the power of vitality and the power of life can read the thoughts of the elves, and the healing ability is greatly improved. The power of 26 will cause great consumption to those who use it. After the fusion, the advantages of the two abilities have been obtained, and the ability strength has been improved at the same time. After pondering, Lin Jing said, "It's named the power of life." The system prompts changes. The words of life force appeared in front of him. I don't know. What is the effect of life force? According to the information in the original work, after a large release of life force, even Xerneas has become a tree sleeping. If it's not necessary, just use life force as a healing skill, and don't need to explode its hidden power. I just don't know if Victini's help will have a certain impact on this ability. As the thoughts flowed in his heart, Lin Jing's thoughts moved slightly, and the other treasure chests were opened one by one. Dialga chest. You have acquired the skill, Wave Missile. Open black lens bracket. You have acquired the skill, Metal Explosion. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You got the Dragon Wave Fragment X25. Close black lens bracket. You have obtained the exclusive skill of the beast, Time Roar. You got a special item, Time Pocket Watch. Palkia treasure chest. Open black lens bracket. You have acquired the skill, Surf. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have acquired the skill, Tide Spin. Close black lens bracket. You have obtained Wide Area Destruction Fragments X20. You have obtained the exclusive skill of the beast, Yukong Slash. You got a special item, Dimensional Space Key. Open black lens bracket. Manaphy treasure chest. Close black lens bracket. You have acquired the skill, Bubble Light. Open black lens bracket. You have acquired the skill, Hot Water. Close black lens bracket. You have obtained a special skill fragment, Mind Swap. You have gained special influence, Manaphy's best friend. Open black lens bracket. Super Dream treasure box. Close black lens bracket. You have acquired the skill, Magic Space. You have acquired the skill, Trick Space. You have obtained the exclusive skill of the beast, Spiritual Break. Lin Jing's eyes swept away. Compared to the treasure chest of the beasts obtained for the first time, the value of the treasure chests obtained from the beast spirits next will be lower, and as the number of acquisitions increases, the value of the insides will decrease. Like Palkia, Dialga, Mewtwo, it's all like that. However, the biggest reward that Dialga and Palkia brought me is that they took action and helped bite the land shark. And Cheomung Ken took the initiative to come to help me, and the continuous improvement of the relationship with it is the most important reward. In contrast, the rewards in the treasure chest are less important. There is no need to say more about the rewards of skills and skill fragments. Now that the loose shark is still sleeping, Lin Jing has temporarily saved these rewards and plans to use them when the loose shark is awake. His attention was focused on special items and Manaphy's treasure chest. Time Pocket Watch. Introduction. A special pocket watch engraved with time. When combined with the key of time, it can completely open the door of time at certain appropriate times. This introduction. Lin Jing thought about it and continued to look at other rewards. Dimensional Space Key. Introduction. The dimensional space is a small space attached to the main space. It was constructed by Palkia when she was bored, and has long since forgotten. With the dimensional space key, you can activate it with energy and enter a survivable place without any creatures at any time. Within the space. Something like a portable space. At this moment, the dimensional space key fell into his hands. This is a transparent key. At first glance, it has a strange sense of space layered upon layers. As the mind moved slightly, superpower poured into the dimensional space key. The key shines brightly. At this moment, Lin Jing had disappeared from the lounge. However, after a short while, he reappeared. Lin Jing's eyes brightened slightly. Just now, through the dimensional space key, he has entered a special space. The range in that special space is limited. Under the perception of superpower, it has a length and width of tens of thousands of meters, but it is enough for Lin Jing. This is also a strategically valuable prop. Since it's a space created by Palkia, then if I enter it and other people want to find me, I'm afraid that the first thing they have to face is Palkia. And with the existence of this portable dimensional space, It is like the Three Divine Bird Battlefield and the Shattered Star Sea Battlefield, which can all be unfolded in it for the elves to train. When sailing in the Sea of Stars, elves often have to exercise and fight by themselves. With this space, they have more opportunities to exercise. Lin Jingcheng exhaled and looked at Manaphy's treasure chest. Special skill fragments, mind swap. Eudemons are different from divine beasts. Some elves have exclusive skills, while some elves have no exclusive skills at all. Similarly, there are some more exotic skills mastered by eudemons, as well as mastered by other elves. Taking mind exchange as an example, in addition to Manaphy, Makiana also possesses this skill. This is a superpower attribute skill, which is used to exchange the ability changes of yourself and the opponent. After checking its function, Lin Jing undoubtedly thought of Shinado for the first time. Super energy skills are the best match for it. Shinado has mastered the defense swap, and after comprehending the mind swap, its fighting style will be more abundant. Open black lens bracket. Best friend of Manaphy. Close black lens bracket. Introduction. Under the constant contact and communication between you and Manaphy, you, who have the same nature as Manaphy, or regarded as a close friend by Manaphy. It attaches great importance to you. When you need help, it will use its own ability to come to you. Help you. Your ability. You mean shaking people? No, shaking divine beasts and spirits. Lin Jing smiled. At this moment, when the treasure chests are opened, there is only the last treasure chest left on the treasure chest interface. Yveltal's treasure chest. This is also the initiator of this incident. Eyes sinking slightly, the treasure chest opens. Open black lens bracket. You have acquired the skill, fraud. Close black lens bracket. You have acquired the skill, roar loudly. You have obtained the exclusive skill 107 of the beast, Deathwing. You have acquired qualification transformation, baptism of destruction. You get a special influence, sleeping Yveltal. Lin Jing's eyes swept over and finally settled on the last item. Sleeping Yveltal. Introduction. Yveltal, who came with a purpose, was intercepted by a terrible interception. It exhausted all its energy and fell into a deep sleep again. Maybe one day in the future, it will fall asleep by itself. It woke up in the middle of the night and came back again. Maybe out of fear of the power of the Shanao Star territory, it would choose to give up. Come on, give up. Lin Jing raised his brows slightly, pressing the matter to the bottom of his heart. His eyes looked at other rewards, and at this moment, the dimensional space key came into play again, and together with him and the transforming fairy elf, stepped into it. Lin Jing stood in the dimensional space. The entire space is white and empty. After entering it, Lin Jing touched the pokeball around his waist, and the next moment, the figure of Dark Bangira appeared beside him. After hearing what Xerneas said and obtaining Yveltal's treasure chest, Lin Jing made a choice. Can Xerneas feel that the two are similar in strength? Then, Bangira is obviously the best choice. Unfortunately, Deathwing is a flight-type skill. Even if Bangira's strength attribute is similar to Yveltal's, he can't learn it. Thoughts flashed. At this moment, Baptism of Destruction was activated, and the skill information was comprehended. In the void, energy filled with aura of destruction poured out, surrounding Bangira. After waiting for a while, after confirming that everything was normal, Lin Jing left the dimensional space. He chose the rewards about himself, activated them one by one, and devoured 2 fruits related to life. Dazzling brilliance circulated, he also began to transform. Chapter 135. The Overlord level fairy elf, Sharona, who has something to do with it, has a rapidly rising alliance status. Shanao Star territory. As the dazzling brilliance circulated around Lin Jing, the power of the Fruit of Life Force and the Fruit of Life were all stimulated, and together with other enhancements, it played an amazing role. At the same time, when Victini's engine was activated, Lin Jing clearly felt that the energy of various special abilities in his body surged like a wave, increasing continuously. In ordinary battles, Victini's can play a direct role. With the blessing of Victini's engine, Lin Jing can undoubtedly rely on his own strength to increase the elves through special abilities, similar to the battle game. Perhaps under the influence of the Fruit of Life, this transformation took a long time. As time passed, Lin Jing's closed eyes suddenly opened after the last ray of brilliance melted into his body. In the surging momentum, it seems that there are invisible air waves spreading around. Lin Jing raised his arm and clenched his fist. At this moment, he felt that his spirit and energy had reached the peak. With the constant transformation of my physique and the continuous improvement of my special abilities, I am afraid that even by myself, I can directly defeat some elves. And with my current ability, after blessing the elves, there will be a more terrifying effect. Except for the space-time dual god skill fragments left for the fusion of Lu Shark, this time, there are other rewards that cannot be used directly. Think about who to give them to. As the thoughts flashed, Lin Jing's figure flashed and entered the dimensional space. At the moment of entering it, a figure rushed over. Kindly, Tai Tai. It is the fairy spirit. All right. Lin Jing patted the head of the fairy elf, and then looked at the other end. At this moment, Dark Bangira has been completely wrapped in jet black turbid energy, and its inner appearance cannot be seen clearly, but under the perception of superpower, its momentum is steadily improving. Where will Bangira be after the baptism of destruction? In a flash of thoughts, Lin Jing looked at the fairy elf in front of him. When the ability of the eye is activated, information emerges. Fairy Elf Dream Life. Level LV 56. Introduction. The fairy elf will wrap around the trainer's arm with ribbon-like tentacles, because as long as you touch it, you can know the other party's mood. After a special promotion, this fairy elf has mastered both life and beautiful dreams at the same time. A completely different force, which has produced a wonderful change. Attribute Fairy, Superpower. Characteristics: charming body, goblin skin. Qualification: Overlord. Currently mastered skills: Desire, Help, Scream, Crash, Tail Wagging, Sand Shaking, Lightning Flash, Charming Voice, Reception, Imitation Makeup, Dream Makeup, Dangerous Clash, Round Pupil, High Speed Star, Light Wall, New Moon Dance, Mystic Guardian, Moonlight, Draining Kiss, Mist Field, Feature Swap, Auto-Suggestion, Healing Wave, Aroma Healing, Earth Mastery, Fairy Power. Overlord Level. So far, Lin Jing's fourth Overlord level qualification elf has appeared. Squinting his eyes slightly, Lin Jing said to himself, in this way, there may be two ways for elves, qualifications to reach the Overlord level of the evaluation of the ability of the eye. One is to collect the fragments of Divine Beast skills, remove the false and preserve the true, so as to achieve the final transformation. Second, it is to let one elf acquire the inheritance of two Divine Beast elves at the same time, and the collision and fusion of the two forces will cause the transformation of the elves. The two gods of time and space, Mewtwo and Lugia, Sidoran and the Fireball Slate, and even the power of dreams and the power of life mastered by fairy spirits. He was thoughtful and had a deeper understanding in his heart. As his eyes passed, Lin Jing's eyes fell on the skill bar. Open black lens bracket fairy power close black lens bracket. Introduction. Passive ability. As a beast spirit with fairy attributes, Xerneas also has an extremely deep understanding of the power of the fairy. After the baptism of life, the fairy elf gained some understanding, and the power of the fairy skills increased by 20%. Good guy. It's really slaughtering dragon cloth. Lin Jing clicked his tongue. At this time, feeling the superpower left by the outside world, Lin Jing glanced at the Dark Bangira, who was still transforming, and turned back from the dimensional space. The moment of turning back. Outside the lounge, there was a knock on the door. Please come in. The fairy elf returned with Lin Jing and stayed by his side. A figure pushed the door and entered. It was Hyerna. Now, Xyrna's eyes stayed on the fairy elf for a moment, and then said, Lin Jing, we are about to arrive at the Celebration Star. You have already obtained 8 gym badges. Next, whether it is the Academy Cup or the Star Field competition, it will only be held at the end of the year. You still have plenty of time. What are you going to do? Heard. Lin Jing pondered and replied, if there is no accident, I will go to the Guandu Star region. When his words sounded, the shadow behind him fluctuated slightly. Guandu Star territory. Zyrna nodded slightly, and then said, I will have someone prepare a detailed information on the Guandu Star region and the city capital Star region for you. You should already have the contact information of Kenna and Du. I will contact Tianwang Juzi and Tianwang Shiba. Although they don't manage the Guandu Alliance very much, their combat power must not be underestimated. When needed, it must be able to play a great role. Quote. Having said this, Zyrna paused, and then said seriously, if you encounter anything in the Guandu Star region, don't forget that you are the investigator of the Shanao Alliance, and the Shanao Alliance is also your backing. When necessary, I can also leave the Shanao Star territory and rush there in person. The attention in her tone was beyond words. Lin Jing blinked and said, Sharona, why do you look like I'm going to have an accident? Huh. Sharona paused slightly. Immediately afterwards, she nodded seriously. I just think something will happen to you, so be fully prepared. In such a short period of time, you have already encountered 2 beast battles. Although the various star alliances help each other, you are not a trainer affiliated with the Guandu Alliance after all, and you cannot fully trust them at the critical moment. Dropped a word. Sharona left the last sentence. Relevant information will be passed to the top of your Pokédex later. Then, she turned and left. Lin Jing looked at the back of this, Sister Cabbage, and felt a little warmth in his heart. It is comforting to have someone who cares about you and cares about you at all times. He turned his head slightly and said, Victini, have you been to the Guandu Star region? Over the shoulder. Victini's figure that had been hidden all along was revealed, shook his head and said, I haven't been there either. It smiled a little embarrassedly. Actually, this is the first time I have left my hometown. Is that so? Lin Jing nodded slightly. That's right. Next, we will go to the Guandu Star region, and there may be a lot of interesting things happening. A word fell. Lin Jing's eyes turned and looked at his shadow. Mashadow, when the time comes, it's time for you to make a difference. Victini also looked at the shadow, showing curiosity. Under the gaze of one person and one elf, the shadow did not waver. See. Lin Jing shook his head helplessly and said, Mashadow, the war is over, don't be afraid. Look at Victini. Under the urging of his repeated, obtain Zhao. Perhaps realizing that Lin Jing is also a big guy, that he can't afford to offend, Marciado's figure slowly emerged from the shadow. You too, you can also get acquainted. Lin Jing matched the road. Victini looked at Machado with curiosity. Machado raised his head slightly and glanced at Victini. Time lapse. The Alliance fleet landed on Celebration Star. After landing, Lin Jing didn't stay much longer and went directly to the spaceship's berth. Along the way, every trainer encountered in the Alliance station will greet him seriously after seeing him. As a first-class medal winner of the Shanao Alliance, he has already received the respect he deserves in the Alliance. Boarding the Nightmare God, under the control of Rotom, the Nightmare God climbed into the air, left the Celebration Star, entered the Xinghai Linjing and stepped inside the Nightmare God. At the moment of entering it, a roar resounding between heaven and earth suddenly came. Lin Jingxun looked around. I saw at this moment. The dark power that wrapped Bangira was suddenly torn apart, and the figure of Dark Bangira stood out from it. Chapter 136 Bandera, the overlord who controls the power of darkness, the Victini supervisor, the Phantom Beast Elf. At first glance, Bangira's body is even more amazing. Now standing in the same place, the black smoke that originally enveloped the whole body has subsided. Instead, on its already sturdy skin, a battle armor is formed. General Black Hard Shell. Vaguely, Bangira is like a huge monster shrouded in battle armor, and at a glance, it brings an extremely tyrannical sense of oppression. Lin Jing's eyes swept over. Without hesitation, the ability of his eyes was activated. Open black lens bracket dark bandera, special close black lens bracket. Level LV63. Introduction. Bangira. When it takes a step with a huge roar, even the mountains will crumble, and the surrounding terrain will change accordingly. This Bangira has undergone an amazing transformation, with both strength and fighting spirit far beyond the same family. Attribute. Rock. Evil. Special. Yangsha, nervous feeling. Qualification. Overlord. Currently mastered skills. Crash, Stare, Stone Fall, Tit for Tat, Bite, Raw Power, Iron Wall, Rock Avalanche, Stomping, Harsh Sound, Wave of Evil, Crunch, Earthquake, Sharp Stone Attack, Make a Scene, Sandstorm, Destruction Light, Dash, Insanity, Dark Blast, Malicious Pursuit, Dark Armor, Power Gem, Deception, Loud Roar, Dark Power Mastery. Overlord level. Lin Jing's 5th Overlord level elf. His eyes swept away, and Lin Jing's eyes were fixed on the last skill. Controlled by dark forces. Obviously, this is the latest skill that Bangira has learned after using the Baptism of Destruction. Open black lens bracket dark power control close black lens bracket. Introduction. After the Baptism of Destruction, Bangira has a new understanding of the power of darkness. Every skill it casts will be augmented by the power of darkness, and the power of the skills will increase by 10%. Causes the dark power to carry out 107 attacks, defenses, and blessings. Mastery of the dark forces. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly and he said, Bangira, demonstrate your dark power. Bangira's eyes were blood-colored and she let out a low growl. Facing the enemy, it will attack desperately, and the last trace of clarity is left to Lin Jing. During the low roar, a strong dark power surged around Bangira's body, surrounding the body, and under the superpower perception of Lin Jing, its momentum was constantly growing. Is this the blessing of the dark power? Under Lin Jing's gaze, Bangira's arm raised. At this moment, the dark power surged and solidified into a terrifying spear with a sharp edge. Then, the spear shattered and turned into a defense barrier, defense around Bangira. Controlled by the dark power, the improvement of Bangira's combat power is absolutely amazing. Lin Jing let out a sigh of relief. The entire dimensional space is empty. Now, as soon as the eyes swept away, one after another elves appeared. Shinado, Gengar, Fairy Elf, Fire-Breathing Dragon, Kirby Beast, Fossil Pterosaur, Tyrannosaurus Dragon, Doran Baruto. Except for the God of Dreams and God of Nightmare, as well as the sleeping Lu Shark who was still sleeping, they did not enter the dimensional space together, and basically all of them appeared. Victini. Lin Jing called out softly. Victini's figure was revealed and appeared on Lin Jing's shoulder. Introducing a new partner to everyone. Victini. Lin Jing's voice was calm. Victini's ability is very special, but it is also very powerful. In the future, it will definitely be able to help you. A word fell. Including Shinado, several elves who appeared in the Battle of Broken Star Sea nodded in agreement. They have all experienced the endless energy coming from Victini. Victini looked at everyone curiously and quickly became acquainted with them. Now, almost all of them are on stage. Lin Jing's expression became slightly more serious, and he continued, this dimensional space is quite special. Next, during our journey, you should spend most of your time here. You will usher in a real round of training. A word fell. The warlike elves, like fire-breathing dragons, were already a little unable to hold back. Shinado, Fairy Elf, etc., also gave birth to the color of curiosity. In the interstellar era, trainers spend a lot of time on interstellar voyages. At this time, due to limited conditions, elves are often unable to fight and grind, which is undoubtedly a waste. In the past, even the elves of Lin Jing could only conduct relatively simple discussions in the battlefield of the spaceship, or familiarize themselves with controlling their own power. And now, undoubtedly there are new changes. With a slightly solemn expression, Lin Jing took out the reward he had just obtained not long ago from the treasure chest system. Special Battlefield Key, Battle of Broken Star Sea. Now, with the key in his hand, Lin Jing's mind moved slightly, and superpower poured into it to activate the key. At this moment, in his hand, the key slowly floated up, turned transparent in midair, and then dissipated with a bang, turning into beams of light. Those light spots fell into one end of the dimensional space, which seemed to evolve, and the appearance of the entire dimensional space changed. The broken star sea that day was reappearing, and the beasts and spirits that appeared that day also appeared one after another. However, those gods and beasts are semi-illusory, not real. But under the perception of superpower, although it is far less than the real body of the beast, its momentum should not be underestimated. Is this the role of the battlefield key? Lin Jing looked at the rather simulated environment around him. Really reproduce everything on the battlefield that day. CGFE, it does look a bit like a scene in the original. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. The semi-illusory elf reminded him of the projection elf built by the Pokémon Phantom system in the original work. Through projection, it is possible to reproduce the traces of the extinct elf in that castle, and it is quite amazing as if it really existed. Aside. The elves are also watching this scene curiously. At this moment, in the flash of brilliance, everything has completely evolved. Everything in the frame is still. In the end, the remaining brilliance came to Lin Jing, and finally formed a pattern similar to the console in midair. Glancing at the top, Lin Jing already understood how to use the special battlefield. Now, his eyes swept across the elves, and then said, "When we are in the interstellar voyage, your opponents are them. They are not real beast spirits, but they possess some of the power of divine beasts, and their strength is also very terrifying. What you have to do is to fight against them and assist them with the experience of fighting against them, so that you can grow and understand." Quote. All the elves looked serious and nodded. Lin Jing's eyes swept away, and when he fell on Victini's body, his heart moved and he said, "Victini, can you pass on your power to those phantom beasts and spirits here?" Victini blinked, and then selected the god of dreams in the frozen picture on the side, and the brilliance of the whole body flashed, blending into the body of the phantom god of dreams. During the influx of energy, Phantom Dream God's body gradually solidified, and his breath increased rapidly. It's really possible. In this way, the role that special battlefields can play will be even greater. Okay, Victini. He whispered and continued, I want to entrust you with a special task. Victini floated his body. Lin Jing, you said. Next, it's up to you to supervise everyone's training and sharpening. If you notice that any of the phantom spirits can no longer have the effect of sharpening, please increase their energy. After being subdued by Lin Jing, this was the first task that Lin Jing gave it, and Victini nodded again and agreed seriously. In that case, let's start now. You can choose your opponents freely, or you can use this space as a battlefield to play against each other. You don't have to worry so much about fighting in this space. After speaking, Lin Jing started the game through the transparent console in front of him. At this moment, the dimensional space, the frozen shattered star sea, came alive, and everything in front of him reproduced the scene in that battle. Phantom spirits appear. Then, under Lin Jing's attention, the Phantom Dialga and the Phantom Palkia did not care about the surrounded Phantom Yveltal, but fought directly. Lin Jing blinked. It seems that although the scene of the Broken Star Sea has been reproduced, and there are some characteristics of the original body, these phantom elves definitely do not have the wisdom of real beast elves. After thinking about it, Lin Jing waved his hand and said, Go to war. At this moment, the jet surging behind the fierce bite land shark rushed into the battlefield first. Then, not to be outdone, the elves participated in the special battlefield at the same time. Lin Jing observed for a while and left from the dimensional space. Through the dimensional space key, he can pay attention to the changes at any time. Returning to the Nightmare God, Lin Jing looked at the star map. At this moment, The voyage target of the Nightmare God is the space wormhole leading to the Guandu Star territory. Chapter 137 News from Zhengxing, Manaphy, who works hard, shuttles, Yandy waiting outside the wormhole. P.S. The last chapter has been changed, and Lu Shark is still sleeping and has not appeared. Carlos Starfield. After the incident in the Shanao Star territory was over, the spaceship fleet of the Carlos Alliance turned back and returned to the Carlos Star territory. Now, after all the follow-up matters were almost dealt with, Kalyunai, the champion trainer of the Carlos Alliance, stretched her waist and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this time, nothing worse happened. Thoughts flashed in her mind, and then, a figure appeared in her heart. Lin Jing, the investigator of the Shanao Alliance. What a mysterious trainer. She muttered to herself in her heart. She had communicated with Sharona, but Sharona did not disclose any information about Lin Jing, but only stated that he was the investigator of the Shanao Alliance, and this time, he also led the decision. However, just the word, leading, shows the importance of Lin Jing. After all, Sharona, who acted with Lin Jing, was the champion of the Shanao Alliance. The hidden power of the Shanao Alliance is really amazing. After pondering for a while, Kalyunai connected to a communication and said, "Help me pay attention. If the Linjing investigator from the Shanao Alliance comes to the Carlos Star field, let me know immediately." On the other end of the communication, there was a sound of yes. Karuna leaned back in her seat. Lin Jing, Shanado. When she arrived, it was almost the end of the battle, but she also saw a figure standing on Doran Baruto's back. The Nightmare God is sailing in the Sea of Stars. Inside, Lin Jing was browsing the information of the Guandu Star field, and occasionally checked the situation in the dimensional space. The Guandu Star region is one of the quite special star regions. Because the Guandu Star region and the Chengdu Star region are connected, they can reach each other without even going through a space wormhole. It can be said that after arriving in the Guandu Star region, it is equivalent to arriving in the city capital Star region. The information provided by Sharona is undoubtedly very rich. During Lin Jing's browsing, he has a deeper understanding of the Guandu Star field in the interstellar era. At this time, the elf Pokédex trembled slightly. Lin Jing took out the picture book, his eyes swept away, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Looking around, there is an anonymous message on the elf picture book. Team Galaxy has been dormant recently, and the research on space-time distortion seems to have made new progress. Lin Jing's eyes sank slightly. The owner of this anonymous communication number is naturally Zhengxing. Do you still choose to cooperate? This is normal. After all, apart from the threat to life, Kairi's own plan is not approved by Zhengxing. Sharona gave him full authority over Zhengxing's plan, and this was the first message Zhengxing sent him. After pondering, Lin Jing replied, "Do your best to confirm the location of all the bases of the Galaxy team, as well as all the venues that are studying the distortion of time and space." After replying, Lin Jing put away the elf picture book. Kairi is a person with almost no emotional fluctuations, and he is also prepared for his subordinates. Even if Zhengxing is a cadre of the Galaxy team, he does not know all the hidden secret bases of the Galaxy team. For a force at this level of the Galaxy team, if the attack cannot be done at one time, then it will be like the current rocket team, temporarily dormant, the wildfire will not burn out, and the spring breeze will respawn. Therefore, Lin Jing was not in a hurry, and was very patient, ready to let Zhengxing continue to collect information to complete the final thunder strike. The Galaxy team's plan is doomed to fail. Because, no matter what method they use, they can't predict and calculate, and me, such an unexpected factor that can affect Dialga and Palkia. Lin Jing pressed his thoughts to the bottom of his heart. Sailing all the way. Time lapse. Ahead, in the Sea of Stars, a huge swirling portal is slowly turning. Space wormhole. This is exactly one of the space wormholes connecting the Guandu Star region and the Chengdu Star region. The Nightmare God set off at full speed and entered the space wormhole. Shanao Star territory. In the depths of the star sea, in the silent star sea with no one, the temple of the sea is drifting. Manaphy sat directly above the temple, and while her eyes swept around, her perception was constantly activated. Giratina. I don't know what this guy in Lin Jing's mouth looks like. As it whispered, there was a strong interest in its eyes. Guandu Star Territory. In a secret place, at this moment, a figure who was releasing power paused slightly, and looked at the far side. Has he come to this star field? In a whisper, its power continued to surge, spreading forward. In the front, at the bottom, is Lugia, who was eroded by the dark power. Now, as the power surges, the dark power is being driven out bit by bit. Poseidon Lugia. Since Lin Jing came to the elf world, this is the second time to travel through the space wormhole. Initially, it was from the Apocalypse Starfield to Shanao. Now, he stopped by the porthole of the Nightmare God. The moment he entered the space wormhole, it was almost completely dark outside the porthole. However, through the perception of superpower, Lin Jing clearly noticed that the surrounding space seemed to be in a special folded shape, making the space wormhole dark. The connection from one point to another is done. In a short time, the shuttle has been completed. The Nightmare God is in a new sea of stars. Guandu Star Territory. Looking around, Lin Jing took out a reward from the treasure chest system. Fire-breathing Dragon Valley. This is the reward that Lin Jing had obtained a long time ago, and now, after arriving in the Guandu Star region, he can finally use it. The map and the star map. Lin Jing raised his brows slightly. Look, this fire-breathing Dragon Valley is not in the main star of the Guandu Star region, but on a separate planet. After thinking about it, Lin Jing called out to Rotom to scan the information on the map to establish a new target location. At the same time, he opened his mouth slightly and said softly, Mashado, we have arrived at the Guandu Star Territory, can you take me to see King Feng? In the shadow, Marshadow stuck his head out and said softly, I will take you to Ho King's habitat, but I am not sure whether Ho King will see you or not. For flowers. Lin Jing nodded slightly. Just when he was about to speak again. On the Nightmare God, Cresselia and Darkrai appeared almost at the same time, and suddenly looked out of the porthole. Today, other elves are honing in the special battlefield of the dimensional space, and the only ones who stay on the Nightmare God are Rotom, Darkrai, Cresselia, and Marshadow, who has been hiding in the shadows. As if feeling something, Lin Jing's eyes also looked out of the porthole. I see. Not far from the outside of the Nightmare God, there is a flame condensing in the void, and a figure emerges from the flame. It has orange-red hair, iron rings tied to its strong limbs, white smoke-like temples on its back, and a special mark like a hexagram on its cheeks. After appearing in the flames, it stepped on the constantly burning flames under its feet, majestic and majestic. The first time he saw it, Lin Jing recognized its identity. Yan Emperor. 0. One of the three elves in the legendary Hugard, Entei. The Hugards came after Ho-Ho resurrected the three unknown elves who were burnt to death in the Linglong Tower fire. They were Entei, Suicune, and Lei Gong. They also became the envoys of Ho-Ho to observe the human world. Now, after Emperor Yan appeared, his eyes turned to the Nightmare God for the first time. Then, its gaze was slightly condensed, and it was suddenly fixed on the Dream God and the Nightmare God. After hesitating for a while, under Lin Jing's gaze, the flame ignited at the position of Emperor Yan, and its figure disappeared. Lin Jing blinked. Is this scared away by the God of Dreams and the God of Nightmare? At this time, Cresselia's soft voice sounded in Lin Jing's heart. It didn't leave. Brilliant colors flashed in Cresselia's eyes. That guy is still hiding nearby, Lin Jing, it should be coming towards you. Lin Jing nodded slightly. He groaned, his mind racing. Feng Wang guards are the envoys of Feng Wang observing the human world. Now, the first time I arrived in the Guandu Star Territory, Emperor Yan appeared. Are you here to observe me for Ho-Oh? I carry rainbow-colored feathers on my body, and a spirit like Emperor Yan can easily find me. In this way, King Ho has already known about my arrival, and there is no need for me to take the initiative to find it. If the time comes, it should take the initiative to find me. After the thought flashed by, Lin Jing calmly said, "Don't worry about it." Rotom. Target, the planet where the fire-breathing Dragon Valley is located, go. Rotom's response sounded. The Nightmare God went full speed ahead. At this time, as if feeling something, Lin Jing suddenly looked at his waist. There. A Pokeball was shaking slightly. That is the Pokeball that bites the land shark fiercely. After the Battle of Shattered Star Sea, because of some insights and the help of the gods of space and time. Biting the land shark to sleep. About to wake up. Wide. Chapter 138 The first experience of the beautiful dream god, the fusion of time and space, the Xeon's quasi-god bites the land shark fiercely. The Pokeball trembled slightly. Lin Jing looked at the god of dreams and the god of nightmare, and said, "Darkley, Cresselia, you guys. Do you want to experience it in the dimensional space as well?" Dimensional space. Mei Mingxin's eyes lit up slightly and said softly, "Okay." Darkrai nodded silently. At this moment, under the control of Rotom, the Nightmare God turned its direction and set off quickly. Lin Jing's superpower poured into the room, and under his control, the God of Dreams and God of Nightmare did not resist and entered the dimensional space together. The Nightmare God moves forward. Behind, far away, the figure of Emperor Yan slowly flashed. This is an imposing, quite majestic divine beast elf, looking at the Nightmare God, with a strong look of doubt. In dimensional space. The war is going on. The phantom elves in the special battlefield are not real, and the battle of the elves will not have any impact on the battle that has ended. Therefore, as Lin Jing said, they are freely choosing their opponents. 110 inches time. When Lin Jing and the God of Beautiful Dreams and God of Nightmare came in, what they saw was that Gengar and the fairy elf sneaked up on the phantom Darkrai. The two little guys looked very happy. Then, the two guys suddenly noticed Lin Jing entering the dimensional space, and with a glance, they saw the God of Dreams and God of Nightmare beside Lin Jing. The scene was a little awkward for a while. Fairy Elf and Gengar hurriedly changed their combat targets. It's amazing. After entering this space, the God of Dreams looked at the phantom spirit in the special battlefield area. Its figure flashed, and it had come to the side of the phantom Cresselia. Looking at this person who looked exactly like himself, but was a little illusory, the brilliance in the eyes of the beautiful dream god flashed, and the power surged and attacked it. Destroyed and withered, the phantom Cresselia has dissipated. Compared with the god of dreams who holds the power, the strength of the phantom elf is obviously insufficient. The god of dreams was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lin Jing with innocent eyes. "It's all right." Lin Jing shook his head and called out, "Victini." Victini's energy pours into the special battlefield. At the same time, Lin Jing controls a special battlefield, and in a moment, a new phantom Cresselia is generated. Normally, after the phantom spirits in the special battlefield are defeated, it takes a certain amount of time to recover. However, with Victini, an elf with infinite energy, everything is much simpler. At the waist, the vibration of the Pokeball became more and more intense. When Lin Jing touched his hand lightly, the brilliance flickered, and the huge body that fiercely bit Lu Shark had already appeared in this space. At this moment, its eyes are still tightly closed. Biting the body of the land shark fiercely, it improved again. With the fast dragon gene, every transformation of it will bring about comprehensive growth including body shape. Now, the space-time armor that was originally shrouded in the body of the fierce bite land shark seems to be completely integrated into the skin, and it seems that it has a kind of return to the original. As its momentum continued to rise, at a certain moment, Lebite Lu Shark suddenly opened his eyes. The color of determination flashed in the eyes, and the sound of Long Yin resounded in the dimensional space. At this moment, in the dimensional space, a group of elves, including the god of beautiful dreams and the god of nightmare, looked over one after another. The momentum of biting the land shark violently. Lin Jing didn't hesitate to use the rewards that can enhance the stinging land shark from the treasure chests of Dialga and Palkia. The exclusive skills of the beast. Skill fragments are integrated. The brilliance swept out and merged, and the momentum of biting the land shark skyrocketed. Compared with the previous transformations, it was only an instant, and the improvement was completed. Because the individual strength of the bite land shark has increased, so the time required for improvement is also shortened. Thoughts flickered. Darkrai, who had always been silent, looked at Li biting land shark with bright eyes, and then a hoarse voice sounded. The power on it is extremely close to those two guys. Darkrai's mouth naturally refers to Palkia, Dialga. When Li bite Lu shark realized something, both Palkia and Dialga chose to help, and the power of the two gods of time and space was gathered on Li bite Lu shark. Now, just after the transformation was completed, Li bite Lu shark was full of fierce fighting intent, and his eyes suddenly fell on the phantom beast elf on one side. Its sight was fixed on the phantom Yveltal. At this moment, when the dragon's roar sounded, the air behind the bite land shark spewed, and the huge figure rose into the sky, with a faint brilliance blooming all over the body, and swooped towards the phantom Yveltal. Dragon God swoops. Unparalleled terror spread out. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, Victini. Perhaps because of the influence of the victorious atmosphere, Lin Jing and Victini had a pretty good tacit understanding when they first met. Now, hearing Lin Jing's voice, Victini reacted instantly, and the brilliance of energy surged into the phantom Yveltal's body. Phantom Yveltal's body solidified a lot. It sensed the swooping land shark, and took the initiative to meet it. In this metaspace, with unparalleled terrifying power, the land shark fiercely collided with the phantom Yveltal. At the moment of collision, around the fierce bite land shark, a special power surged up, and in an instant, its body completely rushed over, and the phantom Yveltal was completely defeated and dissipated. Even the phantom elf that Victini provided with a certain amount of energy support was defeated by the attack of the bite land shark. Powerful. Unparalleled power. Sip. With a dull sound, the bite land shark landed on the ground. In its eyes, fighting spirit is high. Lin Jing's eyes flashed with brilliance, and his wisdom eye ability was activated. Bite the land shark, space-time, quasi-god. Level LV 68. Introduction. The bite land shark flies in the sky at a speed that is not inferior to that of a jet fighter. The prey on top has nowhere to escape. This bite land shark has extremely special genes. After God's help, it underwent the most complete transformation. The power of time and space merged wonderfully in its body, and it also controlled the power of time and space. Qualification: Overlord. Attribute: Dragon, Ground. Special: Cheyenne, Armor of Time and Space. Currently mastered skills: Dash, Quicksand Hell, Crash, Shake, Dragon Breath, Stomp, Time Roar, Pseudo Bite, Split, Reverse Scale, Dragon God Dive, Earth Power, Dragon Claw, Dig Hole, Sandstorm, Crash, Wide Area Destruction, Earthquake, Dragon Wave, Double Cleave, Rockfall, Subspace/Pseudo Power of Time and Space. The level, and even his own strength, have been amazingly improved. Lin Jing's eyes swept away, and he was the first to focus on the characteristics. After this transformation, have the characteristics changed directly? This should be a brand new feature that is not in the record. Lin Jing's eyes fell on the top. Open black lens bracket, Armor of Time and Space, close black lens bracket. One of the characteristics, the body of the fierce bite land shark is attached with a layer of armor of time and space that is completely fused with the skin. Any attack against it will be dispelled by the armor of time and space. Melting and devouring. After being attacked, the armor of time and space will take the initiative to counterattack against the opponent. The armor of time and space, the skill that needs to be actively controlled from the fierce bite of land sharks, has been directly upgraded to an existence with ordinary characteristics. Lin Jing's eyes fell on the latest new skills. Power of time and space, it can enhance the ability. The power of the god of time and the god of space has formed a perfect fusion in the shackle of the bite. The shark has a unique understanding of the power of space and time, and can already use the space and time initially. Power to attack. Time and space. In any world, this is the supreme existence. And now, Bite-Lu Shark has completely set foot in this field. After this transformation, the 5.4 strength of the fierce bite of the land shark is unimaginable. Wait until I return from the Guandu Star territory. He narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Lai Bite-Lu Shark, and said softly, Lai Bite-Lu Shark, soon, you will have a chance to fight. The nightmare god passed by in the Sea of Stars. Guandu Star territory, inside the Alliance headquarters. Now. Kana looked at the photo taken not long ago on the screen, his eyes narrowed slightly. Relevant information is classified as confidential, do not disclose it. Yes. The subordinate in front responded. Kona looked at the photo. In the photo, the background is a dead space wormhole. At the front of the wormhole, a spaceship stopped, and not far from the spaceship, a figure in flames appeared. It was taken autonomously by the observation machine that replicated the arrangement of the wormhole. Space wormholes are very important, and various alliances will also carefully monitor them to prevent wormholes from happening. This seems to be the spaceship of the Inspector Lin Jing. I just came to the Guandu Star territory, and actually attracted Emperor Yan to show up. The investigator of the Shanao Star territory has become more and more mysterious. Chapter 139 The Invitation of the Ice King is not a lucky star. Emperor Yan, Fire-Breathing Dragon Valley. Kona's mind recalled the appearance of Lin Jing. In the cooperation between the Shanao Alliance and the Guandu Alliance, Kona has only seen Lin Jing twice in the communication, but his impression of Lin Jing is undoubtedly quite deep. After all, this young trainer is not only the investigator of the Shanao Alliance, but also a special existence who can communicate directly with Chao Meng. Before Lin Jing was ready to come to the Guandu Star territory, Sharona contacted her and explained it specially. Therefore, she clearly knew Lin Jing's arrival. She never imagined that Lin Jing, who had just arrived in the Guandu Star region, would lead to Emperor Yan, the divine beast elf closely related to King Feng. The picture on the screen disappears. Kona got up from his seat, his eyes deep. Rockets. After the last blow, the rockets went dormant completely, which may be not a good thing. While they are recuperating, they may also have bigger plans brewing. Kenna whispered twice, and then thoughtfully said, this Inspector Lin Jing can get in touch more. At a critical time, he may be a very strong help in our Guandu League. Mei Mengshan's personality is relatively friendly. After getting acquainted with the special battlefield, he developed a great interest in the special battlefield and stayed directly in the special battlefield. Under the control of Lin Jing, the battlefield key of the 3 divine birds was activated, and the second special battlefield appeared in the dimensional space. The entire dimensional space, except for the most central blank area, is directly divided into 2 major areas, involving 2 different phantom battlefields. The elves moved forward enthusiastically and fought bravely. This is not only the sharpening of combat experience, but also the improvement of fighting spirit and courage. Phantom elves also possess the imposing manner of divine beast elves, and divine beast elves naturally have a suppressing force for ordinary elves. But now, with the constant battle with the phantom elves, this oppressive force is gradually getting used to and understood by them. After a long period of training, Lin Jing believed that in the future, they would also be fearless when facing the real beasts and spirits. Darkrai and Lin Jing returned in the dimensional space. Doran Baruto was also called back. After participating in the Battle of the Broken Star Sea, Doran Baruto became interested in the battle, so Lin Jing let it join the grind. However, the daily Rotom teaching session is still indispensable. After returning from the dimensional space, Lin Jing wanted to familiarize himself with his newly improved abilities. At this time, The elf Pokédex trembled slightly. Taking out the elf picture book, Lin Jing's eyes were fixed on the top. The source of the communication is the Ice King of the Guandu Star region, Kona. In a flash of thoughts, Lin Jing connected the communication. Kona's beautiful face appeared on the screen. Inspector Lin Jing, her cold voice sounded. Kona King. Lin Jing responded and said, "It seems that King Kona already knows that I have arrived in the Guandu Star region." This, Kona nodded slightly and said calmly, "Hyena greeted me, she is very precious to you, the investigator." Speaking of this, she said with some emotion in her tone, "I didn't expect that you gave me such a big surprise just after you arrived in the Guandu Star territory. The Emperor Yan, who usually doesn't show up at all, appears because of you." As early as after experiencing the Galaxy team, Lin Jing had a certain understanding of the power of science and technology, and he was not surprised. He replied, "The Emperor Yan came to me for some reasons, which was beyond my expectation." He didn't say much. Kona also saw that this involved Lin Jing's secret, and did not ask any further questions, but instead said, "Inspector Lin Jing, if you need any help when you are in the Guandu Star region, you can always contact me. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have been able to deal this blow to Team Rocket. We even found the Team Rocket boss hidden in the Alliance system, and found that guy Sakagi. Now that you have come to the Guandu Star territory, let us take a good line of hospitality." Her voice was a bit cold by nature, but there was sincere gratitude in her tone. If it weren't for Lin Jing, Sakagi, the Rocket's boss, he still didn't know how long he would hide in the Guandu Alliance. What kind of damage this would cause to the Guandu Alliance is still unpredictable, but this is definitely the entire Guandu Alliance. Shame on the League. Since the living salary is settled tomorrow, the church touches people on the evening one by one, the Golden Woodbird and 1 star, such as Lin Chong Long Tang Xian Chao's 1. Kona King is very kind. Lin Jing responded with a sound, followed by a move in his heart, and said thoughtfully, "King Na, I do have one thing to ask you." "Please speak." Lin Jing said calmly, "I'm going to train an ice elf. I don't know, does King Kena have any good recommendations? In the Guandu Star field, which planets are there places where ice elves live?" Ice Spirit. As early as when he first obtained the frozen bird treasure chest, Lin Jing thought about capturing an ice elf. Now, the gym challenge is over, he is completely free, and naturally thinks of these. At present, he is facing the Ice King of the Guandu Star field. In terms of understanding of the ice elves, in the vast star field, Kena is among the best, and is even expected to be the first powerhouse. Of course Lin Jing would not miss it. Is it an ice elf? Kona pondered. Laplace, Defang Sea Lion, they are all good choices. She thought for a moment, and then she seemed to think of something, and a slight smile appeared on her face. "Lin Jing trainer, if you have time, you can come directly to Golden Star to find me. To tell you the truth, I have built a large base for ice elves to inhabit, which not only contains ice elves from the Guandu Star field, but also ice elves from other star fields. Inspector Lin Jing, maybe you can choose one here." Lin Jing's eyes brightened. "Kona King, thank you very much." Kona replied calmly, "I still don't know how to thank you for your help to the Guandu Alliance. It's good to be able to help you. Besides, my ice elf base is open to the public from time to time, and it is their luck to be able to find a trainer like you for them." Lin Jing responded with a smile. He pondered, and then said, "I'm coming to Guandu Star territory, and there are some other things. King Kona, I'll go to you when I'm done with it." "Yes." Kona nodded. "Just send me a message before you arrive. I've long wanted to see you with my own eyes." After the two exchanged a few words of greetings again, the communication hung up. Nightmare God, Lin Jing's eyes flashed with anticipation. The large base where ice elves live. It seems that the choices of ice elves will be much more abundant. After a period of sailing, the planet where the fire-breathing Dragon Valley is located is about to arrive. This is a relatively secret planet, not even in the star map of the Guandu star region, so it is inaccessible. After the nightmare god approached, it smoothly entered the star map, confirmed the direction according to the signs on the map of the fire-breathing dragon valley, and rushed to it quickly. After about a few minutes, the nightmare lands on the ground. The elves were recalled from the dimensional space by 110 and returned to the Pokeball. Now, the hatch of the nightmare god opened, and Lin Jing jumped and fell to the ground. On his shoulders, Victini's figure disappeared. After he just stepped on the ground, Cresselia's soft voice rang in her ears. Lin Jing, that guy is still following. Emperor Yan. Lin Jing raised his brows slightly, without any hesitation, and said in his heart, let it follow. For Lin Jing, who has a treasure chest system, it is a good thing to have divine beasts approaching. However, after all, not every mythical beast elves are like super dream-like lucky stars. After Yan Emperor appeared from the space wormhole, he has been following the nightmare god from a distance, but until now, no treasure chest has appeared. This may also be related to the fact that it has not exerted its power. After a response, Lin Jing's eyes turned to the front. The place where the nightmare god was parked was relatively flat. And at the front of the line of sight, there is a huge valley. The area of this giant valley is quite vast, with no end in sight. Now, as Lin Jing stepped on the ground, a elf ball around his waist trembled violently. Did you feel it too? Lin Jing whispered softly, and then said, come out. Following his instructions, in a flash of brilliance, the huge body of the fire-breathing dragon appeared. At a glance, in front of the fire-breathing dragon, the fireball gem is embedded in it, and it is perfectly integrated with itself. Behind, the flames on the dragon's tail are burning violently, faintly mixed with a hint of gold. Now, after arriving at the fire-breathing dragon valley, the fire-breathing dragon was obviously a little excited. With its wings, it climbed into the sky. Next moment, it opened its mouth slightly, and the deafening dragon roar sounded, echoing between heaven and earth, resounding through the fire-breathing dragon valley. Chapter 140 The Hospitality of the Fire-Breathing Dragon Valley. Roar. The sound of the fire-breathing dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth, and as the dragon's wings moved, it hovered in the sky. Just then, from the front, in the vast valley, a roar suddenly responded. Under Lin Jing's gaze, several figures flew out of it. It is a fire-breathing dragon. Its eyes were full of fighting intent, and at this moment, the fire-breathing dragon attacked Lin Jing. At this moment, Lin Jing's fire-breathing dragon was fearless and headed forward. Roar. The 100-meter colossus, the flash fire-breathing dragon. When the fire-breathing dragon opened its mouth, hot flames spit out, and golden brilliance faintly flashed inside. The attack came over, and the fire-breathing dragon at the front opened the mouth, and the flames spewed out at the same time. Jet flame versus jet flame. The flames cut through the sky and smashed together in an instant. At the moment of contact, I saw that the golden flame became more and more vigorous, as if swallowing, and directly invaded the fire-breathing dragon along the source of the flame. Its body fell directly towards the bottom and fell to the ground, making a silent sound. Lin Jing's fire-breathing dragon became more and more excited, and his figure rushed forward. A faint brilliance bloomed on the dragon's wings, and at this moment, he rushed forward brazenly. Wing attack. Compared to these fire-breathing dragons, Lin Jing's fire-breathing dragons are much larger than them after undergoing transformations again and again. Now, the fire-breathing dragon collided with another fire-breathing dragon before striking. Under the strong impact, the body of the other fire-breathing dragon fell downwards. Roar. The excited dragon roar resounded, and the fire-breathing dragon looked at the last few opponents, and the dragon's mouth opened slightly. At this moment, the changed flame cyclone spewed out. Cyclone attack. The cyclone swept across the sky, whipping up a turbulent airflow, directly involving the remaining fire-breathing dragons, all of which were involved. Unable to fight, he fell to the ground. Roar. After defeating all the opponents that came up, the fire-breathing dragon's wings spread, and a roar full of fighting intent was once again issued. Lin Jing looked at the fire-breathing dragons that fell to the ground. This fire-breathing dragon valley is really hospitable. With a sigh in his heart, Lin Jing's thoughts moved slightly, and the power of Vivian was activated. The healing rays of light that contained the breath of life fell from the sky, and little by little, they fell on the fire-breathing dragons on the ground. Lin Jing's power of Vibrant Pan has been improved in the transformation, and after the integration of life force, its healing ability has reached a rather astonishing level. As the healing star fell, the fire-breathing dragons recovered their injuries and regained consciousness. Lin Jing took back the power of Vivian. He came to the fire-breathing dragon valley to find a way to improve the fire-breathing dragon, and to seek special training skills for the fire-breathing dragon. Therefore, in the case of his own ability, Lin Jing chose to treat these fire-breathing dragons to avoid trouble. After the fire-breathing dragons were rescued, their fighting spirit was greatly reduced, and they roared a few times at Lin Jing's fire-breathing dragons and began to communicate. Lin Jing's fire-breathing dragon responded. Then, in the sky, the fire-breathing dragon fell and came to Lin Jing's body, his body slumped slightly. Without any hesitation, Lin Jing jumped up and came to the back of the fire-breathing dragon. With his superpower, he could already sense what the elf wanted to express, not to mention the power of Vibrant Pan. He also already understood the communication between fire-breathing dragons. There are unique rules in the fire-breathing dragon valley. These fire-breathing dragons are equivalent to the test of new fire-breathing dragons. Only by defeating them can they go deep into the fire-breathing dragon valley. Otherwise, they can only stay outside the fire-breathing dragon valley. With Lin Jing came to the back. When the dragon wings of the fire-breathing dragon unfolded, they climbed into the sky and headed towards the interior of the fire-breathing dragon valley. The few fire-breathing dragons below were no longer blocked. Lin Jing stood on the back of the fire-breathing dragon. The environment here is quite good, but in the air, there is a special flame breath. I think it should be caused by too many fire-breathing dragons and too strong fire energy. The fire-breathing dragon spread its wings, and Lin Jing looked down as he walked forward. The area of this valley is very vast, and there are countless fire-breathing dragons inhabiting it. Some fire-breathing dragons are resting, leaning against a big tree to sleep lazily, while others are exercising, with two dragon claws holding stone locks, looking quite serious. What's more, it is a fire-breathing dragon that is only fighting against its skin. The fire-breathing dragon is one of the very warlike elves. In this fire-breathing dragon valley, battles can be seen everywhere. Carrying Lin Jing all the way, go deep. The number of fire-breathing dragons around has gradually decreased. In this fire-breathing dragon valley, there are strict rules. Only when the conditions are met, can one live in the depths of the fire-breathing dragon valley. I don't know, what are the special training skills of the fire-breathing dragon family introduced in the map? Thoughts are flashing. At this time, underneath, the fire-breathing dragon sounded a somewhat excited roar. Lin Jing glanced at the sound. Only see. In front, in the valley, stands an incomparably huge stone statue. That's a fire-breathing dragon statue. At first glance, the statue is at least 100 meters high, and its momentum is amazing. Above its dragon head, it seems to be wearing a certain crown. And under Lin Jing's superpower perception, this statue contains amazing fire energy, as well as the existence of special energy that he can't be sure of. This is. Lin Jing's mind flashed. At this time, the fire energy surrounding the fire-breathing dragon statue was surging. At this moment, flames spewed out from the dragon head of the statue, cut through the sky, and attacked the fire-breathing dragon. Fire-breathing dragon, throwing flames. Lin Jing reacted in an instant. Roar. As the fire-breathing dragon's roar sounded, the flames raged. Two vigorous lines of fire meet in midair. Compared to the flames of ordinary fire-breathing dragons, the flames emitted by this strange statue are quite amazing. Even the flames of fire-breathing dragons are in a stalemate with it, and are even more faintly at a disadvantage. The stalemate lasted for a few seconds. The flame of the fire-breathing dragon statue converges. Seeing this, Lin Jing groaned and let the fire-breathing dragon take the initiative to stop the flame. Everything settles down. At this time, in Lin Jing's heart, an old voice sounded. Human. Is this big guy your elf? What is the purpose of your coming to the fire-breathing dragon valley? Between several voices, Lin Jing seemed to feel something, and suddenly looked to one end. There, a small and thin fire-breathing dragon was at the forefront, and at the back, followed by several imposing fire-breathing dragons. Lin Jing's eyes were fixed. At the front end, that little fire-breathing dragon has a skin color that is completely different from other fire-breathing dragons. It is not the usual orange, but gray-black. This is a flash fire-breathing dragon. However, this flash fire-breathing dragon seems to be old. After acquiring the life force, Lin Jing's perception of this aspect is quite keen, and he can perceive that this flash fire-breathing dragon already has a hint of twilight. He didn't answer immediately, but said, "You are. I am the elder of this generation of fire-breathing dragon valley, responsible for supervising these little guys. I don't know if it's because of age or because of personality." The flash fire-breathing dragon's tone was very kind. After answering Lin Jing, he said again, "Now, can you tell me your purpose?" The elder of the fire-breathing dragon valley. Lin Jing nodded slightly, and then said seriously, "I came with the fire-breathing dragon, obtained to ask for special training skills about the fire-breathing dragon." He stated his purpose. The fire-breathing dragon elder nodded and said peacefully, "With the strength that your fire-breathing dragon shows, you already have enough qualifications, and I can bestow the secret training skills of the fire-breathing dragon family." After speaking, Lin Jing did not wait for an answer. Its gaze stayed on the fire-breathing dragon under Lin Jing, and a hint of anticipation flashed in its eyes, and continued, "Qualification for training. Do you want to participate in the king's trial?" The king's trial. At this moment, Lin Jing seemed to have realized something, turned his head abruptly, and looked at the 100-meter giant statue not far ahead. Aware of Lin Jing's gaze, the fire-breathing dragon elder's voice was still kind. "Human, you were right. Then, it was a long time ago that the king of our fire-breathing dragon clan stayed. Human, your fire-breathing dragon, has passed the initial test and has the ability to accept the test. The king's trial is a special trial unique to our fire-breathing dragon valley. The fire-breathing dragon who has passed the king's trial will receive the inheritance left by the ancient fire-breathing dragon king and become the real king of the fire-breathing dragon family." Chapter 141 King's Trial, Flame Aggregate, Inheritance of the Ancient Fire-Breathing Dragon King. Trial of Kings. After hearing the description of the fire-breathing dragon elder, under Lin Jing, a look of anticipation appeared in the fire-breathing dragon's eyes. Lin Jing's eyes lit up slightly. This is undoubtedly the unexpected harvest of coming to the fire-breathing dragon valley. As the flame that just spewed from the statue, the so-called test. Those who can resist are qualified to participate in the king's trial. In a flash of thought, Lin Jing said, "I am a fire-breathing dragon trainer, can I participate in this battle?" The fire-breathing dragon elder shook his head slightly. "Humans can't participate in the trial of the king of our clan." "So, what about super evolution?" Lin Jing confirmed, "Can the fire-breathing dragon undergo super evolution?" This flash fire-breathing dragon, as the elder of the fire-breathing dragon family, is obviously knowledgeable and understands the meaning of super evolution. It nodded slightly. "Super evolution, not within the limit." "I see." Lin Jing whispered softly, and then touched his waist. Another elf appeared beside him. Doran Baruto. The fire-breathing dragon elder's gaze fell on Doran Baruto's. Lin Jing jumped on the back of the fire-breathing dragon and came to the body of Dalong Baruto, and then said, "We are willing to participate in the trial of the king." Fire-breathing dragon. "What should we do?" The flash fire-breathing dragon elder's gaze stayed on Duolong Baruto for a moment, and then said, "The fire-breathing dragon has passed the initial test. Now, as long as it walks near the statue, agitates its own flame energy, the king's trial, will officially start." Quote. 110 inches human. The fire-breathing dragon elder stopped his gaze and continued, "This fire-breathing dragon of yours is the most talented fire-breathing dragon I have seen over the years, and its combat power doesn't seem to be underestimated. Hopefully, it can really pass the king's trial." Lin Jing nodded slightly, looked at the fire-breathing dragon on one side, and said, "Fire-breathing dragon, next, it's up to you." In response to Lin Jing, it was the fire-breathing dragon's roar full of fighting intent and confidence. Lin Jing's expression was slightly solemn, and he no longer hesitated. At this moment, he lifted up his sleeves, and above the super wristband, the keystone bloomed with bright colors. At this moment, the keystone and the super evolution stone resonated, and the fire-breathing dragon was enveloped by the bright light of evolution. Super evolution. In a short period of time, the super evolution has been completed, and the super fire-breathing dragon Y is here. Lin Jing has obtained the fire-breathing dragon evolution stone X, and the fire-breathing dragon can evolve into a super fire-breathing dragon X with fire and dragon attributes. However, the king's trial mentioned by the fire-breathing dragon elder, he, a trainer, cannot participate in it, and naturally he cannot use the power of the dragon to bless him. By comparison, as for the form of the super fire-breathing dragon, the fire-breathing dragon has long been familiar with it, and it has the general skill of cyclone attack, which can be regarded as the strongest form of the fire-breathing dragon at present. Roar. The sound of dragon roar sounded, echoing in the valley. The flames on the tail of the super fire-breathing dragon Yulong are more vigorous. As its dragon wings unfolded, the wind whistled and turned into an orange streamer, falling not far in front of the fire-breathing dragon statue. CGFE, meaning in the fire-breathing dragon's eyes. Around its body, fire energy surging, and faintly, there are sparks flashing. In this moment, the fire-breathing dragon colossus seems to be completely activated. Now, between the opening and closing of the dragon mouth of the statue, flames spew out, starting with the statue and spreading a distance of about a few hundred meters nearby. The flames fell on the ground without igniting any place, using flames as paint, painted a circle, surrounded by statues and fire-breathing dragons. Then, the flames soared and burst into flames. Lin Jing's superpower surged, and he felt it carefully. In his perception, the constantly burning flame isolated an area, and constructed a field with fire energy. Is this the venue for the king's trial? Then what about the opponent? The flame field, super fire-breathing dragon Y stepped on the ground and looked around vigilantly. At this moment, in a sense, its gaze was fixed on the giant statue of the fire-breathing dragon in front. At this moment, around the body of the fire-breathing dragon colossus, an astonishing amount of fire energy surged out. That incomparably astonishing fire energy gathered, condensed, and evolved in front of the fire-breathing dragon colossus. Finally, appearing in front of the colossus is a normal-sized flame dragon. Fire-breathing dragon. Its entire body is constructed of flames, and it is still burning. Obviously, this is the opponent that Super Charizard Y will face. Super Charizard Y's eyes became sharper. At this moment, its dragon wings unfolded, and then climbed into the sky. Now, his eyes fell on the flame fire-breathing dragon, the fighting intent flashed in its eyes, the dragon wings flapped, and the figure rushed forward. On its way forward, the whole body of the super fire-breathing dragon is burning with flames. Flash charge. Lin Jing has been cultivating the elves' ability to fight independently to avoid emergencies. Similar to the fire-breathing dragon, he followed Lin Jing during the period of the little fire dragon, growing up with him, fighting spirits. Even if they fought independently, they also left a lot of fighting styles from Lin Jing. In the battle, it is natural to take the initiative. In the whistling, the super fire-breathing dragon crossed the sky. The flame fire-breathing dragon, which is condensed from the energy of the fire element, obviously does not have the fear of thinking, and takes the initiative to greet it. Two flaming dragons collided in midair. At the moment of contact, the flame burns, melts, and explodes. The claws of the super fire-breathing dragon swelled, the brilliance flashed, and the dragon claws were activated. The dragon claws slid across the flame-breathing dragon's body, causing a burst of shattering flames. And in the close range, the dragon mouth of the flame-breathing dragon opened, and the hot flames attacked. The distance between the two sides is extremely close. Coupled with the huge size of the fire-breathing dragon, it is completely impossible to avoid at this time. The flames burned on the body. Even with the fire resistance of the fire-breathing dragon, it was also severely injured, and pain flashed on his face. As the king's trial of the fire-breathing dragon family, the flame power of the flame-breathing dragon is obviously quite good. But this instead aroused the fierceness of the fire-breathing dragon. At this moment, without reservation, the cyclone swayed as the dragon wings flickered. Cyclone attack. The cyclone surrounding the flame rolled up, bringing gusts of wind, and directly bombarded the flame fire-breathing dragon. After integrating the treasure chests of Lugia and Dark Rocky, when Lin Jing opened the treasure chest, he directly obtained a number of fragments of the cyclone attack, which made the power of this exclusive skill from the beast elves very amazing. And after the mutation of the fireball slate, it was transformed into a changed flame cyclone, and its power went even further. And now, what the super fire-breathing dragon is facing is not a real elf, but an aggregate of energy. The cyclone attack bombarded the flame-breathing dragon's body. As the cyclone rolled, the fire energy of the flame-breathing dragon was fused. At an amazing speed visible to the naked eye, the fire-type energy of the flame-breathing dragon was swept away by the cyclone attack and merged together. The flames burning around it suddenly dimmed. Many take advantage of the pursuit. This is Lin Jing's fighting philosophy all along. Fire-breathing dragons also learned all this. However, compared to Lin Jing, it was quite belligerent and even crazier. Seeing the impact of the cyclone attack, it had a great impact on the flame-breathing dragon. As the fire energy of super fire-breathing dragon Y gathered, the skin around the body was faintly flashing red gold. Open, a terrifying shock wave built with flames surging out. Overheat. It is one of the skills that can be called the trump card. It bursts out with its full power, and after using it, its special attack will also be greatly reduced. Overheated, hitting the already dim flame-breathing dragon. At the moment of the hit, all the power contained in it erupted, with the flame-breathing dragon as the center. The aftermath of the flames suddenly spread violently, and when it spread to the edge of this special flame field, it was blocked by a light curtain that lit up. Inside, the roar of the explosion of fire-type energy continued. After tens of seconds, everything gradually calmed down. Lin Jing's eyes looked inside. I saw that the flame-breathing dragon had completely disappeared. Normally, the super fire-breathing dragon, I am afraid that it cannot be solved so easily. After all, as an aggregate of flames, its resistance to fire attributes must be extremely high, which will increase the disadvantage of fire-breathing dragons. However, the existence of the cyclone attack changed all that. Facing the flame fire-breathing dragon with the fire energy aggregate, the attack mode of the cyclone attack formed a perfect restraint, and at the same time attacked, it directly broke the internal fire energy balance. Under the decisive overheating skills of super fire-breathing dragon Y, the flame-breathing dragon that did not exist in balance was directly detonated by the powerful external fire energy and completely dissipated. In the entire flame field, only the existence of the super fire-breathing dragon is left. As the faint brilliance circulated, it broke away from the mega state. And at the same time, after the battle started, the calmed fire-breathing dragon Colossus moved again. The soft brilliance rose above the Colossus and swept out, and the brilliance merged into the whole body of the fire-breathing dragon. That is inheritance of the fire-breathing dragon king. Chapter 142 The Flames that Traverse the Sky and the Earth. the king of fire-breathing dragons, the breath of time and air. The brilliance merged into the whole body, the eyes of the fire-breathing dragon were slightly closed, and there was an extremely fierce aura that stirred up around him. As the brilliance merged into the room, a phantom faintly appeared over the back of the fire-breathing dragon. Although it did not possess any aura, at first glance, it made people feel a strong sense of majesty. Obviously, that is the ancient fire-breathing dragon king who left his legacy. Not remote. The flash fire-breathing dragon elder looked a little excited, looked at the fire-breathing dragon who received the inheritance of the king, and murmured in a low voice, "I actually passed the test." Lin Jing's super perception has been activated. With the inheritance, under the investigation of super perception, the breath of the fire-breathing dragon has been climbing steadily and steadily. And at this moment, at a certain moment, in front of the fire-breathing dragon, the fireball slate that had fused with it and shrunk a little, suddenly glowed with light. A flame rose from the fireball slate and enveloped the entire body of the fire-breathing dragon. Under the inheritance of the king, the magic of the fireball slate has been activated again. The expression of the flash fire-breathing dragon elder changed slightly, and there was a trace of tension in his tone. What is this situation? In the inheritance, it should not be full of these. Don't worry. Lin Jing saw that the elder of the fire-breathing dragon clan seemed to be looking forward to the birth of a new king in the fire-breathing dragon clan, and now he was only worried about the fire-breathing dragon, so he explained, "This is the chance of the fire-breathing dragon itself, it should be activated together after obtaining the inheritance of the king." Is that so? The flash fire-breathing dragon elder turned his gaze, looked deeply at Lin Jing, and looked at him as a trainer. The inheritance is still going on. Under the shroud of the flames released by the fireball slate, the fire-breathing dragon's stature is increasing, and its momentum is further advanced. In the vagueness, the flames shrouded in the fire-breathing dragon's body seem to evolve into a flame war that wraps the whole body. Armor, protect the body, wings, and tail of the fire-breathing dragon in it. Time passes. The whole process, which lasted for several hours, the flames surrounding the fire-breathing dragon weakened slightly. And at this moment, about a few hundred meters away from the giant statue of the fire-breathing dragon, there are already fire-breathing dragons gathered in the valley. The inheritance of the king has come, and these fire-breathing dragons have sensed the breath of the new king and come to see them. In this moment, with the fire-breathing dragon as the center, the surging flames suddenly burned up and shot straight into the sky, like a terrifying pillar of fire connecting the heavens and the earth. Next moment, the flames dissipated, and the body of the fire-breathing dragon emerged from it. Its body became larger, and on its body, some special lines appeared faintly, and the fireball slate fused to its body in front of it shrunk again. Now, the fire-breathing dragon's eyes are sharp and majestic inside, and it glances around. Roar. Accompanied by the sound of dragon roars, a coercion pervades the fire-breathing dragon valley. That was the coercion from the king. The fire-breathing dragon is a very confident and proud elf. But at this moment, the gathered fire-breathing dragons, including the flash fire-breathing dragon elder, all bowed their heads in the direction of the fire-breathing dragon. Then, there is a sound of dragon chants resounding in this valley. That's them, the answer to the new king. Lin Jing's eyes fell on the fire-breathing dragon. The fire-breathing dragon felt something, and looked at Lin Jing, showing kindness in his sight. In a flash of brilliance, the wisdom eye ability was activated. Fire-breathing dragon, King, unknown. Level, LV 65. Introduction. It is said that the more fire-breathing dragons that have experienced hard fighting, the higher the temperature of their flames. This fire-breathing dragon has undergone transformations again and again, and the power of the flame has reached a rather astonishing level. It is the king of the fire-breathing dragon family, with extremely powerful power. Attribute fire, flying. Characteristics fire, the power of the sun. Qualification overlord. Currently mastered skills grab, scream, spark, primal power, jet flame, dragon claw, dragon breath, flame fang, cleave, smoke screen, hot air, air slash, flame vortex, lava storm, burnout, flare charge, overheat, cyclone attack modified, fireball slate, purgatory, ghost face, flame armor, flame control, king's coercion. Except for the king's logo, there is still an unknown state. This should have a great relationship with the fireball slate. When the fireball slate is completely fused by the fire-breathing dragon, the unknown state should change. His eyes wandered and he looked at the newly acquired skills of the fire-breathing dragon. Undoubtedly, it was a new skill acquired through the inheritance of the king and after the fusion of the fireball slate. Flame armor through the inheritance of the ancient king of the fire-breathing dragon and the fusion of the fireball slate. The fire-breathing dragon has a new understanding of flames, and can build a special battle armor composed of flames to defend itself. The opponents of the fire dragon will get the backlash of the flames. Flame control. The fire-breathing dragon's understanding and control of flames has reached a very high level. Its flames have transformed, and the power of fire attribute skills has increased by 30%. It can freely use flames to accomplish its own goals. King's coercion. As the current king of the fire-breathing dragon family, the fire-breathing dragon has a unique king's coercion. When the opponent is a fire-breathing dragon, the opponent will be completely suppressed, giving birth to fear. When the opponent is other elves, they will also be coerced, thereby limiting their own performance. Lin Jing's eyes swept slightly, and he let out a sigh of relief. Strong th. Compared with the time when the fire-breathing dragon just arrived in the fire-breathing dragon valley, the combat power of the fire-breathing dragon has undoubtedly improved qualitatively again. In the flash of thoughts, at the far end, the voice of the fire-breathing dragon elder sounded. The king of my clan, and that human being. Lin Jing and fire-breathing dragon followed the sound. Hint of respect in the tone of the fire-breathing dragon elder. I have one thing, and I want to ask the king to complete it. Ask for flowers. Heard. Lin Jing looked at the fire-breathing dragon. Doubt flashed in the fire-breathing dragon's eyes. The voice of the fire-breathing dragon elder continued. I hope that when you grow to the real peak, you can return to the fire-breathing dragon valley to inject new power into this statue and leave a new inheritance. Hearing this, the fire-breathing dragon glanced at Lin Jing. Lin Jing nodded slightly. This kind of request is not difficult at all, it is nothing more than a return. This fire-breathing dragon elder, who has survived for a long time, obviously has a lot of experience, and did not propose any conditions, such as being the king of the fire-breathing dragon family, to stay in the fire-breathing dragon valley. Perhaps, it also saw that the fire-breathing dragon has grown to the point where it is inseparable from the trainer Lin Jing. With Lin Jing's approval, the fire-breathing dragon let out a low growl and responded. Hearing this, the fire-breathing dragon elder's expression flashed with relief. 0. At this moment, it looked back at the gathered fire-breathing dragons, and let out a low roar. As its low roar sounded, in the valley, one after another dragon chanted continuously. It was the fire-breathing dragons, celebrating the birth of the new king. The forest scene and the fire-breathing dragon never stayed too much in the fire-breathing dragon valley. On a certain day in the future, the fire-breathing dragon would set foot here again, leaving behind its own heritage. Under the attention of countless fire-breathing dragons, Lin Jing and the fire-breathing dragon returned to the Nightmare God. It is worth mentioning that, before returning to the Nightmare God, Emperor Yan appeared again. However, I don't know if it was due to fear or other reasons, but it still hasn't approached. The Nightmare God climbed high into the sky and sailed into the sea of stars. After setting the destination of the Golden Star on the star map, on the Nightmare God, the elves were released one by one, and Lin Jing took out the elves' food and entered the rest session. The combination of work and rest will help elves grow better. After having dimensional space and special battlefields, elves have a lot more opportunities to temper, but Lin Jing will not let them fight without restrictions, and will also take time to rest and relax. Now, each elves tasted the high-level energy cubes, and they all showed satisfaction. Nightmare God, heading for the Golden Asterisk. just after sailing for a while. The violent bite blue shark, who was swallowing a big mouthful, moved slightly. While its size is growing, its appetite is also increasing, but Lin Jing's net worth is also considered wealthy, so he doesn't need to save in this regard. Sensing the action of biting blue shark fiercely, Lin Jing looked at it and asked, "Bite blue shark fiercely, what's wrong?" The sight of the fierce bite land shark looked out of the porthole, and finally settled in front of the root of the nightmare god. It growled. Lin Jing understood what it meant, raised his brows slightly, and said softly, "You said. You sense the breath of time and space here." Guang. Chapter 143 The Trail of Celebi, the big plan of the Galaxy Team, the King of Kings. Hearing Lin Jing's voice, Libet Blue Shark let out a low growl and nodded slightly. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. After receiving the simultaneous help from the gods of space and time, Libet Blue Shark understood the real power of space and time, and he was undoubtedly quite sensitive to the breath of time and space. After pondering, Lin Jing called out to Rotom, causing the nightmare god to temporarily stop sailing. At the same time, the hatch opened. Lin Jing said, "Take me to the place where you sense the breath of time and air." The body of the fierce bite land shark leaned down, walked out of the hatch, and set foot in the sea of stars. Before the metamorphosis, the own energy of the fierce bite land shark is enough to support it to gain a foothold in the star sea. And after the transformation, the ability to bite the land shark is enough for it to travel in the star sea. The super barrier surrounded himself, and Lin Jing landed on the back of the fierce bite land shark. At the same time, during the energy agitation of the fierce bite land shark, on its back, a special defense barrier rose up to protect the safety of the forest scene. As soon as its body moved, it rushed forward, and finally, it stopped in the sea of stars a certain distance from the nightmare god. After coming to this area, Lin Jing raised his brows slightly. He, similarly, 110, has touched the power of time and space. In the past, he had received the temporary blessing of the power of time and space, and after straying into the battlefield of the gods of space and time, he used it to allow himself and Shinado to successfully perceive the exit. Living with Libet Blue Shark every day made him more sensitive to the power of time and space. After getting close to here, super perception, keenly aware of the difference in this area. Compared with the ordinary Shanghai, the space here is slightly distorted, and the atmosphere of time and space is indeed left. Existences like Dialga Palkia, most of the time, will stay in the star field to which they belong, and will not leave easily. The aura here is not similar to theirs. Then there is only one possibility left. Lin Jing's eyes shifted. Celebi. That phantom beast elf that can travel through time and space. Celebi, did you travel through time and space here? Lin Jing's eyes were fixed in all directions. After pondering, he rode the fierce bite blue shark and returned to the nightmare god. I don't know if Celebi has returned, or just completed the time and space shuttle not long ago, and has not returned to the present world. However, with some preparations, I can confirm it. In the flash of thoughts, the lower part of the nightmare god opened. An information recording device about half the size of a human, disguised as a gravel, was placed and faced the area where it was suspected of having traveled through time and space. As the top-level spacecraft in the Shanao starfield, the nightmare god's role is not only in speed, but also has many functions. However, Lin Jing, who travels alone, is not usually used. Like this small information recording instrument, it can be played out and recorded in real time to transmit information in real time. Lin Jing himself suffered losses because of technology, so as he continued to learn about it, he also included some technological means into the options. After doing all this, the nightmare god moved on. Lin Jing stood on the side of the porthole, looking out at the sea of stars outside, and thoughts flowed in his heart. In the Guandu star territory, it is very likely that there is a dreamy figure. I don't know, has Chao Meng found a dream? In the flash of thoughts, the nightmare god has gone away. In situ, the information recording instrument records everything in real time. Shanao Star Territory. Inside the large base of the Galaxy team. Kyrie flipped through the documents in front of him, looked at the subordinate in front of him, and said solemnly, "Is everything true?" The person in front of him looked a little old, looked a little handicapped, and was wearing a researcher's coat. It is the cadre in the Galaxy team, but also the most important scientific research personnel, scientists, Pluto. Hearing Chiri's question, Pluto's glasses flashed with light, and he said, "After various confirmations, and even using our hidden lines, it is basically certain that everything is true. At present, the research on space-time distortion has reached an extremely critical point. If we can obtain this information within the Shanao Alliance, then we will have a leap forward immediately. After all, the Alliance's understanding of the distortion of time and space is above ours." Kyrie's eyes lowered. Within the price, it gradually quieted down. After being silent for half a minute, Kyrie's eyes fell on Pluto, and he said, "In recent times, our Galaxy team's actions have been quite low-key, and the Shanao Alliance's attention is not on us. In that case, just give them a heavy blow. Contact others and prepare for action." Yes. Nightmare God. After logging into the interstellar network through the Elf Pokédex, Lin Jing directly entered the interstellar market. After some searching, the screen freezes on a skill machine. Bureau temperature and pressure. Fire attribute skills. The effect is to hit the opponent with the burning body to attack. The bigger the weight is than the opponent, the more amazing the attack power. While continuously fusing the fireball slate, the size of the fire-breathing dragon is also growing. Coupled with its control of the flame energy, this skill is undoubtedly extremely suitable for the fire-breathing dragon. The price of skill machines is quite high. Fortunately, Lin Jing's net worth is rich enough, and he has few opportunities to spend, so he directly chose to place an order. The delivery location is set at the Golden Star Elf Alliance, and after arriving there, you can naturally receive it directly from the Alliance. After the purchase, Lin Jing's thoughts moved slightly and he opened his forum. As early as after he participated in the Elf exam, someone established his personal forum on the interstellar network, and Lin Jing had long known about it. However, he hardly ever came. Now, after clicking into the forum, the information of one post comes into view. "Ah, God, when will there be Lin Jing's competition? Close black lens bracket." He sang, "Do you want to see the idol side? You can only see it when the first-class medal is awarded." Close black lens bracket. It's so miserable for us fans, so miserable, Jing has no idea of business at all. Ghost knows where he ran to again. Come and participate in the battle, I want to watch his battle. Sisters, wait, I have a friend from Tianguan Elf Academy who told me that this year's Tianguan Academy's Academy Cup captain is Lin Jing. The Academy Cup, he will definitely appear. Close black lens bracket. Absolutely, come to pet the fans. The 8 badges have been collected, and there is no news at all, but he should participate in the star contest, right? Close black lens bracket. Lin Jing glanced over, blinked, and then he closed the forum decisively. As the youngest first-class medal winner in Shanao Starfield, an elite trainer, after the live broadcast on that day, his reputation in Shanao Starfield has skyrocketed, and he can almost be called everyone who knows him. No one knows. However, Lin Jing didn't care about it. Rather than wasting time in this regard, he thought more about how to improve the power of elves and how to have the opportunity to meet more beast elves. Golden Star. Here, it is the most prosperous planet in the Guandu Star region, and its status is basically equivalent to the Celebration Star of the Shanao Star region. The Nightmare entered and landed at the ship's mooring site. Lin Jing went to the Elf Alliance and received the high temperature and pressure skill machine he had purchased. In the hall of the Elf Alliance, he sent a message through the Elf Pokédex. Soon. At one end of the hall, an exclusive elevator opened, and a figure walked out of it, which immediately attracted the attention of many people in the Alliance. A signature red hair, eye-catching. It is the Ice King of the Guandu Alliance, Kona. At this moment, Kana's eyes were fixed on Lin Jing's body, and he walked over quickly. Inspector Lin Jing, we finally meet. She stretched out her hand. Lin Jing reached out his hand and held it together. In the Alliance Hall, the eyes of the surrounding people fell, and many people looked at Lin Jing. It is obviously not easy to make King Kona pay so much attention to the characters who come to greet him in person. The polite greeting 5.4, Kona said, "Du is on a mission and can't come to see you." Inspector Lin Jing, I'm about to go to the elf base, you. Are you going to? Elf base. Lin Jing's eyes brightened and he readily agreed. The two walked out of the Alliance Hall side by side. Kona's voice was naturally cold. The elf base is not far from here. Inspector Lin Jing, do you have a flying elf? Lin Jing responded when he heard her question. At this moment, with a light touch from the waist, the huge body of the fire-breathing dragon has appeared in place. This fire-breathing dragon. Kona's eyes fixed for the first time. With her eyesight, she naturally saw the extraordinariness of the fire-breathing dragon at a glance. The fire-breathing dragon appeared, and Lin Jing invited, Kona King, let's go together. Kona's eyes swept across the young faces of fire-breathing dragon and Lin Jing, and nodded slightly. The two climbed on the back of the fire-breathing dragon, and when the dragon wings spread, the fire-breathing dragon had already soared into the sky. With Kona leading the way, the fire-breathing dragon set off at full speed. Soon. On the ground, a large elf base has come into view. Chapter 144 Ice Elf Base, Alola Ice Six Tails, Mysterious Information. Overlooking the past from a high altitude, this large elf base is located on the plain, surrounded by special machines to maintain the weather temperature. As it approaches the base, the surrounding temperature drops significantly. At first glance, the interior of the entire base is white, which is a winter season that is completely inconsistent with the current season. There is even a large iceberg standing inside, and there are many elves living around. In the interstellar era, the continuous development of science and technology allows human trainers to artificially create the most suitable environment for elves to survive, no longer limited to regions and weather. Now, in Lin Jing's order, the fire-breathing dragon landed at the entrance of the base. Outside the base, there are security personnel. After seeing that it was Kona who brought people here in person, he did not stop him. Lin Jing took the fire-breathing dragon back into the elf ball, followed Kona's side, and walked into the ice elf base. There are many ice elves living in this base. Kona's voice sounded. Some of them were sent by me to look for them, and some were sent by the elf rescue station. Basically, ice-type elves from various star fields can be found here. Between words. Ahead, a figure seemed to sense the arrival of Kona, and slid directly over the ice. Lin Jing's eyes looked up. It was a white sea lion. Now he walked to the front and back of Kona, and rubbed Kona kindly. Kona smiled slightly. As an ice king, she likes ice elves very much, and she obviously has a good relationship with the ice elves in this base. Kona paused for a moment, and said in a deep voice, Inspector Lin Jing, choosing an elves is a very subjective matter. I won't give you any advice, otherwise it will affect your judgment. However, I am very familiar with the little guys here. If you are interested in any of them, I can tell you their stories. Lin Jing nodded slightly. The two walked along the smooth road in the base, and Lin Jing's eyes looked around from time to time. Rolling constantly on the ice, a silly-looking seal ball. They move in groups, like snowboys in hats. Also, the magic wall doll in ice and snow color. As Kona said, here live ice elves from various regions. The magic wall puppet with the color matching of ice and snow is an elves with ice plus superpower attributes. Only the magic wall puppets in the Galar region can have such a color. After going deep into the base, Lin Jing saw a hard-shelled thorn shell, known as Laplace of riding the dragon. At the same time as checking, Lin Jing will also check their aptitudes through his eyesight ability. For Lin Jing, who has the treasure chest system, He doesn't need to pay so much attention to elf qualifications, but having good qualifications represents a better starting point and can grow faster. As he walked forward, his gaze stopped, and Lin Jing's gaze fell on one of the elves. It was a small elf that looked like an ice cream. Mini ice. Pure ice type elves can evolve into Duoduo ice and double Duoduo ice. In the ice elves, the final evolution type, double Duoduo ice, is quite a good existence. When the mind moved slightly, the ability of the eye was activated. Open black lens bracket mini ice close black lens bracket. Level LV8. Qualification Elite. Qualifications are more general. Lin Jing muttered to himself in his heart. At this moment, in the super sensation that he was used to spreading, he suddenly sensed a figure, and Lin Jing's eyes focused on it for the first time. At first glance, first of all, what caught my eye was an icicle about several people wide, blocking the front. Under the icicle column, a small head was curiously poking out, observing Kona and Lin Jing from a distance. Kona also noticed Lin Jing's gaze, looked over, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said softly, "It's this little guy." This little guy was sent by the water lotus in the Alola star field. She found this little guy in the wild. It was very weak at the time. Water lotus was not good at cultivating ice-type elves, so she sent it here. Please ask me to help it grow and find a good trainer for it. Inspector Lin Jing, are you interested? Shui Lian is a captain in the Alola star field. The Alola star field is special, and the alliance settings of other star fields are different. Hearing Kona's question, Lin Jing nodded slightly. He squatted down and waved slightly towards the small figure behind the Bingling pillar. At this moment, the figure hesitated for a moment, then left behind the icicle column, taking dexterous steps, approaching Lin Jing. Seeing this, Kona's expression flashed with surprise. This little guy has always been a little afraid of life, but I didn't expect to face you, but he was a little more courageous. Lin Jing didn't answer. With the bonus of clothing on him, his affinity for elves is naturally much higher. And after the control and fusion of life force, he will naturally reveal a special breath, which is quite comfortable for elves. The little guy trotted all the way and came to Lin Jing. A smile appeared on the corner of Lin Jing's mouth, and he reached out his hand, ready to touch it. Seeing Lin Jing's outstretched hand, the little guy took a step back in fear, but then, perhaps because of Lin Jing's natural intimacy, he let go of his guard, and he took another step forward and took the initiative to put the little guy down. He brought his head up and rubbed Lin Jing's palm with his forehead. The breath on Lin Jing's body made it very comfortable, and between the touches, there were faintly snowflakes quietly growing around this little guy. The brilliance in the eyes flashed, and the ability of the eye has been activated. Open black lens bracket 6 tails Allura close black lens bracket. Level LV17. Introduction. When it is hot, use 6 tails to make boulders and sway around to cool down the body. Allura's appearance. Attribute, ice. Characteristics, snow hidden, snowfall. Qualification, quasi-Tianwang class. Currently mastered skills, impact, tail wagging, white fog, boulders, strange light, aurora beam, supernatural power. 6 tails. This is exactly a 6-tailed from the Alola star field. It looks cute, like a little fox, with a furry tail at the back, and the whole body is snow white, which looks dreamy and cute. Now, in the viewing room of wisdom's ability, Lin Jing said to himself in his heart, the talent is not bad. It's you. He made a quick decision. The 6 tails of Alola, as well as the 6 tails of ice, after they evolve into 9 tails of ice, will also have a racial value of 500 plus, which is quite an elf's worth cultivating. And Bing Juwei will also have more fairy attributes, which makes it more comprehensive. The main thing is, as the saying goes, being strong is a matter of one version, and being handsome, beautiful, is a matter of a lifetime. With the treasure chest system, Lin Jing has the confidence to cultivate Bing Luwei, so who can refuse a little fox who is good-looking and can fight? At this moment, Lin Jing tentatively spread his hands. In front of you. The little fox hesitated for a moment, then jumped directly into Lin Jing's arms. Bing Luwei's body is cold, but it basically has no effect on Lin Jing's strong physique, but is very adaptable. The six-tailed ice has evolved into the nine-tailed ice. It needs an ice stone, and then finds a top-level existence through the channels of the Shanao Alliance. Lin Jing said in his heart. Evolution stones also have quality points, and higher quality evolution stones are obviously more beneficial to elves. Bing Luwei is in Lin Jing's arms 110, and the fluffy tail is very comfortable. Lin Jing looked at Kona. Kona King, I chose it. Kona smiled slightly and said softly, I will give this little guy to a trainer like you to train. I think I have completed the entrustment of Shuilian. Get over it now. The forest site head took out an empty Pokeball from the backpack. Don't resist. With an exhortation, the Pokeball rested on Bing Luwei's forehead. The brilliance flashed. The little guy was obedient and did not resist, and successfully subdued. Then, as his thoughts flickered, the Pokeball turned on, and the ice six-tails appeared in his arms again. It looked at the Pokeball curiously. In front of you. Kana said. Lin Jing trainer, you came to the Guandu Star region, do you have any other important things to deal with? If not, how about staying with me for a few more days? Du also knows the news of your arrival. He will return in the near future. As for you, he has long wanted to meet you. Hearing this, Lin Jing immediately prepared to agree. As for Du, this Fei. No, the Dragon King, he is naturally familiar, and also wants to see each other. But, at this moment, the elf Pokédex trembled slightly, and a more special prompt sounded. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. This beep is set by him separately, and it will sound only when the information from Zhengxing is sent, in order to avoid missing the important information of the Galaxy team. Sorry. Apologize to Kona. Lin Jing took out the elf picture book. Click on the information and scan it at a glance. His expression darkened slightly. Seriousness emerged. Shen said, Kona King, it seems that this time, it is impossible to meet Du Tianwang. Almost 20,000 review votes. If you have a vote, cast it tilde. This chapter contains pictures. Click on the lower right corner of the screen. Illustration, button to view pictures. Chapter 145 The Yan Emperor Who Chose to Leave, the Galaxy Team Conspiracy, Sharona, the Guandu mythical beast is fighting. Kenna keenly noticed the change in Lin Jing's expression, and his eyes were also more serious. Inspector Lin Jing, is there something wrong with Shanao Star territory? Do you need help? The rockets are dormant now. We have enough people to help you. After the last cooperation, the relationship between the Kanto Alliance and the Shanao Alliance has undoubtedly become closer. There are indeed some problems. Lin Jing nodded slightly and said, but at present, I am not sure about the specific situation. I need to return to the Shanao Star territory to confirm it. Lin Jing looked at Kona. The Shanao Alliance will not forget the Guandu Alliance as an ally. If the situation is really bad to a certain extent, we will ask the Guandu Alliance for help. Kana responded with a sound, and then said, Inspector Lin Jing, take care. Lin Jingsa smiled. Kona King, the situation is urgent. I need to turn back now, so I won't say more. After leaving a sentence, Lin Jing gently touched Bing Luwei with the pokeball. Little guy, come back first. Subsequently, when he touched the pokeball at his waist, the figure of the fire-breathing dragon flashed. Now, they were above the ice surface, and at the moment when the fire-breathing dragon appeared, the ice surface quickly melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Jing bent slightly, jumped, and came to the back of the fire-breathing dragon. Kona King, see you later. After leaving a sentence, the fire-breathing dragon spread its wings in the sound of Lin Jing's command, climbed into the sky, and quickly left. Kona looked at the backs of the fire-breathing dragon and Lin Jing, and didn't withdraw his target until the sight completely disappeared. Her gaze fell on the ice surface that was rapidly melting due to the appearance of the fire-breathing dragon. What happened in Shanao Star Territory? This Inspector Lin Jing is so young, but his strength seems to be quite amazing. No wonder Sharona values him so much. Stepping on the back of the fire-breathing dragon, Lin Jing's expression was serious. Just now, Jin Sung sent him an urgent message. The Galaxy team is brewing a big action against the Elf Alliance. Zheng Xing also just got the news, and the specific details are still uncertain. However, this is already worthy of Lin Jing's attention. For a long period of time, the Galaxy team did not reappear easily because of the distortion of time and space, and fell into a dormant state like Team Rocket. However, it is precisely because of this that their sudden big action must be far-reaching and must be taken seriously. As the investigator of the Shanao Alliance, Lin Jing naturally wanted to consider the Shanao Alliance. Moreover, he himself, and the Galaxy team, have an indelible conflict that needs to be resolved sooner or later. The big action of the Galaxy team may have a vicious impact on the Shanao Alliance and bring a crisis, but in Lin Jing's view, this is also an opportunity. Opportunity to hit the Galaxy team hard. If it has been dormant, it is difficult to find opportunities, and when it takes the initiative to attack, then there will inevitably be flaws. As the thoughts flowed in his mind, Lin Jing shook his head slightly and said, I thought that when I came to the Guandu Star region this time, I could explore this star region well. Looking at it now, it is necessary to turn back in advance. Unfortunately, I haven't seen King Feng yet. Thoughts flashed. His heart moved slightly. At this moment, standing on the back of the fire-breathing dragon, Lin Jing's expression is slightly solemn, and his superpower is surging. Through superpower, he can telepathically transmit a sound transmission to a certain range around him. Emperor Yan. I know you're following me. You should have been ordered by King Ho to come and observe me. I don't know what conditions are required to meet King Ho, but I'm about to leave the Guandu Star Territory now. It seems that if I want to see King Ho, I have to wait until my next visit. Superpower sound transmission echoes in a certain area around. There was no response. The speed of the fire-breathing dragon continued unabated, heading towards the spaceship where the spacecraft was parked. At this time, in Lin Jing's heart, Cresselia's soft voice sounded. Lin Jing, that guy, left after hearing your voice transmission. Have you already left? Lin Jing raised his brows slightly and said no more. The ice elf base is not far from the spaceship's berth, and the fire-breathing dragon is advancing at full speed, and soon, it has arrived. After boarding the Nightmare God, Lin Jing said, Rotom, set sail, we have to return to the Shanao Star Territory as quickly as possible. Rotom's response sounded. After returning to the Nightmare God, as the elf ball around his waist flickered, the figures of elves had already appeared. Bing Luwei left behind the Pokeball, and before he had time to look at the surrounding environment, he sensed an incomparably powerful aura spreading around him. Its body shrank subconsciously. Its eyes looked around, looking at the amazing figures, and for a moment, its mind was a little blank. Don't be afraid. Lin Jingping said peacefully, they are all your partners. Little guy, I still have things to deal with, you should get acquainted with everyone first. After speaking through telepathy, Lin Jing asked Shanado. Shanado walked towards the ice six tails. Aside. The fairy elf also delivered curious eyes, and stepped forward. Cresselia, the god of beautiful dreams, is quite a kind elf. After sensing the tension of the ice six tails, its superpower surges, and gentle power acts on the ice six tails, and said softly, don't be afraid, we won't hurt you. With their relief, Bing Luwei gradually put down the guard in his heart, and gradually became familiar with everyone under the introduction of Shanado. Facing the enemy, Lin Jing's elves showed no mercy. But in the face of their new partners, everyone is still quite friendly. Lin Jing retracted his gaze. Take out the wizard picture book, open the communication interface, and send out the video communication. After a while, the video communication was connected, and the beautiful face appeared on the screen. Hi Erna. At the moment when the communication was connected, Sharona's expression became extraordinarily serious, and she took the lead in saying, "You contact me at this time, could it be that the beasts and elves of the Guandu Star region are fighting?" Lin Jing. He was silent for a moment, decisively did not answer the topic, and instead said, "I just received a summons from Zhengxing." Hearing the word Zhengxing, Sharona's expression became more serious. There is a plan about Zhengxing, which is a special mission arranged by Sharona and led by Lin Jing. In the entire Shanao Alliance, only 3 or 4 people know about it, and the others who know are Sharona's confidants. Team Galaxy is brewing a plan for the Shanao Alliance. Sharona listened carefully. Just then, Lin Jing's elf picture book trembled slightly, and received a new text message. "Jinxing has a new message." Lin Jing whispered softly, opened the text message, and quickly checked it. After glancing at it once, Lin Jing's eyes sank slightly. In the communication, Sharona asked, "What information did Zhengxing pass on?" Lin Jing didn't answer directly, and asked, "How is the superpower competition organized by King Wusong now?" Zyrna was a little puzzled, but still replied, "The warm-up has already begun, and contestants from various planets are rushing to the celebration star one after another. In a few days, the opening ceremony will be held." Lin Jing nodded slightly. Then, he said solemnly, "Team Galaxy's plan this time is very bold. They will use the opportunity of the superpower competition to launch a surprise attack on the scientific research branch of the Celebration Star Elf Alliance. The target seems to be a relatively important special document. The specific information, Zhengxing, is not clear, because this is not the direction he is responsible for. However, Zhengxing once passed the news to me that the Galaxy team has made a breakthrough in the research of space-time distortion. Perhaps the information they want is related to space-time distortion." Sue whispered softly, "Do you want to take advantage of the opportunity of the superpower competition?" It was a good time indeed. Although the superpower contest is not the top event in the Shanao Star domain, but because of the gorgeous and mysterious superpower, its popularity is even second only to the Star domain competition. Moreover, in every superpower competition, there will be players with extremely dazzling performances, which are eye-catching. It seems that this level of competition is held at the Celebration Star, and the flow of people will be quite scary. During the competition, the main force of the Celebration Star Elf Alliance will naturally focus on the competition to avoid any accidents. After pondering, Zyrna said, "Lin Jing, what do you think? Transfer the data of the scientific research department. Delay the holding time of the superpower competition." Thoughts flashed in Lin Jing's eyes. He shook his head. These methods are too obvious, and may expose Zhengxing. Zhengxing's status in the Galaxy team is quite high. Keeping him will be of great help to us in the future. A superpower contest. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Team Galaxy chose this opportunity to make a move, because it was a surprise and a dangerous move. And you can seize this opportunity and take this opportunity to hit the Galaxy team. Chapter 146. Invited by the judges of the superpower competition, the 6 ice tails transformed, and the king appeared. There was a hint of coldness in Lin Jing's voice. In the face of the enemy, he has never shown mercy at all, and his reservation to the enemy is cruel to himself. In the screen, Sharona pondered, and then said, "This is indeed an excellent opportunity." Lin Jing nodded slightly and said calmly, "Team Galaxy wants to use the Alliance's attention to focus on the superpower competition and act accordingly. And we can also use the cover of the superpower competition to arrange some strength in advance. Even, we can send some trainers in the combat team to disguise themselves as the staff of the super competition, or even the players, to show up and gather openly, so that when the Galaxy team is in action, they can attack at the fastest speed." "It's a really good idea." Zyrna echoed. "The research branch of the Alliance has a very deep research on space. We can arrange the venue of the superpower competition far away from the scientific research branch of the Celebration Star Alliance, so that the Galaxy team is less wary. But secretly set up a space transmission device. When needed, you can go to the battlefield at the fastest speed. Quote. Lin Jing nodded slightly. The Galaxy team chose to take risks because they had a high probability of success in the face of a scientific research branch with weak defenses. However, when Zhengxing will plan to reveal that, with some precautions, the Shanao Alliance, which is already stronger in comprehensive strength, will have more ways to deal with it. I'll give it a secret order and let people start preparing immediately. The opening ceremony of the super competition has not yet been held, and we have plenty of time. Sharona whispered twice, then looked at Lin Jing and said, Lin Jing, what about you? You are now in the Guandu Star region. Do you want to participate in this battle? Nature. Lin Jing responded. Team Galaxy has already known about the existence of my 110 and has taken action. It's not a bad thing to come and go. It's not a good thing to be stared at by such a powerful underground force. There is an opportunity to weaken them, and I naturally won't miss it. Having said that, Lin Jing said, Sharona, I still have an invitation letter from the owner of the Curtain Gym, Ali. If it wasn't for this trip to the Guandu Star region, I would have been one of the contestants in the superpower competition, and I didn't even need to pretend. Hearing this, Sharona's expression became more subtle. Lin Jing, are you one of the contestants? Forrest Sight's head. After Sharona pondered for a while, then said, would you like to intervene in another identity? Huh. Sharona's voice was calm. Lin Jing, you are now the investigator of the Alliance, the recipient of the first-class medal. Zhengxing once brought back information about your strength, Galaxy team. There may be some unfounded speculations about you. In this case, you're participating as a player and there's a chance that it might raise some suspicions for the Galaxy. Being able to occupy the Shanao star field for many years, we can't underestimate the Galaxy team. Lin Jing was thoughtful. He pondered for a moment and agreed, you were right. The Galaxy team knows my strength and knows that I am the recipient of the first-class medal. It is indeed possible to have more guesses about my identity. Then, I just choose to hide in secret. No need. Sharona shook her head and looked at Lin Jing. I have a better choice. That means I will contact Wusong Tianwang. Next, you will receive an invitation from the organizer of the superpower competition to become one of the guest judges this year with Wusong Tianwang. Lin Jing blinked. Zyrna continued. The two guest judges are a bit awkward, and we need to find another person. Miss Karunai of Carlos Starfield, the main force is a Shinado. She must have a good understanding of superpower attributes, but unfortunately, her identity is too special. If she is invited, it may make the Galaxy team cancel the plan. Which other trainer is quite proficient in superpower attributes? Lin Jing coughed lightly. Sharona looked at him. Lin Jing said calmly, if you still need a judge, Sharona, maybe you will be a better choice. The champion of Shanao Starfield attended the superpower competition and served as one of the judges. It will instantly increase the popularity of the superpower competition, and make the Galaxy team realize that the League attaches great importance to this superpower competition. And most importantly, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. When you show up in the superpower competition, it means that the Alliance station of the Celebration Star does not have your presence, which will undoubtedly increase the probability of their actions. You're right. Sharona nodded seriously. Lin Jing hesitated and continued. The superpower competition is a competition organized by King Wusong. I have learned about the relevant information. He attaches great importance to this competition. Will agree to let me serve as a judge? Of course. Sharona nodded slightly and said, Wusong, but you have come to ask me about you several times. As a trainer of super elves, Wusong's perception is quite keen. When they retreated that day, Wusong noticed your existence and thus learned your information. He knows that in your main elf, there is a flashing Shinado, and he is quite curious about it. Is that so? Lin Jing was thoughtful. Although Wu Song had never seen him make a move, as an investigator of the Shanao Alliance and a first-class medal winner, when Yveltal attacked, he and Sharona never evacuated. The white bag does not hold, Gao Python and Yi. After all, about the CGFE attack on Yveltal was classified as top secret. No one knew what happened after that day, but the evacuated spaceships all experienced the aftermath of the terrifying battle. For a trainer who can participate in this level of battle with Sharona, Wu Song attaches great importance to it. I see. Thinking about everything, Lin Jing said, I will arrive at the celebration star before the opening ceremony. Hyerna, prepare in advance, it's up to you to arrange. Sharona nodded. The two looked at each other with a hint of tacit understanding. After fighting side by side, he and Sharona have a deeper understanding of each other. Without saying anything more, the communication hangs up. Lin Jing put away the elf picture book, his eyes were a little subtle. Accidentally, I was promoted from contestant to judge all of a sudden. With a sigh in my heart, after planning with Sharona, the vigilance in my heart dissipated a little. Lin Jing looked to one end. Under the leadership of Shinado and Mei Mengshan, Bing Luwei has gradually become familiar with everyone. Lin Jing looked at it and said, little guy, come here. Hearing Lin Jing's call, Bing Luwei made a vertical leap and quickly approached. For the forest scene, it has a natural intimacy. Before and after Lin Jing, Bing Luwei let out a sweet cry. Lin Jing leaned down, looked at it, and said, little guy, do you want to become stronger? Get stronger. Hearing Lin Jing's question, it almost nodded without any hesitation. The idea is urgent. Thinking to himself, Lin Jing thought about what Kona had said about this little guy's experience. The water lotus in the Alola star field was quite weak when it encountered this little guy, and it could be imagined what it might have experienced. He thought for a moment, then said, next, I will help you improve. Get ready. Although Bing Luwei didn't quite understand what Lin Jing meant, he still nodded his head, and his expression became serious. At this moment, it has been dusty for a while, the reward from the frozen bird treasure box has been activated, and the baptism has played a role. During the baptism, above Bing Luwei, the ice of a six-pointed star appeared, and the brilliance merged into Bing Luwei's whole body. Seeing that everything was normal, Lin Jing retracted his gaze and looked at the other elves. Come on, enter the special battlefield. His voice sounded, in the next few days, you should exercise well and be ready for battle at all times. A big battle is waiting for us. Different responses sounded, echoing in the spacecraft. The Nightmare God set off at full speed in the Guandu Star Territory, heading to the nearest space wormhole connected to the Shanao Star Territory. Time passes. The swirling portal standing in the sea of stars has come into view. Lin Jing let out a sigh of relief. This time he came to the Guandu Star region, because the Galaxy team's plan was interrupted in advance, and it took far less time than he expected. But the harvest is amazing. In the future, I will return to the Guandu Star Territory again. At that time, it is time for in-depth exploration. As the thoughts flashed, the Nightmare God had already entered the vortex portal, ready to shuttle. Just then, when the information came from the super perception, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly, and suddenly looked through the porthole, looking in the direction he came from. Only see. With the sea of stars as the curtain, the brilliant seven-color streamer passed by. That is Phoenix King. Chapter 147 The Mysterious Blessing from King Ho, the Protection of King Ho, the Sacred Fire that Never Goes Out. The vast sea of stars is boundless, and the main color is quite dim. And at this moment, there are gorgeous colorful brilliance, passing through this sea of stars, bringing up a constellation. Behind it, in this sea of stars, the colorful streamers have built a rainbow bridge, the Bridge of the Rainbow. The Nightmare God has officially entered the space wormhole, and will officially start its shuttle Tilda. And the inner appearance emerged. Phoenix King. According to legend, seeing it can bring happiness and good luck to people, the beast spirit, who Lin Jing established the first battle to other star regions in the Guandu star region, and it was precisely because of the existence of King Ho. Now, Lin Jing's eyes met Feng Wang's. Behind Lin Jing, Machado, who was hidden in the shadow, also sensed some aura, and his head emerged from the shadow. At the moment when the two sides looked at each other, a seven-colored streamer flashed across the sea of stars between Feng Wang's wings, and instantly fell into the Nightmare God, and fell into Lin Jing's whole body. Seven-colored brilliance blended into the whole body. At this moment, the system beep sounds. Ho-Oh, the legendary fairy who can bring happiness to people, you have received the mysterious blessing from Ho-Oh, and your fortune has increased by 20%. Lin Jing frowned slightly. He looked in the direction of Ho-Oh. After doing all this, King Ho withdrew his gaze, turned into a colorful streamer again, and fled into the distance. Perhaps knowing that Lin Jing was about to leave, it did not choose to stop. However, in Lin Jing's line of sight, the place where King Ho stayed, perhaps because it left a blessing and exerted its power, a treasure box was formed. Just before the Nightmare God completely entered the space wormhole, Lin Jing did not hesitate and chose to pick up the treasure chest. System prompts appear. You have successfully picked up the Sacred Beast Spirit Treasure Chest, Huang. Next moment, the Nightmare God completely entered the vortex-style portal, the surroundings dimmed, entered the space wormhole, and shuttled. Outside the porthole, it was completely dark. Lin Jingchang let out a breath. In this way, the harvest from the Guandu star region this time can be regarded as quite amazing. His eyes were bright. Did the words I left to Emperor Yan have any effect? Emperor Yan and Feng Wang had a conversation, and after knowing that I was about to leave the Guandu star territory due to other things, Feng Wang finally chose to show up. And left me with a blessing. It seems that for me, King Feng still quite approves. Be willing to leave blessings for me, then in the future. Sooner or later, there will be a chance to deal with each other again. Thoughts in the heart. In Lin Jing's super perception, there is a mysterious power surging in the space backpack. Without hesitation, he immediately opened the space backpack, and finally took out an item from it. Rainbow feather. He and Ho-Oh, and even Machado, became attached to this Ho-Oh's feather. At this moment, a dazzling seven-colored brilliance bloomed above the rainbow-colored feathers, vaguely concealing a very special power inside. Looking at the top, the hint of the treasure chest system appeared. Open black lens bracket rainbow feather close black lens bracket. After the feathers blessed by King Ho, there is a special power inside. When it is ignited in a crisis, King Ho will come. As the blessing power just now also integrated into the rainbow feather. In this way, this phoenix feather has the same effect as Lugia's ocarina. Poseidon, Phoenix King, I have more trump cards. The shuttle of space wormholes is quite short. In the space wormhole, advancing through the folded space, in a very short period of time, the Nightmare God completed the migration between the star fields and completely returned to the Shanao star field. Inside the Nightmare God. As Lin Jing's thoughts flickered, the treasure chest system interface opened. On the interface, the treasure chest stayed, and vaguely, the phantom of King Ho appeared. Feng Wang treasure chest. This is an unexpected harvest. Maybe it was because Feng Wang took the initiative to exert his power, or maybe it was because of the blessings, the fortune increased. King's treasure chest. Now, in the blink of an eye, the treasure chest opens. Lines of information appear. You have acquired the skill, Magic Fire. You have acquired the skill, Great Sunny Day. You have acquired the qualification Transformation, the Baptism of the King of Phoenix. You have obtained the Divine Beast Skill Fragment, Holy Fire. You have obtained a special influence, Phoenix King's Asylum. You have gained special influence, the attention of the three holy beasts. Lines of information flashed by. Lin Jing's eyes swept away. Magic Flame, Sunny Day, 2 fire skills. Among them, the Magic Flame is a relatively strange fire attribute attack. While attacking the opponent, it can reduce the opponent's special attack and weaken the opponent. On a sunny day, it is a weather-changing skill. Under the influence of the sunny weather, all aspects of the fire-type elves' abilities will be comprehensively increased. With the blessing of this skill, the strength of the super fire-breathing dragon will be even more amazing. His eyes wandered and he looked at the two rewards at the bottom. Open black lens bracket Who King Asylum Close black lens bracket. Introduction You, who were selected by the Rainbow Feather and qualified to become the Rainbow Hero, have ushered in the attention and protection of King Ho. Open black lens bracket The attention of the three holy beasts Close black lens bracket. Introduction Emperor Yan, Duke Lei, and Sujin are also known as the three holy beasts. They were resurrected by King Ho, and they remained loyal to King Ho, and King Ho's protection of you also attracted their attention. A chain effect. Lin Jing's thoughts sank slightly. Then, use one of the rewards in the Fenghuang treasure chest. Baptism of King Ho. At this moment, while the reward was being used, a sacred flame rose up in the void, and in front of Lin Jing, the sacred flame condensed into a palm-sized phantom of Fenghuang. There is a coercive humming sound. As Lin Jing's thoughts moved slightly, the elves in the dimensional space were recalled. After the phantom of the Holy Phoenix King was formed, it passed through the Nightmare God without any hesitation. Ask for flowers. Now, the fire-breathing dragon looked at the phantom of Fenghuang in front of him, and a longing flashed in his eyes. The elves will have a keen sense of what is beneficial to them. There is no doubt that this is the choice of King Ho's baptism. Among Lin Jing's elves, the flame has been raised to a very high level of fire-breathing dragons, which is most suitable for King Ho's baptism. In terms of attributes, Hu is the attribute of fire plus flight, which perfectly fits with the fire-breathing dragon. Ho-Oh's flame, the holy flame that never goes out. Let me see how far it can raise the fire-breathing dragon. Without the slightest hesitation, at this moment, the king's baptism was officially launched. The phantom of the Phoenix King, which was condensed by the sacred flame, let out a soft cry, and as the phoenix wings spread, they came to the sky above the fire-breathing dragon. Then, its figure suddenly exploded, turning into streaks of fire meteors, falling from the sky and falling around the body of the fire-breathing dragon. During the flame contact, it did not cause any damage to the fire-breathing dragon, but quickly merged into its body. It seems to be stimulated by an external flame. At this moment, the fire-breathing dragon's body, its own flame surges up, surrounds the body, and blends with the flame that falls from the sky. Baptism begins. Lin Jing did not hesitate to use the exclusive skill from Ho Wang, Holy Fire, and the two newly acquired skill comprehension rewards. Holy Fire. This is the exclusive skill of King Ho. However, due to the resurrection of King Ho and his attributes, the Flame of Entei also possesses the characteristics of Holy Fire, and he masters this skill. Now, with the integration of the Divine Fire reward, the flames surrounding the fire-breathing dragon gradually derived a divine aura. It was originally mixed with a hint of golden flame, and it was completely transformed into red gold at this moment. After arriving at the Shanao Star territory, the Nightmare God headed towards the Celebration Star. Now, in the cabin of the Nightmare God, the transformation of Bing Luwei is the first to complete. After completing the transformation, the icy aura around Bing Luwei became more intense. It was keenly aware that it was getting stronger, and there was some excitement in its beautiful eyes, and quickly ran to Lin Jing's side. Lin Jing smiled slightly and activated his Wisdom Eye skill. At this moment, the talent of the Ice Six Tails has reached the Quasi-Overlord level. Compared with other baptism rewards, the baptism from the Frozen Bird is less effective because of its own reasons. But Lin Jing's Frozen Bird Treasure Box is a combination of Dark Frozen Bird Treasure Box and Frozen Bird Treasure Box. The Aptitude Transformation reward inside is the ultimate baptism of Binghen. Several ice-based skills have also been mastered, and with the non-melting ice, this little guy has obviously begun to take shape. Lin Jing praised and let the little guy familiarize himself with his changes. The nightmare god sails. As time passed, the flames surrounding the fire-breathing dragon began to melt away gradually. Baptism of King Ho. Coming to an end. Wide. Chapter 148. The Xeon fire-breathing dragon who masters the true meaning of flames, the superpower competition that is hotly debated on the internet, Victini's expectation. The flames gradually melted away. Lin Jing's eyes fell on the top of the fire-breathing dragon, and his eyes narrowed slightly. In front of the fire-breathing dragon, the fireball slate that had been fused with it did not shrink this time. This means that the baptism of King Ho did not touch the fireball slate, thus bringing a chain reaction-like improvement to the fire-breathing dragon. The first few times, when the fire-breathing dragon was upgrading and transforming, the fireball slate was dispatched and merged with it little by little. The aptitude transformation reward from King Ho, it stands to reason that Judo also has this qualification. Look at it this way. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. The fusion of the fireball slate has reached the most critical point. The simple transformation is no longer enough to touch the fireball slate. Does it need other factors to affect it? Lin Jing made his own guess in his heart. As an attribute slate related to the creator god Arceus, the improvement brought by the fireball slate to the fire-breathing dragon is undoubtedly quite amazing. Therefore, he was keenly aware of the information contained in this time unintegrated. After merging again and again, the volume of the fireball slate is getting smaller and smaller. From this point of view, it only needs to go through 1 to 3, twice, or even once fused, and the fireball slate will be completely fused with the fire-breathing dragon. The unknown state of the fire-breathing dragon really reveals detailed information. Quote, I just don't know what will be the factors that will allow them to complete the final fusion. The fire-breathing dragon's awe-inspiring aura stood there, familiar with his own ascension. Behind it, the continuously burning tail above the dragon's tail has completely turned into red gold, surging with a sacred aura. Lin Jing looked at it, his eyesight ability activated. Lines of information flashed by. Lin Jing's eyes swept above, and he first settled on the list of qualifications. The list of qualifications is still the Overlord level. The upper limit of the qualifications viewed through the ability of Wisdom Eyes is the Overlord level qualification, but even if they are both Overlord level qualifications, there must be a distinction between upper and lower. The fire-breathing dragon has undergone the baptism of King Feng, and its aptitude will be further improved. Turning his eyes, Lin Jing's eyes fell on the skill bar. On the skill bar, in addition to the newly acquired exclusive skills of Divine Beasts, Holy Fire, Common Skills, Sunny Day, and Magic Flame, there are also 2 new skills. The true meaning of flame. Introduction. Passive ability. After the flame of the fire-breathing dragon has undergone transformations and upgrades again and again, it has a very strong ability. After the baptism of the King of Phoenix and the integration of the sacred fire, its flame has completed the final transformation, the fire-breathing dragon. After comprehending a trace of the true meaning of flame, the power of fire attribute skills increases by 30%, and the fire-breathing dragon's flame skills will have a unique suppressing force against other fire attribute attacks. Open black lens bracket battle in the fire close black lens bracket. Introduction. Passive ability. After the baptism of King Ho, the fire-breathing dragon has a unique characteristic. When it is in a desperate situation, its potential ability will burst out, and it will fight against the fire to make Podosui. Lin Jing's eyes swept above, and he let out a long breath. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. After acquiring the inheritance of the fire-breathing dragon king, the fire-breathing dragon has transformed and its strength has reached a higher level. And now, the rewards from Hoang's treasure chest increased its strength again. The current strength of the fire-breathing dragon. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. In terms of rank, it may be slightly inferior to champion-level elves, but in terms of combat power, I will never be afraid of any elves with champion-level combat power, even beyond the championship class. Lin Jing had never played against a champion elves before, so he could only rely on his own guesses. It seems that this trip to the Guandu Star region, the fire-breathing dragon has become the biggest winner. Aside. The little guy Bing Luwei is also staring curiously at the fire-breathing dragon that has just been transformed, and there is a hint of desire in his eyes. Lin Jing was keenly aware of this and said, "Little guy, as long as you keep working hard, you will become stronger quickly in the future." Bing Luwei responded softly. "When this incident is over, I will find a suitable ice stone for the little guy, let it complete its evolution and become a real nine-tailed." Thoughts turn around. The fire-breathing dragon became familiar with his once improved combat power, entered the special battlefield in the dimensional space, launched a battle, and mastered the newly acquired power as soon as possible. And the little guy Bing Luwei, after all, is still young and weak in combat power, and it is not suitable for him in special battlefields. Lin Jing simply took it and went to the battle area on the spacecraft. Lin Jing himself, together with Bing Luwei, helped it feed the tricks and let it familiarize itself with the latest new skills. Lin Jing's own physique and special abilities have been enhanced again and again. He already has the powerful ability to fight the elves with his own power. Under Lin Jing's personal training, Luwei gradually became familiar with the latest moves, and his combat power began to increase steadily. Nightmare God, heading towards the Celebration Star. Celebration Star, the most prosperous planet in the Shanao Star Territory, can be regarded as the capital planet in the entire Shanao Star Territory. Now, with the direct launch of the superpower competition, the Celebration Star, which has a very high flow of people, has become more prosperous. Countless spectators and trainers who are interested in the superpower system have come to the scene of the Celebration Star to prepare to watch the game. On the Interstellar Network, the hot discussion about the superpower competition has not yet started, and it has climbed to the top 3 of the hot list, full of trainers who are constantly discussing the mystery and splendor of superpower attributes are longed by countless people. Although the superpower competition was hosted by Wusong Tianwang, it was also supported by the Shanao Alliance, and it was regarded as one of the local special events in the Shanao Star region. Some time ago, there was news from the Alliance that the players of this superpower competition are no longer limited to the local Shanao Star territory, and superpower trainers from other regions can also participate. And today, the superpower competition, which was already very popular, has been added a new fire. On the Interstellar Network, news spread that the Shanao Alliance attaches great importance to this superpower competition. In addition to the increase in rewards, it has invited 2 mysterious guest judges in addition to King Wusong. The identities of these 2 guest judges are temporarily kept secret and no one knows. And soon after, the announcement of the Shanao Alliance confirmed this. In addition to Wusong Tianwang, there are 2 extremely powerful trainers who were invited by the superpower competition to form a guest jury group together with Wusong Tianwang to comment on and judge this superpower competition. Among them, for example, the lineup of judges this time is used, which will never disappoint everyone, etc. As the news spreads, the heated discussion is even worse, and various speculations have emerged on the internet. Guess the identity of the 2 mysterious guests, it must be accurate. Close black lens bracket. Those who are qualified to serve as judges with King Wusong should be at least a king of heaven, right? Close black lens bracket. The Alliance attaches great importance to this superpower competition, shouldn't it invite superpower masters from other regions? Close black lens bracket. It's not quite sure yet, but the league has even used the word, won't be disappointed, and the lineup of guests must be very luxurious. Close black lens bracket at the same time. For example, in the personal fan forums of some well-known superpower trainers, there are continuous discussions. For example, certain Lin's surname easily does not appear in the trainer's fan forum. Flash Shinado, my Flash Shinado, will Lin Jing participate in the superpower competition? Close black lens bracket. It should be, this time the scale is so large. Woo woo woo, I haven't seen that super queen for a long time, I'm going to die. Close black lens bracket. Can you write an email to the competition team to see if they will invite Lin Jing? Close black lens bracket. In the entire Shanao star field, the whole network is hotly debated, the whole people pay attention, and no one can shake the limelight of the superpower competition. And in this context, a top-level spacecraft of the Shanao Alliance followed the spacecraft that entered the celebration star, entered the spacecraft's berth, and landed 5.4 down. This is the Nightmare God. The Nightmare God landed, and the elves returned to the Pokeball. Lin Jing walked lightly, and after carrying everything with the space ring provided by the Shanao Alliance, he didn't even bring the space backpack, and walked off the Nightmare God. This time, he was going to stay at Celebration Star for a while, and Rotom also integrated into the Elf Pokédex and left the Nightmare God. Descend from the spaceship stairs. In my ear, Victini's voice sounded. Lin Jing, what a strong fighting atmosphere. Usually, Victini stayed in the special battlefield and acted as an inspector. When he traveled, he liked the victorious atmosphere of Lin Jing and was unwilling to leave. Of course, right away, but there's a big game going on. Victini, you're sure to have a good time watching it. Respond lightly. Lin Jing walked from the stairs to the ground. Just then, Victini would stay on Lin Jing's shoulder and hide his figure. Not far away, a slightly familiar soft voice sounded, with a hint of uncertainty in his tone. Lin Jing. Chapter 149 The Reunion of Old Friends, the final plan of the Galaxy team, guess who I am? Hearing the call, Lin Jingshun looked over. I see. Not far away, in front of another spaceship's berth, several figures stood there. Leading the front is a young woman with a hint of doubt on her face. When Lin Jing turned her head, she completely confirmed Lin Jing's identity, and after a few words with the people behind her, she walked over quickly. Lin Jing, it's really you. There was a hint of surprise in his tone. Lin Jing raised his brows slightly and responded, long time no see. The woman had already walked not far in front of her. Yun Xiqing. The Big Dipper Star Territory, the eldest lady of the Heavenly King level trainer family. In the past, in the elf meeting exam, and Lin Jing once had a battle with opponents. She owns a shimmering land, and once, invited Lin Jing at a very generous price, and wanted to invest in Lin Jing in advance. However, Lin Jing refused in the end. Seeing Yun Xiqing walking over quickly, Lin Jing's expression flashed with surprise, and he said, why did you come to the Celebration Star? I'm here to compete in the superpower contest. You know, I have a flashy beard. Yun Xiqing said quickly, this year's superpower competition is open to all star regions, and superpower trainers from all places can participate. After I got the news, I left for the first time. How about you? Yun Xiqing looked at him. Lin Jing, are you here because of the superpower competition? Is your Flash Shinado already quite powerful? Hearing her question, Lin Jing blinked and said, forget it, I really came because of the superpower competition. Then I'm really looking forward to playing against you again in the superpower competition. Her eyes flashed with anticipation, and she said seriously, after the exam, I didn't let up at all. There has been tremendous growth. Quote. Lin Jing. He didn't say much on this topic, and continued, you joined the Viking Spirit Academy, I heard. You heard that too. Yun Xiqing shook her head helplessly. I, and even our Yun family, never thought that the director of the Vibrant Elf Academy, the head of the Vibrant Pavilion, would actually be the boss of the Underground Force Team Rocket. After the incident, the college also ushered in a wave of searches. Fortunately, there is no problem with the academy, and the Guandu Alliance has taken over control of the academy. Lin Jing nodded slightly. Sakagi is not only the boss of Team Rocket, but also the dean of the Elf Academy. On the bright side, he is involved in many large enterprises in the Guandu Star region. As his identity was broken, there was also some turmoil in the Guandu Star territory, and everything related to him had undergone a review. In front of you. Yun Xiqing was also ready to speak. At this moment, not far away, a soft voice sounded. Lin Jing trainer. Lin Jingxun looked around and saw that Zyrna's assistant had arrived at the spaceship's berth and was now standing in front of the flying vehicle. Obviously, she was ordered by Sharona to pick up Lin Jing. Lin Jing's identity as a search officer was kept secret. When she saw the existence of other people beside Lin Jing, her title was changed to trainer. I have something else to do. I'll talk next time. After a soft whisper, Lin Jing stepped over. Yun Xiqing looked at his back, and then at the flying vehicle parked aside. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. She was born in the Big Dipper star region and went to the Guandu star region after the exam. Naturally, she didn't know Zyrna's assistant. However, coming from a big family with a Heavenly King-level trainer, Yun Xiqing's knowledge is quite good. His eyes fell on the flying vehicle. At a glance, it looked like an ordinary vehicle, but not ordinary at all. The Alliance logo above made her even more curious. People from the Shanao Alliance, come to pick up Lin Jing in person. After the elf exam, what did he experience? As her thoughts flowed, Yun Xiqing temporarily suppressed these doubts in her heart, turned around and left at the dock of the spacecraft. Inside the flight vehicle, Sharona's assistant drove the vehicle and said, Inspector Lin Jing, Your Excellency Champion is preparing the plan in person, so I sent me to pick you up to the Alliance. As Hyrna's assistant, she is Hyrna's absolute confidant and knows far more information than others. Naturally, she is more aware of the importance of Lin Jing in Hyrna's eyes, so her tone is very respectful. Lin Jing nodded slightly and asked, How are you preparing? Everything is going on. Assistant replied, Before the opening ceremony, everything will be ready for any contingencies. Lin Jing nodded and stopped speaking. In a large base of the Galaxy team. In the conference room, one of the cadres of the Galaxy team, Pluto's expression was serious, and his voice sounded, This is our chance. The Shanao League has increased its attention to the superpower competition, obviously to expand the influence of this local competition, and they will definitely invest more power in the superpower competition. It's an opportunity we can seize. Only the research information can be obtained, and we will make breakthroughs in the distortion of time and space. Perhaps based on this, we can truly obtain the location information of the god of time and the god of space. On the main seat, Kairi nodded expressionlessly and looked at the other end. Zhengxing, Suixing, what do you think? Suixing is a woman with purple hair, and now she is noncommittal. It's up to the boss to decide. Zhengxing was silent for a while, and then said, What Pluto said makes sense. This year's superpower competition even allowed trainers from other star fields to participate in the battle. This is obviously Shanao Starfield's desire to increase the influence of the superpower competition and make it a real top star field competition. Under this premise, the Shanao Alliance will not allow any unexpected situations in the superpower competition. It is indeed a good time for us to act. Akagi nodded slightly. At this time, Hades, communicator trembled slightly. He took a look at the communicator, his brows suddenly raised, and there was a hint of excitement in his voice. The venue for the superpower contest has been announced, and it is located on the Eastern Plateau in the east of the Celebration Star. The Celebration Plateau is far away from the Celebration Star Elf Alliance. In a short period of time, the power of the Alliance cannot be transferred in time, and we have plenty of time to act. And Shanao League, announced the second judge of the superpower competition. It's Hyrna. He will be one of the judges for the superpower competition. Pluto looked at the red sun. This is our perfect opportunity. As a judge, Sharona will definitely appear in the superpower competition. We can use this to determine her position and avoid her champion training. Home. Between the words, there is an urgent meaning in Pluto's tone. The opportunity must not be lost, it will never come again. Akihito was silent. There was thought in his eyes. The entire conference room gradually became quiet. After being silent for a few minutes, Kairi's eyes narrowed slightly and he said, In that case, prepare to act. Boss, what about the action time? Kyrie got up from his seat, turned his back to them, and slowly said 113. The final day of the superpower competition is tentatively scheduled. At that time, it was the hottest moment, and the main forces of the Shanao Alliance would all be affected. Yes. In the conference room, there was a chorus of unison. On the Interstellar Network, the hot discussion is on again. The second judge of the superpower competition is the champion of Shanao, Zyrna. Sharona itself did not cultivate super spirits. However, no one will think that she is not qualified to be a judge. As a champion trainer, her combat power, her eyesight, and her status are enough to convince people. After her status as a judge was announced, on the Interstellar Network, she was even considered more suitable than King Wusong. It is conceivable to imagine the importance of the superpower competition for a competition that can have a champion trainer as a judge, and the heated discussion on the internet has reached a higher level. After announcing the identity of the second judge, the superpower competition team released a black silhouette photo again. The silhouette is black and white, with only body shape, no appearance, and the words, "Guess who I am," written above. Obviously, this is related to the identity of the third judge. There have been heated discussions on the internet, and many netizens have analyzed the silhouette in detail, and finally determined that this is most likely the silhouette of a Shanado. For a time, there was a lot of discussion about the identity of the third judge, and various speculations appeared on the Interstellar Network. Take the vehicle, and finally, stop at the station of the Celebration Star Alliance, the scientific research branch. Lin Jing left the vehicle, followed Assistant Hyerna, and finally arrived in the hall of a scientific research branch. After entering the hall, Lin Jing's eyes looked forward to the past. Shanao Star Champion Trainer, Sharona. Godzhou Star Field Superpower System King, Wusong. Impressively here. Chapter 150 Space Teleportation Device, Wusong Tianwang's invitation to fight, the superpower competition will start. In addition to Wusong and Sharona, there is a woman in simpler clothes. The Shanao Alliance, the Earth King, Kikuya. It is worth mentioning that Juya is the younger sister of Juzi, the ghost of the Guandu star, and it is precisely because of this relationship that the cooperation between the Shanao Alliance and the Guandu Alliance has been very smooth. Lin Jing turned his eyes around and looked towards the middle of the hall. Now, in the middle of the hall, the faint ripples circulated, forming a light curtain. With the superpower of Lin Jing, it was clearly felt that the light curtain contained the breath of space. Space teleportation device. Because of the distortion of time and space, the technology of Shanao Starfield has made great progress and improvement in time and space. Not only has he researched the space-time passage leading to the Shikui area, but he has also mastered the cross-era technology of a space transmission device. However, this has always been one of the top secrets of the Shanao Alliance and will not be revealed easily. This space transmission device is obviously to be connected to the venue of the superpower competition. After bringing Lin Jing into the hall, the assistant bowed his head slightly and left the hall. In the hall, these top figures in the Shanao Starfield all looked at Lin Jing. Lin Jing. Sharona's eyes fell on Lin Jing, and she said, "Everything is ready. The next step is to wait for the Galaxy team to officially act, so as to give it a serious blow." Aside. King Kikuya looked at Lin Jing when he came in. Now, after Sharona's voice fell, her somewhat old voice sounded, "Inspector Lin Jing, Your Excellency Champion, but I highly respect you. In the past, the old man saw your performance in the elf meeting. I'm curious, how far you have grown." Speaking of this, there was a hint of playfulness in her tone. The investigators of the Shanao Alliance need enough strength to support them. Lin Jing nodded slightly towards her, and replied calmly, "King Juya, come to think of it, my strength is enough to support my current position." There is no doubt that Lin Jing's status in today's Shanao Alliance was created with the full support of Sharona. The Shanao Alliance, mastering the Shanao Star territory, will naturally have no less power struggles. A trainer who was born out of nowhere, will inevitably lead to doubts. Lin Jing can understand this question. And what he can do is to use absolute strength to break everything. Hearing Lin Jing's neither humble nor arrogant response, a smile appeared on Juya's face, and his voice softened. No matter what your strength is, this bearing is worthy of praise. I hope you don't betray Sharona's trust. Another sighed. After Lin Jing entered, King Wusong had been silently observing Lin Jing. After the voice of King Kikuya fell, he stepped forward and said, Inspector Lin Jing, I have been curious about you for a long time. This time, you became the third judge of the superpower competition, which is just an opportunity. Oh. Lin Jing looked at him. King Wusong, what do you mean? King Wusong's tone was calm. The judges of previous superpower competitions are all senior trainers with rich knowledge of superpower attributes. This year, Sharona will serve as a judge, and naturally no one will object. But, Lin Jing trainer, your qualifications are too shallow. As a judge of the superpower competition, it will inevitably lead to doubts and criticisms. Although this time is mainly for the plan of the Galaxy team, but the superpower competition was initially held by me, and it has gradually grown into the current scale of the competition. I don't want to affect the reputation of the super competition because of some doubts and criticisms. This is not good for the holding of superpower competitions in the future. So. King Wusong groaned. Lin Jing glanced at Sharona, and when he saw Sharona, he didn't mean to speak. He knew it in his heart and said directly, King Wusong, just explain it directly. Hearing this, King Wusong no longer hesitated, and there was a hint of war in his eyes. Inspector Lin Jing, I can sense that you are filled with an amazing super energy aura. Your attainment in superpower attributes is definitely not low. In previous superpower competitions, at the opening ceremony, powerful superpower trainers will be invited to compete as an exhibition match at the opening ceremony. This time, Inspector Lin Jing, are you interested in appearing? Was a faint expectation in his eyes. Come with me for this exhibition match. All criticisms and doubts are self-defeating in the face of strength. I believe that with the trust of the champion, you have enough strength. Exhibition match, with a king-level trainer. Lin Jing's thoughts changed. Without hesitation, he nodded and said, yes. A heavenly king-level trainer. There is no doubt that this is already standing at the top of the human trainer. With Lin Jing's strength growing, he also wants to prove to what extent his own strength has reached. Seeing Lin Jing's decisive challenge, a thought flashed in the eyes of King Kikuya, and he lowered his voice and whispered to Sharona, Sharona, it seems you didn't see the wrong person. She and her sister, Kikuko, are already old, and in their respective alliances, they basically don't care about the world, and they are completely elders. Hearing Juya's voice, Sharona smiled slightly. King Juya, it's still early, and there are some things that involve Lin Jing's secrets, so I won't be able to tell you. When you really see the strength that Lin Jing has shown, you will find out what a treasured trainer our Shanao alliance has ushered in. Oh. King Kikuya looked at Lin Jing, and the curiosity in his eyes became more intense. At the same time, after Lin Jing agreed, the brilliance on Wusong's glasses flashed. Okay. Since you have agreed, then next, the superpower competition team will announce some information about this exhibition match to warm up the superpower competition. Inspector Lin Jing, I look forward to your performance. Lin Jing smiled slightly. Front end. Sharona said, okay, King Wusong, your goal has been achieved. Lin Jing, come with me. This time's plan, there are still some details that need to be perfected. Lin Jing nodded slightly and followed Sharona away. In the hall, only Kagome and Kikuno were left. Kikuya looked at Wusong with cloudy eyes, and said softly, Wusong, you seem to be very interested in Lin Jing, the young man Sharona is optimistic about. Of course. Wusong nodded slightly. Kikuya Tianwang, you were not in the Shanao star field some time ago, but you should have heard of the invasion of the divine beast elf from the Carlos star field, Yveltal. Kikuno nodded slightly. Wusong continued. The relevant case has been sealed, but as a witness, I know some information, and I have nothing to hide from you. His voice was low. Yveltal's attack directly shattered the space wormhole, and the Alliance fleet chose to evacuate under Xyrna's order. On the entire battlefield, only Hyrna and another trainer stayed to face Yveltal. Wusong looked at the back of Lin Jing's departure, and said slowly, I won't admit it, Lin Jing is the trainer who stayed with Sharona. Kikuya's eyes flashed waves. So it is. Leave with Sharona. Sharona walked to one side and said, King Kikuya doesn't have any ill will towards you, but she is also an elder who has watched me grow up, and she is worried that I will be criticized by others for being too supportive of you. Lin Jing nodded slightly. I know. He looked at Sharona. It's an opportunity to fight King Wusong. After this war, all the doubts and criticisms, well done, will naturally be resolved. Sharona paused and looked at Lin Jing. You are quite confident. Before Lin Jing could answer, she continued, I believe in you. The Super Contest Event Group has announced new news. At the opening ceremony, King Wusong will appear in person, and will have a 1v1 exhibition match with the third guest judge. For a time, the popularity of the super competition went even further. The appearance of a Heavenly King level trainer is extremely rare, and King Wusong has not fought in front of the public for a long time. For a time, I don't know how many viewers who heard the news set off to Celebration Star. At the same time, the heated discussion about the third judge went a step further. Not to mention, many candidates were excluded just because they were qualified to fight the Heavenly King level trainer. On the internet, according to Shinedo's Silhouette, some people even speculated that Carlos Regional Champion Karuna was invited to lunch. Amid all kinds of heated discussions, the popularity of the superpower competition has reached its peak. On the eastern plateau of Celebration Star, there is a lot of voices, and countless people have gathered because of the superpower competition. In the spotlight. Time lapse. Today. The super contest is about to start.